Lu Chuan was originally a gifted high school student, but during an unexpected nap, he inexplicably found himself transported to a world of cultivation. This absurd and bizarre twist turned his ordinary life upside down. In the classroom, Lu Chuan held a yellowed book titled Introduction to Cultivation Theory, staring dumbfounded at his deskmate, Hu Fifan. His familiar blue math textbook had mysteriously disappeared, replaced by this unheard-of yellow book. Lu Chuan couldn't help but wonder if this was the so-called wake up to a different world. This had to be one of Hu Fifan's pranks. However, to his surprise, Hu Fifan looked back at him with equal confusion, as if he were looking at an alien. Hu Fifan earnestly advised, Brother Chuan, I think you've been reading too many web novels. Math and science? Are you out of your mind? We're in a legitimate cultivation world. Those so-called sciences are just fictional stories. You need to distinguish reality from fantasy. Looking at Hu Fifan's serious yet nonsensical expression, Lu Chuan clenched his teeth, resisting the urge to slap him. He lowered his voice and threatened, Class is about to start. Return my math book now, or I'll reveal your crush on Li Yi to everyone. Hu Fifan's face changed instantly, and he whined, Lu Chuan, you ungrateful jerk. I'm trying to bring you back to reality, and you threaten to betray me? I. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from the hallway, and the noisy classroom fell silent. The teacher was coming. Lu Chuan immediately sat up straight, baring his teeth at Hu Fifan. Hurry up. Hu Fifan closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Lu Chuan glanced at the book on Hu Fifan's desk and was stunned. It was also Introduction to Cultivation Theory. That jerk was willing to go down with him, just to prank him. As the sound of high heels grew closer, the class bell rang. The math teacher, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, high heels, and a black suit, walked into the classroom. Lu Chuan had already thought of an excuse. He would claim he had just woken up and didn't know who swapped the books. He would deny everything. The teacher stood at the podium, gently tapping the desk to wake the sleepy students. Instantly, those slumped over their desks, leaning against their chairs or hugging pillows, all straightened up. The math teacher picked up a delicate remote from under the podium and pressed a button. Lu Chuan shivered. He saw the multimedia projector at the front of the room display the first slide of the lesson. Unit 1, Lesson 2. The Concept and Nature of Spiritual Power. Lu Chuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his blood freezing. Wasn't the second lesson supposed to be about functions? What was spiritual power? What was going on? Was he still dreaming? At that moment, the math teacher began. Class, today we'll continue learning about the concept and nature of spiritual power. Last time we talked about... Crash. The sound of chairs scraping the floor filled the room as Lu Chuan suddenly stood up and dashed out of the classroom like lightning. Lu Chuan, where are you going? The teacher's stern voice called from behind. Teacher, I've noticed Lu Chuan trembling. He might need the bathroom, Hu Fifan weakly covered for him. But Lu Chuan ignored it all, running wildly down the hallway. There were no cameras outside the classroom, so it couldn't be some reality show. The serious math teacher was unlikely to conspire with the whole class for a prank. Apart from being handsome, Lu Chuan was practically invisible in the class, making it unlikely he'd be the target of a collective joke. The familiar graffiti on the walls confirmed he was still in Class 8 of the second year of high school. Lu Chuan ran from one end of the third-floor hallway to the other, constantly hearing lessons from various classrooms. Different attributes of spiritual formations have different effects. The main attributes are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, light, ice, darkness, wind. This problem. The total amount of spiritual power in the air. How many times have I explained this? Yet 10 of you still got it wrong in the exam. Sleeping. Do you think your foundation establishment cultivators who can absorb spiritual power by sleeping? Get up and recite the text. Class, take out 5 years of chi refining, 3 years of breakthrough. If you don't study cultivation theory properly, you won't even have 100 points of spiritual power, and you won't even reach the chi refining stage. You'll regret it. Do you think cultivation is for the teacher's benefit? I'm a high-level chi refiner, teaching here for a measly salary. Memorize these beast charts. If you can't, write them 100 times. Lu Chuan's scalp tingled. Crazy. Everyone had gone crazy. The school was still the same. The building was still the same. Even the teacher's tones were the same. But everything had changed. No more math, science, or literature. Instead, it was all cultivation theory. Lu Chuan rushed into the men's restroom at the end of the hallway, splashed his face with water, and stared at the mirror, his thoughts in turmoil. He tried to calm down and analyze the situation logically. When one feels the whole world has gone mad, there are two possibilities. Either they're having a mental breakdown, or they've traveled to a parallel world. The precursor to a mental breakdown is feeling that the person in the mirror isn't oneself. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and carefully examined the boy in the mirror. Despite the water droplets on his face, his features were flawless, exuding masculinity. Besides himself, Lu Chuan, who else could be this handsome? The possibility of a mental issue was immediately ruled out. That left only the second possibility. He had traveled to a parallel world. Although he secretly read web novels at night, the travel in those stories always happened after death, at least with some ceremony. But him? He traveled just by taking a nap? This was beyond ridiculous. Suddenly, two excited voices came from the restroom, making Lu Chuan's heart skip a beat and his face turn pale. Have you heard of trigonometric functions? The imagination is incredible. It says here that with angles as the independent variable, the coordinates or ratios of the intersection points with the unit circle are the dependent variables. And there's a mnemonic. Odd changes, even stays the same. Signs depend on the quadrant. Yeah, I saw that too. Sine, cosine, tangent. The creativity is genius. Lu Chuan almost broke down on the spot. Just then, a teacher rushed past him into the restroom, eyes gleaming with excitement behind his glasses. Finally caught you too. Skipping class to study science fiction in the restroom. Seriously discussing trigonometry instead of focusing on cultivation. Hand over your spiritual devices. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Chuan was left speechless. Which class are you in? What are you doing here? The teacher, having confiscated the spiritual power phones of two unfortunate students in the restroom, glared at Lu Chuan and demanded an explanation. Lu Chuan immediately straightened his body, tightened his buttocks, and stammered, "Teacher, I came to use the restroom." The teacher scrutinized Lu Chuan suspiciously. "You're not here with them to read science fiction, are you?" "Absolutely not." Lu Chuan straightened his back and declared righteously, "Teacher, I despise subjects like Chinese, math, and English. I have no interest in them at all." The teacher nodded thoughtfully and turned to the two unfortunate students he had apprehended. "See? This is how a proper middle school student should be. Learn from him." The unfortunate students looked at Lu Chuan with a mixture of disdain and envy, clearly seeing him as a model student. The teacher's tone softened noticeably, and he kindly reminded Lu Chuan, "All right then, finish up and get back to class quickly. Don't delay your cultivation progress." "Got it, teacher. They'll head back right away." Lu Chuan replied and immediately sprinted out of the restroom, rushing towards his classroom. As he ran, Lu Chuan's heart pounded in his chest. He couldn't help but marvel internally. This is insane. Cultivation has become the mainstream, and science is now considered unconventional. Studying math in secret in the restroom? This world is crazy. A bold thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the top students who used to burn the midnight oil solving problems will become nobodies, while someone like me, who slacked off and stayed up all night reading cultivation novels, will become a strong contender? With this burning thought, Lu Chuan dashed back to his classroom, sneaking in through the back door of the grade 11, class 8 room. He sat unusually upright and began to listen attentively. However, within just 10 minutes, Lu Chuan was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand a word the teacher was saying. The math teacher, no, the cultivation theory teacher, Lu, was spouting terms like spiritual seals, spiritual veins, and spiritual power parameters, which were even more confusing than functions. Lu Chuan sneaked a glance at the familiar faces in the front rows and noticed that the classmates who used to study cultural subjects diligently were now equally focused on cultivation theory. They were not only making eye contact with the teacher, but also taking notes fervently. This realization struck Lu Chuan like a bolt of lightning. Diligent students remain diligent regardless of the subject matter. Their effort is not influenced by their interests. The cultivation theory class on Friday morning, like the old math class, spanned 2 consecutive periods with no break in between. Lu Chuan endured over an hour until teacher Lu finally finished the lecture. She closed her PPT, stacked the textbooks, and aligned them on the multimedia podium. Bang! The podium made a sound. "Class," teacher Lu cleared her throat. "We have 5 minutes left before the end of the class. I have something to announce. Don't worry, it won't delay your lunch." She continued, "Your homeroom teacher, Mr. Hu Yin, is on a business trip and asked me to inform you. According to our school's training model, there will be another class division before entering grade 12. The division exam will be in a month. Whether you enter the cultivation class and receive school resources to boost your spiritual power value for future admission to a cultivation university, or enter the vocational class to learn job skills for future admission to a vocational university, depends on this division exam. I'm sure you all understand the significance of this. So, as usual, I urge everyone to put in extra effort this month. All right, that's all. Pack up and get ready for lunch," she said, then walked out of the classroom in her high heels. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom buzzed with chatter. Students discussed animatedly. "Why is it so early this year? It's usually at least 40 days later. Ugmi's spiritual power value is still below 300. I'm ready to give up. Speak for yourself. I'm only at 150. I'm worse off. I'm at 250. I wish I were at 250. During teacher Liu's announcement, Lu Chuan had been buried in a cultivation theory textbook, struggling to understand anything. The surrounding discussions left him completely puzzled. He nudged his deskmate, Hu Fifan, and asked, "So, Hu Fifan, did you understand this lesson?" Hu Fifan turned his big face, smacking his lips. Who can understand this cultivation theory nowadays? Only the ones who've been to cram schools can. You think it's hard? I think it's hard too. Lu Chuan's eye twitched. Speak properly. Hu Fifan sighed and explained. It's too hard to understand. Almost no one in the class gets it, except for those who've spent a fortune on cram schools. Lu Chuan's eyes flickered as he shifted uneasily in his seat. The theory of cultivation class seemed even more perplexing than functions, reminding him of his pre-transmigration math classes. Back then, with a bit of effort, he could barely manage functions. But now, his classmates were spending big bucks on extra lessons, all striving to get into the cultivation class and become cultivators. Hu Fifan clapped Lu Chuan on the shoulder with a carefree smile, saying, "Don't worry about it, Chuan. Didn't you always hate all this cultivation stuff? Weren't you planning to study math with a sci-fi writer after graduation?" Lu Chuan whipped his head around, eyes wide. Study math with a writer? What kind of idiotic idea is that? If a writer's math level surpasses 5th grade, I'll write my name backwards. Hu Fifan frowned, looking puzzled. Chuan, are you changing your mind? You used to say you weren't interested in cultivation theory and just wanted to join the vocational class to graduate and make money. Remember? Seeing Hu Fifan's skeptical expression, Lu Chuan stiffened and blurted out, "No way. A man's word is his bond. If I said I'd join the vocational class, then that's what I'll do." But inside, he felt a bit unsure. He didn't really understand the difference between the cultivation class and the vocational class, but he couldn't show weakness in front of his friend. Hu Fifan, taken aback by Lu Chuan's decisiveness, felt a flicker of doubt himself. The atmosphere between them grew tense. Meanwhile, similar conversations were happening throughout Class 8 of the second year. The cultivation class is too hard. What's the point of becoming a cultivator anyway? A girl with black-rimmed glasses in the front row complained loudly. All we do is memorize stuff. So what if you become a cultivator? I can ride a spiritual car or a giant spiritual sword plane and go just as fast, right? The girl in the blue dress next to her hesitated before nodding. Yeah, I guess. So, are you signing up for the cultivation class or the vocational class? The girl with glasses pressed. Of course the vocational class. Cultivation is so boring. I'm not doing it. The girl in the blue dress replied softly. In the third row, a boy was making a pact with his friend. We agreed, right? We'll both sign up for the vocational class. Whoever doesn't is a puppy. All right, all right. His friend reluctantly agreed. In the back row, another discussion was going on. Whoever wants to cultivate can do it. Isn't it better to just learn a bit and then make money to enjoy life? Yeah, totally. The surrounding classmates chimed in. Lu Chuan looked around at his classmates, his expression growing serious. The scene reminded him of the chaotic moments before exams in his previous life. A thought suddenly struck him. No way. The vocational class must be a bad idea. I have to join the cultivation class. On Friday afternoons, the physics and chemistry classes were replaced by introductory courses in formations and the principles of alchemy and herbology. Lu Chuan, as usual, listened to the lectures absent-mindedly. After class, he and his friend Hu Fifan left the school and headed home together. Their small town was still called Mai City, but their high school was now known as Mai City Cultivation High School No. 1. The weather in May had already started to become hot and dry. As they walked side by side in the sunset, holding their jackets in their hands, their shadows stretched long behind them. Throughout the journey, Lu Chuan remained silent, replaying the day's events in his mind and silently deciding to research the cultivation world once he got home. Hu Fifan, uncharacteristically, also didn't speak until they reached the entrance of a somewhat run-down residential area. We're here, Hu Fifan said suddenly, snapping Lu Chuan out of his thoughts. Lu Chuan looked up at the gate of the residential area, realizing he was home. Hu Fifan called out, "See you later, Chuan. Remember, we're gaming together from 8 to 9 tonight." With that, he headed towards another nearby residential area. Lu Chuan was about to remind him that it was Friday, not Saturday, but then he shook his head and muttered to himself, "Really, with cultivation? What's so interesting about games anymore?" He quickened his pace and walked towards his house. Once inside, Lu Chuan headed straight to his room, quickly found his phone, and lay on his bed to open the browser. His parents hadn't returned from work yet, so he had the private space to himself. Stavriano's Global History. China volume? Let's start with this. Lu Chuan found the saved ebook and began to read. As he delved deeper, his eyes grew brighter. Although this world was also called Hylon Star, its development path was entirely different from what he knew. 2,000 years ago, a cultivator named Zhang Daoling announced that he had reached the Pengzu realm and ascended in broad daylight. After that, Zhang Daoling's cultivation techniques appeared across China, serving as the foundational guide for cultivation, teaching people how to sense the spiritual energy in the air. This year was designated as the first year of the cultivation era, or Xianyuan Year Zero. Subsequently, China entered a golden age of cultivation. The cultivation system gradually became clearer, with people continuously breaking new ground from the initial qi refining stage to the nascent soul realm. High-level cultivators mastered spiritual formations and alchemy, and in their research, they incidentally advanced a technological tree similar to the one in his previous world. This world had modern devices like spiritual communicators, spiritual vision machines, and spiritual projectors, but their internals consisted of simple small spiritual formations rather than circuits and chips. Refrigerators used ice-attributed spiritual energy, cars burned fire-attributed spiritual energy, and powerful cultivators were the main force in wars. In this world, the primary productive force was no longer science and technology but the mysterious and unfathomable spiritual energy. Thus, schools regarded science as a secondary path, considering it too trivial for the near-omnipotent cultivators. Lu Chuan was astounded, repeatedly exclaiming exciting, and even instinctively grabbed a tissue from his bedside table to check if he had a nosebleed. Once he confirmed he was fine, he continued scrolling through his phone, starting to explore the basics of cultivation. 1500 years ago, or more specifically, before the year 500 of the Immortal Era, cultivating immortality required exceptional talent. Only those with spiritual roots could embark on the path of cultivation, and such individuals were one in a million. However, after the year 500 of the Immortal Era, the establishment of the Huaxia Alliance completely changed this scenario. At the inception of the alliance, they mobilized nationwide resources to construct a massive formation within the Huaxia territory, the Four Directions Spirit Gathering Array, which covered the entire alliance. Following this, they promoted a revolutionary cultivation method, the spiritual whirlpool cultivation technique. These measures significantly lowered the threshold for cultivation, ushering in a new era where everyone could pursue immortality. Lu Chuan sat at his desk, his fingers swiftly scrolling through his phone screen, eyes fixed on this historical account. He couldn't help but imagine a world where everyone could fly and teleport. Yet, he thought, he had never seen any flying people on his way home from school. Puzzled, he continued reading. It turned out that while everyone could cultivate, not everyone could become a powerful cultivator. Most people's spiritual power levels were below 300, classifying them as novice qi practitioners, capable of performing only minor acceleration and deceleration spells, and having slightly better physical fitness than ordinary people. Professions requiring high combat capabilities, such as soldiers, government guards, and workers operating large spiritual machinery, required a spiritual power level above 300, corresponding to intermediate qi practitioners. Meanwhile, teachers, officials, and employees of major companies needed at least 600 spiritual power, reaching the level of advanced qi practitioners. Lu Chuan frowned, internally mocking. Where are all the immortals walking around and saints everywhere? Those cultivation novels must be full of lies. He recalled how he once thought the Golden Core stage was trash in novels and couldn't help but smile wryly. In reality, even the governor of my city, Lei Yi, who managed millions of people, was merely at the Golden Core stage. A cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage was already considered upper class within the Huaxia Alliance, enjoying special privileges. Fortunately, despite the significant gap between qi practitioners below the Foundation establishment stage and those above, there was a clear path for advancement. Immortal Cultivation University. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up as he continued reading attentively. The data showed that all students entering Immortal Cultivation University could break through to the Foundation establishment stage and become true cultivators. According to past records from my first high school, only 5 or 6 students from each grade were admitted to Immortal Cultivation University, all from the cultivation class. In contrast, the vocational class had fewer than 20 students applying each year, most of whom ended up in vocational colleges. Lu Chuan put down his phone and lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. As a young man who had read numerous cultivation novels before crossing over, he deeply yearned to become a powerful cultivator. To achieve this, he needed to pass the college entrance exam and get into Immortal Cultivation University. To do well in the exam, he first had to get into the cultivation class in the upcoming exam a month later to receive the school's support. However, the subjects in the cultivation class exam posed a significant challenge for him. Just as Lu Chuan was lost in thought, a knock on the door suddenly interrupted him. "Xiao Chuan, are you in there?" His mother, Song Huiqin, called out. Lu Chuan jolted, instinctively shoving the tissue paper on his bed under his pillow. But it was too late. His mother had already entered the room. The room fell into a brief silence. "Mom, listen to me. It's not what you think," Lu Chuan hastily explained. A hint of a smile flashed across Song Huiqin's face, but she quickly regained a stern expression. "Nice try. Come out, wash your hands, peel the shrimp, and get ready for dinner." The door closed softly, and the stern look on Song Huiqin's face melted away, revealing a pleased smile. "This rascal is really growing up." 30 minutes later, the family gathered around the dinner table, savoring a delicious meal. Lu Chuan's father, Lu Zhonghua, returned home, and the family gathered around the dining table, enjoying a warm and joyful meal together. The fragrant aroma of braised prawns filled the air, and the glistening red prawns looked incredibly appetizing. Here, Xiao Chuan, have some, his mother, Song Huiqin, said as she handed him the biggest prawn. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan devoured the prawn head, shell and all, eating ravenously. Seeing her son eat so heartily, Song Huiqin beamed with a smile. How is it? Tasty? Delicious. Mom, your cooking skills could rival a restaurant's. Lu Chuan praised as he chewed. Song Huiqin laughed and explained. Of course it tastes good. These are the lowest grade demon beast prawns. She pushed the plate of prawns closer to Lu Chuan. Demon beast? Lu Chuan slowed his chewing. That must cost a lot, right? 400 or 500 per pound. Song Huiqin said casually, taking a bite of potato. We bought them just for you. Your dad and I won't eat any. Lu Chuan put down his chopsticks. Why? Are we not saving money anymore? His parents burst into laughter. Song Huiqin signaled Lu Zhonghua to explain. Lu Zhonghua grinned and asked, Aren't you having a stream placement exam in a month? Lu Chuan was taken aback. How did you know, Dad? Our department head mentioned it. His kid is in the same grade as you and bought these prawns to boost his strength, Lu Zhonghua said with a chuckle. These prawns contain spiritual energy, which is beneficial for increasing your spiritual power. Song Huiqin added, These prawns are in high demand. I had to pull some strings to get them. Lu Chuan looked down and thought, but they are so expensive. Seeing his son's worried expression, Lu Zhonghua laughed heartily. Don't worry. This month is crucial for accumulating spiritual power. Your classmates are probably already eating spiritual food. Even if we have to tighten our belts, we can't let you fall behind. Lu Chuan nodded, silently determined to excel in the upcoming exam. Late at night, Lu Chuan finally closed his cultivation textbooks and exhaled deeply. He had been studying for 5 hours straight since dinner. Although his grades were good before, his interest in these subjects made his study sessions even more efficient. The confusion he felt during the afternoon classes gradually dissipated as he studied alone at night. By carefully reading the contents and organizing his notes from the beginning, Lu Chuan gained a preliminary understanding of the world's knowledge system. He discovered that cultivation theory was similar to mathematics, elementary formation resembled physics, elementary herbology corresponded to biology and chemistry, and cultivation history and geography were akin to their original counterparts. Driven by a strong thirst for knowledge, Lu Chuan began to grasp this new world's knowledge structure, preparing thoroughly for the upcoming stream placement exam. Since the art of cultivating immortality originated in Huaxia, the Huaxia Alliance has always been the center of this world. As a result, there were no foreign language courses equivalent to English. Lu Chuan learned that specialized courses in minor languages were only available at universities dedicated to cultivation or vocational colleges. He realized that merely understanding the framework of knowledge was far from enough. To catch up, he needed at least a month of rigorous study. With this determination, Lu Chuan turned off the softly glowing spiritual lamp and nestled into his warm bed. Perhaps due to the intense learning throughout the day, or the shock of entering an entirely new world, his consciousness quickly began to blur. Before long, Lu Chuan fell asleep and found himself in a strange space. In this hazy dream, Lu Chuan was astonished to find himself surrounded by a group of lively prawns. These prawns looked exactly like the ones he had for dinner, except now they were vibrant and energetic, brandishing their huge pincers and darting around him. What was even more surprising was the faint blue glow enveloping their bodies, as if they were coated in a mysterious fluorescent powder. Feeling a wave of anxiety, Lu Chuan had never seen prawns so agile on land. He tried to lighten the mood with a joke. What are you guys up to? Are you here to get back at me for eating you during the day? I fried you properly, didn't use much chili, just maybe a bit too much garlic and cilantro. However, the prawns showed no reaction to Lu Chuan's playful remarks. Suddenly, they all raised their heads in unison, seemingly looking expectantly above Lu Chuan. At that moment, a deafening boom resounded from above, as if the entire void was trembling. Immediately after, an enormous ancient book appeared out of nowhere in front of Lu Chuan. The book seemed like a stack of countless scrolls, exuding a deep, dark gray hue. It had no ornate decorations, yet it emanated a sense of time and space that Lu Chuan had never experienced, as if it did not belong to this world. Suppressing his inner shock, Lu Chuan slowly stepped forward. He carefully extended his hands to grasp the thick cover of the ancient book. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully opened it to the left, revealing the first page. As his eyes fell upon the page, an unprecedented brilliance flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. On the first page was, the next morning, as Hu Fifan groggily opened his eyes, he saw a message from Lu Chuan. On the screen was a rough sketch, resembling some kind of animal's paw. Chuan, your drawing skills are terrible. Hu Fifan couldn't help but tease. Cut the crap. Do you know what this is? Lu Chuan asked urgently. Hu Fifan examined the drawing closely. Looks like a paw. Of course it's a paw. Lu Chuan snapped, a bit frustrated. I mean, do you recognize this paw? Hu Fifan shook his head. No idea. In our botany class, we only memorized a few beast diagrams, and this paw wasn't among them. Then get downstairs and come with me to the library, Lu Chuan decisively instructed. What for? Hu Fifan was puzzled. To do some research, Lu Chuan explained. Besides, didn't Mr. Lu assign us homework to measure our spiritual energy at the library? Hu Fifan eyed Lu Chuan suspiciously. But we usually start our homework an hour before school. Why are you so eager today? Just tell me if you're coming or not, Lu Chuan urged. I'm coming, Hu Fifan reluctantly agreed. The Immortal Cultivation Library in the center of Mai City is one of the tallest buildings in town, boasting a vast collection of books and advanced equipment. The most popular feature is the spiritual energy meter, which can accurately measure everyone's spiritual power. While the schools and civilian meters can also test, the library's equipment is the most precise. In a month, there would be the class division exam, and spiritual power was a crucial reference point. Teachers from various Immortal Cultivation high schools would arrange for their students to test here, including Mr. Lu's class, which Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan belonged to. Since they arrived early, there were only 4 or 5 people in line for the spiritual energy meter. However, Lu Chuan wasn't in a hurry to queue up. Instead, he wandered through the bookshelves searching for something. He had a more important task to find a specific book. It all stemmed from a dream he had the previous night. In the dream, an ancient book with a time-warping aura appeared. Lu Chuan tried to open the first page, but could only see a blurry scroll. As he pondered, a group of glowing blue prawns suddenly flew up from under his feet, transforming into blue mist and merging into the ancient book. Instantly, a menacing beast's paw appeared on the page, with sharp claws and golden, needle-like fur on the back. The rest of the book remained shrouded in mystery. Lu Chuan searched the shelves back and forth until he finally found a small yellow-covered book titled Master's Guide to Beast Paw Reading. Though the title seemed a bit absurd, it was the perfect reference material for Lu Chuan. Just as he was about to open the book, Hu Fifan came rushing over. Chuan, we need to hurry. A huge group of girls is heading our way. Lu Chuan, hearing this, first looked excitedly towards the entrance, then showed a disappointed expression. Oh, it's just a bunch of girls. Never mind then. They swiftly navigated through the bookshelves and quickly joined the queue. The group of girls behind them looked at the suddenly appearing Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan with faces full of resentment. They sighed helplessly and continued to wait in line. Standing before them was the spirit measurement device, which resembled an ATM machine with a screen that glowed faintly blue. The girl at the front of the line nervously bit her lip, her short hair a hallmark of a high school cultivator. She placed a trembling hand on the screen. After a few flickers, a number appeared, 150. This middling score reflected her spiritual power, placing her in the average range among high school cultivators. In this world, cultivation education was strictly regulated. 1,500 years ago, the Huaxia Alliance enacted the cultivation education law, which stated that teaching cultivation methods to minors under 16 was punishable by death. High school students aged 16 to 18 were only allowed to meditate for 10 hours per week. Any principal who extended this time faced a century of imprisonment. These regulations were based on research by the powerful, which showed that early cultivation could cause irreversible damage to the Buddhist foundation. Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan, both 17-year-old sophomores, had been formally cultivating for less than 2 years. Their spiritual power had grown almost naturally through basic meditation alone. As a result, most of their peers had spiritual power values ranging between 100 and 300. In Lu Chuan's class, a score of 100 to 150 was below average, 200 and above was considered good, and 230 could place a student in the top 5. Last Sunday's school test showed Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan with spiritual power values of 201 and 198, respectively, which were decent scores. Since they usually completed their weekly meditation on Sundays, today's Saturday test results were expected to be unchanged. Their goal today was merely to print their scores to submit to the school. Soon, 5 people completed their tests, with most scores falling between 130 and 180. Though these scores had limited impact on class placement exams, the 2 girls who scored below 150 couldn't hide their disappointment. When it was Hu Fifan's turn, he stepped forward confidently and slapped his palm on the screen. As expected, the number 198 appeared, identical to his school test result. Your turn, Chuan, Hu Fifan said, stepping aside and signaling Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan handed his book to Hu Fifan, then placed his hands on the screen with a bored expression. He even felt like yawning to pass the few seconds of waiting. However, halfway through his yawn, Lu Chuan suddenly froze as if struck by lightning, his mouth half open and eyes wide. The number on the screen was, damn. Lu Chuan stared at the spirit power value displayed on the screen, unable to hold back a crude exclamation. His reaction immediately drew Hu Fifan's attention. What happened? Is it too low? Let me see. Hu Fifan leaned in, but the next second, he too exclaimed, "Damn." Lu Chuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "It must be a machine error. Let's test it again," he said, reoperating the spirit power tester and placing his right hand on it. The screen of the tester flickered, and Lu Chuan's heartbeat accelerated. Finally, the number settled at 239. Unconvinced, Lu Chuan tested 2 more times, and each time the result was still 239. He and Hu Fifan exchanged bewildered glances, the latter's eyes wide with shock. "Maybe, one more time?" Hu Fifan suggested, but was interrupted by an impatient voice from behind. "Can you guys hurry up? We've been waiting forever." "Right away, right away." Lu Chuan quickly printed the spirit power value slip and dragged Hu Fifan away. On the way, Hu Fifan kept mumbling, expressing his confusion. "Bro, did you spend all 10 hours of meditation this week just for this spirit power test? It can't be. 10 hours of meditation wouldn't increase your spirit power by this much. Almost 40 points. This is the Central Library's tester. It can't be wrong. So why? This is too strange. I just can't figure it out." Lu Chuan's heart raced as he realized that the ancient book from last night might have been more than just a dream. He decided to keep this secret, not even telling Hu Fifan. To change the subject, Lu Chuan deliberately used a gross nickname. "Fan Fan, what do you want for lunch?" Hu Fifan was taken aback, his expression odd. "Bro, what did you just call me?" Lu Chuan continued in a mocking tone. "I asked what you want for lunch, Fan F." "Stop. I'll have rice porridge with toppings." Hu Fifan interrupted in horror. "Rice porridge with toppings? What is that? Haha, let me show you something new." "All right." After lunch, Lu Chuan declined Hu Fifan's invitation to game together, using the excuse that his parents were calling him home. Despite it being Saturday, his working-class parents were not home. Lu Chuan rushed into his room, eagerly pulling out The Master's Guide to Beast Palm Reading, and began reading it carefully. The book detailed the footprints of various mythical beasts, such as horse-like prints resembling the moon, bird-like prints resembling bamboo leaves, dog-like prints resembling cookies, and elephant-like prints resembling pancakes. Finally, in Lesson 18, Paw Prints of Ape-like Beasts, Lu Chuan found an image identical to the claw in his Dream 5 menacing fingers with golden, needle-like fur covering the back of the hand. The caption read, "Swan Beast, an ape-like mythical beast, possibly carrying the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast Swanee." However, due to the passage of time, the swan beast's bloodline has become diluted. Although they possess a stronger physique than beasts of the same rank, their overall strength is unremarkable. Ordinary swan beasts are equivalent to mid-ear chi practitioners' mid-ear beasts. Lu Chuan closed the book, muttering in disappointment. "Doesn't seem that strong after all." Regarding the mystical beasts, Lu Chuan found very little information online. He learned that powerful beasts dwell in deep mountains or oceans, posing a significant threat to humans, while the weaker ones are kept in beast parks for city residents to visit. Although he hadn't fully understood the ancient book's powers, Lu Chuan knew instinctively that the image on the first page was closely related to his cultivation. He thought to himself that no matter what, the stronger he became, the better. Suddenly, a wave of hunger hit him. Lu Chuan clutched his growling stomach, feeling a bit helpless. Since crossing over, his appetite had increased significantly. He recalled the Japanese rice porridge and rice bowl he had shared with Hu Fifan at lunch. Despite the lack of protein, he had devoured 2 large plates. Now, just over an hour later, he was hungry again. With a rumbling stomach, Lu Chuan stared at the bizarre beast images in the book, finding them oddly appetizing. Just as this absurd thought was about to spiral out of control, his phone rang, interrupting his daydream. Lu Chuan picked up his phone and saw messages from the Class 8, Grade 11 group chat. The chat was buzzing, with over 99 unread messages. He quickly skimmed through the chat history. "Hu Fifan, I have a secret to share. Today, Lu Chuan and I went to the library to test our spiritual power. Guess what my buddy Lu Chuan's power level is? Wang Yin. How much? Tell us." Class Representative Yuan Menghan. "I remember Lu Chuan's test result at school last week was 201. Could the school's readings be that off? Is his actual power 211? Or judging by your surprise, has he reached 220 after a week of cultivation?" Yang Zihao. "Wow, 220. That should put him in the top 10 of our class." Wang Jiwu. "Impressive. Lu Chuan has made great progress." Zhang Mingdai. "As expected from the most handsome guy in our class, he's catching up fast." Chen Ming. "Yeah, look at Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan, always slouching in the back row, never seeming to put in much effort. Yet their power levels are so high. It's infuriating." Hu Fifan. "Haha, you're all wrong. It's higher than 220. It's 239. The group chat exploded with a flurry of exclamations and words of envy. Some exclaimed that this power level was second only to Zhao Yu's 253 and the class monitor's 250, while others speculated if Lu Chuan had taken some special elixir. Soon, the chat was filled with calls for Lu Chuan to send red envelopes in celebration. Lu Chuan looked at his wallet, which had a meager balance of 0.37 yuan, and couldn't help but smile wryly. It wasn't that he was stingy. He was genuinely broke. In fact, Lu Chuan had always been generous. He recalled his habit from his previous life of never hesitating to bookmark authors' books, leaving reviews, 5-star ratings, and even gifting and sharing them with friends. He believed that readers as handsome as him, or even more so, must share his noble character. The class group chat gradually veered away from discussing Lu Chuan, shifting to other topics. However, whenever someone mentioned the application for the cultivation class and the vocational class, the conversation would quickly be diverted, which was quite peculiar. Finding the chat uninteresting, Lu Chuan pulled a textbook from the shelf and began to study intently. To his surprise, his study efficiency this afternoon seemed even higher than the previous night. The frameworks of knowledge and the difficult to remember points seemed to imprint themselves effortlessly in his mind. This focused state made him feel exhilarated. Leveraging his ability to summarize and analyze from his past life's exam-oriented education, along with a strong desire to absorb knowledge about this world, Lu Chuan quickly became immersed in his studies. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was past 6 in the evening. Suddenly, he heard the sound of keys turning at the door. "Xiao Chuan, come out and peel the shrimp. It's time to eat." His mother, Song Huiqin, called out, interrupting his thoughts. "Coming." Lu Chuan stretched and replied in a drawn-out voice as he jogged out to help. "I'm starving." Finally, it's time to eat. Peeling shrimp actually involved using scissors and toothpicks to remove the shrimp veins. The large shrimp they had been eating recently were quite big, with only a few per pound, so the workload wasn't heavy. Asking Lu Chuan to help was more about having a chat with him. Lu Chuan carefully examined the large shrimp in his hand. Its claws were brightly colored, the meat was plump, and it was rich in protein. He couldn't help but swallow, thinking that the shrimp looked almost identical to the ones he saw last night, except without the fluorescent glow. "Xiao Chuan, where did you go today?" Song Huiqin asked. "I went to the central library to measure my spiritual power in the morning and studied at home in the afternoon," Lu Chuan answered truthfully. Song Huiqin gave him a skeptical look. "You studied or played on your phone?" "Of course I studied." Lu Chuan immediately defended himself, thinking that he couldn't be wrongly accused after a full day of actual studying. "All right, I'll take your word for it." Song Huiqin began to nag. "The class placement exams are coming up soon, so you need to put in more effort. Cultivation University is tough, and I don't want you to be far away, but getting into the cultivation class would give you better resources than the vocational class. In this society, everything depends on spiritual power levels. Advanced chi practitioners have more job opportunities than intermediate ones. Your dad didn't get into the cultivation class during his sophomore year, so he didn't have enough resources, and his spiritual power got stuck at the intermediate level. That's why he's stuck working for others and can't get promoted. Understand?" Got it, got it," Lu Chuan replied dutifully, listening to this new yet familiar lecture. You didn't brush me off today, so you must be feeling the pressure." Song Huiqi nodded. "By the way, what was your spiritual power measurement today?" 239. Lu Chuan answered quickly. Song Huiqin's hand froze, hovering over the last shrimp for a few seconds before she snapped out of it and removed the last shrimp vein. "You can go play now. We'll eat when your dad gets home." "Okay," Lu Chuan replied. Half an hour later, his father, Lu Zhonghua, arrived home on time. By then, the shrimp were ready, and the starving Lu Chuan and Song Huiqin were sitting at the dining table, chatting and playing on their phones while waiting. "Dad, you're back," Lu Chuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his father, eager to finally start dinner. But just then, Song Huiqin stood up and pulled Lu Zhonghua aside. "Come here for a moment," she said, leading him away. Holding his chopsticks and eyeing the shrimp, Lu Chuan's mind was filled with thoughts of food, but he quickly sensed something was off. He quietly got up and sneaked to his parents' bedroom door to eavesdrop. 239? Lu Zhonghua's voice came through. "When I was in school, 239 was the top score in the class." Song Huiqin replied. "With this score, getting into the cultivation class in a month shouldn't be a problem. Much better than I did back then," Lu Zhonghua remarked with emotion. "Well, you didn't have money for supplements back then, otherwise you could have gotten into the cultivation class too." Song Huiqin comforted him. 239, 239. Lu Zhonghua muttered continuously, his brows furrowed. He recalled Xiao Chuan mentioning a spiritual power level of 201 last week, and in such a short time, it had surged by nearly 40 points. He paced around the room, the soft tapping of his slippers on the floor breaking the silence. Could it be the big shrimp from yesterday? He mused aloud. Xiao Chuan has always had a good appetite. Maybe he just has a physique that absorbs nutrients especially well. After a while, a faint click broke the silence. Lu Zhonghua lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and asked softly, "How much money do we have left?" Song Huiqin replied, "I just checked the bank account. After buying the spiritual shrimp, we should have about 35,000 left." I'll ask the department head tomorrow if there's a better supplement than the spiritual shrimp, Lu Zhongwa said. As long as there's any chance our child can get into a top academy, we as parents must fully support him. We can't let him miss this opportunity. All right, Song Huiqin nodded in agreement. Let's go out to eat. Don't let the child know, so we don't add to his stress. Hearing his parents' footsteps, Lu Chuan quickly ran to the dining table, pretending to stretch nonchalantly. As night fell, Lu Chuan finished studying various cultivation materials and lay on his bed, feeling anxious. He was about 80% sure that the ancient book was his golden finger, but he still had some doubts. What if I don't have a golden finger and just have slightly better absorption abilities? He pondered. That should be enough for the cultivation class, but I want to get into a top academy. Thinking about his parents sacrificing everything for him made Lu Chuan even more anxious. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his eyes wide open until 1 a.m. Suddenly, he sensed something strange in the atmosphere around him. Lu Chuan sat up abruptly and tentatively said, "Ancient book, come out?" As soon as he spoke, his consciousness felt like it was hurtling through the stars, eventually arriving in that mysterious space. He heard rustling sounds below and looked down to see the big shrimp glowing with a blue-green light, energetically waving their large pincers. Lu Chuan counted them carefully and was surprised to find exactly 13, the same number he had eaten for dinner. Looking up, he saw the ancient, gray-black book floating above him, exuding an aura of timelessness. "It's real! It's real!" Lu Chuan shouted excitedly. The shrimp below seemed to share his excitement, blowing bubbles and leaping towards the ancient book. However, the next moment, Lu Chuan panicked. He felt himself being lifted by the shrimp, rushing towards the ancient book with them. "What are you doing? Put me down!" he screamed in terror. "Why are you taking me with you? You ungrateful shrimp! I helped you move on, and this is how you repay me? Help!" 13 large shrimp, like a well-trained squad, launched a peculiar attack on Lu Chuan. Some grabbed his sleeves, others clung to his pant legs, and even 2 daring ones pulled at his hair. They seemed to treat Lu Chuan as a mount, crying out as they surged toward the ancient book ahead. "Damn it!" Lu Chuan fumed. "Tomorrow, I'm going to eat you all raw, and I'll add a pound of mustard," he shouted at the top of his lungs, flailing his arms and kicking his legs in a desperate attempt to shake off these unwelcome guests. But all his efforts were in vain. Just when Lu Chuan thought he was about to be dragged away by this band of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the shrimp suddenly stopped. Lu Chuan was stunned, not understanding what they were up to. At that moment, the largest shrimp floated up from Lu Chuan's chest. It swam a short distance forward, pointed its large claw at the ancient book, then turned to stare at Lu Chuan with its tiny eyes. The other 12 shrimp followed suit, waving their claws as if in agreement. Lu Chuan suddenly understood. "You want me to open it? Fine, but let me go first." As soon as he finished speaking, all the shrimp released their grip simultaneously, causing Lu Chuan to fall heavily to the ground. "Ow! Be gentle," he cursed under his breath. But he still endured the pain and slowly walked towards the ancient book. This time, Lu Chuan had ample time to examine the mysterious ancient book closely. It was dark gray and seemed especially hazy in this dim space. Without careful observation, it could easily be overlooked. The book floated about a meter above the ground, shaped like a horizontal rectangle, as if multiple scrolls had been bound together. Lu Chuan gripped the heavy cover with both hands and opened it forcefully from right to left. The first page revealed the same scene he had seen yesterday. Most areas were shrouded in a misty force, with only the center clearly visible, where there was a claw of a mythical beast. Suddenly, the shrimp behind him became restless again. They waved their claws and cried out as they rushed past Lu Chuan. As they approached the first page, they transformed into faint blue mist, just like the day before, and merged into the scroll. Immediately, the area around the claw began to flicker and emit a whooshing sound. Then, the misty force around the claw trembled slightly before dissipating entirely, revealing a more complete image below. Lu Chuan's eyes filled with excitement. This time, what appeared before him was an entire forearm, thick and powerful. The muscles were layered and knotted, exuding a sense of immense strength just by looking at them. The arm's aura seemed even more imposing than the mythical beast's image he had seen before. However, just as Lu Chuan began to say, "This arm looks more imposing than the beast's image in the book," he suddenly felt all his strength draining away. By the time he finished the last 2 words, his consciousness had already begun to blur, and he passed out. The next morning, Lu Chuan half sat on his bed, scratching his messy hair and mumbling, "Why do I always pass out so inexplicably?" Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly remembered something and instantly became alert. He quickly got dressed, jumped out of bed, hurriedly washed up, and dashed out the door. "Xiao Chuan, you haven't eaten yet," his mother, Song Huiqin, called from behind. "Ah." Lu Chuan, already halfway out the door, shouted back, turned around, grabbed 2 cartons of milk and 8 buns from the table, stuffed them into his backpack, and then rushed downstairs without looking back, heading to school. Today was Sunday, his weekly meditation session. According to the cultivation education law enacted by the Huaxia Alliance, high school students must meditate for 10 hours every week. Any high school that violates this rule will see its principal face severe penalties. In fact, even if someone wanted to break this rule, it would be impossible. All high school cultivation takes place under the Huaxia Alliance's Four Corners Gathering Spirit Array, which is highly dependent on this formation. Even if students wanted to meditate beyond the allotted time, the local formations would detect and isolate them. Without the protection of the formation, the efficiency of meditation would be extremely low, making any extra hours of cultivation counterproductive. This effectively eliminates the possibility of studaholics from previous lifetimes. To make the most of the 10-hour cultivation time, every high school dedicated to immortal cultivation puts in a lot of effort. From their first year, students are strictly prohibited from meditating at home and must use the specialized cultivation rooms that the school has invested heavily in. These professional cultivation rooms are the most efficient, while meditating at home would just waste precious time and yield minimal results. Lu Chuan hurried to Mai City First High School, eager to see if more of the ancient book's first page had been restored and if his spiritual power had increased. It was only 8 a.m., but the classroom was already filled with students getting ready for the 9 a.m. meditation session. Lu Chuan, you're early today. Yeah, Lu Chuan. Don't you and Hu Fifin usually come around 8:50? Where's Hu Fifin? As soon as he walked in, several classmates greeted him warmly, both familiar faces and those he didn't know well. Lu Chuan was slightly surprised but quickly understood. They were probably curious about the secret behind his sudden spike in spiritual power, or maybe they thought he had become even more handsome and powerful and had fallen for him. After all, for someone as good-looking as him, being admired from time to time was quite normal. After submitting his spiritual power report printed from the library, Lu Chuan returned to his seat, naturally took out some buns from his bag, and began to devour them. He noticed that apart from the afternoons when he had shrimp, he seemed to be constantly hungry these days. At that moment, a short-haired, round-head boy walked up from the front row and pulled Hu Fifin's chair to sit down. Seeing Lu Chuan wolfing down the buns, he paused for a moment before asking, Lu Chuan, Hu Fifin told me you scored 239 in yesterday's spiritual power test. Is that true? Yeah. Lu Chuan mumbled through a mouthful of bun. That jerk Hu Fifin had probably told the whole world by now, so there was no point in being secretive. The boy was Zhang Wubin, who used to play games with Lu Chuan and Hu Fifin frequently, so they were quite close and spoke candidly with each other. Impressive. Your last test was 201, and now you've jumped up by 38 points, Zhang Wubin complimented while watching Lu Chuan eat with great appetite, secretly swallowing his own saliva. If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Chuan quickly stuffed a 7th bun into his mouth and grabbed the last one to claim it. He signaled Zhang Wubin to get to the point. He didn't believe this guy came over just to compliment him. Hee. Zhang Wubin scratched his head awkwardly. I just wanted to ask, with your current spiritual power, are you planning to enroll in the Immortal Cultivation class or the professional class? Lu Chuan was about to say that the answer was obvious, but then he noticed Hu Fifin rushing into the classroom. He immediately took out his water bottle, swallowed the bun in his mouth, and loudly declared, Enroll in the Immortal Cultivation class? No way. I've already agreed with Hu Fifin that we're going to join the professional class. Almost instantly, Hu Fifin froze, stopping just a meter away from Lu Chuan. At that moment, he remembered his father's words from the previous night. If he enrolled in the Immortal Cultivation class, he would get the latest phone. If he didn't, he would get a new belt. Hu Fifin's expression became extremely complicated. Is everyone here? Suddenly, the figure of the substitute homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, appeared at the classroom door. The previously lively atmosphere in the classroom froze instantly. Zhang Wubin and a few others, who had been standing and chatting, darted back to their seats like startled rabbits. Hu Fifin reluctantly moved to sit next to Lu Chuan. Mr. Liu scanned the neatly seated students with a slight smile on his face. I saw Hu Fifin running to the office, so I figured everyone must be here. And indeed you are. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in good-natured laughter. Hu Fifin, often the subject of the teacher's jokes, lowered his head, his ears turning slightly red. As the laughter died down, all eyes turned to the stack of forms in Mr. Liu's hands. Noticing their reaction, Mr. Liu began, Last Friday, I mentioned the Immortal Cultivation class and the career class. I trust you've all discussed this with your parents over the weekend. These are the class preference forms. Fill them out before meditation starts. Yuan Minghan, please distribute them. The class representative, Yuan Minghan, stood up to take the forms and began handing them out. Mr. Liu continued, Zhao Yu Lu Yin, Su Qianqian, Wang Han, Lu Chuan. The 6 of you, come to the office with me. This statement struck the classroom like a bolt of lightning, drawing everyone's attention to the 6 students, especially Lu Chuan. The first 5 were consistently the top in spiritual power in the class, so their being called to the office was no surprise. But Lu Chuan's inclusion shocked everyone. It was clear his spiritual power had also reached the level for special cultivation. Feeling the envious gazes of their classmates, Lu Chuan followed the other 5 to the office with a neutral expression. Mr. Lu gestured for them to sit down. The other teachers aren't here, so just use their chairs. The 6 students cautiously sat in the teachers' seats, looking both shy and secretly pleased. Mr. Lu got straight to the point. Last night, I called each of your parents. They all agreed for you to apply for the Immortal Cultivation class. The students listened quietly without interrupting. Mr. Lu's gaze fell on Wang Han. I don't know if you were serious last Friday when you said you were applying for the career class, but I need to clarify a few things to prevent any immature decisions. Wang Han blushed slightly and murmured, Teacher, I was just joking with my classmates. I'm definitely applying for the Immortal Cultivation class. Good. Mr. Lu nodded. Then I won't go over the significance of the Immortal Cultivation and career classes again. Your spiritual power levels are among the highest in our class, so getting into the Immortal Cultivation class shouldn't be an issue. The reason I called you here is to discuss the preparations you need to make during the 30-day bonus period. At the mention of the bonus period, the 6 students perked up, listening intently. Mr. Lu continued, before a cultivator's spiritual power reaches 300, during the initial qi refining stage, they can't use spirit-infused food for extended periods. Overuse can disrupt their foundational training and be counterproductive. According to research by the Huaxiao Alliance's experts, during the initial qi refining stage, you can consume spirit-infused food for a maximum of 30 consecutive days. Beyond that, it has adverse effects. So, these 30 days are known as the bonus period. Mr. Lu paused to ensure everyone understood the concept, then went on, we're now in the second semester of our second year. In 28 days, we'll have the class placement exam. Essentially, in 28 days, you'll be third-year students. For those aiming for the Immortal Cultivation University, the bonus period during the initial qi refining stage is when you should start preparing intensively for the college entrance exams. When Mr. Lu made this point, Lu Chuan keenly observed a change in the expressions of Zhao Yu and the class monitor, Lu Yin. Mr. Lu continued, you should be aware that the exam schedules for the Cultivation University and the vocational undergraduate programs are different. After the placement test, students in the cultivation class will have a 10-day break. Once the break is over, the entrance exam for Cultivation University will begin in about 50 to 70 days. Including the 28 days before the placement test, you have at most 3 months to prepare. Mr. Lu's tone was serious and solemn as he looked around at the students before him. This is the mindset you need to adopt. Getting into the cultivation class should not be your goal. Your aim should be to get into Cultivation University. He then turned to more practical advice. As for material preparations, accumulating spiritual power during the bonus period is fundamental to your cultivation. It's very important. So, talk to your parents when you get home and, if possible, aside from your daily spiritual meals, try to get at least 1 condensation pill. To get into Cultivation University, you need to lay this kind of foundation during the bonus period. Do you all understand? The students responded in unison. Yes, we understand. Mr. Lu nodded and said, good. Zhao Yu and the class monitor, please stay. The rest of you may leave and prepare for your meditation session. The students got up and left. Lu Chuan was puzzled, unsure why he was called to the office. He quickly followed the others to the classroom to gather his things and then headed to the training room. Unlike in the past, the most luxurious building at Mui's City Cultivation High School was the training room. It resembled a grand hall with a high, transparent dome, built with beautiful marble, covering an area the size of half a football field. The main space of the training room was arranged with over 200 white meditation mats, neatly organized. At this moment, more than 200 students from 4 classes were already seated cross-legged on the mats, creating a rather impressive sight from above. Lu Chuan's class, Grade 2, Class 8, was located at the bottom. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Wubin on his left and Hu Fifan on his right started whispering. Hu Fifan asked, why haven't Zhao Yu and Lu Yin arrived yet? The formation will activate in 5 minutes. They shouldn't be late. Zhang Wubin chuckled. They were held back by the teacher for a private conversation benefits of being top students. Weren't the 6 of you together just now? Did the teacher let you forego and keep those 2? Hu Fifan leaned forward to make eye contact with Zhang Wubin. Those 2 are on a different level than us. Zhang Wubin sighed. Last week, their spiritual power values already exceeded 270. After eating spiritual meals this week, they'll probably see another spike and soon break through to mid-level Qi practitioners. With such spiritual power values, they have a real shot at getting into Cultivation University. The teacher must have kept them to give them some specific advice. Lu Chuan was puzzled. Didn't Mr. Lu already give us instructions? Zhang Wubin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. When Mr. Lu said to aim for Cultivation University, he wasn't really talking to us. He was just encouraging us. The only ones in our class who have a real chance are Zhao Yu and Lu Yin. As for the rest, Su Qianqian and Wang Han, the two girls, had spiritual power values of 251 and 250 last week. After their spiritual meals, they might exceed 260, but their chances are slim. As for the two of us, even though we're ranked 5th and 6th, I'm at 240 and you're at 239. We're not on the same level as the top ones. We were just there to make up the numbers. Lu Chuan was taken aback. Is it really that harsh? Zhang Wubin didn't answer but nodded his chin forward. Look, here they come. Lu Chuan turned to see Zhao Yu and Lu Yin walking in with smiles, taking their seats on the mats in the front row. At that moment, the class representative, Yuan Minghan, loudly reminded everyone, it's 8:59. The formation is about to activate. Everyone, get ready. The class representatives from the other three classes also reminded their classmates. Immediately, the large training room fell silent, and all the students sat cross-legged on their mats, their expressions solemn. Suddenly, a humming sound echoed from the dome above the training room. Numerous blue lights began converging from the walls towards the dome. Eventually, the dome collected the blue lights, trembled slightly, and then emitted over 200 faint blue beams, enveloping the mats and the students seated on them. At the same time, a voice resonated throughout the training room. The Four Directions Spiritual Gathering Array, Yuanwu Prefecture, Pingyuan City Division, Mui's City Cultivation High School Subarray activated. Activation time is from 9 a.m. to 7:10 p.m., with a duration of 10 hours and 10 minutes. Students, please manage your cultivation time wisely. A bluish light enveloped every student sitting on the meditation mats, and Lu Chuan was no exception. Feeling a bit dazed, he reached out in front of him, sensing the light, as thin as mist, swirl with the movement of his hand. Stop playing around, Lu Chuan. Zhang Wubin whispered from beside him. Pay attention to the increase in your spiritual power. The growth in spiritual power from consuming spiritual food and meditating during the bonus period is crucial data. Lu Chuan turned to look around and noticed that his classmates had not yet started meditating. He asked, what's a normal daily increase in spiritual power during the bonus period? Zhang Wubin explained, you gained 38 spiritual power points from your first intake of spiritual food, which shows your absorption capacity is higher than average. From now on, you might reach 1.5 points a day, maybe even 2 points. If you can hit 2 points, that would be impressive. With 28 days of spiritual food intake and meditation, you might break through to the intermediate level of qi cultivation before the class division exams, just like Zhao Yu and the others. Seeing his classmates begin to meditate, Zhang Wubin quickly added, no more talking. Make sure to compare today's spiritual power with what you had in the library yesterday. He then closed his eyes, adjusted his posture, and began meditating. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the mat, calmed his mind, and started to feel the power of the surrounding blue mist. Recalling the information he had reviewed over the past few days, he knew that the formation on the mat would display his current spiritual power at the start of meditation. By comparing it with the 239 points he had yesterday in the library, he could calculate the daily increase during the bonus period. How much will it increase? Lu Chuan wondered with anticipation. If he could gain 2 points daily, he might break through to the intermediate level of qi cultivation before the class division exams, reaching the level of top students like Zhao Yu and Lu Yin. With his eyes tightly closed, Lu Chuan quietly felt the surrounding mist. Soon, his consciousness entered a state of clarity. The light, sounds, smells, and sensations of the outside world became extremely vivid and then suddenly vanished. A faint voice from the formation echoed in his mind. Spiritual power, 255. Meanwhile, in an office outside the training room, 4 teachers were grading papers and monitoring the formation screens. These were the homeroom teachers of classes 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the second year, responsible for overseeing the meditating students. Zhang Ning, a young male teacher with transparent glasses, chuckled. Not bad. It's only been 5 minutes, and students from every class have already entered a meditative state. Another male teacher with thick black hair and a slight belly agreed. Yes, Zhang Ning, your student Li Yi almost entered meditation as soon as she closed her eyes. No wonder, coming from a family of cultivators. Curious Lu, the acting homeroom teacher of Lu Chuan's class, asked, is this Li Yi? I didn't see her last week. The teacher with the belly explained. Yes, Lu? You weren't the homeroom teacher of class 8 before, so you wouldn't know. Li Yi wasn't here last week because her father had a cultivator friend assist her in meditation. Assist in meditation? Lu asked, puzzled. How can assisted meditation be more effective than the school's training room? My city's #1 high school is one of the best cultivation high schools, supported by the Four Directions Gathering Spirit Array. Zhang Ning explained. Lu, this assisted meditation also takes place within a subarray of the Four Directions Gathering Spirit Array. The difference is that instead of meditating with classmates, the students are all from cultivator families. I see. Lu nodded in understanding. It's an opportunity for them to communicate? Exactly. Zhang Ning confirmed with a smile. Ms. Lu's face showed a look of envy as she sincerely remarked, I really envy teacher Zhang Ning for having such an outstanding student like Li Yi. This is truly the kind of talent that Cultivation University looks for. Zhang Ning waved her hand, skillfully changing the subject. Your students Zhao Yu and Lu Yin are also quite impressive. I saw in the formation monitoring that they entered a meditative state within seconds. She paused, then added, oh, and there's also Lu Chuan. Ms. Lu was about to mention that Zhao Yu and Lu Yin still had some way to go compared to Li Yi, but Zhang Ning's last comment interrupted her. She asked in surprise, Lu Chuan? He can also enter meditation in seconds? She scrutinized Lu Chuan and sighed. It seems this child has a talent for meditation too. What a pity. The other teachers curiously asked, why is it a pity? Ms. Lu explained. Besides his talent for meditation, this child is also very good at absorbing spiritual food. The first time he took spiritual food, his spiritual power increased by nearly 40 points. But unfortunately, his initial spiritual power was too low, only around 200. Upon hearing this, the other teachers also showed looks of disappointment. They all lamented that this spiritual power level was still quite far from what is needed to have a real chance at Cultivation University, feeling sorry for Lu Chuan's talent. Zhang Ning smiled and comforted Ms. Lu. Actually, for your first time as a homeroom teacher, nurturing outstanding students like Zhao Yu and Lu Yin is already quite an achievement. Ms. Lu quickly clarified, Teacher Zhang Ning, I've only been the acting homeroom teacher for 2 weeks. The credit for Zhao Yu and Lu Yan's training goes to Teacher Hu Yan. Zhang Ning laughed. Teacher Hu Yan is about to stop being a homeroom teacher. From now on, you'll be the homeroom teacher of Class 8. After the class reassignments, Class 8's performance will be your teaching performance. Ms. Lu asked in surprise. Does this mean Teacher Hu Yan has made a breakthrough? Zhang Ning gave a mysterious smile. If nothing unexpected happens, yes. Ms. Lu was genuinely happy for Hu Yan. That's wonderful. All these years of effort have finally paid off. In the office, the other teachers also felt deeply moved. Meanwhile, the training room had grown somewhat dim, with the spiritual lamps yet to be lit. It was already 7 p.m., and 10 hours of cultivation had quietly passed. Li Yi, Zhao Yu, and other top students had finished their meditation. Since they had started a few minutes earlier than the others, they naturally finished a few minutes earlier as well. To avoid disturbing their classmates, they waited silently. At this moment, Lu Chuan's meditation was also reaching its final stage. According to the usual practice, the auxiliary formation would assist in detecting the spiritual power level at the end of the session. The indistinct voice from the formation once again echoed in his mind, spiritual power level. Lu Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of surprise, because his spiritual power level was, dear readers, his spiritual power level was just enough to give a 5-star rating to the author who isn't as handsome as they are. Finally, the meditation session in the training room came to an end. The bright spirit lamps suddenly lit up, and the blue formation power on the high dome slowly retracted. The students stood up one by one, packing their things to head home. Hu Fifin's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Class 5, where a slender girl with a flowing ponytail was smiling and saying goodbye to her friends. She then picked up her simple yet stylish backpack and left. Hu Fifin sighed softly, withdrew his gaze, and silently shouldered his own backpack, ready to call Lu Chuan to go home. However, as he turned around, a startled cry escaped his lips. Chuanga, what are you doing? He saw Lu Chuan still sitting on his mat, eyes gleaming, staring straight at him, even swallowing hard. Hu Fifin looked horrified, clutching his chest and backing away. Bro, I'm not into that. Lu Chuan, not bothered to play along, directly pointed at Hu Fifin's backpack. Do you have chocolate in there? Hu Fifin blinked in surprise. How did you know? Lu Chuan had already extended his hand. Seeing this, Hu Fifin generously took out a large piece of chocolate from his backpack and handed it over. Just one big piece. Here, you can have it all. Lu Chuan quickly took it, unwrapped it, and took a big bite. The smooth, flawless surface of the chocolate glistened enticingly under the light. One bite, and the rich, creamy taste nearly made Lu Chuan hum in satisfaction. Suddenly, a clear sound of someone swallowing came from beside him. Lu Chuan opened his eyes to find it was Hu Fifin and Zhang Wubin. He immediately covered the chocolate and took 2 steps back. What do you guys want? Nothing. Just watching you eat it so deliciously. Zhang Wubin scratched his head and swallowed again. Lu Chuan tentatively extended the remaining half of the chocolate. Do you guys want some? Zhang Wubin and Hu Fifin looked at the bite marks on the chocolate and said in unison, No, no, no. All right then. Lu Chuan tossed the remaining half into his mouth and mumbled. It's not that I'm stingy, you guys just didn't want it. Zhang Wubin and Hu Fifin watched Lu Chuan in silence, unconsciously swallowing again. For some reason, watching Lu Chuan eat was incredibly appetizing, and just seeing him eat a piece of chocolate made them feel hungry. After leaving the training room, Hu Fifin and Zhang Wubin greeted classmates from other classes along the way, inquiring about their spirit power levels after meditation. Initially, they asked in detail, but it soon simplified to just stating numbers, and eventually, a mere glance and a smile conveyed their understanding. Hee hee. Zhang Wubin chuckled proudly. Most gained 2 points, but some gained 3 points. Because I did, haha. My dad often teaches me how to meditate, so I have a slight advantage in this area. Hu Fifan looked envious. There are 4 weeks until the class placement exam, and 4 meditation sessions. If you gain a little more each time, that's a 4-point advantage. Zhang Wubin became even more smug. Hee hee, Hu Fifan, as long as you work hard, you can make up for a 4-point difference in spirit power in other areas. Then he turned to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, what's your spirit power level? I've asked you several times. Why won't you say? Even though my daily increase during the bonus period is 2 points and 3 points per meditation may seem scary, we're all friends. You don't need to be embarrassed. Why aren't you saying anything? Listening to Zhang Wubin's bragging, Lu Chuan looked up at the sky, thinking about his spirit power level of 255 before meditation and 273 after, falling into deep thought. What kind of monster am I? At 9:30 p.m., Lu Chuan sat at his desk in his bedroom, staring seriously at a piece of paper. On it, he had meticulously recorded his diet for the past 3 days. Friday, breakfast 3 buns, 1 egg, 1 milk. Lunch school cafeteria tomato and egg rice. Dinner 10 spirit shrimp, some vegetables, 1 bowl of rice. Saturday, breakfast 4 buns, 2 milk. Lunch 2 servings of rice porridge. Dinner 13 spirit shrimp, some vegetables, 2 bowls of rice. Sunday, breakfast 8 buns, 2 milk. Lunch skipped. Dinner 200 g of chocolate from Hu Fifan, 17 spirit shrimp, half a plate of tomato and egg stir fry, a full plate of shredded potatoes, 3 bowls of rice. He wrote at the bottom of the paper. Clearly, my appetite is increasing day by day. He then took out another piece of paper and recorded his spirit power changes over the 3 days. 201, 239, 273. Is my appetite growing along with my spirit power? He drew a big question mark on the paper. Lu Chuan stood up and threw himself heavily onto the bed. He was indeed a bit panicked. He could confirm that his rapid increase in spirit power was definitely due to the ancient book in his mind. With a spirit power level of 273, he had undoubtedly surpassed Wang Han and Su Qianqian in his class, leaving only Zhao Yu and Lu Yin ahead of him. But at his current rate of 16 points per day, he would surpass Zhao Yu and Lu Yin in just 3 or 4 days. Lu Chuan never imagined that coming to the cultivation era of 2022, he would be worrying about food. With this thought, Lu Chuan decided to stop reading and simply turned off the lights to sleep. Since everything was because of the ancient book, he would go and explore it further. The next day, Monday, Lu Chuan struggled to get out of bed, his hair disheveled and his face full of frustration. Last night, he had once again entered that mysterious ancient book space, but the result was still disappointing. As usual, when the giant shrimp beneath his feet transformed into a faint blue mist and rushed into the ancient book, causing the image on the first page to start restoring, he lost consciousness once more. This was the 3rd time now. Each time at the critical moment, he couldn't hold on. Just as Lu Chuan was brooding over his failure, a sudden wave of intense hunger hit him. He clutched his stomach, his face pale, nearly unable to stand from the hunger. Meanwhile, outside a high-end residential area in Mui City, Hu Yanbai was busy taking a call. Walking towards the gated entrance, he smiled and explained, "Teacher Lu, I apologize. I was in seclusion for a breakthrough the past few days and missed your calls." "Yes, the breakthrough was successful. Thank you. I'm at Danyun residence now. It's the house assigned to me by the government." After hanging up, Hu Yanbai handed a card to the tall security guard at the gate. Upon seeing the card, the guard's face lit up with fervent respect, and he greeted Hu Yanbai reverently, "Honored cultivator resident. Please come in." Hu Yanbai thanked him politely and walked into the community at a leisurely pace. The guard watched his back for a long time, filled with admiration. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was actually a Foundation establishment cultivator, surpassing high-level chi refiners. Hu Yanbai arrived at his 3-story standalone villa, a contented smile on his face. Years of persistence had finally paid off. His family now had a big house, his wife had a place to dress, his daughter had her own room, and he had a separate training room. Just as he was basking in his joy, his phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Hu Yanbai immediately straightened up and answered, "Hello, Teacher Lu. The inspection is this week? Friday afternoon? And you need the students' feedback? All right, I'll be at home waiting for you." Time quickly flew to Friday afternoon, during the last class for Class 8 of the 2nd year at Mui Hai Shulan introductory class on the principles of flora. The teacher was explaining the medicinal properties of key plants, and the students were listening intently, preparing for the placement exams in 23 days. Suddenly, Hu Fifan noticed that Lu Chuan beside him seemed distracted. He gently nudged Lu Chuan and whispered, "Bro Chuan, the teacher is talking about the single-leaf herb on page 92, not the demon beast illustrations on page 9. Lu Chuan turned his head, giving Hu Fifan a hollow and weak look, then continued staring at the demon beast illustrations on page 9, murmuring, "I like it." Hu Fifan sighed. "But you've been staring at it for 35 minutes already." He felt that something was very off with Lu Chuan today, but didn't know what to do about it. In the morning's history class on the evolution of culinary habits, Lu Chuan was completely engrossed in the pictures of food in his textbook, staring at them as if he wanted to engrave each dish into his memory. This was nothing compared to his behavior in the previous basic formation class, where the teacher explained a formation that could quickly quarantine thousands of cattle on a ranch. The textbook had an illustration of a cow, and Lu Chuan stared at it the whole time, not once looking away. Hu Fifan, sitting next to Lu Chuan, couldn't help but glance at him a few times. He noticed that Lu Chuan's eyes seemed to be glowing green while looking at these images, the same look he had when he begged for chocolate last week. Hu Fifan shook his head vigorously, muttering to himself, "No way, who would drool over a cow?" As the bell rang, the basic botany teacher had just left the classroom when Ms. Lu hurried in wearing high heels. She quickly called out a few names: Zhao Yu, Lu Yin, Wang Han, Zhang Wubin, Lu Chuan, oh, and Hu Fifan. "Don't leave after class. Come with me to visit Mr. Hu Yin. I've already called your families." With that, she swiftly left the room. The classroom buzzed with chatter as students speculated about the announcement. Hu Fifan turned to Zhang Wubin in the row ahead and asked, "Zhang Wubin, do you know why we're supposed to go?" Zhang Wubin shook his head. "I'm not sure either. I heard that Mr. Hu Yin has reached the foundation establishment stage and will no longer be our homeroom teacher. We're probably going to say goodbye." Mr. Hu Yin advanced. Hu Fifan's eyes lit up with admiration. "That's impressive." He then nudged Lu Chuan beside him. "Hey, did you hear that?" Mr. Hu Yin broke through to foundation establishment. However, Lu Chuan wore a troubled expression and asked, "It's already 5:30 p.m. If we go to see Mr. Hu Yin, it will take some time. What about our dinner?" Hu Fifan was taken aback, having not considered dinner. He hesitated and said, "Maybe we'll eat at Mr. Hu Yin's place?" Lu Chuan pressed, "What will we eat?" Hu Fifan guessed, "Mr. Hu Yin knows we're in a growth phase and need nourishment. He'll probably treat us to something good." "Exactly." Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." "Hey, you." Hu Fifan looked at Lu Chuan with a puzzled expression. Realizing his overenthusiasm, Lu Chuan cleared his throat and sat up straight. I just miss Mr. Hu Yin so much that I got a bit anxious." "Oh, I see." Hu Fifan nodded, half believingly. On the surface, Lu Chuan maintained a serious demeanor, but inside, he was struggling. "From Monday to Friday, it's been 5 days. 5 days. Do you know how I've been enduring these 5 days?" He screamed in his mind, unable to share his torment with anyone. 45 minutes later, a brand new luxury van slowly pulled up in front of the villa at Danyun residence. The door opened, and 6 students, including Lu Chuan, stepped out one by one under the guidance of Teacher Lu. From a distance, they could see Teacher Hu Yinbai waiting at the villa entrance, dressed as simply as ever, with his signature black-framed glasses. "Teacher Hu Yin!" They all cheered as they jumped out of the van, excitedly greeting him. Hu Yinbai's face lit up with a genuine smile as he waved them inside. "Welcome to my new home, everyone. Come in, the meal is ready." Following Hu Yinbai, the group entered the villa and arrived at a spacious living room. In the center stood a massive dining table, set with 6 large white porcelain bowls, each nearly the size of a pot. The rich aroma wafted through the air, and Lu Chuan's eyes brightened as he recognized the familiar scent of hailing shrimp. Hu Yanbai had stir-fried a large quantity of hailing shrimp, adding rare spices that made the aroma even more intense than a traditional braised dish. Judging by the size of the bowls, each contained about 3 pounds of shrimp. "Looks like we came at the right time," Lu Chuan thought to himself, relieved. Despite the table's size, the 6 students, along with Hu Yanbai and Teacher Lu, occupied only a small portion of it. Hu Yanbai warmly invited them. "Students, it's already mealtime, and you must be starving. Let's eat first, and we can chat while we dine." No sooner had he finished speaking than Hu Fifan eagerly exclaimed, "Then we won't hold back," and started devouring the food. Zhang Wubin followed suit, and Zhao Yu, Lu Yin, and Wang Han also began eating. Although famished, Lu Chuan was the last to start. He carefully picked up a large shrimp, removed its head, and placed the meat, shell and all, into his mouth. The shrimp's thin shell melted away after being stir-fried, enhancing the flavor of the succulent meat. A wave of unprecedented satisfaction washed over Lu Chuan as the delicious taste filled his mouth. He could almost feel his starved cells rejuvenating with each bite. So satisfying, Lu Chuan thought, as the hunger that had plagued him for days finally subsided. Reflecting on the past 5 days, Lu Chuan had indeed endured a tough period. From Monday to Wednesday, he had diligently kept track of his food intake, only to discover that his appetite grew by 50-60 daily, unrelated to his spiritual energy growth. By Wednesday, he had set an astonishing record. 19 buns for breakfast, 5 meal sets at the cafeteria for lunch, and 29 hailing shrimp at home in the afternoon. Faced with his parents' horrified expressions, Lu Chuan fled after finishing his second bowl of rice. On Thursday and Friday, he began restricting his meals to just a third of what he used to eat, which left him dizzy and constantly imagining everything as food. He finally understood why writers described extreme hunger as feeling capable of eating a whole cow, because at that moment, Lu Chuan truly believed he could. Slow down, don't choke, Hu Yinbai said, placing several bottles of water in front of the students. When he reached Lu Chuan, he couldn't help but remark, Lu Chuan, you're really enjoying your meal. Hearing this, the other students glanced at Lu Chuan. They paused for a moment before swallowing their shrimp and saliva hard. A unified thought crossed their minds. Is Lu Chuan's bowl more delicious than mine? Indeed, Lu Chuan's intense enjoyment and the tantalizing aroma that surrounded him made everyone wonder if his portion was somehow tastier. He picked up the prawn with his chopsticks, applied a little pressure, and the head came off effortlessly. He put the shelled prawn meat into his mouth and began to chew slowly. Despite eating it with the shell, he didn't look awkward at all. His cheeks puffed out slightly, and his expression was focused and content, as if savoring a delicacy. This scene made those around him feel the satisfaction and joy of enjoying good food. Stop staring, your own food is getting cold. Hu Yanbai's reminder broke the crowd's gaze. They snapped out of their trance, laughed to ease the awkwardness, and then concentrated on their own bowls of prawns. Before long, the 6 students finished their prawns and simultaneously looked at Hu Yanbai. Hu Fifan suddenly spoke up. Mr. Hu Yin, you said we'd chat while eating, but now we're done and you haven't said a word. This remark caused an uproar of laughter, lightening the atmosphere instantly. Once the laughter died down, Hu Yanbai asked, is everyone full? Yes, we are, they answered in unison. Hu Yanbai's gaze shifted to Lu Chuan, and the others followed suit. Lu Chuan had been eating so heartily that they worried he might not be full. Lu Chuan, a bit embarrassed, nodded and said, Mr. Hu Yin, am full too. 3 pounds of prawns, am about 80 full, but am good. Great, now that everyone's full, let's talk about something else, Hu Yanbai said with a smile. Your spiritual power level should all be above 240 by now, right? The 6 students nodded. Lu Chuan knew that Hu Yanbai's mention of 240 was to consider Hu Fifan, as the others' spiritual power levels were likely above 260. Hu Yanbai continued, I don't know the exact numbers, and I can't ask you. According to school regulations, spiritual power levels are not to be recorded after the initial bonus period, unless you volunteer the information. Lu Chuan nodded silently, recalling how the class monitor, Yuan Minghan, used to collect spiritual power data after each meditation session and submit it to the teacher. But she hadn't done it this week. Hu Yanbai then changed the topic. I want to let you know that last week, I went to Yuanwu University of Immortal Cultivation and applied for a postgraduate degree in Foundation Establishment. The students gasped, but Hu Yanbai motioned for them to quiet down. That's not the most important part. The key thing is, I learned at Yuanwu University that starting this year, they will significantly expand their admissions. The cutoff score for spiritual power will be lowered by at least 50 points. This news was like a bombshell, igniting the students' enthusiasm. They looked at Hu Yanbai with excitement, realizing their chances of getting into a top immortal university had greatly increased. Hu Yanbai glanced at his watch and said mysteriously, soon, a guest who teaches at Yuanwu University will be arriving here. He also attended my high school. Whether you can seize this opportunity is up to you. The students' eyes were full of respect and anticipation, as if Hu Yanbai had become their guide to their dream university. Hu Yanbai felt a sense of relief. Yuanwu University had strict rules regarding student evaluations. They couldn't inform students about upcoming evaluations in advance, or their qualifications would be revoked. But he worried that these young people might act recklessly and cause trouble. So, he shared news closely tied to their future, hoping they'd be more mindful. He believed this would prevent any issues. Lu Chuan discreetly asked Zhang Wubin about the previous year's spiritual power score needed for Yuanwu Immortal University. Zhang Wubin scratched his head and recalled, I think it was 798. 798? Lu Chuan almost shouted in surprise, his eyes widening. That score was incredibly high, and he couldn't help but wonder if anyone could achieve it. In his mind, Lu Chuan pictured Li Yi, the girl from Class 5 who was also the object of Hu Fifan's secret affection. Just a few days ago, rumors had spread that her spiritual power had reached 350. Time was running out. There were only 23 days left until the class placement exam, and at most 3 months after that before the Immortal University entrance exams. In other words, they had just 100 days to prepare for Yuanwu Immortal University. Lu Chuan quickly did the math. Even Li Yi would need to increase her spiritual power by 4.5 points every day just to barely reach 800 by the entrance exams, giving her a shot at Yuanwu Immortal University. The difficulty seemed insurmountable. Noticing the shocked expressions on Lu Chuan and the others' faces, Hu Yanbai smiled and explained, actually, once you're placed into the Immortal Cultivation class, your spiritual power absorption rate will increase. Of course, the teaching quality at my #1 high school is limited to this level. We have had graduates with higher spiritual power, but that was many years ago when the old principal was still here. How high did it get back then? Wang Han asked curiously. 950, Hu Yanbai replied calmly. Wow, the 6 students exclaimed in unison. The number 950 was astronomical to them. Just then, there was a knock on the villa door. Hu Yanbai's face lit up with a mysterious smile. Speak of the devil, the one who scored 950 is here. At that, all the students turned their sparkling eyes toward the villa door, filled with anticipation. Was today's visitor, the guest of teacher Hu Yan, the legendary graduate who had once studied at my #1 high school and now taught at Yuanwu Immortal University? Hu Yanbai stood up and walked to the door, opening it gently. Teacher Lu, you're here. Lu Chuan and the others followed closely, curiously peering outside. Standing there was a young man who didn't look much older than them, dressed in loose casual clothes and smiling warmly. Sorry, teacher Hu Yan. I got held up by something and arrived a bit late. He then turned to Lu Chuan and the others, smiling. Hello there, junior students. The students, unsure of how to address him, awkwardly responded with smiles. Hello, senior. Lu Chuan carefully observed the young man. He was tall and slim, with an ordinary face, neatly cut short hair, and bright eyes that gave off a lively impression. Hu Yanbai introduced him to the group. Students, this is Lu Guangyan, an alumnus who graduated from my #1 high school 5 years ago. Lu Guangyan. Lu Chuan repeated the name silently in his mind, making sure to remember it. Hello, Senior Lu. The students greeted respectfully. Lu Guangyan waved his hand with a smile. Just call me Brother Lu or Old Lu. No need to be so formal. All right then, Old Lu. Hu Fifan immediately chimed in, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Seeing the students getting along well with Lu Guangyan, Hu Yanbai felt relieved. He guided everyone to the leather sofa in the center of the living room and said cheerfully, let's sit here and chat. I invited teacher Lu today specifically to address any questions you have about your cultivation. As Lu Guangyan heard this, he couldn't help but twitch slightly. He thought to himself, this teacher Hu Yan sure knows how to play to the crowd. I'm here primarily for the investigation, but if he wants to frame it as a favor, so be it. Class monitor Lu Yan broke the brief silence. We were just talking about you, Brother Lu. Is it true that your spiritual power was 950 when you graduated? Everyone else looked expectantly at Lu Guangyan. He smiled and said, that was years ago, and it was just 950. It's not like I reached the foundation establishment stage or anything remarkable. Foundation establishment? Lu Yan was even more curious. Is it possible for someone to reach foundation establishment before the entrance exams? Lu Guangyan seemed reluctant to elaborate. Well, you'll find out when the time comes for your exams. At this point, Teacher Lu intervened with a smile. Teacher Lu, this is Lu Yan, and that's Zhao Yu. They have the highest spiritual power in our class and are likely candidates for Immortal University. They tend to be curious about these things, so they ask a lot of questions. Hu Yanbai quickly chimed in. That's right, today's students here are all outstanding. They have a great chance of getting into Immortal University. Lu Guangyan's gaze swept over Zhao Yu and Lu Yan before finally resting on Lu Chuan, who was seated to the side. His eyes revealed a hint of something inscrutable. Teacher Lu mistakenly assumed he was looking at Hu Fifan and felt a bit anxious. After all, among the 6 students present, Hu Fifan had the lowest spiritual power value, and it was shockingly low. Lu Chuan keenly noticed Lu Guangyan's gaze and felt a slight stir in his heart. Could it be that Mr. Lu could sense his spiritual power value? Lu Guangyan cleared his throat and said with a smile, since all of you are so excellent, I'll say a bit more. Actually, every year, quite a few candidates reach the quasi foundation establishment stage before the college entrance exams. Some even establish their foundation, but they don't go to local Immortal Universities. Instead, they get directly admitted to the Four Directions Immortal University, which is directly under the Huaxia Alliance. The Four Directions Immortal University? Lu Chuan couldn't help but ask, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Lu Guangyan nodded and explained, yes, the one located at the largest star. Or rather, the largest array hub of the Four Directions Spiritual Gathering Array. It's recognized as the top university in our Huaxia Alliance. Lu Chuan pursued further. Are all the admitted students quasi-foundation or already foundation-established monsters? Lu Guangyan laughed and shook his head. Not entirely. My scores back then were enough, but the teachers from Yuanwu Immortal University approached me and gave me a big red envelope. Since I accepted their money, I couldn't refuse. His words caused everyone to burst into laughter, filling the villa with a joyful atmosphere. Half an hour later, the students bid farewell to Hu Yanbai and, escorted by teacher Lu, got into the business car to go home. Sitting in the last row, Lu Chuan reflected on Lu Guangyan's words. Four Directions Immortal University. It requires at least a spiritual power value of 950 to have a chance. If he could eat enough every day, it might be possible to get in. But solving the food problem was a huge challenge. Just then, Hu Fifan suddenly turned around excitedly. Brother Chuan, I just remembered something. I wanted to tell you this morning, but forgot until just now. Lu Chuan was pulled back to reality. What is it? Hu Fifan took out his phone, his eyes sparkling. I found the owner of that claw you showed me last time. Look at this poster. Lu Chuan skeptically took the phone, his eyes scanning the screen, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The poster prominently displayed several bold characters. Beast Rendezvous. Mai City Beast Park. Upcoming exhibit Ancient Divine Beast Bloodline Foundation Establishment Peak Beast Swan Beast. What made Lu Chuan's heart race even more was that the exhibition was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, this Sunday. Goodbye, Chuan. See you, Lu Chuan. Outside the car window, the farewell voices of classmates echoed. Lu Chuan stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, watching the van carrying his classmates slowly drive away. From the front seat, Teacher Lu leaned out, wearing an apologetic smile. Sorry, Lu Chuan. This van is too big. It's my first time driving it, and it's hard to turn around in the neighborhood. You'll have to walk a bit. You're too kind, Teacher Lu. Goodbye. Lu Chuan waved to the people inside the van. Goodbye, Hu Fifan, Zhang Wubin, Wang Han, Lu Yin, Zhao Yu. As the vehicle disappeared into the distance, Lu Chuan turned and started walking home. Night had already fallen, and the streetlights cast long shadows. He thought to himself that his old neighborhood was closest to Dan Yun residence, so it made sense that he was dropped off first. The clock showed 8:30 p.m. as Lu Chuan quickened his pace, practically sprinting up the stairs. When he opened the door, the warm glow of lights and the sound of the TV greeted him. His parents were sitting on the couch watching TV, a familiar scene that filled him with warmth. Although their home was much smaller compared to a villa, the presence of his caring parents made it feel cozy. Xiao Chuan is back. Song Huiqin stood up and looked her son up and down. I was just worried about you and told your dad to go pick you up, but here you are. Nothing to worry about. Teacher Lu brought me home, Lu Chuan replied with a smile, though he couldn't understand why his mother always treated him like a child. Teacher Lu was here? Where is she? Why didn't you invite her up? Song Huiqin began to nag. Lu Chuan took his mother's arm and led her to the couch. Mom, a few of us went to see Teacher Hu Yin, and Teacher Lu was in charge of dropping us off. She still had other students to drop off, so don't worry. Sit down and watch tea. His father, Lu Zhonghua, chimed in. So, how did you feel after seeing Teacher Hu Yin today? Nothing much, Lu Chuan replied nonchalantly. You little rascal, I don't believe you. You saw Teacher Hu Yin's big villa and didn't feel a thing? Lu Zhonghua teased. Well, Lu Chuan dragged out the word. I will definitely study hard, make my own breakthrough, and maybe the government will give us a big villa too. You rascal. His father sighed, turning his attention back to the TV. Lu Chuan stared at the screen, but his mind was elsewhere. The visit to Teacher Hu Yin replayed in his head. While the camaraderie with his teacher and classmates felt familiar, there was a distinct difference he couldn't ignore. That brand new van seating 7 or 8 people, according to Hu Fifan and Zhang Wubin, was worth at least 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. It was clearly not a family car, implying that Teacher Hu Yin's family probably had a second car. Lu Chuan recalled that just 6 months ago, Teacher Hu Yin's family of 3 lived in a cramped 50-square-meter apartment, walking several kilometers to catch the school bus to save money. Now, they resided in a luxurious 3-story villa in the best part of Muxi City. Lu Chuan couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of being a foundation establishment cultivator. Teacher Hu Yin had shown through his hard work how breaking through in cultivation could elevate one's social status. He wondered how much the government had rewarded Teacher Hu Yin. 5 million yuan? 10 million? Thinking about his own situation, Lu Chuan felt a pang of sorrow. Over the past 5 days, he had noticed a pattern in his meals. When he ate more spiritual shrimp, he felt less hungry. Conversely, when the proportion of spiritual shrimp was low, his hunger was intense. He sighed inwardly, wishing he had more money. It wasn't about rising through the social ranks or bringing glory to his family. At the very least, he wouldn't have to go hungry. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow in deep thought, calculating his dietary dilemma. He figured that if he only ate spirit shrimp each day, 4 to 5 pounds would be enough to fill him up. Although this was quite a large portion, it wouldn't be overly conspicuous. The best part was that this might even stave off hunger. However, the downside was the cost eating spirit shrimp alone would set him back over 2,000 yuan each day, potentially depleting his savings. This predicament made Lu Chuan realize the importance of money more acutely than ever before. He calculated that if he had 100,000 yuan, he wouldn't have to worry about food until the college entrance exams. But 100,000 yuan was no small sum, and he couldn't think of a way to come up with that kind of money. As Lu Chuan brooded, the TV screen switched to the local news channel. On the screen, a cute-looking female reporter was reporting on the upcoming exhibition of a Peak Foundation Establishment Beast at the Muxi City Beast Park. This news had sparked widespread interest among the citizens, but the park's ticketing system had drawn considerable criticism. The camera cut to an agitated man who pulled out his phone, pointing at the fine print on a poster and complaining, "Look, ticket sales start at noon on the official website, and only 500 tickets are available. The show starts at 1. Isn't this just making things difficult for people?" The female reporter quickly took the microphone, awkwardly smiling as she said, "It seems there's a lot of dissatisfaction with the ticketing system. Now, let's connect with a staff member from the Mythology Beast Park to understand the situation better." The scene switched to the Beast Park, where a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses appeared on screen. He smiled and explained, "We understand everyone's concerns, but this exhibition of the swan beast is quite special. After discussions among the park's leadership, we decided to use this temporary ticketing method. Those who can't get tickets don't need to leave. They can visit other sections of the Beast Park. At Mythology Beast Park, we always strive to." Meanwhile, in the villa at Danyun residence, a crucial assessment was taking place. Hu Yanbai watched nervously as Lu Guangyan filled out the Foundation Establishment Part-Time Graduate Program Assessment Form for Yuanwu Shoshin University. After completing the form, Lu Guangyan put it away and smiled. "Teacher Hu Yin, my part is done. Now it's up to the university." Hu Yanbai cautiously inquired about his chances, to which Lu Guangyan tactfully responded that although he was also an alumnus of Mythology High, since Hu Yanbai wasn't his student, his ability to help was limited. After saying goodbye, Lu Guangyan got into a black sedan parked outside Danyun residence. Inside the car, a middle-aged man with a square face and round head reported to him that the swan beast had been delivered to the park and requested his assistance that evening. Lu Guangyan leaned back in the seat, smiling as he said, "Brother Lu, you're too polite. You've already paid me, so there's no need to worry about being a bother. Let's get going." In the living room of the Lu family, an advertisement for the Mythology Beast Park was playing on the TV. A staff member was passionately promoting it. As one of the 7 largest beast parks in the entire plain region, Mythology Beast Park is dedicated to everything for the visitors, and all for the visitors. Lu Zhonghua, sitting behind Lu Chuan, suddenly laughed and pointed at the TV. "Look, isn't that Xiao Kuei?" Song Huiqin took a closer look and nodded with a smile. Curious, Lu Chuan couldn't help but ask, "Which one?" Lu's father pointed at the screen and explained, "See that middle-aged man with the microphone? The one in the blue shirt with the most hair behind him, that's him. He was my high school classmate. After graduating from college, he started working at the Beast Park. It's been 20 years now." Following his father's direction, Lu Chuan soon spotted the middle-aged man in the blue-collared shirt. He looked about 40 and was busily directing the younger staff around him. "Looks like he's in charge?" Lu Chuan mused. Lu Zhonghua laughed and added, "Well, after working there for 20 years, he's probably a minor leader. He's likely one of the people in charge of this Xin Beast exhibit." Hearing this, an idea sparked in Lu Chuan's mind. He immediately flashed a fawning smile at his father. "Dad, hee." Lu Zhonghua, who had been lounging on the sofa, straightened up warily at his son's expression. "What is it?" Lu Chuan walked over and started massaging his father's leg, grinning. "Dad, why are you so tense? Isn't this Uncle Xiao Kuei the one who came over for drinks last time and got drunk singing?" Relaxing again, Lu Zhonghua leaned back on the sofa and stretched out his legs. "Didn't think you'd remember." "Yeah, that's him." "Why?" "Hee. I'm just saying, can I go to the Beast Park to see the Xin Beast?" "Oh," Lu Zhonghua drawled. Switched to the left leg. "Got it." Lu Chuan quickly shifted and continued the massage. Lu Zhonghua asked, "You want to sneak in without buying a ticket?" "Exactly," Lu Chuan said excitedly. "You really are my dad. You guessed it right away." "Cheeky," Lu's father scolded with a smile. "All right, it's late today. I'll give him a call tomorrow. It shouldn't be a problem." "Great. Thanks, Dad." Lu Chuan jumped up. "I'll go do my homework now and let you two watch TV in peace. You both should get some rest too." With that, he dashed back to his room. Lu Zhonghua looked at his left leg, now abandoned, and muttered with a complex expression, "That rascal, always using me." He then started massaging his own leg. Beside him, Song Huiqin laughed heartily at the scene. Back in his room, Lu Chuan picked up his phone and saw a message from Hu Fifan. "Chuan bro, I made it home safely," accompanied by a picture. Then, a string of messages about the Beast Park exhibition followed. "This Beast Park exhibition has been heavily promoted for 2 months. We didn't notice before, and now it's probably too late to get tickets. A Xin Beast at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage is way stronger than Teacher Hu Yin. Such power is a big deal in Mythology. Missing this would be such a pity." Lu Chuan's eye twitched as he replied, "Didn't you watch TV? The tickets for this exhibit can only be grabbed on the official website at noon on Sunday." Hu Fifan quickly responded, "No way. The exhibit starts at 1 p.m. on Sunday. Grabbing tickets at noon? The Beast Park staff must be crazy." 10 seconds later, another message popped up. "Whoa, I just checked, and it's true. Here's the plan. Chuan bro, Zhang Wu Bin and I will help you grab tickets. With 3 of us trying, the chances are better. If we get them, you can just treat us to a meal." Seeing this, Lu Chuan's lips curled into a smile. Hu Fifan knew he had been looking for this Xian beast and really wanted to help. He replied, "No worries, my dad pulled some strings. On Sunday, you can come with me, and we'll sneak into the beast park early." "Are you serious?" Hu Fifan exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Chuan and said, "I never thought you'd resort to backdoor tactics, Lu Chuan." Lu Chuan felt his eye twitch and couldn't help but retort, "That's enough, Hu Fifan." With that, he decisively turned off his phone and reached for the exercise book on the table. The countdown to the class placement exam had entered its final 23 days. Lu Chuan knew that although he had caught up in a few subjects, there were still weak areas. The prospects of getting into the cultivation class remained uncertain. Thus, apart from eating, he devoted nearly all his time to solving problems. Regarding the matter of sneaking into the beast park to see the swan beast, Lu Chuan had made up his mind the moment he saw Hu Fifan's poster in the car. The word swan beast kept echoing in his mind. The first page of that mysterious ancient book also featured a swan beast. Could there be some connection between the two? 2 months ago, when the beast park first started promoting the swan beast, Lu Chuan had coincidentally opened the ancient book, and the first page displayed a swan beast. Was this really just a coincidence? Adding to Lu Chuan's confusion was the fact that ever since he opened the book, his appetite had significantly increased. Could this strange phenomenon be related to the swan beast? Perhaps seeing the creature in person could help him solve his current eating dilemma. All these questions could only be answered by seeing the swan beast for himself. Late at night, Lu Chuan's consciousness was once again drawn into that mysterious space. The familiar ancient book floated quietly in the void before him. As usual, Lu Chuan forcefully opened the first page. Suddenly, more than 30 large shrimp, waving their sharp claws and shrieking, rushed toward him. They quickly transformed into faint green light and were absorbed by the first page. Now, the illustration on the first page clearly displayed the swan beast's 2 muscular, sinewy arms and its body covered in golden fur. As the shrimps were absorbed, the image on the page changed once more. After the vague energy dissipated, it revealed the swan beast's enormous, ape-like head. To Lu Chuan's astonishment, the head had 2 gigantic golden horns. Lu Chuan stared intently at the image, trying to see it more clearly. But just then, a deafening roar exploded in his mind, forcing him out of the mysterious space and causing him to lose consciousness again. "Damn it! Failed again," Lu Chuan muttered to himself in frustration. Meanwhile, in the middle of the night at the beast park in Muyue City, Lu Guangyan looked at the enormous beast within the formation, a doubtful expression on his face. He turned to the middle-aged man named Lu beside him and asked, "Brother Lu, didn't you say this was a Peak Foundation establishment swan beast?" The middle-aged man named Lu coughed awkwardly and explained, "Well, it's all part of the marketing. The tourists can't tell the difference between Peak and Mid-Foundation establishment. It's all the same to them." Suddenly, Lu Guangyan's eyes sparkled as he noticed the 2 short horns on the swan beast's massive head. He murmured to himself, "So, it's a swan beast with horns." Saturday was a busy yet fulfilling day for Lu Chuan. Early in the morning, he quickly sent a text message to teacher Lu, briefly explaining that he would be visiting the beast park on Sunday. Then, he called Hu Fifan, and they agreed to head to school together. Knowing he couldn't join Class 8's group meditation on Sunday due to his visit to the beast park, Lu Chuan planned ahead. To not fall behind in his training, he decided to complete his 10-hour meditation session a day earlier. The school's training room conveniently provided spare mats for students who needed to adjust their schedules. Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan found spots and joined students from classes 1 to 4 in silent meditation. By the time they finished their meditation, the sun had set, and it was past 7 p.m. This time, Lu Chuan had learned from his previous experience and had packed 2 pounds of beef jerky in his bag. He quickly took out the jerky and ate it heartily, avoiding the dizziness from hunger he had felt last time. When he got home, his mother, Song Huichin, greeted him with good news. Since the sea spirit shrimp needed to be registered and supplied daily, even though he hadn't eaten them the previous day, they had still been bought. This meant he had to finish 2 days' worth in one sitting. Seeing his mother's concerned look, Lu Chuan patted his chest and assured her, "As a good young man who upholds virtues and values, I won't let any food go to waste in our house." With that, he bravely and laboriously finished the hefty 5-pound pot of sea spirit shrimp. Finally, with a full stomach, he collapsed onto his bed, quickly drifting into a contented sleep. Meanwhile, Saturday was a frustrating day for Lu Guangyan and a middle-aged man named Lu. They had been staking out near the Beast Park's Swan and Eye exhibit since Friday night, not leaving their post for a full 24 hours, not even for a bathroom break. As night fell and the surrounding buildings of the Beast Park began to turn off their lights, the 2 men remained hidden in a concealed spot, silent. The middle-aged Lu smoked heavily, the smoke failing to mask his weary face. Lu Guangyan, on the other hand, stared intently at the surveillance footage, his expression grave. After a long silence, Lu Guangyan finally spoke up. The enemy is smarter than we thought. We've been tricked, wasting an entire day. Damn it. Lu angrily stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Those bastards. Lu Guangyan's expression turned from relaxed to grim. No one knows we're here, right? Lu rubbed his tired eyes and replied, besides the Cultivation Bureau, no one knows I'm still in Muyang. Lu Guangyan stood up, seemingly ready to leave. He analyzed, if the information wasn't leaked, then it means these cult members aren't that ambitious. Their target is likely just the visitors on that day. Lu pressed, what if the information was leaked? Lu Guangyan's tone was serious. You've already said that besides the Cultivation Bureau, no one knows you're in Muyang. There can't be a traitor within the Bureau. So, that's not possible. Lu Qichuan, we've been played. Lu Qichuan, unfazed by being called by his full name, looked ashamed. I'm sorry, Teacher Lu. I was misled by the cult's feints and made a wrong judgment. Lu Guangyan's voice turned cold. Explain your mistake to the Cultivation Bureau yourself. I'm going to find a place to rest. With that, he turned and walked away. Before the mission, there had been politeness, but when it came to life-threatening situations, he wouldn't spare any leniency for those who delayed the operation. Wait, Lu Qichuan called out, Teacher Lu, what if they come tonight? Lu Guangyan, standing at the concealed door, didn't turn back and warned, the most populated area around the Beast Park is the office buildings. If those bastards aren't stupid, they won't act at night. Remember, tomorrow, the Swan and I exhibit will be the most dangerous place in all of Muyang City. If we don't find any trace of the cult members before the exhibit starts, cancel the exhibit immediately. Before he finished speaking, the concealed door closed with a bang, and Lu Guangyan left. Lu Qichuan was left alone, staring blankly at the surveillance footage, unsure of what to do next. The next day, Sunday, Lu's mother, Song Huiqin, was busy at the dining table, preparing a hearty breakfast for the family. Suddenly, a strange laugh came from Lu Chuan's room, breaking the morning's tranquility. Hee. Lu Chuan had just woken up, but was already full of energy. He lay on his bed, eyes sparkling, a wide grin stretching to his ears, staring at the ceiling and giggling incessantly. Wonderful, just wonderful, he muttered, recalling the surprising discovery from the night before. As usual, he had once again entered the hidden space within the mysterious ancient book. When the power of the sea spirit shrimp was absorbed by the first scroll, he focused intently on observing it. Typically, he would lose consciousness instantly, but this time was different. His awareness lingered for a few seconds. In those brief moments, Lu Chuan captured a crucial piece of information. 3. Although he wasn't sure what this number represented, it was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. It was the first time he had seen anything other than images in the ancient book. Lu Chuan attributed this progress to the hearty meals over the weekend and made a silent vow. After visiting the Beast Park to see the Swan Beast, he must find a way to earn money. Only by staying well-fed could he continue to make breakthroughs and explore the secrets of the ancient book. After washing up, Lu Chuan sat at the dining table, devouring his breakfast. His mother, Song Huiqin, had already noticed his increased appetite recently. Not only had the supply of spirit shrimp for dinner increased, but the portions for breakfast were also several times larger than before. Watching her son's voracious appetite, she felt both pleased and worried. As Lu Chuan ate heartily, he felt a warm sense of comfort. It's great being a foodie taken care of by parents, he thought, but if I don't find a way soon, they won't be able to keep up with my appetite. Did your dad give you your Uncle Xiao Kuei's contact information? His mother asked. Yeah. Lu Chuan mumbled with his mouth full of the last egg. Be careful at the Beast Park today. Those beasts can be dangerous, his mother warned, her brow furrowed. Lu Chuan swallowed the egg, finished his milk in one gulp, grabbed his backpack, and headed for the door. Turning back, he reassured her confidently, Don't worry, Mom. The Beast Park has powerful protective formations. It's very safe. Nothing will go wrong. Hello, Uncle Lu. It's Xiao Chuan. Yes, we're at the employee entrance now. Great. See you soon. At 11 a.m., at the back entrance of my city's Beast Park, Lu Chuan stood at the employee entrance and dialed the number his father, Lu Zhonghua, had given him for Lu Tiankue. He couldn't help but wonder why such an imposing name was shortened to Little Kue by his dad. In no time, a middle-aged man of average build emerged from the entrance, looking around. Although his attire differed from what Lu Chuan remembered from TV yesterday, Lu Chuan instantly recognized Lu Tiankue from childhood memories. Uncle Little Kue, we're over here, Lu Chuan shouted. Lu Tiankue looked in their direction and immediately broke into a smile. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chuan. He quickly walked over and gave Lu Chuan a friendly pat on the shoulder. I haven't been to your house in just 2 years, and you've grown so tall. Is this your classmate? Come on, let's go inside together. With a nod to the security guard, he led Lu Chuan and Lu Fifin into the Beast Park. The two young men looked around curiously. Although they had been here before, seeing it from a staff perspective was thrilling. The backstage was bustling. Young women with exaggerated makeup hurried to performance areas, men carried meat to feed the beasts, and women chopped bamboo shoots to feed the herbivorous creatures. Lu Fifan, ever the outgoing one, quickly warmed up to Lu Tiankue. Uncle Little Kue, your ticketing system is outrageous. Selling tickets an hour in advance. No wonder there are complaints all over the internet. Lu Tiankue chuckled knowingly. That's a decision from higher up. You know how it is. Oh, Lu Chuan and Lu Fifan replied in unison, understanding the situation. To them, it wasn't surprising whether it was a school principal or the park director making such decisions. Soon, they arrived at the back of a massive pavilion. Lu Tiankue introduced, "This is the Swan Pavilion. We went to great lengths to bring this swan beast here for display. We even relocated the saber-toothed tiger and the golden-striped lion to make room for it." Why? Lu Fifan asked curiously. Wouldn't it be better for them to live together? Lu Tiankue laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Not only would they not get along, but the saber-toothed tiger and the golden-striped lion would be scared to death by the swan beast. Scared to death? Isn't that an exaggeration? Lu Chuan asked, surprised. Not at all, Lu Tiankue said as he led them into the pavilion, moving toward the front section. This swan beast is a foundation establishment level beast. The beasts that usually live here are only at the advanced chi refining level. The difference between foundation establishment and chi refining is vast. High-level beasts and low-level beasts can't coexist. The low-level ones would be constantly anxious and terrified, he continued, but that's not the main issue. The key is that this swan beast possesses the legendary bloodline power. Bloodline power? Lu Chuan and Lu Fifan echoed in surprise. Exactly, Lu Tiankue explained patiently. The saber-toothed tiger and the golden-striped lion, despite their impressive size and majesty, would immediately lose control of their bowels under the swan beast's bloodline pressure. Prolonged exposure could even disrupt their bodily functions due to fear and cause death. Soon, they arrived at the front section of the pavilion. Lu Fifan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow," drawing the attention of nearby staff. Ahead was a space about half the size of a sports field, covered in grass with a small grove of tall trees. However, what truly captured their attention was the giant beast in the center of the woods. The colossal creature was covered in yellow fur, with a head resembling a monkey but much more muscular limbs. Its eyes lacked the foolish look of a monkey and instead held an indifferent disdain for everything. Despite being confined within the half-field-sized formation, it gazed at the humans outside with an air of contempt. Outside the Swan Beast Pavilion, in a concealed compartment, Lu Guangyan's figure reappeared. After a brief rest last night, he had shaken off his fatigue, his eyes shining with vigor and his whole demeanor exuding energy. In stark contrast stood Lu, a middle-aged man with huge dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly exhausted from a sleepless night spent monitoring the surveillance array. Suddenly, Lu Guangyan's eyebrows twitched as he noticed the figures of Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan on the surveillance screen. This high school student, whom he had met at Hu Yinjua's house 2 days ago, had left a deep impression on him. He recalled the scene vividly. Teacher Lu had particularly recommended Lu Yin and Zhao Yu, claiming they were the top students in the class. However, Lu Guangyan found their spiritual power levels rather mediocre, barely sufficient to get into the lowest tier of immortal cultivation universities. In contrast, Lu Chuan was entirely different. Although Teacher Lu didn't seem to think highly of him, Lu Guangyan, being a powerful cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, keenly sensed that Lu Chuan's spiritual power was the most outstanding among the 6 high school students, estimated to be above 300, which equated to a mid-level chi refining practitioner. Using his intelligence and experience from studying at my #1 high school, Lu Guangyan quickly deduced the situation. It was about 2 months before the class division exams, and the students had just entered the bonus period for beginner chi refining practitioners. The reason Teacher Lu overlooked Lu Chuan was likely due to his low spiritual power before the bonus period started. However, Lu Chuan had an exceptional ability to absorb spiritual food, leading to a recent surge in his spiritual power. Unfortunately, after the class division exams, the school no longer tracked students' spiritual power, so Teacher Lu continued to view Lu Chuan as an ordinary student who could at most become a high-level chi refining practitioner, with no chance of entering an immortal cultivation university, completely ignoring his potential. This experience resonated with Lu Guangyan, making him particularly attentive to Lu Chuan. "He's out." Lu's shout interrupted Lu Guangyan's thoughts. He quickly refocused on the surveillance screen, where a middle-aged man with slightly yellow hair and gold-rimmed glasses appeared inside the Swan Beast Pavilion. The man greeted the surrounding staff warmly and eventually called over another middle-aged man who had brought in Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan. "Is this Cui Rong you mentioned?" Lu Guangyan asked. "Yes," Lu replied through gritted teeth, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. If it weren't for his communicator leaking information, no one would suspect he was a spy for the divine cult. He's diligent at work, kind, and well-liked among his colleagues. A few years ago, he was even voted the most popular mid-level leader in the Beast Park. 3 months ago, when his true identity was discovered, he began heavily planning this Swan Beast exhibition. Such a massive beast exhibition entails extremely high security risks. Although the Beast Park's array provides protection, any loss of control would be catastrophic. I wanted to arrest him directly and cancel the event. But when the Immortal Cultivation Bureau found out, they contacted me, intending to use Chui Rong's identity as a spy to capture all the divine cult members lurking around my, and then completely purge them. Lu sighed. Honestly, even now, watching the surveillance footage, it's hard for me to accept that he's a spy for the divine cult. Lu Guangyan said coldly, every tragic incident over the years has had a deeply hidden spy behind it. The more covert the spy, the more severe the consequences. But my Immortal Cultivation Bureau's ambition this time is rather large. If the divine cult sends a golden core stage member today, and City Lord Lei is not in the city, you all will have to bear the responsibility. And you should be well aware of the consequences. The middle-aged man with the surname Lu, his face pale, forced a smile and said, that's why we invited you, Mr. Lu, from Yunwu Immortal Sect. Even if we encounter a Jindan stage infiltrator from the divine cult, you can hold them off long enough for us to activate the grand formation. Lu Guangnian's eye twitched slightly, thinking to himself, what a well-thought-out plan. However, he wasn't particularly worried. Jindan stage cultivators in the divine cult were extremely rare, and wouldn't be dispatched unless it was a large-scale attack. Lu continued to laugh awkwardly. Mai is also your hometown, Mr. Lu. Clearing out the divine cult and ensuring peace and prosperity there must be your wish too. Lu Guangyan didn't respond to this. Instead, he said seriously, the appearance of Chui Rong confirms my suspicion from yesterday. Their plan is to target the visitors at the Beast Park today. Normally, Maya's Beast Park sees 3,000 to 5,000 visitors daily. But with today's Sunday and the hype around the Swan Beast exhibition, we can expect around 5,000 visitors. Yes, exactly, Lu agreed with a smile. The plan we devised with the Cultivation Bureau is just like that. However, if they have a Foundation Establishment stage expert, we'll need your assistance. As for us Foundation Establishment cultivators, well, all right, Lu Guangyan replied curtly, then asked, where are the Cultivation Bureau's people hiding? Lu glanced at his watch and said casually, their people should arrive in about 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangyan's face darkened with anger. Tickets go on sale in half an hour. Chui Rong is already here, and the Cultivation Bureau hasn't arrived yet. I thought they were already in position outside. What if the divine cult acts early? What about the crowd waiting outside? What a bunch of incompetents. Meanwhile, inside the Swan Beast Pavilion, Hu Fifan pointed at a poster ahead and asked Lu Chuan curiously, Chuan, in this peaceful era, we can only see beasts in the Beast Park. Why does this poster analyze each part of the Swan Beast's body so clearly and even highlight its weak points? Lu Chuan tilted his head in thought for a moment and was about to respond when Lu Tiankui's voice came from behind them. You two, come over here. It's time to eat. Got it. Lu Chuan immediately abandoned his previous thoughts and ran over to grab some food. At lunchtime, precisely at 11:40, many staff members at the Swan Show Pavilion put down their work and headed to the cafeteria. Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan followed closely behind Lu Tiankui and Chui Rong, entering the staff dining hall of the Beast Park. The cafeteria was bustling with noise, and the aroma of food filled the air. The two young men obediently sat at a table, curiously observing their surroundings. With a warm smile, Lu Tiankui looked at Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan and asked, are you guys taking the college entrance exam in a few months? Have you started eating spiritual food recently? Lu Chuan answered honestly, yes, the exam is in about 3 months. We've been eating spiritual food for over a week now. Lu Tiankui gave a mysterious smile and said, just wait, I'll get you something good. With that, he and Chui Rong went to the counter to get food. Before long, Chui Rong returned with a large tray, smiling as he said, here, I'll join you in having something good today. He laid out the dishes on the table, braised pork ribs, hand-pulled beef, sweet and sour pork, a whole steamed fish, mapo tofu, and stir-fried cabbage with vinegar. Wow, that's a lot of food, Hu Fifan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Lu Chuan, however, stared thoughtfully at the meat in the dishes and asked, Uncle Lu, this meat isn't ordinary, is it? Lu Tiankui burst into laughter. You caught me. This is the meat of some slaughtered beasts. He explained that all the beasts in the Beast Park came from the Beast District, captured by powerful cultivators and sold to the government, which then distributed them to various city parks. Some beasts, being too wild and without exhibit value, were processed into meals for the staff. Hearing this, Lu Chuan suddenly understood. Reflecting on what he had seen and heard recently, he realized that this beast park was very different from the zoos in his original world. Each beast's information panel detailed its danger level and weaknesses, and there were even guides explaining how to kill them, highlighting that these beasts were enemies of humanity. Looking at the sumptuous spread on the table, Lu Chuan felt a bit guilty and asked, "Uncle Lu, isn't this a bit much?" Lu Tiankue waved his hand dismissively and laughed. "This is nothing. My daughter, who is a few years older than you, nearly drained my savings when she was preparing for the Fairy University entrance exam. Fortunately, she got in and became self-sufficient. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the money to treat you. Don't be polite with me. I bet your parents are also having a hard time lately." Lu Chuan was taken aback, feeling both touched and pressured. He remembered his increased appetite recently, with his mother preparing over 2 pounds of spiritual shrimp daily, which was very costly. He had overheard his parents' conversation, learning that their savings were just over 30,000 yuan. If this continued, the family would be drained after the placement exams. Seeing Lu Chuan's worry, Lu Tiankue reassured him, "Hey, we all go through this. Parents always support their kids aiming for Fairy University. Don't worry about the money, just eat. That's not something for you kids to stress over." "Yeah, Lu Chuan, just eat. If you don't, I'll finish it all." Hu Fifan had already started devouring the food. Lu Chuan snapped out of his thoughts, quickly saying, "Save some for me," and joined the feast with his chopsticks. At that moment, Cui Rong suddenly appeared, smiling as he said, "Old Lu, I got some more dishes for the kids. I'll leave them here." "Oh, Chief Cui, you didn't have to." Lu Tiankue quickly responded. "I have something to take care of, so I won't be eating," Cui Rong said, then hurried off. As soon as Cui Rong's figure disappeared at the canteen door after delivering the vegetables, Lu Tiankue placed 2 steaming plates of demonic ostrich legs in front of Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan. He sighed deeply, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes, showing his mixed feelings of gratitude and concern for Cui Rong's kindness. "Sigh, Chief Cui is just too kind," Lu Tiankue remarked softly. Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan both turned their heads simultaneously, their eyes landing on the spot where Cui Rong had just been sitting. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow and asked, puzzled, "Why did he only take 2 bites of his meal?" Lu Tiankue explained, "He's the one who spearheaded the Swan Beast exhibition. It's about to open, and he's probably too worried to have an appetite." "Oh," Lu Chuan responded, focusing back on the delicious food in front of him. He couldn't understand the feeling of being too worried to eat. To him, wasting food was never an option. In this regard, he and Hu Fifan were surprisingly in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the Swan Beast Pavilion, Cui Rong hurried in through the back door, his eyes scanning the area cautiously as if searching for someone. He quickly approached the Swan Beast's formation, coughing lightly with an air of nonchalance. "Anyone here? I brought you some boxed meals." Silence. No one answered. He exhaled deeply, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. It seemed everyone had gone to eat. Without further hesitation, Cui Rong swiftly headed to a room outside the formation, the live feed room. This was where food for the saber-toothed tigers and gold-striped lions was once prepared, and now it served as the food storage for the Swan Beast. As he pushed open the door, a flock of sheep crowded around, thinking someone had come to feed them. Ignoring them, Cui Rong walked straight through the flock toward an iron cage in the deepest part of the room. Inside the cage was a small, thin black sheep, emitting faint strands of spiritual energy. This black sheep played a crucial role in Cui Rong's planet, was to be the appetizer fed to the Swan Beast before the pavilion opened. During the subsequent performances, the Swan Beast would need to fight other large demonic beasts. However, the Swan Beast hadn't eaten in days and was in a worrying state. This small black sheep, with its exceptional meat quality, was intended to awaken the Swan Beast's appetite, maximizing its ferocity during the performance. Without another glance, Cui Rong pulled a dark pill from his pocket and quickly tossed it into the black sheep's cage. The pill seemed to emit an enticing aroma, and the black sheep eagerly began to nibble on it. Seeing this, Cui Rong turned and quickly left the live feed room, a complex expression flitting across his face. He made his move. The surveillance outside the Swan Beast Pavilion clearly captured Cui Rong sneaking into the live feed room and feeding the black pellets to the little black sheep. In front of the formation, the middle-aged man named Lu slapped his thigh and shouted excitedly, "We've been waiting for 2 days, and he finally made his move." His eyes were glued to the screen, and his fingers trembled slightly. Just as we suspected, Cui Rong is using his position to feed the Swan Beast the berserk powder. Next, his external accomplices will help him sabotage the formation in the Beast Park. This time, their target is likely just the visitors in the park. Lu recalled their stakeout that had started on Friday night. Initially, they had predicted that Cui Rong and his cult associates would act during the day on Saturday, using the mid-foundation stage Swan Beast to attack the city of Mai. However, to their surprise, Cui Rong did not appear at all until Sunday, the day the exhibition began. LV Guangyan had taken a few hours of rest, but the middle-aged Lu had not closed his eyes from start to finish. At this moment, seeing Cui Rong finally take action, he could barely contain his excitement. In contrast, LV Guangyan's expression remained much calmer. His gaze shifted to another surveillance screen showing the situation outside the Beast Park's main gate. The sight was shocking. A sea of people, at least several thousand, were queued up waiting. LV Guangyan frowned and asked, "Weren't there only 500 tickets released? Why are there so many people here?" The middle-aged Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, "The ticket rush starts in 10 minutes. These visitors probably plan to enter the Swan Beast Pavilion if they get a ticket, and if not, they'll just enter the Beast Park to see the other beasts. This means there could be over 5,000 visitors in the park simultaneously today." LV Guangyan's expression grew even more serious. He turned to ask the middle-aged Lu, "Where are the Cultivation Bureau's people stationed right now?" Lu was stunned for a moment, then his face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out. His lips trembled as he said, "This is bad. The Cultivation Bureau's people haven't arrived yet." Meanwhile, in the Beast Park cafeteria, Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan were still having their meal. Lu Tiankue had received a phone call and left in a hurry, instructing them to return to the Swan Beast Pavilion after finishing their meal. Lu Chuan understood Lu Tiankue's busyness, given that such a large-scale event at the Beast Park was starting in just over an hour, and as one of the persons in charge, he had to be diligent. Suddenly, Hu Fifan put down his chopsticks and said to Lu Chuan with a serious expression, "Chuan Gu, there's something I've been meaning to tell you, but I just confirmed it now." Lu Chuan quickened his chopsticks and asked, "What is it?" Hu Fifan explained, "Actually, Chui Rong used to live in our neighborhood, right above my apartment. I've seen him before." He went on to describe Chui Rong's past, how he missed getting into Xinda University by just 1 point in high school, became self-destructive, was abusive, and a heavy drinker, eventually leading to his wife leaving with their child. Lu Chuan was puzzled. "How do you remember so clearly?" Hu Fifan grimaced as he recalled, "Once, I joked with him, and he grabbed me and gave me a hard smack on the butt. From then on, I remembered him." He added that his father said Chui Rong had an antisocial personality and moved away when Hu Fifan was around 10 years old. Lu Chuan slowed down his eating and said thoughtfully, "But based on what Xiao Kuei uncle said today and what I saw, he doesn't seem like such a violent person now. He must be pretending." Hu Fifan said firmly, "I remember his face. It hasn't changed much, but I've changed a lot over the years, so he doesn't recognize me." He pointed to the spot where Chui Rong had been eating earlier, where nearly untouched food was left. "And there's one more thing that confirms my suspicion. When I was a kid, in the last 2 years before he moved, he often bought Sea Spirit shrimp rice takeout but only ate the shrimp, throwing away the rice and side dishes. He'd waste dozens of boxes of food in one meal. I often saw nearly full meals stuffed into the trash cans downstairs." Lu Chuan froze upon hearing the words and put down his chopsticks completely. Despite the high cost of the hailing shrimp rice bowl, he had picked out all the shrimp meat to replenish his spiritual power. This detail sent ripples through his mind, and his mother's words, Song Huichin, echoed. Purchasing more than 1 gene of hailing shrimp needs to be registered. The shrimp from a couple of days ago had even been saved until today to avoid drawing attention. More than 1 gene needs to be registered. Lu Chuan suddenly realized, Chui Rong is afraid to buy shrimp in large quantities because he doesn't want the authorities to find out. There's definitely something suspicious about him. Lu Chuan stood up abruptly, startling Hu Fifan. "What's wrong, Chuan? Didn't you say he used to bully you when you were kids? Let's go teach him a lesson." Lu Chuan made up an excuse and dragged Hu Fifan towards the Swan Beast Pavilion. The pavilion was empty and silent. The staff were all having their meals in the cafeteria. Lu Chuan suddenly realized the recklessness of his actions. Chui Rong was a high-level Qi practitioner, and provoking him could have serious consequences. At that moment, voices came from the innermost section of the pavilion. All right, I'll go check the array core first. Chief Chui, you've worked hard." "Ha ha ha, not at all. It's just our duty, isn't it?" Soon, Lu Tiankue and Chui Rong walked out from the intersection, both surprised to see Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan. Lu Tiankue smiled and said, "Xiao Chuan, why are you back so soon? Didn't you eat?" "Uncle Kue, we finished eating," Lu Chuan replied. "Wow, that was fast." Lu Tiankue teased before quickly leaving. "I need to go coordinate some work over there. You two stay here and wait for the exhibition to start." In no time, the spacious Swan Beast Pavilion was left with just Lu Chuan, Hu Fifan, and the ever-smiling Chui Rong. An indescribable tension filled the air, like the calm before a storm. Fortunately, Lu Tiankue unexpectedly returned to the Beast Hall to retrieve some documents, interrupting Chui Rong's actions. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In the monitoring room, the middle-aged Lu, with sweat beading on his forehead, stared intently at the screen. However, standing behind him, Lu Guangyan coldly remarked, "Even if Chui Rong had fed the black lamb, which had ingested the madness beast powder, to the beast, I would have appeared within 3 seconds to kill him in one strike." The middle-aged Lu hesitated and said, "But if we kill Chui Rong prematurely, the other spies from the cult lurking outside the beast garden will sense it and escape." making our entire setup worthless. Before he could finish, a loud bang echoed behind him. Lu Guangyan had smashed the table with his palm. Roaring furiously, "You dare talk about setup? Weren't the people from the Cultivation Bureau supposed to guard the entrance and monitor the cult spies mingling in the crowd? Chui Rong is about to act, and they haven't arrived yet. If we follow your incompetent plan, not a single visitor to the Beast Garden will survive." The middle-aged Lu was left speechless by the reprimand and quietly explained, "I contacted them earlier. They said they were delayed by a leader from the Cultivation Bureau for 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Lu Guangyan sneered. "After this is over, I will report this to the Pingyuan City Inspection Office as a Grandmaster of the Yuanwu sect for a thorough investigation. No rotten apple will escape. But today, if Chui Rong makes another move, I will kill him immediately. I won't let you incompetents gamble with the lives of thousands." Lu Guangyan's disappointment in the middle-aged Lu and the Cultivation Bureau was evident. The Cultivation Bureau was responsible for managing cultivation affairs, including those related to the cult. In critical moments, the safety of millions in the city rested in their hands. He couldn't fathom how someone in such an important position could be so foolish. The middle-aged Lu realized that Lu Guangyan's plan was the best option and felt secretly relieved to have him there. Without Lu Guangyan, he wouldn't have been able to swiftly kill Chui Rong in such an emergency. On the surveillance screen, after a brief conversation with Chui Rong, Lu Tiankue was sent away under the pretext that there might be an issue with the formation core. As Lu Tiankue was about to leave, Chui Rong would be left alone in the Beast Hall. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the Beast Hall, and Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan rushed in. "Why are those two kids here?" The middle-aged Lu frowned. "Aren't they just complicating things? Chui Rong is a high-level chi practitioner and has surely learned some powerful spells from the cult. If he acts out, those kids will be in great danger. Maybe we should act now to prevent them from getting killed." However, Lu Guangyan gently shook his head, his eyes fixed on Lu Chuan in the surveillance footage. He had a feeling that this young man was different, and that his sudden appearance might indeed change something. Inside the Beast Hall, Chui Rong looked at the two high school students in front of him, feeling increasingly irritated. He had just fed the black lamb the drug, and was about to feed it to the beast to spread the drug's effect, but Lu Tiankue interrupted him. Now, after finally sending Lu Tiankue away, these two kids had barged in. As Lu Guangyan predicted, Chui Rong was already harboring murderous intent. He only needed to feed the black lamb to the beast to complete his plan. Killing these two high school students would take just a few seconds, allowing him to continue with his scheme. However, Chui Rong hesitated. He lacked a handy weapon or powerful talismans to swiftly decapitate the two kids. If they screamed and attracted others, the situation would become even more troublesome. Chui Rong found himself in a dilemma. He initially planned to send Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan away so he could secretly feed the little black sheep to the swan beast. However, things didn't go as he expected. "Hello, Uncle Chui." Lu Chuan greeted first, a sweet smile on his face. Chui Rong instinctively waved back, forcing a kind expression. "Haha, hello. Have you eaten?" "Yes, thank you for the ostrich legs you gave us. They were delicious." Lu Chuan beamed, eyes full of gratitude. Chui Rong's eyes lit up. He recalled how he had spent a fortune on those two giant ostrich legs to buy some time. Considering the short period, the kids probably hadn't finished them. He decided to use this as an opportunity to send them back to pack up the leftovers, giving himself some space to act. "Glad to hear that. Can't have you going hungry at Uncle Chui's place. By the way, did you finish those ostrich legs?" Chui Rong asked with a smile. "How much did they cost?" Lu Chuan blinked curiously. Chui Rong mentally cursed the boy's cluelessness but maintained a kindly tone. "Just 2,000 bucks, nothing much." "Now, about those ostrich leg. Wow, that's a lot of money." Lu Chuan interrupted, eyes sparkling with admiration. "Uncle Chui, you must have a high salary, right?" "It's decent, a bit high," Chui Rong responded reluctantly. "Have you ever taken bribes?" "I heard a lot of government officials do that, right, Hu Fifan?" Lu Chuan kept talking, nudging Hu Fifan. Yeah, that's right," Hu Fifan agreed. Chui Rong couldn't hold it any longer and cut them off. "Guys, did you finish those ostrich legs?" Lu Chuan scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "Yeah, we finished them." Chui Rong's face twitched uncontrollably. Two giant ostrich legs gone in less than 10 minutes? What kind of monsters were these high schoolers? But he quickly calmed down and had an idea. "Then go get the bones. Uncle needs them to feed the swan beast." However, Lu Chuan gave him that innocent smile again. "Well, I smashed the bones and ate them too." Chui Rong felt a wave of despair, but kept his composure. He pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chuan. "I can see you're still hungry, right? This is my employee meal card. Go get 2 more ostrich legs and make sure you eat your fill." Lu Chuan looked embarrassed. "Oh, that's too much trouble. Just take it and go," Chui Rong urged, secretly channeling his inner energy, preparing for the worst. "Okay, can I get a few more ostrich legs?" My parents have never tried them, and I'd like to buy some for them, Lu Chuan asked innocently. Your filial piety is commendable, of course. Chui Rong forced a smile, barely resisting the urge to smack Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan agreed and handed the meal card to Hu Fifan. Just as Chui Rong was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Chuan suddenly delivered a flying kick to Hu Fifan's butt. What are you waiting for? Go get the food. Get me 10 ostrich legs. Lu Chuan shouted. Got it. Hu Fifan yelped in pain but scrambled out of the swan beast pavilion. Lu Chuan turned back with that embarrassed look again. Hee hee, Uncle Chui. We usually play around like this. I'm definitely not a bully. I'm a good kid. Chui Rong stared at the now empty doorway, feeling utterly hopeless. With one of them gone, he couldn't make a move even if he wanted to. He cursed Lu Tiankue in his heart. Where did you find these troublesome kids? Good kid, my foot. Lu Chuan stared at Chui Rong's alternating pale and flushed face, becoming even more convinced of his earlier suspicions. Ever since they entered the beast house and saw Chui Rong anxiously urging Lu Tiankue to leave, Lu Chuan had sensed something was off. Coupled with the oddities he noticed in the cafeteria earlier, he was now certain that Chui Rong was up to something. Determined not to let the villain succeed, Lu Chuan insisted on staying in the beast house. Even when Chui Rong offered his meal card, allowing Lu Chuan to use it freely, he remained unmoved. Uncle Chui, you don't look so well, Lu Chuan said with feigned concern. Chui Rong forced a smile. Oh, really? How about now? Much better, Lu Chuan lied without batting an eye, though he inwardly sneered. Nonsense. Your face might as well have ghost written all over it. Indeed, Chui Rong was beginning to panic. With Hu Fifan gone, he couldn't be sure when he would return. If he killed Lu Chuan now, there was a risk Hu Fifan would come back before the beast powder took effect, exposing him. But if he waited for Hu Fifan to return, the screams alone wouldn't be the only problem. If the seemingly honest high schooler came back late, and other staff members returned as well, the situation would become even more complicated. Chui Rong's mind was racing. He had never anticipated that his flawless plan would be completely disrupted by two unlucky high school students. Just then, his phone vibrated at his waist. He pulled it out, his expression changing slightly. It was a message from an unknown number. Why haven't you acted yet? Fear gripped Chui Rong, but he replied truthfully, there are two high school students here. I can't make a move. He knew the sender was his superior, Xue Zhao. Chui Rong had infiltrated the beast park as a spy, and this mission was arranged by Xue Zhao. Every time Xue Zhao issued orders, he used different unknown numbers. Soon, another message arrived. Intel says the Cultivation Bureau people will arrive in 8 minutes. In 2 minutes, the Beast House ticket channel will open, and tourists will enter. You know when to act, right? Understood. Chui Rong replied, sweat beading on his forehead. Meanwhile, outside the Beast House, a middle-aged man named Lu excitedly said, the Cultivation Bureau people will be here in 8 minutes. LV Guangyan picked up his backpack from a nearby chair and began organizing its contents. We can't wait for them. We need to open the ticket channel immediately, and tourists will enter. I'll keep an eye on the cult spies among the tourists outside the beast house. When they try to disrupt the formation, I'll take them down. You, keep an eye on the beast house inside. Don't let Chui Rong harm Lu Chuan even a bit. Lu, seeing LV Guangyan's readiness for action, was stunned. Teacher LV, why are we suddenly taking such a risk? Didn't we agree to cut our losses and just kill Chui Rong? In the original plan, the Cultivation Bureau was responsible for monitoring the spies among the tourists outside the Beast Park gates. They would deploy dozens of fully armed high-level cultivators for the task, as the cult could have 20 to 30 spies. But now, LV Guangyan decided to handle this task personally, abandoning their previous cautious approach, which puzzled Lu. LV Guangyan didn't answer Lu's question. Instead, he took out a rune from his pocket and handed it to him. This is a concealment rune. Stick it on, and it will hide your presence, worth 10,000. Pay me after the mission. With this rune, you can temporarily suppress your aura to the chi refining stage, avoiding the attention of those cult spies. But remember, the moment Chui Rong feeds the beast powder to the beast, use this rune and head into the beast house to protect Lu Chuan. Don't let Chui Rong kill him. With that, LV Guangyan produced a gleaming, silver-like, curved blade from somewhere, eyeing the surveillance footage with a murderous glint. Lu, still unwilling to give up, pressed further. Teacher LV, please explain. LV Guangyan turned, casting a cold glance at Lu. The sternness in his eyes made Lu shiver. Your plan was flawed. You kept waiting for the Cultivation Bureau, but the truth is, this operation doesn't hinge on their presence. LV Guangyan's voice was low and resolute, as if heralding an impending storm. Lu Guangyan stared at the surveillance screen, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I didn't want to take risks initially because I had no time to observe the tourists outside the gate and couldn't preemptively locate the spies from the cult. But now, with the 6 or 7 minutes Lu Chuan has bought me, it's more than enough. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu's eyes widened, and his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He stared at Lu Guangyan in disbelief, his voice trembling with shock. In just 6 or 7 minutes, you used the surveillance array to identify the hidden cult spies among thousands of tourists? Is that even humanly possible? Meanwhile, the atmosphere outside the Beast Park erupted. As the countdown ended, thousands of tourists furiously tapped their phone screens. Cheers and sighs echoed through the crowd. I got it. I got it. Let's go. Daddy is taking you to see the swan beast. An excited father exclaimed, pulling his child's hand towards the entrance. I didn't get it. Come on, son. Let's go see the other beasts, another father said dejectedly. Yay, yay. We can see the big swan beast. A little girl cheered, jumping up and down. I want to see it too, wah, came a cry from nearby. The crowd surged into the park like a flood breaking through a dam. The roar of voices like a gale-force wind threatening to topple the gate. Staff struggled to maintain order, their ears buzzing from the noise. A lucky few rushed straight to the Swan Beast Pavilion, impatiently lining up outside. Many more lingered nearby, gazing longingly at the pavilion, hoping for a stroke of luck. At this moment, staff members from the Swan Beast Pavilion, who had been dining in the cafeteria, hurried back to maintain order outside. Looking down from the steps, the dense crowd was alarming. Without timely control, a stampede could easily occur. Inside the pavilion, Cui Rong silently thanked his stars for not acting rashly against Lu Chuan. His colleagues had returned so quickly that if he had made a move, he would have been exposed. However, Lu Chuan seemed oblivious to the commotion outside, his gaze fixed on the massive swan beast within the array, lost in thought. Seeing Lu Chuan distracted, Cui Rong steeled himself and quickly walked to the live feed room. He grabbed a cage containing a small black lamb and placed it on the array's conveyor belt. As the cage door opened, the lamb tumbled into the swan beast's territory. In the blink of an eye, a giant paw descended from above, snatching the lamb and shoving it into its mouth. The sound of the beast chewing was chilling, with bones cracking audibly. A few drops of blood splattered on the ground, and blood trickled from the beast's fangs. Lu Chuan witnessed the entire process, but to him, it was just another routine feeding. Apart from marveling at the beast's ferocity, he thought little of it. However, Cui Rong, who had seen the swan beast devour the lamb, had a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He quietly took out a small communicator from his pocket and whispered, "The potion will take effect in 3 minutes. Get ready." The moment Cui Rong finished speaking, dozens of faces outside the Swan Beast Pavilion simultaneously froze. A flash of excitement appeared in their eyes before quickly returning to calm. The same thought arose in their minds. Is it finally time to act? Cui Rong stepped out of the live feed room, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. The task was done, but seeing Lu Chuan still staring blankly at the swan beast, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If he had known it would come to this, would he have gone to such lengths? On second thought, he shook his head. Even if Lu Chuan kept his mouth shut, there was no guarantee Hu Fifan wouldn't cause trouble. After all, the little black sheep was supposed to be fed before the visitors arrived. Cui Rong reassured himself of his decision, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Lu Chuan. The classes at Shoshin High School haven't even been divided yet, and this kid's spiritual power is already over 300. He calculated internally, at this rate, he might get into Xian University. A flicker of jealousy and resentment sprouted within him. Humph, even a glutton like him can get into Xian University? Why couldn't I back then? His eyes turned towards the dense crowd outside the pavilion, where parents with children, couples, and groups of young students all wore eager expressions. Cui Rong's gaze grew darker and more manic. Expectations? Ha! Do you deserve them? You can all die here. With that, he turned abruptly and walked quickly towards a side door of the Swan Beast Pavilion. Outside, the visitors were patiently waiting in line under the scorching sun. Some wore hats, others used small fans to shield themselves from the sun, and shorter individuals hid in the shade of taller ones. Despite their sunburned cheeks, everyone waited patiently. Suddenly, a child began to cry without warning. As if contagious, other children being held by their parents also started wailing. At that moment, a loud, dull noise came from inside the pavilion. The ground began to shake, and the visitors panicked. Is it an earthquake? Run. Stay away from tall buildings. A staff member quickly used a loudspeaker to warn. No sooner had they spoken than they stood rooted to the spot, horrified by what they saw. Dozens of figures advancing instead of retreating, their bodies glowing with spiritual light, heading straight for the Swan Beast Pavilion. A young staff member looked back and saw a massive paw, covered in needle-like yellow fur and as large as a car, extending from inside the pavilion. With a thunderous crash, a blue barrier of magical force descended, blocking the staff member from the swan beast's paw. The staff member immediately fainted. The swan beast let out an earth-shaking roar, causing the ground to tremble violently once more. The staff outside the pavilion were now in dire straits. Those glowing visitors were closing in, holding talismans emitting a sinister black light, their destructive power evident. They're trying to break the barrier, a staff member shouted. No way. We can't let the swan beast escape, or all the visitors will die. Yes. Stop them, even if it costs our lives. The staff who had greeted Lu Chuan that morning now had reddened eyes, charging forward with reckless abandon. Courting death, sneered the cult infiltrators, ready to unleash carnage. To them, these staff members, with their mere chi refinement level, were as easy to kill as chickens. Just as they were about to strike, a cold voice echoed from behind them. You cult vermin, turn around and face me. The moment that voice echoed, over 30 cult infiltrators who were charging at the staff suddenly turned back uncontrollably, their eyes simultaneously fixed on a figure in midair behind them. It was Lu Guangnian, clad in white, appearing out of thin air, surrounded by an almost tangible aura of spiritual energy. His long sword gleamed with a cold light, and countless sword energies swirled around the blade, as if a deity had descended upon the earth. With a sharp focus in his eyes, Lu Guangnian swung his long sword down with force. Buzz! A pure white blade light slashed down like lightning, instantly engulfing dozens of cult infiltrators. They didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to dust by the blade light. Before the dust settled, Lu Guangnian's figure had already moved with ghostly speed, weaving through the chaotic crowd. Wherever he went, his long sword would strike down, followed by a piercing scream. Those infiltrators hiding among the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to strike or slaughter innocents, couldn't escape Lu Guangnian's discerning eyes. In less than 10 seconds, he had eliminated all the lurking enemies. After completing the purge, Lu Guangnian flashed to the entrance of the Beast Pavilion, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd for the middle-aged man named Lu. The visitors, already terrified by the successive upheavals, were screaming in panic. Why is there such an earthquake? Is the beast breaking out? Why did a powerful cultivator suddenly appear and start killing visitors? The fear spread through the crowd like a plague. The staff who had just been rescued by Lu Guangnian immediately stepped forward, loudly reassuring the crowd. Please don't worry. The Beast Pavilion is protected by a powerful formation that can confine all beasts below the Golden Core stage. The beast cannot break out. This esteemed cultivator is eliminating the rioters who are taking advantage of the chaos and will not harm anyone. Lu Guangnian paid no heed to the surrounding commotion, focusing entirely on finding his target. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, spotting the middle-aged Lu stumbling out from the right side of the Beast Pavilion, looking disheveled and terrified, with blood at the corner of his mouth. Lu staggered to Lu Guangnian, gasping for breath, and shouted, Mr. Lu, our intel was wrong. It's not the mad beast powder. It's the bloodburst powder. The formation won't hold. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening cracking sound came from the dome of the Beast Pavilion. Bang! The crowd looked up in horror to see a massive, terrifying claw covered in spiky yellow fur tearing through the dome like it was ripping through the sky. Lu Chuan stood outside the Beast Pavilion, staring in shock at the enormous claw that extended from the dome. The claw was just a few dozen meters away, its yellow, needle-like fur clearly visible. Debris rained down, crashing at his feet and reminding him of the reality of this disaster. Chaos erupted around him, tourists scattered in panic, parents clutching their children, and girls and couples abandoning all pretense of composure. Some people collapsed in terror, sobbing uncontrollably. Others stumbled away, leaving their shoes behind in their desperate flight. This apocalyptic scene left Lu Chuan utterly stunned. Whether in the peaceful realm of Empyrean Sphere or his school life after crossing dimensions, he had never imagined witnessing such a spectacle firsthand. At the same time, he was grateful for having sneaked out of the pavilion with Cui Rong. Otherwise, he might have already met his end under the beast's claws. Overcoming his shock, Lu Chuan turned to flee. As a mid-level Qi practitioner, he knew he was powerless in such a situation and could only hope that stronger individuals would arrive to subdue the beast. Just then, a wave of dizziness hit him, blurring his vision. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the sensation, but it only grew stronger. A severe headache followed, as if his skull were being torn apart. Clenching his teeth, Lu Chuan struggled to suppress a scream. Suddenly, a booming noise exploded in his mind. Immediately after, an unprecedented sensation surged through him. Saw the ancient book. Despite his eyes being open and his presence in reality, Lu Chuan could clearly sense an ancient book within his mind, one that he could interact with. Before he could fully grasp the experience, the book opened on its own, revealing the first page. Light related to the beast meat he had consumed began to converge from the surrounding space, flowing into the illustration. With a resonant hum, the haze dissipated, and the lower left corner of the illustration revealed the beast's massive left foot and 2 lines of text. Focusing intently, Lu Chuan read the text. Great Scorching Flame Technique. Used the scorching flame technique to burn the beast's tail, scorching its fur. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged from the depths of his consciousness, transforming into a flood of information about the great scorching flame technique. Could it be that the beast's weakness lies in its tail, and it is particularly afraid of flames? Lu Chuan turned to look. The protective barrier outside the beast pavilion was fully activated, but dimming under the beast's relentless strikes, on the verge of collapse. The reinforcements had yet to arrive. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Damn it. Let's do this. Meanwhile, outside the beast pavilion, a middle-aged man named Lu yelled into his communicator. Immortal Cultivation Bureau. Immortal Cultivation Bureau. This is the Mayoi City Beast Park. A mid-foundation establishment beast is attacking. It has taken a blood-burst pill. Its strength has surged to the golden core level. Its bloodline has advanced to the second tier. The formation can't hold any longer. Requesting immediate assistance. Requesting immediate assistance. However, the communicator only returned a busy signal before cutting off. It's over, Lu said in despair, looking at Lu Guangyan. The Beast Park's communications have been jammed. Lu Guangyan looked up at the sky, using his spiritual power to enhance his vision. Sure enough, he saw a massive black net covering the entire Beast Park from several dozen meters up. Around them, tourists futilely raised their phones for help, only to be blocked by the net. With a resigned sigh, Lu Guangyan gripped his long sword and walked towards the beast pavilion. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu turned pale as he realized the gravity of the situation. He shouted urgently, "Teacher Lu, this swan beast has not only broken through to the golden core stage, but its bloodline has also reached the second rank. Don't act recklessly," he anxiously explained. "The communication jamming will definitely alert the experts in my city, and support from the Four Directions Gathering Array will arrive soon." Lu's mind was in turmoil. Although Lu Guangyan was formidable, he was a young and promising talent that Lu had invited. He couldn't let him perish here. However, Lu Guangyan paid no heed. His eyes were sharp, and the long blade in his hand glinted coldly. Countless white sword energies gathered behind him, leaving long trails as he leapt towards the Swan Beast Pavilion's dome. Huh! With a loud shout, Lu Guangyan raised his blade, sending a torrent of sword energy crashing towards the Swan Beast's extended right claw. Roar! The Swan Beast howled in pain as its right claw spurted blood, but it quickly retaliated. Another massive claw breaking through the dome and slamming down towards Lu Guangyan in midair. Bang! Lu Guangyan was struck, falling like a kite with its string cut. Teacher Lu. Lu, with a voice thick with tears, rushed forward to aid Lu Guangyan. But before he could reach him, Lu Guangyan had already climbed back up and soared into the air again. Only then did Lu notice that Lu Guangyan was protected by spiritual energy, and the previous blow had not been fatal. The swan beast, enraged, stopped attacking the array and focused its twin claws on Lu Guangyan. Some tourists, seeing Lu Guangyan holding off the beast, began to cheer with renewed hope. However, Lu's expression remained grave. He could tell that Lu Guangyan had not yet reached the golden core stage. His current aerial maneuvers were rapidly depleting his spiritual energy, making it unsustainable. Worse still, dozens of piercing alarms sounded simultaneously. The arrays throughout the beast park flashed frenetically, on the verge of collapse. No, no. Lu frantically rushed towards the array's central control room. He knew that if the array shattered, nearly 1,000 high-level chi refining beasts would escape their enclosures, leading to unimaginable consequences. By now, the aerial battle had reached a fever pitch. The swan beast's twin claws broke through the array repeatedly, relentlessly attacking Lu Guangyan. Its right claw was now a bloody mess, significantly weakened. But Lu Guangyan was in dire straits, having been directly hit 3 times and grazed 7 times. Although his protective spiritual energy remained intact, the intense impacts left him dizzy, with torn muscles and blood streaming down. Even more frightening, in less than a minute, Lu Guangyan had expended 90% of his spiritual energy. He had intended to hold out for 3 minutes until reinforcements arrived, but the swan beast's power far exceeded expectations. He could barely last a minute and a half. The array was flickering on the brink of collapse. If it shattered, the beasts would break free, slaughtering the park's visitors. The jamming array prevented tourists from escaping, putting thousands of lives at imminent risk. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Guangyan quickly pulled back, taking out a blood-red pill. Even if it means I'll never reach the nascent soul stage and my future is ruined, I'll fight to the end. He was about to swallow the pill. At that moment, a furious shout echoed from within the Swan Beast Pavilion. "I'll burn you to ashes." Lu Guangyan was stunned to see Lu Chuan appear on a rack behind the Swan Beast. Without warning, Lu Chuan leapt down, aiming for the beast's tail. Boom! In an instant, a massive flame erupted from the Swan Beast's back, engulfing it entirely. In no time, the entire pavilion turned into a sea of fire. Pain, pain. Pleasure, pleasure. Lu Chuan lay on the ground, his consciousness fading in and out. His body felt like it was being pricked by countless tiny needles, alternating between pain, itching, and an inexplicable sense of pleasure. His mind was a chaotic fog, unable to discern his surroundings, only experiencing these bizarre sensations in turn. This feeling reminded him of a traditional craft ear cleaning. It starts with a bit of pain, then turns itchy, and finally becomes incredibly pleasurable. Even those handsome readers could guess this. In the midst of his thoughts, Lu Chuan's mind wandered uncontrollably. He thought of the ancient book in his memory. The first page of the scroll, thanks to his efforts in eating spirit shrimp and today's feast in the beast park, had revealed the complete upper body and one leg of the swan beast. However, these images occupied only a small part of the scroll. Most of it was still shrouded in a mysterious force. He speculated that even if the swan beast's image fully appeared, it would only take up the center of the first page. There was still a large blank area around the scroll, possibly depicting other things or containing text, like the Great Blaze technique he had seen before. Lu Chuan's thoughts drifted to Lu Guangyan. He recalled rushing into the Swan Beast Pavilion and being surprised to find Lu Guangyan there, battling the Swan Beast. Because of this, he had the chance to climb the giant shelves and look for an opportunity to jump down and burn the Swan Beast's tail. After all, the Swan Beast was enormous, and its tail hanging down was 3 to 5 meters high, completely out of his reach. Then he thought of his parents, and a wave of regret washed over him. If he really died this time, how heartbroken his parents would be. Not only would they lose their son, but the money they'd spent preparing him for the class division exam would be wasted. Thinking about money, Lu Chuan sighed. If only he had money, he wouldn't have to endure hunger every day. These days, the hunger pangs had grown stronger, as if they would devour his house. Suddenly, Lu Chuan realized a problem. Wasn't he here to solve his out-of-control hunger by dealing with the swan beast? Why had he impulsively set it on fire? As these thoughts churned in his mind, a familiar voice pierced through. Chuan, wake up! Wake up! Lu Chuan mustered all his willpower, trying to move his muscles. Finally, his fingers twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Holy crap! Despite his weakness, Lu Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. A soot-covered face, black as the bottom of a pot, with only the whites of the eyes visible, greeted him. This black pot bottom was Hu Fifan. Chuan, you're finally awake. I thought you were dead. Hu Fifan babbled excitedly, turning to shout into the distance. Lu, I found Lu Chuan. Here. He's alive. A figure instantly appeared in front of Lu Chuan, Lu Guangyan. His face also blackened, but not as heavily as Hu Fifan's. Lu Guangyan checked Lu Chuan's condition with a serious expression, then raised an eyebrow in surprise. Buried under ashes for so long, and not a scratch? Lu Chuan finally looked around and realized he was still in the Swan Beast Pavilion. The interior was completely destroyed, pitch black. He was buried under a pile of fine, ash-like black soot. The air was filled with a peculiar fragrance. Suddenly, Lu Chuan understood the situation. These ashes were the remnants of the swan beast's burned fur. After setting its tail on fire, he had hidden under the shelves and lost consciousness. The massive amount of burning fur produced an astonishing amount of ash, which buried him. Later, Hu Fifan and Lu Guangyan had come in and dug him out. The soot on their faces was the result of the swan beast's fur ashes. As he thought about it, Lu Chuan realized the crisis must have been averted. He looked up at Lu Guangyan and curiously asked, what happened to the swanny beast? Lu Guangyan was momentarily taken aback and replied with a strange expression, I was going to ask you the same thing. What do you mean? You don't know either, brother Lu? Lu Chuan blinked, his confusion deepening. Lu Guangyan's eye twitched, and he explained somewhat embarrassedly, when you set the swanny beast on fire, it went berserk and flailed its arms wildly. It swatted me away, and I passed out. Later, a senior awakened me, and by then the beast was gone. I saw Hu Fifan digging you out and came over to help. A senior? Lu Chuan immediately latched onto the key detail. Yes, Lu Guangyan nodded with a smile, a highly skilled cultivator, at least at the nascent soul stage. They must have been called in by the Cultivation Bureau for support. You're lucky. If they hadn't arrived in time, you'd have been burnt to ashes. He paused and added, if you don't know where the swanny beast went, it was probably killed and taken away by that senior. Lu Guangyan sighed with a hint of regret. I was hoping to at least grab the swanny beast body from the demon beast park to sell and split the money with you. Looks like we won't be getting that small windfall. So, it's all over? Lu Chuan asked excitedly to confirm. Yes. Lu Guangyan nodded with a sense of relief. Once the senior arrived, the barrier was lifted, and the visitors were evacuated. Other than part of the Swanny Pavilion burning down, the Demon Beast Park suffered minimal damage. At this point, he looked seriously at Lu Chuan. I spoke with Director Lu. That senior arrived 2 minutes after I passed out. which means your fire delayed the Swanee beast for at least 2 minutes. With the beast rampaging and the cult attacking, you, Lu Chuan, are the hero of the day. Hero of the day? Lu Chuan's eyes lit up with excitement, and he blurted out, "Is there a reward?" Ha ha ha. Lu Guangyan laughed at Lu Chuan's straightforwardness and replied heartily, "Of course there is." Ha ha ha. Lu Chuan laughed joyfully at the prospect of a reward. But his laughter was cut short as he started coughing from the ash in the air. He stood up awkwardly and changed the subject. "Brother Lu, you mentioned a cult earlier. What is that?" Lu Guangyan didn't answer immediately. He glanced down with a peculiar expression and evasively said, "We'll talk about that later. For now, could you find some clothes to wear?" Lu Chuan froze and looked down, realizing with immense embarrassment that he was standing naked in the ashes, a certain part of him painfully noticeable. He wished the ground would swallow him up as he hurriedly covered himself with his hands, his face turning beet red. The three of them stepped out of the beast pavilion, greeted by sunlight that was no longer as harsh as it had been at noon. The gentle rays bathed them, and the stifling heat in the air had significantly diminished. Outside the pavilion, the area was deserted except for a few staff members from the Beast Park, who were leisurely cleaning up the aftermath of the chaos. Their faces bore expressions of relief and survival as they chatted idly with colleagues and mechanically continued their tasks. Lu Chuan suddenly realized that he had been unconscious for quite some time, estimating that 2 or 3 hours had passed. As he pondered, a man in a black suit came running from a distance, weaving through the staff members before finally stopping in front of the three of them. The man in the black suit had a stern expression and a gaze that brooked no argument. He stared directly at them and asked in a rigid tone, "You three, did you just come out of the beast pavilion?" Hu Fifan, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the man, involuntarily shrank back, his voice trembling slightly. Yes." The man in the black suit stepped forward, closing the distance further, and released an even stronger spiritual pressure. "Then I need you to come with me for an investigation." Lu Chuan felt a surge of irritation and was about to ask for details when a sudden angry shout from beside him interrupted. "Get lost." LV Guangyan's face was dark, his anger almost tangible. The spiritual pressure he emitted was far more intense than that of the man in the black suit, as heavy as a mountain. The man in the black suit turned pale instantly, large beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his legs began to tremble. He forced himself to speak, but his voice had lost its earlier confidence. "Senior, I am merely following protocol. Please calm down." LV Guangyan snorted coldly and ignored the man, turning to signal Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan to leave. As they were about to exit the Beast Park, he threw out a final remark without looking back. "Your failure at the Cultivation Bureau nearly caused a disaster today. I will report this to the Plains City Inspection Office for a thorough investigation. If you have any skeletons in your closet, you might want to make arrangements for your family now." With that, LV Guangyan led Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan away, leaving the man in the black suit standing there, drenched in cold sweat and not daring to lift his head. Once they were out of the Beast Park, Lu Chuan couldn't help but ask, "Are we just leaving like this? We don't have classes today, so going to the Cultivation Bureau for an investigation wouldn't be a big deal." LV Guangyan seemed to read Lu Chuan's mind and smiled. "Don't worry, the rewards you deserve won't be missed. This is a big issue, and someone from Plain City will come to handle it. You'll get your reward then." Lu Chuan pressed on. "How much money are we talking about?" LV Guangyan shrugged nonchalantly. "Who knows, maybe 100,000, maybe 500,000? As he spoke, he began looking around the road, seemingly searching for a taxi. 500,000. Lu Chuan's voice suddenly became sharp, waves of shock crashing in his heart. His parents' monthly salary was only a few thousand, and he was going to get such a hefty reward just for starting a fire? It seemed too good to be true. Hu Fifan, beside him, shouted excitedly, "Chuan, you're going to be rich." His face was full of envy and joy. At that moment, LV Guangyan's phone rang. He answered, sounding a bit surprised. "Hello, looking for Lu Chuan?" "Sure." He handed the phone to Lu Chuan. "Lu Chuan, it's for you." Lu Chuan took the phone with a puzzled expression, wondering who could be calling him. The phone rang abruptly, and Lu Tiankui's anxious voice came through the receiver. "Hello? Xiao Chuan, are you okay?" Lu Chuan quickly reassured him. "I'm fine, Uncle Lu. I'm with Professor Lu from Yuanwu Immortal University." "Don't worry." Lu Tiankui breathed a sigh of relief, his voice filled with emotion. "It's good to hear you're okay. Your father entrusted you to me, and if anything happened to you, I wouldn't know how to face him. I never expected someone as kind as Section Chief Chui to be a spy for the cult. When he broke into the array control room, I was completely unprepared and got attacked from behind. Luckily, Principal Lu arrived in time to barely maintain the array." Lu Chuan was shocked and asked with concern, "Uncle Lu, are you hurt?" "Yes," Lu Tiankui replied with a bitter smile. "I've been receiving treatment in the hospital, and the doctors won't let me leave. Otherwise, I would have come to find you earlier. Principal Lu kept telling me you were fine, but it wasn't until now that I got in touch with Professor Lu. Are you really okay, Xiaochuan? Lu Chuan comforted him. Uncle Lu, take care of yourself first. I'm perfectly fine and will visit you with my dad soon. Only then did Lu Tiankue feel completely relieved and said, that's good to hear. Hand the phone over to Professor Lu. Principal Lu seems to have something to discuss with him. Professor Lu Guangyan took the phone, had a brief conversation, and then hung up. He turned to Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan. No need to call a cab. Principal Lu will come to pick us up. Let's wait for him at the entrance of the Beast Park. Hu Fifan asked curiously. Principal Lu, the one who changed the ticketing time to an hour before the park opens. That Principal Lu? Lu Guangyan glanced at Hu Fifan and bluntly said, if you think he's an idiot, just say it. Hu Fifan gave an awkward smile and didn't argue. Lu Guangyan explained, it's not entirely his fault. If the Cultivation Bureau hadn't messed up, everything should have been settled before the ticketing began. Postponing the ticket time was the right decision. Compared to the Cultivation Bureau, at least Principal Lu managed to hold the array control room for a few minutes before the seniors arrived, preventing the array from collapsing and the beasts from rampaging. He was somewhat useful. Listening to this, Lu Chuan silently noted Lu Guangyan's deep resentment towards the Cultivation Bureau. Before long, a dark green SUV approached and stopped in front of them. A portly middle-aged man got out and courteously opened the door for them. Please, get in. I've rented a private cultivation room at the Mai Hotel. Let's discuss things there. As soon as they got into the car, Lu Guangyan said flatly, there's no need to go to a hotel. We can talk right here in the car. Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan exchanged glances and couldn't help but ask quietly, Principal Lu, is this car earthquake-proof? Ahem. Lu, you really have a sense of humor, huh? How about I let you take the wheel? Principal Lu, who was driving, said with a laugh, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes revealing his appreciation for the banter among men. The atmosphere in the car instantly lightened, and the four men laughed in unison, the age gap seeming to vanish in that moment. With a barely noticeable hint of pride, Principal Lu continued, because of my job, I often need to go to areas where the beasts roam. This car is not only shock-resistant, but also has an especially thick exterior. My colleagues at the Beast Park are quite envious. I see. Hu Fifan in the back seat finally understood. No wonder I couldn't figure out the model of this car. It's been modified. Listening to the conversation, Lu Chuan couldn't help but reflect. Although this world was also called Hylon Star, it was vastly different from the one he knew in his previous life. Here, humans had not always been the dominant force. 2,000 years ago, the development level of this world was even lower than the spring and autumn periods of his previous life. Human settlements were fragile, with populations of just a few thousand to tens of thousands, unable to pose any threat to the vast forests and mountains filled with wild beasts. It wasn't until Zhang Daoling's ascension and the spread of the cultivation civilization that the Xianyuan era began. Humans grew stronger, but so did the beasts. Powerful cultivators emerged among humans, and beasts capable of threatening small nations were born. Before Xianyuan year 500, Hylon Star was in utter chaos, with beasts and humans fighting incessantly over territory. This chaos only ceased in Xianyuan year 500 when both sides seemed to reach a tacit understanding. Powerful beasts would no longer recklessly invade human cities, and strong human cultivators would no longer slaughter beasts indiscriminately. Despite this, the rift between beasts and humans remained deep-rooted. The Beast Park's role was to educate city residents about beasts and warn them of their dangers. This was a huge shock to Lu Chuan, as in his previous life on Hylon Star, animals had never posed a real threat to humans. After a bit more chatting, Principal Lu cleared his throat, as if remembering something important. He turned to Lu Guangyan with a smile. Mr. Lu, I specifically invited you from Yunwu Xian University for this mission. Here is your payment, tripled from the original amount. With that, he handed over a card. All right. Lu Guangyan accepted the card without hesitation. Lu Chuan now realized what Principal Lu and Lu Guangyan had been discussing earlier. Lu. Principal Lu suddenly turned around, smiling at Lu Chuan. Principal Lu, what's up? Lu Chuan asked curiously. If it weren't for you today, the Beast Park in Muyi City would have been in big trouble. This card is a token of my gratitude, Principal Lu said, handing another card to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was momentarily stunned and didn't immediately take it. From the front passenger seat, Lu Guangyan casually looked up at the car's ceiling and said, don't even think about refusing. If you do, he'll just take it back. Awakened by the remark, Lu Chuan quickly reached out. Thank you, Principal Lu. Seeing Lu Chuan accept the card, Principal Lu's smile grew even brighter. But suddenly, he felt a chill and noticed Hu Fifan staring intently at him, eyes unblinking. This kid. Principal Lu's eye twitched slightly as he fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a stack of tickets. Here, you two. Take these 10 all-access passes to the Beast Park. Hu Fifan glanced at Lu Chuan's bank card and then at the colorful tickets in his hand, his face full of resentment. Why is there such a big difference between people? After the transactions were complete, Principal Lu drove Lu Chuan and the others back to their residence. Lu Chuan wanted to continue seeking guidance on cultivation from Lu Guangyan, as the experience of this celestial university teacher was invaluable. He was also quite intrigued by the divine teachings Lu Guangyan had mentioned. After fighting side by side, their relationship had strengthened, and Lu Guangyan readily agreed to Lu Chuan's request. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by an urgent phone call. Lu Guangyan was summoned back to Yuanwu Celestial University. The situation was critical. Before leaving, he gave Lu Chuan his phone number and urged him to reach out if he had any questions. Lu Chuan nodded understandingly, realizing that today's events were significant and that Lu Guangyan, as a witness and teacher, needed to report to his superiors. Goodbye, Hu Fifan. Goodbye, Chuan. With these parting words, Lu Chuan jumped out of the car and sprinted towards the entrance of the residential area. Despite the regret of not being able to consult Lu Guangyan further, his good mood remained intact. Clutching the bank card given by Principal Lu, he headed straight to the ATM at the entrance. He inserted the card, entered the PIN, and the balance that popped up on the screen took his breath away. 200,000 yuan. A whole 5 zeros. Lu Chuan warily glanced around, noticing only the surveillance camera above watching him. He quickly pocketed the bank card and dashed home like a thief, hiding the card under his pillow. Lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling, Lu Chuan suddenly realized how absurd his behavior was. Damn, why is it that after living for 17 years, now that I suddenly have money, I feel like a thief? It's not like I stole it, I earned it with my life on the line. After coming to this realization, he sat up and solemnly placed the bank card on the table. But then he thought about how to explain it to his parents and decided to hide the card again, planning to come up with an excuse later. Just then, a sudden wave of drowsiness hit him. His vision went dark, and he collapsed onto the bed. In a daze, he found himself once again in that mysterious space, with an ancient book floating before him and slowly unfolding. Lu Chuan groggily looked at the first page of the ancient book, and his eyes suddenly lit up with ecstatic joy. Because at that moment, the first page of the ancient book was already... On Saturday evening, Lu Chuan sat at home, reflecting on the day's events. In the afternoon, he had devoured 5 pounds of hailing shrimp, and the first page of the ancient scroll had already revealed the upper body and head of a mythical creature. Later, in the beast park, he indulged in the canteen's beast meat, which unveiled the creature's left foot and 2 lines of text about the great flame technique on the lower left corner of the scroll. Lu Chuan calculated in his mind that since obtaining the ancient book 9 days ago, he had consumed over 20 pounds of hailing shrimp, costing more than 10,000 huasya currency. Despite this, by Sunday afternoon, the image on the scroll had only revealed about a quarter. According to his estimates, it would take about a month and a half and over 200 pounds of hailing shrimp, roughly equivalent to 100,000 yuan, to fully restore the first page. On his way home, Lu Chuan had already made up his mind. After checking his bank account balance, he decided to use the 200,000 yuan given by Director Lu to continue purchasing spiritual food to satisfy his seemingly bottomless appetite. However, when he re-entered the space where the ancient book resided, the scene before him filled him with ecstatic joy. The hazy force that had shrouded the first page had almost completely dissipated, and the image on the scroll was nearly fully revealed. In the dark space, a single scroll floated quietly. In the center of the scroll stood a giant beast, entirely golden, resembling a monkey but with a cold gaze. Its limbs were sturdy, muscles menacing, and it had a pair of winding, pale yellow horns, each 3 feet long, adding to its formidable presence. Lu Chuan excitedly ran forward to carefully observe the now fully revealed image of the mythical creature. It resembled the Foundation Establishment stage beast in the Beast Park, but its fur was more golden, its horns longer, and its presence more imposing. There were other details around the scroll. Near the left foot of the creature, there were texts about the Great Flame technique. Near the head on the upper right, there was an ancient character representing bloodline rank 3. The upper left corner was empty. Only the lower right corner was still shrouded in a slight haze, vaguely revealing the outlines of some plants, but their exact appearance was indistinguishable. Just as Lu Chuan rubbed his eyes, trying to see the plants more clearly, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness again. Meanwhile, at Yuanwu University, LV Guangyan was facing an elegant middle-aged female teacher with silver-rimmed glasses and slightly graying hair, asking in surprise, "What? Teacher Morong didn't take away the beast's body?" The female teacher smiled and asked back, "Why? Are you trying to back out?" LV Guangyan's eyes widened, and he urgently said, "Instructor Lu, what do you mean by this?" Instructor Lu stood up from her chair, her tone gentle as she explained, "Your actions in my eliminated many spies from the cult, preventing thousands from suffering. Taking a Foundation Establishment stage beast's body is no big deal." LV Guangyan stepped forward and anxiously argued, "No, Instructor Lu, I passed out at that time. It was Teacher Morong who woke me up." How could I have had time to move the beast's body? Enough. Instructor Lu interrupted him. Coach Lu beamed at Lu Guangyan, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Feigning unconsciousness is a piece of cake for you, isn't it? He teased. Lu Guangyan opened his mouth to retort, but Coach Lu silenced him with a raised hand. Focus on your training, Coach Lu said sternly. I'll report this matter truthfully to the Pingyuan City Inspection Office. As students of Yuanwu Immortal University, we should be open and honest. If you've taken the body of a mere Foundation establishment stage beast, so be it. Why hide it? Next time, no more covering up. Before Lu Guangyan could respond, Coach Lu's figure vanished like a breeze, leaving Lu Guangyan staring blankly at the empty space. After a long pause, he sighed deeply and muttered to himself, Morong Laosher, you saved me fine. You took the beast's body fine. But why pretend you know nothing and pin it on me? I feel more wronged than Do-yi. Meanwhile, in a secret meeting room at the Pingyuan City Inspection Office, the atmosphere was tense. A group of distinguished cultivators, dressed in formal attire, sat around a massive conference table, engaged in low-voiced discussions. At the front stood a middle-aged man with a stern expression, speaking softly. We've nearly pieced together the events of the attack at the Mayan City Beast Park. Now, let's discuss the responsibilities of the Mayan City Cultivation Bureau in this operation. Suddenly, a loud ringtone interrupted the meeting's silence. The middle-aged man frowned, but his expression softened into a polite smile when he saw the sound came from an elderly, bald man with a white beard. Morong Laosher, would you like to take that call? We can continue the meeting once you're back. The old man muttered something about it being a call from Coach Lu of Immortal University, then smiled at the others. I'll trouble you all to wait for a moment. I'll be right back. The others nodded understandingly as Morong Laosher left the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he answered the call. Hello, Coach Lu. His tone was calm, but his face quickly darkened, and his voice rose sharply. What? You say I stole that Foundation establishment beast's body and wrongfully accused your student? I, Morong Yinwu, am a respected cultivator. Who would covet that worthless beast? Your student's word is truth, but mine isn't? Lu Jingxian, don't think you can lord over me just because you're half a level higher. He angrily hung up the phone, muttering through gritted teeth. Lu Guangyan, that little brat. A mere Foundation establishment beast's body, and he pushes the blame on me. He better not choose my class in the future, or he'll regret it. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, filling the room with a warm glow. Lu Chuan woke up feeling refreshed and stretched luxuriously. After returning from the Beast Park yesterday, he had collapsed into bed and slept soundly until now. The sensation of being well-rested made him feel revitalized. But what surprised him even more was that despite skipping dinner last night and not even having time to eat the spirit shrimp, he wasn't hungry at all. The persistent hunger that had been bothering him for days had completely vanished. Feeling cheerful, Lu Chuan quickly washed up and had a light breakfast before heading straight to school. It was Monday, marking the start of a new week of classes. Upon arriving at the Class 8, Grade 11 classroom of Myexiu Immortal High School, Lu Chuan sat down energetically in his seat. Hu Fifan was already there, animatedly chatting with Zhang Wubin. When they saw Lu Chuan enter, both of them looked over. Hey, Chuan is here. You can ask him yourself, Hu Fifan said. Zhang Wubin immediately rushed over excitedly. Lu Chuan, I heard from my dad during breakfast that something happened at the Beast Park yesterday. Is it true? Lu Chuan was taken aback and instinctively looked at Hu Fifan. The latter quickly assured him with a serious expression. Don't worry, Chuan. I didn't say a word. Following Director Lu's instructions, Lu Chuan replied, yes, something did happen. There was a problem with the formation at the Beast Pavilion. He gave a brief official explanation. The formation outside the Beast Pavilion had malfunctioned, creating a safety hazard, so the exhibit was temporarily cancelled. Visitors who had successfully booked tickets would receive a refund within 72 hours. Wow, so it really happened, Zhang Wubin exclaimed, then eagerly added. I heard that the beast's claws even broke out of the pavilion. Is that true? It is. Hu Fifan and I saw it, Lu Chuan answered calmly, while Hu Fifan nodded vigorously beside him. So envious. If I'd known, I would have gone too, Zhang Wubin said dreamily. It must have been so cool to see it tear through the pavilion. Lu Chuan's eye twitched as he thought. Cool? I was scared stiff. It was almost a disaster with thousands of people at risk. But he didn't say much, just responded nonchalantly. Suddenly, Zhang Wubin's eyes lit up, staring at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, have you been taking elixirs lately? Like the qi condensing pill? Lu Chuan was puzzled. Why do you ask? I didn't notice when you first came in, but now I can feel it. Your spiritual power has definitely increased significantly, Zhang Wubin explained. You can sense my spiritual power? Lu Chuan asked curiously. Zhang Wubin didn't answer directly but instead said seriously, Lu Chuan, if you've been taking elixirs, you need to be careful. Our current spiritual power levels are still low, and we can't handle the potent effects of such elixirs. Taking them too early could lead to unstable spiritual foundations and negatively impact your future cultivation. But didn't Teacher Lu tell us to prepare 1 to 3 qi condensing pills before? Lu Chuan asked, confused. Ah, so you did take them? Zhang Wubin sighed. Teacher Lu did tell us to prepare the pills, but she didn't specify when we should take them. Lu Chuan blinked. Then why didn't she say? Zhang Wubin cleared his throat and explained quietly, the 6 of us called to the office that day, except for you. All come from well-off families. Teacher Lu might have assumed everyone knew the rules for taking qi condensing pills, so she didn't say anything? Lu Chuan pressed.
Yes.
Zhang Wubin looked cautiously at Lu Chuan, as if wanting to say more. Lu Chuan waved his hand, cutting him off. It's okay. I'm fine. It's not a big deal. Zhang Wubin hesitated, but finally just patted Lu Chuan on the shoulder, letting out a sigh. At that moment, the class representative, Yuan Minghan, walked in from the front door of the classroom and called out in a clear voice, Zhao Yu, Lu Yin, come to the office. Teacher Lu wants to see you. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. What's this about? Zhang Wubin whispered. I heard the principal thinks our batch has a lot of potential and wants to secure good results, especially with Yuanwu Immortal Academy expanding. So they're forming an advanced class early for those with spiritual power over 300. Yesterday, Zhao Yu and Lu Yan's spiritual power levels were measured during meditation and had surpassed the 300 mark. Zhang Wubin cautiously glanced at Lu Chuan and tentatively asked, Lu Chuan, your spiritual power level has also exceeded 300, right? Lu Chuan nodded calmly. I think so. Zhang Wubin raised his chin, gesturing towards Yuan Minghan, Zhao Yu, and Lu Yin in the distance. Then you can join them. Lu Chuan frowned. Join them? In the advanced class? He asked curiously. What do they teach in the advanced class? Zhang Wubin thought for a moment and replied, according to what my dad told me a few days ago, it should be cultivation techniques. What? Lu Chuan almost exclaimed in disbelief, lowering his voice. Is the principal out of his mind? How can they? Zhang Wubin explained with a bitter smile. You need to understand, the regulations in the Cultivation Education Act clearly state that it is strictly forbidden for anyone or any institution to teach cultivation techniques to minors under 16. Violators are sentenced to death. The rule specifies minors under 16. We, as second-year high school students, are already 17. So it's not prohibited. He continued, my dad told me a few days ago that according to the school's curriculum, they will start teaching us cultivation techniques after the class division. However, those from cultivator families have started much earlier. At this point, Zhang Wubin sighed deeply, filled with regret. Sigh, that's the gap. Lu Chuan's expression also turned complicated. He knew very well that this was indeed a gap. Zhang Wubin's family was well off, much better than his own, which allowed him to learn the correct usage of the qi condensation pill. Yet, even so, Zhang's family couldn't enable him to start cultivating techniques early. As for Lu Yin, Zhao Yu, and Li Yi from Class 5, they all came from cultivator families, with parents who were cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. This meant they didn't have to worry about spiritual food during the benefit period or be ignorant of the qi condensation pills usage. They also received the best guidance, allowing them to start cultivating techniques much earlier than others. Lu Chuan sighed inwardly. No matter the world, it's never fair. It only respects strength. He thought of Teacher Lu, who knew better than anyone that Lu Yin and Zhao Yu excelled in class because of better spiritual food and family guidance. She also understood that Lu Chuan's 6th place ranking in the class, despite lacking sufficient spiritual food and guidance, was already commendable. But she only focused on results. As a teacher, she would only prioritize students with higher spiritual power levels and greater potential. Only these students could enhance her prestigious record and bring her honor. Lu Chuan couldn't help but ponder. Why was he overlooked? Such crucial information about the qi condensation pills usage wasn't shared with him, almost jeopardizing his future cultivation. The reason was simple. At that time, among the 6, his spiritual power level was the lowest, and his family background didn't seem capable of supporting a long path in cultivation, making his chances of reaching the foundation establishment stage very slim. Lu Chuan clearly understood these stakes. He didn't blame Teacher Lu for her actions, knowing that he had ultimately avoided taking the qi condensation pill at the wrong time and thus avoided a major mistake. But Lu Chuan wasn't a saint. Understanding was one thing, but he still bore a grudge. At this moment, he silently noted in his mind. If one day he becomes the top student at Muying High School and returns to claim his prize, he wouldn't say a word to Teacher Lu. He snorted inwardly. She'll regret it to her core. In the office, Zhao Yu and Lu Yin listened attentively to Teacher Lu's instructions and politely waved goodbye. Got it, teacher. The 5th floor, right? We'll head over right away. The two turned to leave, but bumped into Lu Chuan at the door. Surprised, Lu Yin asked, Lu Chuan, what are you doing here? As the class monitor for Class 8, Lu Yin was particularly sensitive about class time and couldn't help but wonder why Lu Chuan wasn't in class. Lu Chuan glanced warily around the office and motioned for them to talk elsewhere. The three moved to a quieter spot. What's going on? Lu Yin asked with concern. Despite being the class monitor, he always chose to side with his classmates over the teachers. Zhao Yu also looked on with concern. Seeing their anxious expressions, Lu Chuan smiled and explained, "It's nothing special. I heard you two were going to the small class and I wanted to join." Lu Yin hesitated for a moment, and Lu Chuan quickly added, "My spiritual power level has also surpassed 300. No way." Zhao Yu and Lu Yin exclaimed. "When did that happen? How did you get there so fast?" Lu Chuan calmly replied, "I broke through not long ago. It just took a while to stabilize." Lu Yin didn't catch the underlying meaning in Lu Chuan's words and readily said, "All right, if your level is over 300, you can join the small class. Let's go together." The three of them headed to the classroom at the far end of the 5th floor. When they arrived, the room was already filled with many students, most of whom were familiar faces Lu Chuan had seen in school activities. "Let's sit in the back row," Lu Yin suggested, and the other two nodded in agreement. Before long, the small classroom, which could accommodate about 37 or 38 students, was completely full. Lu Chuan was secretly surprised and roughly estimated that each class had nearly 5 students with spiritual power levels above 300, while Class 8 only had the 3 of them. Class 8 is a bit weak, he thought to himself. As the classroom filled up, a tall, lean male teacher with clear glasses walked in. The room instantly fell silent. Lu Chuan recognized him as Zhang Ning, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 and the teacher with the highest spiritual power level among the second-year teachers. Zhang Ning's sharp gaze swept across the room, lingering on Lu Chuan for a moment before he nodded slightly and said, "Good. It looks like everyone is here. Let's get started." He continued, "The reason you're all here should be clear. Each of you is a top student in your respective classes, and with only 20 days left before the division exam, having a spiritual power level above 300 is quite an achievement." A low murmur of laughter filled the room, with most students smiling, though a few remained expressionless. But Zhang Ning's tone shifted. In previous years, students who got into Xinda University had spiritual power levels above 450 at this point. "I want to ask, is there anyone here whose level has reached 450? The room fell silent immediately. The students who had been laughing moments ago now had frozen expressions. 450? That's a huge gap," someone whispered. 10 seconds passed, and not a single hand was raised. "Oh," Zhang Ning said flatly, "it seems there's quite a gap between you and the true elites of previous years." The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, and some students even started to sigh softly. Zhang Ning observed the frustrated expressions of his students, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He chuckled softly and said, "But don't worry. This year's small class started much earlier than previous years. As long as you work hard in the small class, catching up to the top students from previous years won't be a problem." His words immediately reignited hope among the students, and everyone stared at Zhang Ning with bright eyes, their anticipation evident. Seeing this, Zhang Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Good students are easier to convince. He pulled out a book from under his desk and, smiling, showed it to the class. "This is the secret to catching up with the top students from previous years. Come on, everyone. Tell me loudly. What is written on this book?" "Linghua Xiuxing Fa." The students answered in unison. "Correct." Zhang Ning nodded approvingly. "The lingual cultivation method is our main study content in the small class." He turned towards the door and shouted, "Come on in. Distribute these." As soon as he finished speaking, a few students walked into the classroom carrying a stack of books and began distributing them. Everyone eagerly received their copy of the lingual cultivation method. Zhang Ning briefly introduced, "The lingual cultivation method has been strongly promoted since the establishment of the Huaxia Alliance, 1,500 years ago. Unlike those novels where you have to fight to the death for resources, here, as long as you can cultivate, the Huaxia Alliance will provide it directly. For cultivation up to the Jindan stage, this is one of the top methods." Lu Chuan was incredibly excited. Although he had been meditating and cultivating for a while, apart from running faster, having more strength, and eating more, he had not yet experienced the true benefits of cultivation. He looked forward to experiencing the wonders of cultivation through this method. Zhang Ning looked around and confirmed, "All right, it seems everyone has received the lingual cultivation method. Don't open it yet. Let's confirm 2 things first. Is anyone here under 16 years old?" The classroom was silent. "Does anyone have a spiritual power value below 300? Still, no one spoke. Zhang Ning sighed in relief, patting his chest with a smile. "Good. If there were, I'd be in trouble as soon as you opened this book." The students laughed, the room filled with amusement. "All right." Zhang Ning gestured for silence. "Now open to the first page. Let's clarify the purpose and significance of this cultivation method." He began to explain. You've all been cultivating since the first year of high school, which has been 2 years. Over 700 days, you've accumulated spiritual power from 0 to just over 300. That means it takes about 2 days to increase by 1 point. Do you think this speed is slow? Slow too slow, the students answered in unison. Zhang Ning held up the lingual cultivation method, pointing to the content in the book. Look at the second page, the Qi refining section. Cultivators using this method can increase their spiritual power by 510 points per day. If you had started this in your first year, even at the minimum rate of 5 points per day, in over 700 days, wouldn't your spiritual power have reached the foundation establishment stage by now? He then posed a question, but why did the Huaxia Alliance ban it? The students were wide-eyed, clearly never having considered this. Yeah, if we started in the first year, we should have at least reached the foundation establishment stage by now, right? This method is faster than the spiritual food during the red phase, so why ban it? Lu Chuan was also puzzled, curiously looking at Zhang Ning for an answer. Zhang Ning noticed Zhao Yu seemed to have something to say, and gestured for him to speak. Zhao Yu, you look like you have an idea. Go ahead. Zhao Yu stood up and tentatively answered, Mr. Zhang, is it because cultivating this method too early has no real effect? The spiritual power doesn't increase at all? The classroom agreed, nodding their heads. That makes sense. If it didn't work, why would the Alliance ban it? Someone echoed. Zhang Ning, however, revealed a mysterious smile. He seriously said, I can responsibly tell you, if you had started cultivating the lingual cultivation method in your first year, although you wouldn't see an increase of 5 points per day, everyone here would now be high-level Qi refiners, and some might have even reached the foundation establishment stage. This caused an uproar in the classroom. The students looked at each other in disbelief, shocked by this unexpected revelation. Facing the classroom full of agitated students, Zhang Ning's lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile. Her voice, calm and resolute, cut through the noise. It's simple. The Huaxia Alliance doesn't just need high-level Qi practitioners or even foundation establishment cultivators. We need stronger beings. Her words hit like a sledgehammer, plunging the classroom into silence. The students stared at Zhang Ning in disbelief. Zhang Ning continued, if you start practicing the Ling Vortex cultivation method at 16, the number of high-level Qi practitioners and foundation establishment cultivators will indeed increase. However, her tone grew serious. Breaking through to higher realms will become nearly impossible. She scanned the room, seeing confusion and shock on every face. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ning went on. The initial 300 points of spiritual power for a beginner Qi practitioner are the foundation of all cultivation. The more solid the foundation, the better. Using the 2 years from age 16 to 17 to accumulate spiritual power through primitive methods may seem outdated, but it has profound significance. Her voice echoed in the classroom, each word carrying immense weight. If the same 10,000 high-level Qi practitioners have a shaky foundation, they might produce 300 or 400 foundation establishment cultivators and 1 golden core. But if those 10,000 high-level Qi practitioners have a solid foundation, with each of the initial 300 points of spiritual power painstakingly accumulated, we could see nearly 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators and about 5 golden cores. The students were stunned, unable to speak as they processed the staggering difference in numbers. Zhang Ning's voice grew even more forceful. This is why the Huaxia Alliance has legislated against early practice of the Ling Vortex cultivation method. Only with a solid foundation and more beginners with a solid foundation can true powerhouses emerge. The classroom was deathly silent. All the students stared ahead, still digesting the astonishing information. In the back row, Lu Chuan was profoundly shaken. He finally understood the deep reasoning behind what seemed like an unreasonable ban. The foresight of the Huaxia Alliance was far beyond his imagination. Meanwhile, outside the classroom window, 2 figures stood quietly. One was a short, slightly plump man with dark skin and thick hair, exuding authority. The other was a tall, fair-skinned man who was already balding, standing respectfully behind him. They were none other than Xiao Xingsheng, the principal of Myexiuxian No. 1 High School, and Lu Zhiyong, the head of the 2nd grade and the homeroom teacher of the 3rd-year cultivation class. Lu Zhiyong whispered, Principal Xiao, it seems bringing Zhang Ning to lead the small class was the right decision. Xiao Xingxing didn't respond directly but asked, who's the student with the highest spiritual power in this small class? Lu Zhiyong hesitated, then explained, Principal, since 2 weeks ago, the school has stopped collecting students' spiritual power data. Xiao Xingxing, slightly impatient, said, I know that. I'm asking for your judgment based on your years of teaching experience. Lu Zhiyong quickly complied, carefully observing the students for about 10 minutes. Then he whispered in Xiao Xingxing's ear, Principal, based on my nearly 20 years of teaching experience, there are 3 students who might have the highest spiritual power. The 3rd girl from the left in the 1st row, the girl with glasses in the middle of the 3rd row, and the most handsome boy in the last row. Xiao Xingxing compared the students to the photos on his phone, muttering, Li Yi, Jiang Yi, Lu Chuan? Except for Lu Chuan, I'm quite certain about the other two girls, Lu Zhiyong added. Xiao Xingxing nodded. All right, have all three of them come to my office tomorrow. In the small classroom, Lu Chuan and his classmates were intently listening to teacher Zhang Ning's lecture. The noise outside didn't distract them at all. Zhang Ning was explaining the basics of cultivation in detail. Once you turn 16 and your spiritual power reaches 300, you can start practicing real cultivation techniques. You can learn basic spells like Fireball and Frostbolt, and even try taking qi condensing pills to quickly enhance your spiritual power. Cultivation methods primarily guide your practice and speed up the gathering of spiritual power. Besides increasing your spiritual power, these methods can also slightly improve its quality. When you get into the Immortal University, there will be specialized techniques to further enhance the quality of your spiritual power. Sitting in the back row, Lu Chuan carefully absorbed this information. He suddenly realized that the qi condensing pills and those spells required a spiritual power level of 300 to be used safely, or they might destabilize one's foundation. He felt fortunate that his spiritual power had surpassed 300 yesterday in the Beast Park, allowing him to successfully use the Great Blaze spell against the Swan Beast. Reflecting on his cultivation progress, Lu Chuan was a bit puzzled. His spiritual power had increased from 273 to 350 points in just 6 days, even with 2 days of inadequate food intake. He estimated that with proper nutrition, he could have gained nearly 90 points in 6 days. After meditating on Saturday, he gained another 15 points, reaching 365. This didn't even account for the gains from the ancient book while he slept over the weekend. What surprised Lu Chuan even more was that after fainting in the Beast Park, the first page of the ancient book almost fully manifested. Normally, even a partial manifestation would increase his spiritual power by over 10 points. This time, with such a significant manifestation, could it increase his spiritual power by 300 points at once? Although the qi refining stage mainly involved accumulating spiritual power without obvious bottlenecks, Lu Chuan found it hard to believe that he wouldn't feel anything if his spiritual power increased by several hundred points overnight. Zhang Ning continued. Now that we've covered the basic concepts, let's move on to practicing the spirit whirlpool cultivation method. Please move to the adjacent training room. As soon as she finished speaking, nearly 40 students stood up and filed into the large classroom next door. They were greeted by rows of large, luxurious meditation mats, each about half the size of a bed. The students marveled at the sight and quickly took their seats. Lu Chuan found a spot and sat cross-legged. Zhang Ning began guiding them through the internal observation. Close your eyes and focus on the location of your dantian. Gather the qi from your entire body and feel it flowing through your meridians. Follow the flow of spiritual power within your meridians, and you will find that it all converges in your lower abdomen, where your dantian is located. Following these instructions, Lu Chuan quickly felt the convergence of spiritual power in his lower abdomen, as if it were an energy hub. Good. It looks like everyone has found their dantian, Zhang Ning said with satisfaction. Now we will begin our first cultivation session. Keep your focus on your dantian, immerse your consciousness within your body, and try to guide the spiritual power to circulate through a complete cycle, with the dantian as the endpoint. Inhale while running the energy cycle, and exhale when gathering it in the dantian. Zhang Ning's instructions echoed through the classroom, and the students' breathing gradually became long and rhythmic. With each breath, a thin stream of spiritual energy began to circulate around them. Observing this, Zhang Ning's lips curled into a meaningful smile. She started counting in her mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Suddenly, over 10 students' faces turned pale, and they collapsed onto the large mats. Although uninjured, the abrupt scene caught everyone's attention. Zhang Ning quickly gestured for silence, indicating that they should continue their practice. 9, 10, 11, 12. Another 5 or 6 students turned pale and fell. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. A new batch of students finished their practice. Zhang Ning nodded in satisfaction, thinking that this batch of students was indeed impressive. In just 6 seconds, they had completed 3 energy cycles, and about 10 students were still going strong. By the end of the 4th cycle, another 7 students fell, including Zhao Yu and Lu Yin. The two instinctively looked around and were surprised to see that Lu Chuan was still practicing the energy cycle. At this point, only 3 students remained. Li Yi in the first row, Jiang Yi in the third row, and Lu Chuan beside them. Zhao Yu and Lu Yin exchanged a shocked glance. Coming from families of cultivators, even with parental guidance, they could only run 4 cycles at most. Yet Lu Chuan, an ordinary student with no prior guidance, had already persisted through 5 cycles and seemed capable of continuing. Finally, at the end of the 6th cycle, Lu Chuan and Jiang Yi also turned pale and stopped their practice. Only Li Yi in the front row persisted until the 8th cycle before stopping. Zhang Ning's gaze swept over Li Yi, Jiang Yi, and Lu Chuan, filled with both admiration and astonishment. She smiled and reassured the other students. Don't be too disheartened. Actually, Li Yi's spiritual energy reached 300 half a month ago. She kept it a secret to avoid discouraging everyone. She's been practicing for half a month to complete 8 cycles in one go. These words, instead of comforting the students, made them feel even more desperate. Zhang Ning's face was almost glowing with pride, as if she were flaunting the fact that Li Yi is my student. Zhang Ning then said seriously, practicing cultivation techniques is different from just meditating. It consumes a lot of energy. Today's class ends here. Go home and replenish your energy and spiritual power as soon as possible. From now on, you can practice the techniques here every week, utilizing the 4 directions gathering spirit array. I hope you can all form your spiritual rings within a week. Class dismissed. After speaking, Zhang Ning left the classroom. Zhao Yu and Lu Yin immediately surrounded Lu Chuan, asking if anyone had taught him the cultivation techniques. Lu Chuan honestly replied that no one had, which astonished them even more. Lu Chuan modestly suggested it might just be good luck, then asked, what did teacher Zhang Ning mean by spiritual rings? Lu Yin explained, you'll understand once you study the spiritual vortex cultivation method at home. Generally, after 7 to 14 days of practice, a ring of spiritual energy forms in the dantian. That's the spiritual ring. Zhao Yu added, the speed at which spiritual rings form depends on your mastery of the technique. I guess Li might already have 3 rings. As they spoke, they noticed Lu Chuan seemed distracted. Lu Yin patted his shoulder. Lu Chuan, what are you spacing out about? Did you understand? Lu Chuan snapped back from observing his dantian, looked up at the ceiling, and felt somewhat speechless. It turned out that the 6 strange rings of spiritual energy he had discovered in his dantian during practice were actually spiritual rings. But why did he already have 6 rings before even starting to practice? Lu Chuan couldn't help but wonder what kind of anomaly he was, finding it quite perplexing. According to Zhang Ning, students in the advanced class expend so much energy practicing their cultivation techniques that they are allowed to leave school and go home after morning classes to eat some spiritual food and take a nap to replenish their energy. In the classroom, the students in the advanced class looked pale, as if they had just run a 10-kilometer marathon, clearly in need of rest. This was especially true for the newcomers who were practicing for the first time and were extremely weak. However, Lu Chuan was an exception. After his cultivation practice, he remained energetic. But he didn't hesitate to head home as soon as the bell rang, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Once home, Lu Chuan opened the fridge and took out some leftover sea spirit shrimp from the previous night. He heated it up casually and started digging in. Although the shrimp wasn't as fresh as it had been, the flavors from the seasonings had intensified, giving it a unique taste. As he enjoyed his meal, Lu Chuan opened the method of spiritual vortex cultivation he had brought back from school and began to study it carefully. He couldn't help but think that if he had been this diligent in his previous life, he might have been at the top of his class. As his understanding of the cultivation method deepened, Lu Chuan gradually grasped the secrets of the spiritual rings. It turned out that the formation of spiritual rings was crucial during the qi refining stage. After completing a full circulation, spiritual energy would accumulate in the dantian and condense into threads of spiritual energy through specific techniques. When enough of these threads were formed, they would merge into spiritual rings. The more spiritual rings one had, the faster they could cultivate, and these rings were also key to breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The book mentioned that 9 overlapping spiritual rings could form a spiritual vortex, which is essential for becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully and committed this crucial information to memory. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Lu Chuan carried his plate to the kitchen. While washing the dishes, a question suddenly struck him. If the advanced class focuses solely on intensive cultivation and then goes home, what about the academic subjects? For other students, this might not be a problem. But Lu Chuan knew his academic foundation was weak. If he didn't put in the effort to study, he might fail the cultivation class exams. Even if his spiritual energy levels were sufficient, it would be a shame to be held back because of poor academic performance. With this in mind, Lu Chuan quickly dried his hands and grabbed his phone to message the class monitor, Lu Yin, about his concern. Lu Yin soon replied, reassuring Lu Chuan not to worry. He said he had just asked some seniors from the previous year, and as long as they passed their academic subjects, it would be fine. The real focus was on spiritual energy levels, and the school wouldn't make things difficult for them. Feeling relieved, Lu Chuan was about to put down his phone when Lu Yin sent another message. Apparently, Zhang Ning had mentioned in class that previous students had spiritual energy levels of 450 at this point, but Lu Yin found out that most students only had levels slightly over 300, with the highest being around 350. Realizing the truth, Lu Chuan replied, turns out these teachers are all liars. Your class is the noisiest in the whole building. You're the worst batch I've ever taught, all lies. Putting down his phone, Lu Chuan returned to studying the method of spiritual vortex cultivation. He attempted to cultivate according to the method again, and was surprised to find that he could continue circulating his energy and accumulating it in his dantian. This discovery further strengthened his resolve to practice diligently. This was starkly different from what teacher Zhangning had said. Lu Chuan recalled Zhangning's teachings. On the first day, a beginner could only perform one cycle of the Zhou Tian practice, slightly increasing on the second day, and only on the third day could they perform multiple cycles in a day. But all of this was based on sufficient spiritual food and elixirs. The Zhou Tian practice consumed a great deal of a cultivator's energy. After one extreme cycle, spiritual power, energy, and stamina were nearly depleted. To perform a second cycle, one had to immediately consume spiritual food or a more potent elixir. However, the body's absorption capacity was limited, and both spiritual food and elixirs had their limits. Lu Chuan felt he had an epiphany. The problem might lie here. Recently, he had been constantly hungry, a clear sign of energy deficiency, similar to the state after a Zhou Tian cycle without timely replenishment. But ever since the incident at the Beast Park, the hunger had vanished completely, as if he would never feel hungry again. There was only one explanation for this anomaly. A powerful energy source was hidden within his body, continuously replenishing his consumption. Those 6 mysterious spiritual rings were likely the work of this energy. A glint of confusion shone in Lu Chuan's eyes as a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be that the enormous beast that day wasn't taken away by some senior, but absorbed by him? The thought was so incredible that it startled even himself. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the peculiar space in his mind, his phone rang abruptly. It was Hu Fifan calling. Chuan, Yuan Minghan told teacher Lu that you didn't show up for class all day, and he's furious. He's on his way to your house. Lu Chuan snapped out of his thoughts, feeling a wave of frustration. This morning, he had rushed to attend a small class and went straight home after practicing, completely forgetting about his regular classes. Worse still, he hadn't informed teacher Lu about his whereabouts. Did you cover for me? Lu Chuan asked instinctively. Cover for you? How? Hu Fifan sighed. I told him you were in the bathroom for 1 period, then that you fell in for 2 periods. I can't say you drowned for the whole day, can I? Good luck, Chuan. At that moment, he heard the sound of keys turning in the door. His mother, Song Huiqin, called out, Xiao Chuan, come out. Teacher Lu is here to see you. Lu Chuan lay on his bed, remaining silent. You rascal, I know you're home. You changed your slippers, and you're still hiding? Come out now. This time, it was his father, Lu Zhanghua, speaking. Lu Chuan groaned internally. This is it, mom and dad together. Now it's a mixed doubles match, with teacher Lu cheering on the side. Unable to feign sleep any longer, Lu Chuan sighed and pushed open the door. To his surprise, the atmosphere in the living room was not as tense as he had imagined. Teacher Lu and his mother, Song Huiqin, were sitting on the couch, and his parents were even smiling, looking at him with a hint of pride in their eyes. Lu Chuan stood there, bewildered. What is going on? Mr. Lu sat in front of the tea that Mrs. Lu had brought, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm really sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Lu, for coming over so late for a home visit. Song Huiqin quickly waved her hand, a warm smile on her face. Oh, Mr. Lu, you're too polite. It's after work hours, and we should be thanking you for taking the time to come over. She gently patted Lu Chuan on the shoulder, eyes full of gratitude. This child, Xiao Chuan, has been quite a handful at school. Thank you for looking after him. Listening to his mother, Lu Chuan suddenly understood. So this was a home visit. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his performance in the small class today, where he completed 6 cycles of cultivation on his first try, had reached Mr. Lu. He had been worried it was a complaint, scaring himself for nothing. Mr. Lu smiled and said, as I mentioned on the way here, Lu Chuan has been doing very well at school recently. His spiritual power has been steadily increasing, surpassing most of his classmates. Moreover, he has officially started attending the special small class for top students aiming for Xinda University. Small class? Lu Zhanghua's eyes lit up with excitement. Does this mean Xiao Chuan has the potential to get into Xinda University? Although Mr. Lu had briefly mentioned Lu Chuan's recent academic performance, he hadn't mentioned the small class. Lu Zhanghua was thrilled, knowing what the small class signified. Almost all students admitted to Xinda University had undergone specialized training in these small classes during high school. The last time Lu Chuan measured his spiritual power at the library, it was 239. Enough for the cultivation class, but not promising for Xinda University. Lu Zhanghua had spent all his savings on nutrition for his son, hoping to secure his future. Unexpectedly, there was now real hope. Mr. Lu looked at the couple seriously and said, yes, Lu Chuan now has a very good chance of getting into Xinda University. However, this chance depends greatly on one thing, and I need you to be honest about it. Lu Zhanghua immediately straightened up. Please ask, Mr. Lu. Mr. and Mrs. Lu. Mr. Lu carefully chose his words. Have you bought any qi condensation pills for Lu Chuan recently? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhanghua felt a bit awkward. He exchanged a glance with Song Huiqin and confessed, well, Mr. Lu, rest assured. We've heard about the benefits of qi condensation pills for high school students. We've been trying to save up to buy one for him soon. Song Huiqin quickly added, yes, the qi condensation pills are indeed quite expensive, costing around 20,000 each. So we need some time to gather the money? Mr. Lu's eyes lit up with joy, and his voice rose a few notches. So, Lu Chuan hasn't taken a qi condensation pill yet? No, he hasn't, Lu Zhongguo replied, a bit puzzled. That's fantastic, Mr. Lu exclaimed. In that case, Mr. Lu Chuan has more than a 70% chance of getting into Xinda University. More than 70%. Lu Zhongguo was ecstatic. Is that true, Mr. Lu? Absolutely, Mr. Lu explained. Today, Lu Chuan completed 6 cycles during his first cultivation session, indicating a high level of comprehension of the technique. As long as his current spiritual power hasn't been artificially boosted by qi condensation pills, he has a great chance of getting into Xinda University. Mr. Lu seemed relieved as he glanced at Lu Chuan. But Lu Chuan quickly turned his head towards the TV, pretending not to notice his teacher's look. Mr. Lu cleared his throat and changed the subject. Actually, besides bringing you this good news, I also have something for Lu Chuan. He took out a small wooden box and a wristband from his bag. Lu Zhongguo immediately waved his hand. Mr. Lu, what do you mean by this? We can't accept these. Yes, Mr. Lu, we can't take your things. Mrs. Lu also declined quickly. At that moment, Lu Chuan turned his gaze from the TV, looking at Mr. Lu with a hint of dissatisfaction. Mr. Lu, if you're here, you're here. Why bring gifts? Mr. Lu looked at Lu Chuan and thought to himself, this cheeky kid. The person who was just ignoring me is now suddenly so eager when he hears about getting something. Teacher Lu muttered to herself, feeling a sense of relief at the same time. Earlier this afternoon, as school was letting out, she heard from the class representative, Yuan Minghan, that Lu Chuan had been absent all day. Furious, she immediately decided to visit Lu Chuan's home and demand an explanation. However, just as she was about to leave, her colleague, teacher Zhang Ning, mentioned that Lu Chuan had been performing exceptionally well in the smaller class. Shortly thereafter, the grade director, Lu Zhiyong, called to inquire about Lu Chuan's situation and hinted that the principal might give special attention to Li Yi, Jiang Yi, and Lu Chuan. This series of events made teacher Lu realize the gravity of the situation. She was grateful she hadn't acted impulsively. With Lu Chuan's vengeful nature, even if he did get into Xinda University later, he probably wouldn't treat her kindly. Putting on a kind and approachable smile, teacher Lu explained to Lu Chuan's parents, Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, please don't misunderstand. These items weren't bought by me personally. She picked up the small wooden box and the bracelet on the table, explaining carefully, this box contains a qi condensing pill. This spirit power bracelet has the most advanced spirit power detection array from the Huaxia Alliance, with a margin of error within 3 points. The school purchased these at a high price from Yuanwu City. Every student in the smaller class will receive a qi condensing pill and a bracelet as a reward from the school. Lu Zhongguo and Song Huiqin visibly relaxed after hearing this. In their many years, they had only heard of parents giving gifts to teachers, never the other way around. If teacher Lu had indeed paid for these out of her own pocket, they wouldn't dare accept them. Teacher Lu then turned to Lu Chuan, smiling, by the way, the principal has been paying attention to Lu Chuan recently and is planning to give him a special reward soon. This reward is only for the top-performing students, and only 3 students in the entire grade will receive it. Hearing this, Lu Chuan's parents' eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement. A reward from the principal, and only 3 students in the entire grade. Their child was truly outstanding. Teacher Lu continued, however, before we officially give out the reward, we need to confirm Lu Chuan's spirit power level. She picked up the spirit power bracelet from the table and asked Lu Chuan with a smile, shall we test it with this bracelet? Lu Chuan, are you willing? What's there to be unwilling about? Teacher Lu isn't an outsider. Go ahead and test, Lu Chuan's mother, Song Huiqin, said with a laugh. However, Lu Zhongguo interrupted his wife with a serious expression, looking intently at his son. Xiao Chuan, do you want to test it? Lu Chuan obediently replied, yes, teacher Lu isn't an outsider. Plus, she can teach me how to use this spirit power bracelet. Despite his outward compliance, Lu Chuan was keenly aware of the situation. After chatting with Zhang Wubin earlier, he realized that teacher Lu had previously neglected him, even forgetting to inform him about the correct usage of the qi condensing pill. Coupled with his experiences in the smaller class, Lu Chuan became even more certain of one principle. Apart from his parents, no one would care about him unconditionally. To gain attention, he must first demonstrate his value. Only by showing sufficient potential could he attract more attention and resources. This world seemed to have an insatiable demand for the strong, with the Huaxia Alliance investing vast resources annually to cultivate them. Resources that would only go to those deemed valuable. Soon, the bracelet was securely fastened. Teacher Lu smiled and instructed, Lu Chuan, now you can try channeling a bit of your spirit power, just a small amount will do. The bracelet will measure your spirit power level. Okay, Lu Chuan nodded and began channeling the spirit power through his meridians. The bracelet immediately reacted, its screen flickering with a blue light. Teacher Lu and Lu Chuan's parents watched the bracelet screen anxiously, awaiting the results. A few seconds later, the blue light on the bracelet faded, revealing a number on the screen. This, Teacher Lu couldn't help but exclaim in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. The number displayed on the spirit power bracelet was few outside the Lu family's apartment complex. Mr. Lu exhaled deeply and dialed the principal's number with trembling fingers. The night was deep, the streetlights dim, and his voice seemed especially clear in the stillness. "Hello, Principal Xiao. I apologize for disturbing you this late," Mr. Lu said quietly. "There's something important I need to report. I measured Lu Chuan's spiritual power level. It's 495. A moment of silence followed on the other end of the line. Then the principal's low voice responded. Mr. Lu nodded. "Got it. I've already informed Lu Chuan's parents, and I won't tell anyone else." Meanwhile, inside the Lu household, the family of three was enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Lu Chuan absent-mindedly chewed on a shrimp, recalling Mr. Lu's serious expression when he left. When the spiritual power bracelet showed a result of 495, Mr. Lu was initially ecstatic but quickly turned unusually serious. He sternly warned Lu Chuan's parents to keep the number a secret and not to let anyone know. He even specifically told Lu Chuan not to tell his best friend, Hu Fifan. Lu Chuan was baffled. Since the early stages of training as a spiritual practitioner, the school had always emphasized the importance of keeping spiritual power levels confidential. But as an educational institution, shouldn't they be more concerned about students' spiritual power levels? That way, they could provide tailored support to those in need. "Are you full, Xiao Chuan?" his mother asked, noticing his empty shrimp plate. Lu Chuan snapped out of his thoughts and grinned. "I'm full, really. I even had the leftover spirit shrimp for lunch today." "Are you sure? I can make you more if you're still hungry," his mother insisted. "I'm really full, Mom. You know I wouldn't lie to you," Lu Chuan said, standing up. "You two keep eating. I'll head back to study." With that, he quickly retreated to his room. Closing the door behind him, Lu Chuan let out a long breath. Since Mr. Liu's visit, his parents' attitude towards him had changed dramatically. During dinner, they kept serving him food, their eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. Lu Chuan picked up the spiritual power bracelet Mr. Lu had left and tested it twice more. The number still read 495, confirming the result. He sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. Soon, he found the mysterious ancient book. Since its activation in the Beast Garden, the book had been present in his mind, no longer confined to nighttime appearances. With a thought, the book slowly opened, revealing the first illustrated page. He examined it closely, but it looked no different from when he had first unlocked it on Saturday. Apart from the hazy plants in the lower right corner, everything else was clearly visible. This meant that despite eating several pounds of spirit shrimp daily, the illustration hadn't restored at all. Lu Chuan wondered what was so special about the lower right corner. He tried to focus on the blurry plants, but a sharp pain, like needles piercing his brain, forced him to stop, nearly causing him to faint. Clutching his head, he realized he could no longer continue. Reflecting on past experiences with the book, Lu Chuan realized his previous losses of consciousness were likely due to his attempts to see the obscured images, which triggered a backlash. However, as the first page gradually recovered, he seemed to be growing more resistant to this backlash, able to endure longer each time. Although the pain was intense this time, at least he didn't pass out. Lu Chuan had been poring over ancient texts for a long time, but apart from learning that viewing the unopened parts of the scroll would cause a backlash from a mysterious force, he found nothing. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Guangyan. "Brother Lu, how's the investigation at the Beast Park going? Any news on the body of that mythical beast?" Before long, Lu Guangyan called directly and got straight to the point. "Lu Chuan, why are you suddenly asking about the body of the mythical beast?" Lu Chuan quickly explained. "I just thought of it today and figured you might not be too busy, so I wanted to check in. The inspector's office in Pingyuan City should be wrapping up their results soon, right? Once that's done, the Beast Park matter should be resolved." He paused and added, "But don't worry too much about the body of the mythical beast. I suspect it was taken by Professor Murong from our university, but he doesn't want to admit it and wants me to claim it instead." "Really?" Lu Guangyan's tone was calm. "It's not a big deal. Although that mythical beast temporarily broke through to the golden core stage after taking a bloodburst pill, and its bloodline temporarily upgraded to the second tier, it's still just a foundation establishment beast. It's not worth much. Even if I told the inspector's office that I took it, it wouldn't matter." Hearing that this matter hadn't caused Lu Guangyan any trouble, Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. However, he had already come to a conclusion in his mind. The mythical beast was most likely absorbed by the ancient book within him. Otherwise, the image on the first page of the scroll wouldn't have suddenly appeared, and his spiritual power wouldn't have inexplicably increased by 100 points. Brother Lu, I have another small cultivation question, Lu Chuan continued. We've recently started learning the spirit vortex cultivation method. The teacher said that during the first practice, our spiritual power and energy would be greatly depleted, and we might even faint. But today, during my first practice, I completed 2 cycles without feeling dizzy. Why is that? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Lu Guangyan slowly replied. Such cases are rare but not unheard of. It usually happens if you consumed high-grade pills the night or day before practicing, and the residual spiritual power from the pills gets used up first during the cycles. If that's the case for you, it might mean you took some pill or high-grade spiritual food before practicing. Oh, Lu Chuan responded. His doubts finally cleared. It seemed that the mythical beast had indeed been absorbed by him, and the power consumed during the cycles today was from the beast. Thanks a lot, Brother Lu. I'll hang up now, Lu Chuan said hurriedly. Thanks? Thanks for what? Before Lu Guangyan could finish his sentence, Lu Chuan, with a complex expression, hung up the phone. Thank you for what? Of course, for taking the blame for me, Lu Chuan thought to himself. Time flew by, and before anyone realized it, 20 days had passed since Mr. Lu visited Lu Chuan's home. The day of the class placement exam had finally arrived, and the classroom was filled with a tense atmosphere. On this day, Lu Chuan walked into the Class 8 classroom of the 3rd year as usual, but he couldn't hide his frustration. For the past 20 days, he had been eating nearly 3 pounds of prawns daily, yet the hazy power on the first page of the ancient scroll hadn't dissipated. Even more discouraging was the fact that his spiritual power growth rate had plummeted from 15 points per day to just 6 points. He suspected that this increase might merely be the result of his cultivation method and the spiritual prawns. Grabbing his hair in frustration, Lu Chuan pulled out his textbook from the desk. Although academic grades weren't crucial for entering Xian University, he hadn't given up on studying. He still attended 2 classes daily before heading to the smaller class for cultivation. Suddenly, Hu Fifan poked Lu Chuan's shoulder and whispered, "Hey Chuan, did you hear? My dad said that a few days ago, Lei Yi, the lord of my city, came back and was furious. He replaced everyone at the Immortal Cultivation Bureau." Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, understanding the situation. This was obviously related to the incident at the Beast Park over 20 days ago. The investigation results from Pingyuan City into Mai City's Immortal Cultivation Bureau had finally been released. Hu Fifan continued his gossip. "I also heard that the Immortal Cultivation Bureau is short on staff, and Mr. Situ might go work there." Lu Chuan patted Hu Fifan's shoulder and laughed. "Fifan, the class placement exam is this afternoon, and you're still here gossiping. Aren't you afraid your dad will give you a beating when you get home?" Hu Fifan glared defiantly. "Don't underestimate me, Chuan. My spiritual power value has already surpassed 300, and I haven't even taken the qi condensation pill yet. There aren't many in our class who can beat that." Lu Chuan raised his thumb in surprise. "Impressive. Looks like the Hu family has some real skills." At that moment, the class monitor, Yuan Minghan, walked to the front of the classroom and posted an exam seating chart. She announced, "Everyone, this is the seating chart for this afternoon's exam. Take a look at it later." She then turned to the back of the room and said, "Lu Chuan, Mr. Lu wants to see you." Under the envious gazes of his classmates, Lu Chuan stood up and walked towards the office. Over the past month, the students of Class 8 had witnessed the birth of a miracle. A month ago, Mr. Lu would also call the top students in the class to his office for a chat. But back then, Lu Chuan was nowhere to be seen. With the start of the bonus period, Lu Chuan was summoned to the office for the first time as the 6th-ranked student. Gradually, only Zhao Yu, Lu Yin, and Lu Chuan were called into the office. Nowadays, even Zhao Yu and Lu Yin are rarely summoned, leaving only Lu Chuan frequently called by Mr. Lu for special attention. Today, Lu Chuan entered the office again, only to be stunned by the scene before him. A short, stout middle-aged man with a dark complexion was sitting in Mr. Lu's chair, with the other teachers standing respectfully on either side. Lu Chuan immediately recognized him as Xiao Xingsheng, the principal of Muyue Xiaoxian High School No. 1. Standing in front of Xiao Xingsheng were 3 girls, the familiar Li Yi, Jiang Yi, and another named Hu Mingyan. Xiao Xingsheng saw Lu Chuan enter and greeted him with a smile. "Lu Chuan, you're here. Come over." Lu Chuan politely greeted, "Hello, principal," then stood next to Sha Tongliang. Xiao Xingsheng looked at the 4 of them with satisfaction and said, "Good. All 4 of you are here. You'll be going to Pingyuan City with Director Lu to meet the instructor I've arranged for you." Hu Mingyan suddenly asked, "What about the class division exam this afternoon?" Her petite figure and sweet voice made the question particularly endearing. Xiao Xingxing laughed heartily. "Ha! You all are promising candidates for top-tier Xiaoxian universities. There's no need to waste time on the class division exam." The previously silent grade director, Lu Zhiyong, added, "Exactly. The teacher you're going to meet in Pingyuan City is the best from Pingyuan Xiaoxian High School No. 1. His class sends several students to top-tier Xiaoxian universities every year, and even has students who got into the 4 great Xiaoxian universities. He will definitely be helpful to you." He looked around. If you have any questions, ask now while the principal is here. The four remained silent. Seeing this, Lu Zhiyong smiled and waved. Since there are no questions, let's get ready to leave. He walked ahead, signaling Lu Chuan and the others to follow. 10 minutes later, the four of them were seated in a spirit-powered vehicle heading to Muyue City. The seating arrangement inside the car was quite peculiar. Lu Zhiyong drove, Li Yi sat in the front passenger seat, while Hu Mingyan and Jiang Yi sat on either side of the back seat, sandwiching Lu Chuan in the middle. In theory, the back seat of the school's spirit-powered vehicle was spacious and shouldn't have been so cramped. Hu Mingyan, wearing a short skirt, was petite. Jiang Yi, though tall, had a slender waist. Yet in reality, Lu Chuan's arms kept brushing against the girls on either side, occasionally touching places he shouldn't, making him silently curse his luck. In his mind, Lu Chuan grumbled. There's so much space. Why don't you two move over a bit? Why is it that no matter where I go, girls always end up bullying me? Just because I'm handsome? So annoying. Pingyuan City is not far from Muyang Xiaoxin High School. It takes about an hour by car. However, due to having 4 students in the car, Lu Zhiyong ended up driving for an hour and a half before they finally arrived at a small villa. We're here. This is Mr. Zhao's home, Lu Zhiyong announced as he parked the car. The 4 students got out one by one. Lu Chuan stretched his sore limbs and sighed with relief. An hour and a half drive almost squeezed him flat between the 2 girls, and his clothes were now covered with their perfume. Just then, the villa gate slowly opened, and a square-faced man in white training clothes stepped out. You must be Mr. Lu from Muyang High School. Please come in, he said in a deep, steady voice. All right, come on, follow me inside. Lu Zhiyong urged the 4 students, leading them into the villa. As soon as they stepped into the living room, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. From the outside, the building looked like a luxurious villa, but the inside revealed a different world. Neatly arranged meditation cushions and the scent of incense transformed the living room into an elegant, small training room. Please, have a seat. Zhao Jianping gestured to the 4 students to sit down, while Lu Zhiyong respectfully stood to the side. On the way here, Lu Zhiyong had already warned the students that Mr. Zhao had seen many top students from Pingyuan High School, and they must be respectful and polite. Hence, the 4 obediently sat on the cushions in front of Zhao Jianping, scarcely daring to breathe. Let's start with a spirit power measurement, Zhao Jianping said, lifting a small device. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, thinking, a thermometer? This feels too familiar. He couldn't help but recall the old man checking temperatures at the school gate in his previous life. Jiang Yi was the first to be tested. The device briefly paused on her forehead, and numbers appeared on the display. Spirit power level 485, not bad, Zhao Jianping commented calmly. At this stage, it's unlikely you'll get into a top-tier immortality university, but Yuanwu Immortality University should be within reach. Sweat trickled down Lu Ziyong's forehead. He had thought that with 80 days left until the college entrance exams, a spirit power level of 485 was quite good. To his surprise, Zhao Jianping didn't think it was enough to have a shot at a top-tier immortality university. Jiang Yi's face turned pale. As one of the top students in her grade, second only to Li Yi, she had always been seen as one of the best by her teachers. Being dismissed so bluntly was hard for her to accept. Zhao Jianping seemed unaware of these subtle changes in expression and moved on to Hu Mingyan. The device soon displayed another set of numbers. 513. Spirit power level 513. With 80 days left until the exams, if you can master the lingual cultivation method and supplement it with mental power training, you have a chance at a top-tier immortality university, Zhao Jianping evaluated. Now, let's measure your mental power. He pressed a button on the device and aimed it at Hu Mingyan's forehead again. The numbers fluctuated before settling at 23. Mental power level 23, good. You have some talent in mental power. With proper nurturing, you have a solid chance at a top-tier immortality university, Zhao Jianping said with a hint of approval in his voice. Thank you, sir, Hu Mingyan responded with a sweet smile, clearly pleased with the evaluation. Lu Zhiyong quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, the school had focused on Jiang Yi, Li Yi, and Lu Chuan, but Hu Mingyan's homeroom teacher had recently reported her rapid improvement in spirit power, so she was also added to the list of key students. While Jiang Yi's results were disappointing, Hu Mingyan had given him a pleasant surprise. Unlike Lu Ziyong's relief, Lu Chuan was utterly confused. Mental power level? What on earth is that? Why have I never heard of it? As he grew increasingly anxious, Zhao Jianping moved to Li Yi. The device lit up, and numbers appeared on the screen. Impressive. For the first time, Zhao Jianping showed a hint of astonishment. Spirit power level 618. At this level, meeting the entry requirements for a top-tier immortality university is not a problem. Now, let's see your mental power level. Upon hearing Zhao Jianping's assessment, Lu Zhiyong felt a twinge of anxiety. Li Yi was the top student of their class, and her exam results were crucial for my Immortal Academy's reputation. Soon, the spiritual power measurement results were out. Zhao Jianping displayed a gentle smile and softly said to Li Yi, mental strength value, 31. Have you been looking at any visualization diagrams recently? Li Yi replied in a soft voice, yes. A few days ago, my father took me to consult Professor Wang from Pingyuan Immortal University. He advised me to temporarily slow down my spiritual power cultivation and focus more on honing my mental strength. I see. Zhao Jianping nodded in understanding. That makes sense. He turned to the four students and began to explain. Top-tier immortal universities not only require high spiritual power values, but also place great emphasis on mental strength. If your spiritual power meets the standard but your mental strength does not, you can only attend an ordinary immortal university. If you aim for a top-tier immortal university, you must cultivate both your spiritual power and mental strength. Lu Chuan felt a bit lost after hearing this. Yet another thing he didn't know. Unfortunately, my city was too small, and my Immortal Academy rarely produced students who made it to immortal universities, and those who did usually ended up in the lower tier or ordinary ones. As for top-tier immortal universities, none had been admitted in recent years. Even the teachers at my Immortal Academy were not well-versed in the requirements for top-tier immortal universities. Only Li Yi, with her well-off background, had more insight and could seek guidance from professors at Pingyuan Immortal University to start mental strength training early. Zhao Jianping turned seriously to Lu Zhiyong and said, not bad. If there are no surprises, this student could get into one of the top-tier immortal universities. If her mental strength improves further, she might even have a chance at Sifang Immortal University. Great, great. Lu Zhiyong was overjoyed, repeating great twice and looking at Li Yi with satisfaction. A top-tier immortal university. This year, my Immortal Academy's reputation was secured. It's your turn. What are you daydreaming about? Zhao Jianping, in a good mood, smiled and reminded the dazed Lu Chuan. The other girls giggled at Lu Chuan's dazed expression, easing the previously tense atmosphere. I'm worried about my mental strength, Lu Chuan answered honestly. Why are you worried? Zhao Jianping asked, puzzled. Lu Chuan sighed deeply and said with a troubled expression, to be honest, before meeting you, Mr. Zhao, I didn't even know about mental strength. I only knew to improve my spiritual power, so I'm worried. Unlike Zhang Yi, who had the burden of being a top student, Lu Chuan had no reservations about expressing his thoughts. Zhao Jianping was amused by Lu Chuan's candor and laughed. Haha, it's okay. You still have time to start cultivating your mental strength. Let me measure your spiritual power first. He gently waved the thermometer over Lu Chuan's forehead. The light flickered, revealing the number. 631. Wow, Hu Mingyan exclaimed softly. Lu Zhiyong's eyes widened in surprise at the number on the thermometer. This spiritual power value was 13 points higher than Li Yi's. Even if Li Yi had slowed down her spiritual power cultivation recently, it was still remarkable that Lu Chuan could surpass her. As far as Lu Zhiyong knew, Lu Chuan had barely made it into the immortal cultivation class a month ago. To increase his spiritual power this much in a month was truly impressive. Ha ha ha, it seems you really did focus all your energy on improving your spiritual power. This value is quite high. Zhao Jianping praised Lu Chuan with a smile. Now, let me measure your mental strength and see your baseline. Okay. Lu Chuan seemed a bit nervous, swallowing hard. Don't be too nervous, Zhao Jianping reassured him. If you start working on your mental strength now, although it's challenging, reaching the admission standards of a top-tier immortal university is still possible. Okay, teacher, Lu Chuan replied earnestly, taking a deep breath as if trying to calm his nerves. Watching Lu Chuan's performance, Zhao Jianping sighed quietly. This kid had all the right qualities, but he was a bit too honest. It seemed he was another diligent student wholly devoted to cultivation. Unfortunately, my city was too small to provide proper education. With only 80 days left until the college entrance exams and no prior mental strength training, his mental strength was likely still at the initial stage. Ordinary people had around 10 points. With his spiritual power at over 600, he might have an extra 3 or 4 points. 15 points would be the maximum. Hopefully, the results wouldn't be too discouraging for this honest kid. Zhao Jianping adjusted the thermometer's mode, placed it in front of Lu Chuan's forehead, and began measuring his mental strength. Beep, with a flash of light, the thermometer displayed a number. Mental strength value, 43. Zhao Jianping rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Seeing Zhao Jianping stunned, Lu Chuan immediately wore a distressed expression and asked, Teacher, how much is it? Is it too low? Why aren't you saying anything? Gritting his teeth, he continued, Teacher, don't worry about hurting my feelings. Just tell me. I can handle it. Watching Lu Chuan's act, Zhao Jianping felt as if he was seeing him in a new light. He looked Lu Chuan up and down seriously. He thought to himself, wow, I didn't expect you to be such a faker with that honest face. A mental strength value of 43? I wonder how much effort you secretly put into cultivating your mental strength. And here you are pretending you haven't trained it at all? I can't believe I thought you were sincere just now. Lu Zhiyong stared at Lu Chuan, who stood before him with a sincere expression, feeling a bit dazed. Just moments ago, Zhao Jianping's assessment of Hu Mingyan had already surprised him, but now Lu Chuan's performance was utterly astonishing. Spiritual power, 631. Mental power, 43. These numbers echoed in Lu Zhiyong's mind like a hammer striking his heart. He had initially thought Li Yi was the rising star of the year, someone who could get into Shangjiao Immortal University or Shangfu Immortal University, making the school proud. But Lu Chuan's performance far exceeded his expectations. Not only was his spiritual power higher, but even his difficult to cultivate mental power surpassed Li Yi's. What baffled Lu Zhiyong the most was that just a month ago, Lu Chuan had been at the bottom of the class. This incredible rate of improvement clearly demonstrated Lu Chuan's exceptional talent in cultivation. Thinking about this, Lu Zhiyong's eyes suddenly blazed with intensity, his gaze locked firmly on Lu Chuan. His heart pounded with excitement. This is a treasure sent from heaven. Getting into Shangjiao Immortal University or Shangfu Immortal University is almost a sure thing for Lu Chuan. If he can maintain this growth, even Sifang Immortal University might be within reach. This thought made Lu Zhiyong's mouth dry, and he could no longer contain his excitement. He carefully patted Zhao Jianping on the shoulder, who was still speaking, and eagerly asked, "Teacher Zhao, what do you think are Lu Chuan's chances of getting into Sifang Immortal University?" Zhao Jianping was momentarily stunned by the sudden question, but responded courteously, "Teacher Lu, I'll be honest with you. Please go ahead." Lu Zhiyong nodded vigorously, while Lu Chuan and Li Yi listened intently with anticipation. Zhao Jianping looked around, choosing his words carefully. Actually, both Li Yi and Lu Chuan have a good chance of getting into Shangjiao Immortal University or Shangfu Immortal University. But as for Sifang Immortal University, while it's not entirely impossible, the chances are indeed very slim. What? Why is that? Lu Zhiyong asked in surprise, clearly taken aback by the answer. Zhao Jianping sighed and explained, "Teacher Lu, you might not be fully aware of the situation because you haven't taught a student who got into Sifang Immortal University. In the entire Pingyuan city area, including Mai, Huiyuan, Yantian, and Fengcheng, only 3 students qualified for Sifang Immortal University in the past 5 years. 2 of them were from Pingyuan No. 1 High School, from my class. The other was Lu Guangyan from your My No. 1 High School, but he chose Yuanwu Immortal University because they offered him a generous reward." Hearing this, Lu Zhiyong's face flushed slightly. He recalled arriving at My No. 1 High School with the new principal, Xiao Xingqing, 4 years ago. Since then, the school's academic quality had declined steadily. Not only had they failed to produce top-tier students like Lu Guangyan, but they hadn't even had anyone accepted into a first-rate Immortal University. My cultivation No. 1 High School had fallen from its position just below Pingyuan No. 1 High School to the worst in the area. This explained why Principal Xiao Xingqing was placing so much emphasis on top students like Li Yi this year, even going as far as hiring Zhao Jianping at great expense. If they failed to produce results, it wouldn't just be a matter of face. Xiao Xingqing's position as principal could be at risk. As Xiao Xingqing's close associate, Lu Zhiyong knew his own fate was closely tied to this as well. Zhao Jianping continued, "I don't know Lu Guangyan well, but my 2 students who got into Sifang Immortal University were both exceptional in mental power cultivation, advancing 7 to 8 times faster than average students. Before the college entrance exams, their mental power values reached 217 and 211, respectively, while their spiritual power values were both over 950. Pride filled Zhao Jianping's face as he explained, "Starting from first-rate Immortal Universities, besides spiritual power, there's also a clear requirement for mental power, though not as strict as Sifang Immortal University. Generally, a mental power of 20 is enough, with spiritual power being the main focus. But Sifang Immortal University is different. To them, a spiritual power of 950 is just average. Only with a mental power of 200 can one barely catch their eye." "That intense?" Hu Mingyan exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape. "Intense? Not at all." Zhao Jianping shook his head firmly. Zhao Jianping looked around at the students with a smile on his face and began to speak slowly. "The Huaxia Alliance has a population of 3 billion. Yet there is only one Sifang Immortal University. Those who get in are the cream of the crop. If your mental power score doesn't reach 200 before the college entrance exam, at best, you're just a good student in an ordinary school, far from being a genius." Noticing the student's silence and varied expressions, he continued in an encouraging tone, "But don't be discouraged. With your current spiritual power levels, getting into a top-tier Immortal University and successfully building your foundation is a certainty. Even in a big city like Yuanwu, foundation-building cultivators have a place." Seeing this, Lu Zhiyong quickly chimed in, "That's right, everyone. You're already excellent. Those who get into Sifang Immortal University are extraordinary. Normal people can't compare to them." Hearing these words, Hu Mingyan couldn't help but chuckle, lightening the atmosphere in the classroom. Seizing the moment, Zhao Jianping went on, "Now, let me give you a detailed introduction to the specific requirements of each top-tier university regarding spiritual and mental power, as well as their specialized fields. I suggest you start considering your areas of interest now. Whether it's combat, artifact crafting, alchemy, talisman making, or the logistic support of the spiritual food profession, all have promising prospects. Zhao Jianping began to introduce the flagship programs of each top-tier immortal university, offering targeted advice. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan's thoughts had drifted away. Spiritual power over 950, mental power 7 to 8 times stronger than ordinary students, and still needing to reach over 200 before the college entrance exam. Such super geniuses are just beginners in the eyes of Sifeng Immortal University? Lu Chuan was secretly shocked. The Huaxia Alliance has a population of 3 billion, yet there's only one Sifeng Immortal University. The Pingyuan City region has over 20 million people, and only 3 have made it in over 5 years? This rate is even more terrifying than getting into Tsinghua or Beida in my previous life. A sense of regret welled up in Lu Chuan's heart. If his ancient book hadn't malfunctioned, he could still quickly absorb spiritual food and increase his spiritual power by 15 points daily, allowing him to focus on enhancing his mental power. Perhaps he would have had a chance to get into Sifeng Immortal University. But now, the first page of the scroll had come to a complete halt after restoring the plants in the lower right corner, and the benefits from the ancient book had vanished. It's been 20 days already, Lu Chuan thought anxiously to himself. If this isn't resolved soon, as Mr. Zhao said, my future might just be getting into a top-tier immortal university and becoming a foundation-building cultivator. Although foundation-building cultivators can get a big house from the government, it's still far from the kind of grand cultivator who can fly and traverse the land that I dream of. Principal's office, my cultivation high school. Principal Xiao Xingxing gripped the phone on his desk tightly, his expression serious as he listened to the voice of the director of education. When he heard the director say therefore, he straightened up abruptly and said firmly, "Rest assured, Director, this year, our school's performance will definitely surpass the past 2 years. I will ensure that at least one student gets into a top-tier immortal university." The director on the other end quickly corrected, "Principal Xiao, this school doesn't belong to me. It belongs to all of my. The students you nurture are for the people of my and for Lord Lei, understand?" Yes, you are right," Xiao Xingxing replied hastily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The director continued, "Also, getting one student into a top-tier immortal university is commendable, but it doesn't count as excellent. It would be best if you could get 3 students in. If you could produce students like Lu Guangyan from a few years ago, Lord Lei would be very pleased." "Understood. I will do my best," Xiao Xingxing responded resolutely. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xingxing's previously straight posture slowly slumped as he leaned weakly against his swivel chair. He closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. 4 years had led to this moment. Though the director's words were polite, the underlying threat was unmistakable. Lord Lei was using the Cultivation Bureau to overhaul the entire government system of my. If my cultivation high school didn't produce results this year, his position as principal would be in jeopardy. Moreover, one student getting into a top-tier immortal university might not be enough. He needed more impressive results to secure his position. 3 students in top-tier immortal universities? Xiao Xingxing exhaled deeply and slowly got up. He took out his phone and dialed Lu Ziyang's number. "Principal, Teacher Zhao has finished the lesson with Lu Chuan and the others. We are on our way back and should arrive at the school in 30 minutes. Lu Ziyong reported promptly from the other end. "Good, drive safely. Once you arrive, bring the students directly to my office," Xiao Xingxing said succinctly before hanging up. He walked to a small compartment at the back of his office and carefully took out a 1-foot-long rosewood box from the cabinet. As he gently wiped the dust off the box, a pained expression appeared on his face, and he muttered, "That kid is really lucky." Lu Ziyong was his trusted aide. So with just a few words, Xiao Xingxing understood the outcome of their visit to Zhao Jianping. Lu Ziyong had said, "Teacher Zhao has finished the lesson with Lu Chuan and the others," instead of Li Yi and the others or a few students. This meant that according to Zhao Jianping's assessment, Lu Chuan was the most promising student among the 4. The contents of the rosewood box were prepared for the most promising student. At 4:30 p.m., Lu Ziyong drove the spirit-powered car slowly into the campus of my cultivation high school and parked in front of the administration building. He turned to the students and said, "Let's head to the principal's office. He has something to discuss with you." The principal's office? Lu Chuan's eyes lit up with excitement. During the last home visit by Teacher Lu, it was mentioned that the principal would reward outstanding students. Could today be the day? The principal's office was located in room 606 of the administration building, looking no different from the other teachers' offices. However, when Lu Ziyong knocked and they entered, Lu Chuan was surprised to find that the interior was also quite ordinary. Principal Xiao Xingxing was sitting in his swivel chair behind the desk, a friendly smile on his face. Welcome, students. Please have a seat." Lu Chuan and the others sat properly on the sofa opposite the desk, leaning forward slightly with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Lu Zhiyong stepped forward and placed a sheet of paper in front of Xiao Xingxing. Speaking softly, "Principal, here is today's report." Xiao Xingxing picked up the list, and a gleam of delight flashed in his eyes. He set the paper down and looked intently at Lu Chuan and Li Yi, especially Lu Chuan, praising them repeatedly. "Not bad, not bad." The list clearly detailed the spiritual power and mental strength values of 4 students, along with Zhao Jianping's evaluation results. Next to Lu Chuan and Li Yi's names, it was noted, highly likely to get into Shangjiao Xian University or Shangfu Xian University. Li Mingyan was assessed as having a chance to get into a top-tier Xian University, recommended to apply to the Frontier Province Agricultural and Forestry Xian University. Xiao Xingxing felt a surge of joy. Just moments ago, he had been worried about his official position, but now the problem seemed to have resolved itself. Beaming, he said, "You all worked hard on your trip to Pingyuan City. As a reward, I've prepared some small gifts for you." With that, he took out several exquisite items from the drawer under his desk. Lu Chuan immediately noticed a fragrance and curiously wrinkled his nose. Hu Mingyan noticed and softly explained, "Lu Chuan, this is a sachet filled with precious spices." Lu Chuan nodded in understanding, but his eyes never left the sachet in Xiao Xingxing's hand. Hu Mingyan observed Lu Chuan's reaction and thought to herself, "So aloof? Just because he's good-looking?" Xiao Xingxing started distributing the gifts. He first handed Jiang Yi a white sachet. Jiang Yi shyly thanked him and quickly returned to her seat. Then, Hu Mingyan also received a white sachet and similarly thanked him with a shy demeanor. When it was Li Yi's turn, Xiao Xingxing handed her a purple sachet, noticeably different from the previous 2. Li Yi gracefully accepted the gift and thanked him calmly, a composure that Jiang Yi and Hu Mingyan couldn't help but envy. Finally, Xiao Xingxing called Lu Chuan. "Lu Chuan, it's your turn." Lu Chuan stepped forward and took a pink sachet. The moment he touched it, he froze as if struck by lightning. He felt a subtle movement in the hazy powder covering the plant in the bottom right corner of the scroll in his mind. After leaving the principal's office, apart from being delayed for a few seconds by Hu Mingyan asking for his contact information, Lu Chuan rushed home without stopping. His heart was pounding because he knew that the ancient book, which had been dormant for over 20 days, finally showed some signs of activity. As soon as he entered his room, Lu Chuan eagerly sat at his desk and carefully took out the pink sachet. He examined the seemingly ordinary little item closely, then, almost instinctively, brought it to his nose and took a deep breath. Inhale. The next second, Lu Chuan regretted it. An extremely pungent smell instantly invaded his nostrils and shot straight to his brain. He threw the sachet aside and started coughing violently, with tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Cough, cough, cough. What the heck is this stuff? Lu Chuan cursed as he wiped his tears. He recalled the distinct fragrance he had smelled in the principal's office, which was in stark contrast to his current experience. At this moment, his entire head seemed to be filled with the intense smell. Not just his nostrils, but his mouth, throat, eyes, and ears all seemed to be overwhelmed by the unpleasant scent. After 5 minutes of tissue wiping and rinsing with water, Lu Chuan finally regained his composure. He picked up the sachet again, this time keeping a safe distance while observing it. He found that as long as he didn't bring his nose too close, the sachet indeed emitted a delicate fragrance. But once it got too close, the pungent smell would immediately assault his senses, causing extreme discomfort. What on earth is inside this sachet? Lu Chuan muttered to himself. He remembered Principal Zhao's advice to place the sachet under his pillow, supposedly to help with mental strength. However, Lu Chuan had no intention of doing so. His intuition in the office had told him that this sachet must be related to the plants illustrated on the first page of the ancient book. With this thought in mind, Lu Chuan carefully untied one side of the sachet and poured out its contents. 7 slender yellow-gray seeds rolled onto the table, each about the length of a finger joint. The unique fragrance was emanating from these tiny items. What kind of strange spice is this? Lu Chuan scrutinized them but couldn't make sense of it. He tried taking photos and searching online, but found nothing. The internet in this world was far less developed than in his previous life, making it difficult to find many resources. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Hu Mingyan. "Lu Chuan, how many lingxiangzi are in your sachet?" Lu Chuan suddenly realized that this spice was called lingxiangzi, but he didn't reply to Hu Mingyan immediately. He knew that chatting with girls often led to endless conversations, and he preferred to spend his time on cultivation. He continued searching for information about lingxiangzi online, but still found nothing. Hu Mingyan sent another message. "Lu Chuan, are you home yet? Quickly open the sachet and see how many lingxiangzi are inside." Lu Chuan continued to ignore her and resumed his search. 10 minutes later, Hu Mingyan sent another message. "Lu Chuan, I just asked. Jiang Yi and I have 2 lingxiangzi in our sachets, and Li Yi seems to have 4 or 5. How many do you have?" The message was accompanied by a cute, blushing white kitten emoji. Lu Chuan remained silent, deciding to wait until Hu Fifan finished his class placement exams to ask him to inquire with his father. Once he understood the origin of Ling Xiangzi, he would decide how to deal with them. It sounded crazy, but Lu Chuan was even considering eating these things. Seeing no response from Lu Chuan, Hu Mingyan started bombarding him with messages. Lu Chuan, why are you ignoring me? Lu Chuan, have you not gotten home yet? Lu Chuan, are you there? Feeling a bit helpless, Lu Chuan set his phone to silent mode. However, just then, another message from Hu Mingyan came through. Lu Chuan, our school really went all out this time. Just one Lingxiangzi, a top-grade spiritual food, costs 20,000 each. Principal Xiao must have spent over 100,000 on this. Reading this message, Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. So it's a premium spirit food, huh? Got it. So it's edible? As Lu Chuan just sorted out his thoughts, his phone lit up again with a new message from Hu Mingyan. Lu Chuan, my dad just told me that 5 years ago, the old principal also rewarded top students with Lingxiangzi. One student thought it was edible and swallowed it whole. He ended up in a coma for 3 days before being rescued. How silly is that? Ha ha ha. The message ended with an exaggerated laughing emoji. Lu Chuan's eye twitched, feeling relieved that he hadn't acted impulsively. He replied with a simple "oh" and decided to visit Hu Fifan's father later, or contact teacher Situ or Lu Guangyan for more details. Just then, his mother, Song Huiqin, called from outside his room. Xiao Chuan, come out and see what delicious food I've brought for you today. Lu Chuan immediately opened the door to find his mother closing the front door, with a huge bag at her feet. He quickly went over to help, carrying the bag into the kitchen. Smiling, Song Huiqin explained, last time we visited your uncle Xiao Kuei in the hospital, he was discharged and promoted a few days ago. He drove over today and insisted on giving us this beast leg to nourish you. Lu Chuan suddenly understood. After the incident at the beast park, Lu Tiankuei's superior, Chui Rong, was exposed as a traitor and taken away by the Cultivation Bureau. Lu Tiankuei, having been injured heroically, naturally took over Chui Rong's position. At the time, Lu Chuan had fainted after dealing with the swan beast, and Lu Tiankuei, unaware of the details, probably felt guilty for not looking after Lu Chuan, hence his generosity. Xiao Chuan, stop daydreaming. Get the barbecue grill your dad bought for camping. We're grilling on the balcony today, Song Huiqin said as she started bustling in the kitchen. Lu Chuan complied, cleaning the grill from the corner and setting it up in the center of the balcony, opening the windows. Xiao Chuan, his mother called again. Find the spirit-powered blowtorch your dad bought. Why do you need a blowtorch? Lu Chuan asked, puzzled. The hair on this beast leg hasn't been cleaned off yet. I'll use the blowtorch to burn it off, Song Huiqin replied matter-of-factly. At that moment, Lu Chuan froze, a thought flashing through his mind. Burn it off? Just burn it a bit? At that moment, Lu Chuan's mind was flooded with thoughts. He recalled watching countless food bloggers in his past life. When dealing with pig legs, cow legs, or lamb legs, they often used a blowtorch or burned the hair off with a big flame because it was difficult to scrape clean with a knife. This method not only removed the hair completely, but also made the ingredients tastier and safer. However, Lu Chuan's imagination ran wild. He pictured an absurd scene. In the mythical beast garden, a massive creature as tall as a 7- or 8-story building stood in the enclosure. Holding a torch, he quietly lit the beast's tail on fire. In an instant, a raging inferno engulfed the giant creature. As the flames subsided, a hairless, smooth, and tender beast stood before him. No, 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 no. Lu Chuan shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel this ridiculous thought. Great Blaze Technique had such a powerful and majestic name. How could it be used for cooking? Xiao Chuan, did you bring the spirit blowtorch? His mother's voice called from the kitchen, pulling Lu Chuan back to reality. Coming. Lu Chuan ran to fetch the blowtorch and handed it to Song Huiqin. A blue flame shot out from the blowtorch, scorching the remaining hairs on the beast leg. It was a leg from a deer-like mythical beast, with well-developed muscles and a thick thigh. Both the lean and fatty parts of the meat glistened enticingly. The flame not only burned off the hair, but also seared the surface of the skin and muscle, filling the air with a rich, mouth-watering aroma. Lu Chuan took a deep breath. Smells so good. His mother smiled and said, this is a leg from a mythical deer. It doesn't have any off-flavors. Your uncle Xiao Kuei brought it over just after skinning it, so it's very fresh and doesn't even need marinating. We can just grill it directly. Got it. Lu Chuan responded enthusiastically. Half an hour later, the charcoal was glowing red-hot, and waves of heat rolled off it. The leg of the mythical deer on the grill sizzled invitingly. The lean meat was plump and glossy, while the fat was creamy white. Hot oil slowly dripped along the grain of the meat, falling onto the charcoal and creating wisps of smoke. Even with the balcony windows wide open, the rich aroma of grilled meat filled the entire room. Lu Chuan sat by the grill on the balcony, staring hungrily at the leg of the mythical deer, swallowing his saliva repeatedly. Mom, can we eat it yet? His mother glanced at him with a smile. There's still one crucial step left. What step? Lu Chuan reluctantly tore his eyes away from the meat. Even though this leg doesn't have any off flavors and is fresh enough not to need marinating, it still needs seasoning. Didn't we already add salt? Lu Chuan said impatiently. It already smells amazing. I don't think it needs any more seasoning. Just then, the sound of the door opening came from behind, and Lu Zhangguo returned home. As soon as he walked in, he smiled at Lu Chuan and said, Xiao Chuan, bring the cumin powder inside. Huh, sure. Lu Chuan immediately stepped forward, took the bottle from his father's hand, and handed it to his mother, Song Huiqin. His mother smiled and said, the final step, and it's done. She grabbed a handful of cumin powder from the bottle and evenly sprinkled it over the leg of the mythical deer. The meat was already sizzling with oil, and the cumin powder instantly melded with the aroma of the grilled meat. The aroma reached its peak at that moment. Lu Chuan's mouth began to water uncontrollably. Smells so good. His mother took the leg off the grill, placed it on a plate, and handed it to Lu Chuan. Xiao Chuan, take it to the table. Sure thing. Lu Chuan carefully carried the massive grilled leg, larger than the iron plate itself, and placed it in the center of the dining table. His parents quickly set the table with bowls and chopsticks, and the family of three sat around it. Under the light, the grilled meat looked even more enticing. The aroma of the meat itself, the rich scent of the charcoal, and the fragrance of the cumin powder intertwined, wafting through the air and tantalizing their taste buds. Let's eat. Be careful, it's hot, his mother said, smiling contentedly at her handiwork and handing disposable gloves to Lu Chuan and his father. Let's dig in. After his parents each took a bite, Lu Chuan couldn't hold back any longer. He tore off a large chunk of thigh meat with both hands and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, a satisfied moan escaped from deep within his throat. Lu Chuan took a bite of the roasted roe deer leg and was immediately captivated by its tender texture. The moment it touched his tongue, a unique, rich aroma spread through his mouth. As he chewed, the meat juices overflowed, filling his entire mouth and bringing an indescribable sense of happiness. The leg of the roe deer was large, and each part offered a distinct texture. The inner meat retained the animal's natural richness, while the outer layer was perfectly roasted to a golden brown. The aroma of cumin powder and the savory taste of coarse salt danced on his tongue. Lu Chuan devoured the meal with gusto, each cell in his body seemingly rejoicing. He was so engrossed in the delicious food that he didn't notice his parents' beaming smiles. For some time, Lu Chuan had been eating sea spirit shrimp to enhance his spiritual power and prepare for exams, and he had grown tired of it. Seeing their son finally enjoying a different meal with such delight filled Lu's parents with joy. Late at night, Lu Chuan tiptoed out of his room, carefully returning the mortar and pestle to the kitchen before sneaking back to his bedroom. On his desk lay a piece of paper with a small amount of yellowish-gray powder, the spirit cumin he had just ground. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chuan tried to calm his racing heart and turbulent emotions. During dinner, a crazy yet intriguing idea had popped into his mind. Despite its absurdity, the thought persisted, compelling him to test it himself. A piece of cold, roasted meat still lay on the table, emitting a tempting aroma. Lu Chuan took another deep breath, as if steeling himself, and picked up the paper containing the spirit cumin powder, sprinkling it all over the meat. Without hesitation, he stuffed the meat and powder into his mouth. Instantly, a wave of dizziness hit him. His ears rang, and the world before him began to spin. Struggling to stand up from his desk, he stumbled to his bed. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness completely. In the dreamscape, the familiar ancient book appeared before Lu Chuan as it always did. However, this time was different from the past 20 or so days. The hazy force that had always shrouded the bottom right corner of the first page was now rapidly dissipating, revealing a plant beneath. This plant had an umbrella-like shape, with a straight, slender green stem below and golden flowers and fruits above, spreading out like a canopy. It stood quietly in the corner of the scroll, looking vibrant and full of life. I can't believe it actually worked, Lu Chuan muttered, staring at the plant in amazement. The idea that had been forming in his mind ever since he helped his mother find the blowtorch earlier today became increasingly clear. Unable to contain himself, Lu Chuan approached the first page of the scroll, carefully observing the flowers and fruits on the plant, murmuring, "Fire roasting and planting cumin. You must be..." Before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the ancient book, shaking the entire space violently. An intensely bright white light shot up, illuminating the dark space instantly. Simultaneously, countless grand voices echoed in Lu Chuan's mind. There were chants, the ringing of bells, the whispers of sages, the murmurs of women, and a sound that seemed like the voice of the Tao reverberating everywhere. Whoa! Lu Chuan was stunned. staring at the scene before him, instinctively realizing that something extraordinary was about to happen. Just as Lu Chuan drifted into a deep sleep and the ancient book in his mind began to change, a frantic search was underway in the power center of the Huaxia Alliance, the Star Mark Palace. This ancient-style palace stood amidst a sea of stars, the night sky as dark as ink. Countless stars intertwined above the palace, adding a touch of mystery to the majestic structure. In a side hall on the west wing, an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a gray robe, was rummaging through documents in a flurry, muttering to himself. Just a minute ago, the Four Directions Spirit Gathering Array started supplying 30% more power to Yuanwu Mansion. The old man mumbled as he searched. This can only mean one thing: someone in Yuanwu Mansion has broken through. Let me see who it is. His eyes scanned the documents quickly, occasionally emitting puzzled sounds. Huh. It's not Yuanwu Mansion's master, Wan Yuchuan? Well, he's currently on the star path and not back at Yuanwu Mansion. It's not Wang Hong? Not Li Shiqin either. No, no, no. None of them. The old man spent a full half-hour searching, only to come up empty-handed, and finally sat down on the ground in exhaustion. Behind him, a young man who looked like a student couldn't help but speak up. Elder Xia, why trouble yourself like this? If a senior in Yuanwu Mansion really had a breakthrough, it would be announced to the entire Huaxia Alliance by tomorrow. The gray-robed old man, known as Elder Xia, retorted irritably. You young brat, what do you know? The Four Directions Spirit Gathering Array, providing an extra 30% of spiritual power to Yuanwu Mansion, means there's a Dao Source level expert there. Before reaching Dao Source, they might just be a Mansion Master level expert, but once they reach Dao Source, they become a target for all major families to recruit. If we wait until it's announced tomorrow, who knows how many competitors there will be? The young man suddenly understood. So that's why you rushed to the document room? Did you find anything? No. The old man stood up and muttered in confusion. No Mansion Master level experts have broken through, and I even checked the nascent soul stage experts, but found nothing. It's really strange. Could it be that the document room hasn't recorded it yet? The young man asked curiously. Elder Xiao patiently explained, don't speak nonsense if you don't understand. This document room is connected to the Four Direction Spirit Gathering Array. Every expert above the nascent soul stage in the entire Huaxia Alliance is recorded here. There won't be any errors. Oh, but what if it was a cultivator below the nascent soul stage breaking through that caused the array's anomaly? The young man boldly speculated. Let's go, let's go. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll smack you. Elder Xiao waved his hand, signaling the young man to follow him out. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa within Yuanwu Mansion, a group of seemingly ordinary men and women were gathered around a dining table. Sitting at the head was a middle-aged woman with wavy black hair and vivid red lips. She spoke solemnly. Everyone, I just received a message from the headquarters of the Divine Sect. They said there's been an anomaly in the spiritual energy of Yuanwu City, with the Four Direction Spirit Gathering Array providing an extra 30% of spiritual power to the city. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately turned grim. An elderly man with a hunched back and wearing black clothes said with a sinister look, unbelievable. After just 200 years, Wan Yuchuan has broken through again. All our years of effort have been in vain. A middle-aged man with a dull complexion, looking very ordinary, took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. We didn't expect to be a step too late. An extra 30% of spiritual power from the Four Direction Spirit Gathering Array means someone has reached Dao Source. With a Dao Source expert in Yuanwu Mansion, most of our previous efforts are indeed wasted. He turned to the woman in the center and asked, Friend Wan, when will our Divine Sect's Yuanwu branch retreat? The woman named Wan shook her head lightly. Headquarters hasn't given a directive yet. They are still uncertain if it was indeed Wan Yuchuan who broke through to Dao Source. But within Yuanwu Mansion, what else could cause the Four Direction Spirit Gathering Array to change besides Wan Yuchuan breaking through? The retreat will happen in the next few days? Sigh. Everyone in the room sighed deeply, looking heartbroken as they lamented the potential waste of their years of effort. At the same time, in various locations across the Huaxia Alliance, many top-tier cultivators sensed the additional spiritual energy provided to Yuanwu Mansion by the Four Direction Spirit Gathering Array. Their attention shifted towards Yuanwu, sparking numerous discussions and making the entire cultivation world abuzz with excitement. However, Lu Chuan was completely unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment, he was staring blankly at the ancient book in front of him, his mind echoing with the earlier phenomena. The earth shaking, the sound of the Tao resounding, and the ancient book glowing brightly. Although these phenomena had vanished, the ancient book had undergone a remarkable transformation. Between the first page of the Swan Beast scroll and the cover, an extra page had appeared out of thin air. As Lu Chuan approached to take a closer look, he saw a few lines of text written in a vigorous and dynamic script, exuding an overwhelming aura. First line. All things are edible. Beasts are edible. All races are edible. even heaven and earth can be devoured. Second line. The eater must not settle for mediocrity. Otherwise, it would be akin to the primitive act of eating raw meat and blood, no different from inferior barbaric species. Third line. All things require proper cooking methods to bring out their ultimate flavor and utility. My entire life has been dedicated to the Tao of devouring, and I leave this starry sky cookbook for future generations to enjoy. As soon as Lu Chuan finished reading, the cover of the ancient book closed with a heavy thud. 4 large characters slowly emerged on the previously blank cover. Starry Sky Cookbook. All of this left Lu Chuan utterly shocked. The wild guess he had in his heart turned out to be correct. The great blazing flame technique on the swan beast scroll, the hint directing him to burn the swan beast's fur, and the plant in the lower right corner that resembled cumin all pointed to one fact. This was no ancient book. It was clearly a cookbook, and an incredibly impressive one at that. All things are edible. Even heaven and earth can be devoured. In the eyes of this starry sky cookbook, even the mightiest beasts and ferocious birds were merely ingredients. The creator had dedicated his life to the Tao of devouring, pouring his life's work into this book, which had now fallen into Lu Chuan's hands. Evidently, before today, Lu Chuan was not the true owner of this starry sky cookbook. It wasn't until he discovered the method to restore the plant in the lower right corner of the swan beast scroll that the ancient book fully acknowledged him, revealing the cover text and the creator's message. Additionally, a minor event occurred. When the Lingxiangzi was absorbed by the first page of the scroll, Lu Chuan felt his spiritual power rapidly increase, breaking through from 43 to over 50, reaching the first realm of spiritual power subtlety. For Lu Chuan, who had been accumulating spiritual energy during his qi refining stage, this breakthrough to the subtlety realm was his first significant achievement. However, Lu Chuan knew this was merely the beginning, and many more challenges awaited him in the future. The next day, Lu Chuan stood in Hu Fifan's house, curiously examining the instrument before him that resembled a weighing scale. This intricate device was used to measure mental strength, and its importance was self-evident. Seeing his curiosity, Hu Fifan couldn't help but scratch his head in pride and explain, "That's right, this is the mental strength measuring device. The precision is about the same, but there are several types: handheld, standing, and even transmission types. Mine is a standing type, which my dad bought to reward me for getting into the cultivation class." Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You just took the exam yesterday, and he already bought it today? This kind of device costs tens of thousands, right? Your dad sure has money, being a formation master and all." Hu Fifan, feeling even more smug, turned on the device and invited, "Come on, Chuan Gu, give it a try. I tested it yesterday, and my mental strength is 25. "No way. That high?" Lu Chuan exclaimed, recalling that last time at Zhao Jianping's house in Pingyuan City, Hu Mingyan, who had outstanding mental strength, only had 23, and Li Yi had 31. Hu Fifan having 25 was indeed surprising. Seeing Lu Chuan's astonishment, Hu Fifan became even more boastful. "I have to thank my dad for this. Before I even knew what mental strength was, he got me a visualization chart and made me look at it daily, laying a good foundation." As he spoke, he pulled out a cloth scroll from a drawer and handed it to Lu Chuan. "Here, this is it." Lu Chuan unrolled the cloth and saw a drawing of a massive saber-toothed tiger with eyes like bronze bells, a snow-white forehead, and 2 knife-like fangs in its blood-red mouth, exuding a fierce aura despite being just a painting. Hu Fifan explained, "Visualization charts usually depict mythical beasts suitable for us low-level cultivators, often featuring large beasts like the saber-toothed tiger or the golden-striped lion, which are common in the qi refining stage." He couldn't resist showing off again. "Chuan Gu, don't be fooled by my current lower spiritual power. Once my mental strength kicks in, I'll catch up to you in no time." Lu Chuan merely smiled and nonchalantly stepped onto the measuring device. With a soft beep, the device displayed the number 52. Hu Fifan was stunned, stuttering, "F, 52? How is that possible? I've been looking at visualization charts since I was a kid, and I only have 25. Lu Chuan stepped off the device, lightly patted Hu Fifan's shoulder and teased, "Hey, you're 25. I'm 52. Our mental strength values are the same. Hu Fifan, your mental strength is just like mine. Only your spiritual power is lagging behind. Once you put in the effort, you'll surpass me in no time. Keep it up." Hu Fifan's face twitched violently as he looked at Lu Chuan, cursing inwardly, "Surpass you? My foot. You're a freak." It took Hu Fifan nearly 10 minutes to recover from the shock. He then asked, "Chuan Gu, my dad said that reaching a mental strength value of 50 is the first threshold, known as the subtlety stage, marking a cultivator's initial breakthrough. So, you've lost your first time?" Lu Chuan gave Hu Fifan a disdainful look, silently criticizing him for his crude words. He simply nodded and replied, "Yes, I reached it last night." Lu Chuan recalled Zhao Jianping's teachings on the essentials of mental strength cultivation. As cultivators absorb spiritual power, their internal strength grows, necessitating equally strong mental strength to control and utilize it. Thus, cultivating mental strength is as important as spiritual power. The stages of mental strength development are subtlety, object control, intent, manifestation, and unity with heaven. Subtlety requires a mental strength value of 50, while object control requires 200. Lu Chuan thought to himself that he had just barely crossed the threshold into subtlety, far from the 200 mental strength value required for the Four Directions immortal stage. This achievement was merely the most basic breakthrough. Just then, Hu Fifan, seemingly trying to make conversation, asked, "Chuan Go, did you watch the news?" Lu Chuan, accustomed to Hu Fifan's chatter, naturally responded, "What news?" News reports have been buzzing about a breakthrough in the Yuanwu mansion, sparking widespread discussion. Hu Fifan excitedly shared the news with Lu Chuan, but Lu Chuan seemed uninterested. Many people speculate that it was the mansion master, Ruan Yuchuan, who made the breakthrough. Hu Fifan continued. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air noticeably increased this morning. However, since Ruan Yuchuan hasn't confirmed it, people are wondering if someone else might have broken through. Lu Chuan, still appearing impatient, replied, "What does this have to do with us? Is the change in spiritual energy because of me?" Hu Fifan explained, "That's unlikely. It's said that only a breakthrough by someone at the mansion master level could cause such a significant disturbance. However, the number of admission spots at Xinda University seems to be related to the mansion master's strength. If Ruan Yuchuan really has broken through, our Yuanwu mansion might get more spots." Just as Lu Chuan was about to ask more questions, his phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, he answered. "Lu Chuan, this is Xiao Xingsheng," said a middle-aged man's voice on the other end. "I got your number from Teacher Lu. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Surprised, Lu Chuan responded, "Principal Xiao, why are you calling me?" Xiao Xingsheng warmly inquired if Lu Chuan had enough Lingxiangzi and mentioned that he had more to send him. Lu Chuan quickly expressed his thanks and half-jokingly provided his detailed address. Xiao Xingxing laughed heartily before his tone turned meaningful. "Lu, you've been at my #1 high school for 2 years now. You have familiar teachers and classmates here. When you achieve great results in the college entrance exam, they'll all be proud of you. Make sure to hold your ground in these final moments." After the call ended, Lu Chuan barely had time to think before his phone rang again. This time, it was the administrative office of Pingyuan #1 High School, inviting him to join their mental strength enhancement class and offering to purchase mental strength resources for him. Lu Chuan declined the offer, but when they raised it to 150,000 yuan, he hung up thoughtfully. Hearing the conversation, Hu Fifan excitedly urged Lu Chuan to accept Pingyuan #1's offer, but Lu Chuan smiled mysteriously. "With 70 days left until the college entrance exam, what I need most are resources, not guidance from teachers." After speaking, Lu Chuan sent a text to Xiao Xingsheng, claiming that Pingyuan #1 had offered 300,000 yuan. Hu Fifan, watching this, muttered that if 300,000 yuan were really on the table, staying at my #1 wouldn't be so bad. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at my #1 high school, Xiao Xingxing read Lu Chuan's text, his eye twitching. Although he understood this was Lu Chuan's bargaining tactic, he agreed to the condition for the sake of his future and additionally rewarded him with 10 more Lingxiangzi pills. Secretary Ma Wanlong was tasked with getting the money from the finance office, but as soon as he left the principal's office, his expression turned cold and venomous. He brooded over his 5 years of undercover life, resenting Xiao Xingxing's incompetence. Finally, today, a genius student like Lu Chuan had emerged, worthy of the attention of the divine cult. Lu Chuan had just finished testing Hu Fifan's mental power at his house when the class group chat announced the results of the placement exam. He was delighted to see Hu Fifan's name prominently on the list for the cultivation class. After a brief congratulation, Lu Chuan hurriedly took his leave, walking home with a spring in his step. The second-year students had gone on break after yesterday's placement exam. Lu Chuan, in high spirits, hummed a tune as he walked. Part of his joy came from the holiday, but mostly it was because he had finally figured out the purpose of the mysterious ancient book in his mind. The book, titled Starry Sky Recipe, was not only enormous but also incredibly thick. It contained various illustrations of mythical beasts, all shrouded in a mystical haze. By dispelling this haze and restoring the images of the beasts, one could gain spiritual feedback. Restoring images of plants, on the other hand, would enhance mental power. Yesterday, daring to consume a Lingxiangzi, he had managed to restore a plant on the bottom right corner of the swan beast illustration, boosting his mental power from 43 to 52 points. Upon reaching his doorstep, Lu Chuan skillfully retrieved the key from under the doormat and unlocked the door. He headed straight to his bedroom, pulled out the Lingxiangzi from under his pillow, and swallowed it with his eyes closed. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan felt revitalized. As expected, another part of the swan beast illustration had been restored. His mind felt clearer, and his vision had significantly improved. Through the window, He could see a couple engaging in intimate behavior on a balcony 7 or 800 meters away. Damn! Lu Chuan quickly covered his eyes, realizing the progress in his mental power. He walked over and drew the curtains, thinking cautiously. If he could see far away, it was possible that someone powerful could see him too. Meanwhile, a kilometer from Lu Chuan's house, a soft exclamation came from a black sedan parked by the roadside. Inside the car was Ma Wanlong, the secretary to the principal of Muyuan High School, observing Lu Chuan's every move. Ma Wanlong shook his head, took out his phone, and dialed Lu Chuan's number. Hello, Lu Chuan? This is Secretary Ma from the principal's office. Yes, I'm here to deliver some money to you. I'm at the entrance of your residential complex. Could you please come down? After hanging up, Ma Wanlong drove to the complex gate, took out a bank card and a pink sachet containing Lingxiangzi, and carefully put on a specially made ring. Shortly after, Lu Chuan arrived at the gate. Ma Wanlong waved with a smile. Lu Chuan, over here. Lu Chuan handed Ma Wanlong a bottle of mineral water. Thank you for coming all this way, Secretary Ma. Have some water. Surprised, Ma Wanlong smiled. Lu Chuan, you should take the money first. He handed over the bank card and the sachet, using the opportunity to lightly graze Lu Chuan's palm with the ring. Lu Chuan happily accepted the bank card, pocketing it with a grin. As an experienced secretary, Ma Wanlong understood the unspoken message in Lu Chuan's gesture. The money is already in hand. I don't see what else we have to discuss. You can leave now, Lu Chuan said casually, a faint smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Ma Wanlong's eyes briefly flickered with a hint of darkness, but he quickly regained his composure. He laughed heartily, feigning nonchalance, and responded, well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Goodbye, Lu Chuan. With that, he turned and walked towards the black spirit-powered car parked by the roadside. Goodbye, Secretary Ma. Lu Chuan also smiled and waved him off. Ma Wanlong got into the car, started the engine, and slowly drove away from the gate of Lu Chuan's community. As the car disappeared down the street, his expression turned ominously dark. In the past, if Lu Chuan had shown up alone in front of him, he could have acted directly and eliminated this prodigy. Even if he didn't act directly, he could have tampered with Lu Chuan's bank card or spiritual incense to achieve the same result. Once he succeeded, other members of the divine sect would help him escape my city to a safe place beyond the Four Directions spirit gathering formation. But now, everything had changed. Just last night, the divine sect's chief in Yuanwu Prefecture issued a secret message to all undercover members. Starting today, all divine sect members in Yuanwu Prefecture must go into hiding, and all ongoing plans must be immediately halted. Those who felt at risk of being discovered were to flee to the beast-infested areas outside the city. All of this was because a powerful individual in Yuanwu Prefecture had broken through last night, potentially altering the entire situation in the region. Ma Wanlong gripped the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Not only was his action restricted, but even if he forcibly acted, he wouldn't be able to escape and would end up perishing alongside Lu Chuan. Such an outcome was clearly not worth it. He kept convincing himself. He was a valuable pawn placed by the divine sect in my high school for 4 years. Although Lu Chuan was a top candidate for the Immortal Academy, if he continued to stay undercover in my high school, he might gather more intelligence on other prodigies and eliminate more talents. Despite Ma Wanlong's fervent devotion to the divine sect and his belief that everyone else deserved to die, he chose to obey the chief's orders and quietly lie low. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, unable to contain his rage, Ma Wanlong cursed loudly inside the car. Damn it! I infiltrated my high school with such high hopes, only to be thwarted by that idiot Xiao Xingsheng. 4 years, and not a single useful piece of intel on a prodigy. Just when I had a chance with Lu Chuan, this happens. He pounded the steering wheel fiercely and gritted his teeth. It's all because of that damn strong practitioner. Of all times to break through, why now? Meanwhile, back at home, Lu Chuan was preparing to meditate. Just as he was about to start his spiritual vortex cultivation method, he suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose in confusion, he wondered if someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and focused on his cultivation. Time flies by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 40 days have passed. Today, schools are conducting pre-exam physical checkups for the upcoming college entrance exams, which are only 30 days away. Students from the cultivation class at Mayan High School are lined up, waiting for their checkups. Lu Chuan stands among them, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. This world's physical checkup is quite different from what he experienced in his past life. Inside the hospital, students undergo their examinations one by one. In addition to the usual height, weight, and vision tests, there are also checks for basic formations, runes, and allergies to certain special powers. Lu Chuan passes these tests smoothly and is now waiting for the final Oni 5,000-meter run without external aid. On the sports field, the students are ready to start. Lu Chuan turns to Hu Fifan beside him and asks quietly, "What's the point of this test?" However, Hu Fifin's eyes are glued to the front, completely ignoring him. Following his gaze, Lu Chuan sees that Hu Fifin is staring at Li Yi in the front row, causing Lu Chuan's eye to twitch. Since joining the cultivation class, Lu Chuan's life hasn't changed much. He, along with Zhang Wubin and Hu Fifin, got into the class, and his old friends are still at the same school, so they can meet anytime. But for Hu Fifin, things are quite different. He and Li Yi, who used to be in different classrooms, are now classmates. Lu Chuan has noticed that the usually talkative Hu Fifin now spends his time gazing at Li Yi with a lovesick expression and talks much less. At this moment, a few girls in the front row raise some questions to their class teacher, Lu Zhiyong. Smiling, Lu Zhiyong explains, "This test is to ensure we don't miss out on students with exceptional physical talents. In our cultivation system, besides the methods of controlling spells, there's also the physical cultivation technique that uses spiritual power to temper the body. Some top universities consider your 5,000-meter run results for admissions into their physical cultivation programs." "What? Why didn't you tell us that earlier?" a boy asks regretfully. Lu Zhiyong waves his hand dismissively. "I've noticed that none of you in this class have a talent for physical cultivation. People with such talent are noticeable in daily life, like being able to lift over 500 pounds without using spiritual power. I've taught many classes and have never encountered anyone with that talent. It's very rare. Can we skip the run then?" a student asks hopefully. "No," Lu Zhiyong says sternly. "You must complete the entire checkup. Your bodies have been nourished by spiritual power, so running 5,000 meters won't harm you and might even relieve some pre-exam stress. Plus, if your score is too poor, and you're on the borderline for university admission, even if your spiritual power, mental strength, and academic scores are the same as others, a better 5,000-meter run time could give them the edge over you." The students let out a collective sigh of disappointment. Soon, it's Lu Chuan's class turn for the test. Hu Fifin turns to Lu Chuan with a pleading look. "Lu Chuan, can you not run too fast and stay with me?" Lu Chuan shakes his head firmly. "No way. Hu Fifin, this 5,000-meter run may be labeled as a checkup, but it's essentially an exam. You have to give it your best shot." Hu Fifin looked at Lu Chuan in astonishment, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Chuan, have you taken the wrong medicine? Why are you so positive today? We don't have any talent for physical training, so why put in so much effort?" Lu Chuan chuckled and pointed towards the front of the group at Li Yi, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Do you think Li Yi runs fast or slow?" Hu Fifin's whole body tensed, his eyes widening. "What do you mean by that, Chuan?" Lu Chuan just smiled silently, leaving Hu Fifin puzzled. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, breaking the sky. The proctor had given the signal, and everyone shot off like arrows from a bow. Lu Chuan suddenly leaned close to Hu Fifin's ear and whispered, "If you can't catch up to me, I'll go tell Li Yi that you like her." Before the words were fully out, Lu Chuan had already dashed off like the wind. "Lu Chuan, you jerk." Hu Fifin's angry shout echoed across the track as he gritted his teeth and desperately chased after Lu Chuan. 15 minutes later, the first batch of students began crossing the finish line of the 5,000-meter run. The timekeeper loudly announced the results. 5th place, Hu Mingyan. 4th place, Jiang Yi. 3rd place, Lu Chuan. 1st place, a tie between Li Yi and Hu Fifin. "Way to go, Chuan." Hu Fifin, out of breath, gave a thumbs up and excitedly said, "After the run, Li Yi quietly praised me." Lu Chuan, wiping sweat from his brow, responded dismissively, "Still calling me a jerk?" "No, no more." Hu Fifin quickly shook his head. "That's more like it," Lu Chuan muttered, taking a sip of water. He handed his physical exam form to the class monitor, Jiang Yi, and then quickly headed to the restroom. In reality, Lu Chuan hadn't exerted his full strength. His spiritual power had surpassed 900, making his physical fitness far superior to his peers. Typically, with the nourishment of spiritual power, students could complete the 5,000 meters in 15 to 20 minutes, comparable to provincial-level long-distance runners in his previous life. Lu Chuan estimated he could finish in 13 minutes, but he chose to hold back. On one hand, he wanted to help Hu Fifin, deliberately pacing him and then letting him take the lead at the end. On the other hand, he had recently consulted with LV Guangyan over the phone about some cultivation issues. LV Guangyan, upon learning of Lu Chuan's spiritual progress, specifically advised him not to draw too much attention to himself and to show some weaknesses. Although the exact reasons were unclear, it was a matter of personal safety, so Lu Chuan chose to be cautious and hide his true abilities. Entering the restroom, Lu Chuan was just about to take care of business when he noticed a familiar figure nearby. He greeted with a smile, "Secretary Ma, what a coincidence. You're here too?" Standing about 2 meters away was a middle-aged man in a suit with thinning hair, engrossed in his phone. Hearing the greeting, Secretary Ma looked up and smiled warmly. "Lu, the principal just called. He said that after your class finishes the physical exam, you don't need to go back to school right away. He's invited Mr. Zhao Jianpain from Pingyuan City to give you guys some guidance. Make sure not to leave early." After delivering the message, Secretary Ma turned and left. Got it, got it, Lu Chuan replied, still eyeing Ma Wenlong's retreating figure suspiciously. He muttered to himself, wondering why Secretary Ma would be playing on his phone in the restroom. Moreover, the black thing on his right ear didn't look like an ordinary earbud. It seemed more like some kind of headset. Yuanwu Mansion, home to Yuanwu Immortal University. Inside the Immortal Dao conference room, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. The top officials had all gathered, their faces grave. Although Lu Guangyan was present, he could only sit behind his mentor, Lu Jingxian, with no seat of his own at the conference table. Presiding over the meeting was a man in his 50s, with a dark complexion, thick hair, and a face marked by the passage of time. He began, Governor Ruan Yuchuan has returned from the Star Road and has confirmed. Before he could finish, the room's atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Everyone, including Lu Guangyan, furrowed their brows. The man continued, as Professor Han from Sifang Immortal University predicted, the Star Road has indeed expanded. The Star Road guarded by our Yuanwu mansion will be upgraded from general level to king level. His voice was especially clear in the silent room. This means that our mansion must dispatch a Dao source level expert to guard it. Otherwise, if a king level being emerges from the Star Road, Yuanwu mansion will be in grave danger. In the corner, a female teacher suddenly asked, Principal Li, wasn't there a rumor recently that Governor Ruan Yuchuan had broken through to the Dao source level? Principal Li shook his head. It was just a rumor. Although Governor Ruan has made progress, he is still one step away from reaching the Dao source level. The room erupted into murmurs. Some questioned whether Deputy Governor Wang Hong had broken through, while others noted the recent increase in spiritual energy provided by the Sifang Gathering Array. Principal Li raised his hand to signal for silence. The Sifang Gathering Array is indeed providing more spiritual energy, but it is not due to a breakthrough by any expert. Our mansion still lacks a Dao source level expert. Silence enveloped the room. A sharp glint flashed in Principal Li's eyes. You all understand what this means. From now on, all teachers and students above the Golden Core stage, prepare to enter the Star Road and face the challenge. Yes. Everyone stood up, their voices firm and resolute. Meanwhile, outside the medical examination center for the college entrance exams in Mayan City, students from Mayan number 1 high school's cultivation class were boarding a bus. Class monitor Jiang Yi stood at the front and announced, Everyone, we just received a notification. We won't be returning to school directly. Instead, we're heading to Plain City for collective tutoring. A student asked about the identity of the teacher and the whereabouts of their homeroom teacher. Jiang Yi explained, It's the strongest teacher from Plain City number 1 high school. Li Yi and I have met them. If anyone doesn't want to go, you can get off the bus now. The homeroom teacher left after receiving a phone call and put me in charge. Any other questions? No one responded. Jiang Yi sat back in the front row and signaled the driver to start the bus. 3 kilometers away, at the intersection of Peace Road, a white van waited. Inside, an ordinary middle-aged man whispered, They've departed. Estimated to pass here in 10 minutes. A young woman in the back seat asked, Any news from the main headquarters? Ma Wenlong in the passenger seat replied, Confirmed again. Ruan Yuchuan has not advanced to the Dao source level, and Yuanwu Mansion has no Dao source level experts. The woman took a deep breath. Good. It's been 40 days, and we can finally take action. This is the first strike since the divine sect's period of silence. The rewards from the main leader will be substantial. Ma Wenlong, you've made a great contribution. Ma Wenlong quickly responded, Sister Bai deserves the main credit. I only planned to kill Lu Chuan alone. It was your idea to eliminate all the students from Mayan number 1 high school. We're all working for the divine cause. There's no need to argue about it, Bai Jie said, waving her hand to cut off her companion's debate. Her youthful face suddenly twisted with hatred and disgust. This filthy Huaxia alliance, she spat venomously. Their students are just as vile. Only by purifying them can we make this dirty Huaxia alliance realize how foolish it is to defy the gods. Only the gods can lead humanity to transcendence. As soon as she finished speaking, the others in the van immediately changed their expressions. They all looked up to the sky, their faces solemn and reverent, as if offering their deepest respect to an invisible deity. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the bus was completely different. Lu Chuan frowned, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery. Although the bus was indeed heading towards Pingyuan City, his sense of unease was growing stronger. Questions swirled in his mind. Why did their homeroom teacher Lu Zhiyong suddenly leave right before such an important medical checkup? Principal Xiao Xingxing never cared much about non-top students. So why did he spend a lot of money to invite the best high school teacher in Pingyuan City, Zhao Jianping, to guide their class this time? Why did Secretary Ma suddenly appear in the hospital restroom instead of calling Lu Zhiyong directly? And why were the calluses on the driver's hands so thick? Recalling the vague phone call from Lu Guangyan a few days ago, Lu Chuan's anxiety grew. He abruptly stood up and shouted, Driver, stop the bus. Without turning his head, the driver asked calmly, "What's the matter, student?" Lu Chuan quickly walked to the seat behind the driver and raised his voice. "I need to use the restroom." "There are no restrooms here, just hold on for a few more minutes," the driver said, skillfully turning a corner and heading onto Peace Road. Suddenly, Lu Chuan erupted in a roar, his eyes bloodshot and his expression terrifying. "Are you deaf? I said I need to use the restroom." The shout stunned everyone on the bus, and the students in the back fell silent, staring at Lu Chuan in shock. However, the driver remained unfazed, his tone light. "We're almost there. Just up ahead at Peace Road intersection, there's a place to stop and a restroom." Lu Chuan glared at the driver's profile, his voice low and threatening. "I used my mental power in that shout. Why aren't you affected at all?" The driver was momentarily taken aback, then his face twisted in a snarl. He slammed on the gas and began frantically pounding the steering wheel, honking the horn wildly. "You really are up to something," Lu Chuan roared, his blood boiling. Instinctively, he leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick to the driver's temple, unleashing all his strength in that moment. Bang! With a loud crash, the driver's head hit the bus windshield, knocking him out cold. The bus lost control immediately, careening wildly down the crowded street. The screeching brakes and the terrified screams of pedestrians filled the air, while the students inside the bus were paralyzed with fear. Lu Chuan reacted quickly. He yanked the unconscious driver out of the seat and turned to his stunned classmates, shouting, "What are you standing around for? Someone who can drive, get up here." Hu Fifin was the first to snap out of it. He jumped from the back row to the front, climbing over the driver's body and gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Chuan, where are we going?" he asked, nervous. "Turn around, head back to school," Lu Chuan replied, squinting as he scanned the chaotic street ahead. Suddenly, he spotted a white van driving against traffic, with Ma Wanlong sitting in the passenger seat. "We can't turn around. The cars around us are blocking the way," Hu Fifin said, panicked. At that moment, the van stopped about 300 meters away from the bus. 5 people quickly got out and started approaching. Realizing the imminent danger, Lu Chuan turned and yelled to his classmates, "Get off the bus! Run!" Despite Lu Chuan's desperate shouting, his classmates remained frozen, staring at him in shock. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan grabbed Hu Fifin, ready to escape through the front door. "Chuan, look at what they're holding." Hu Fifin pointed ahead. Following his gaze, Lu Chuan's blood ran cold. The woman in front of Ma Wanlong was holding something that glowed blood red, looking like it could explode any second. Just as Lu Chuan thought his life was over, a loud shout came from in front of them. "This is the bus." 7 people dressed in black uniforms, surrounded by a faint blue aura, descended from the sky, swiftly crossing the chaotic traffic towards the bus. Seeing this, Ma Wanlong and his group turned pale and quickly changed direction, disappearing into the crowd. The 7 uniformed individuals surrounded the bus in an instant. A young woman with a stern expression, holding a short blade, barked at Lu Chuan, "Hands on your head, get off the bus." The scene shifts to an interrogation room at the Xian Bureau in my city. Lu Chuan sat obediently in a chair, facing the young woman from before, Shan Mei. After listening to Lu Chuan's account, she spoke slowly. "So, that's why you attacked Zhao Tailin?" Lu Chuan nodded. "Yes, I suspected he was trying to kill me." Shan Mei sighed and waved her hand. "All right, I understand. Zhao Tailin does have a history. We have records of his crimes from 10 years ago. He's a fugitive living under a false identity. He likely had a mental breakdown and wanted to take revenge on society, so you're not in trouble for injuring him. You can go." However, Lu Chuan didn't move. Instead, he sneered. "Do you take me for a fool? I was nearly killed, and you think you can just brush it off?" Shan Mei frowned. "Do you have any other concerns?" Lu Chuan stared directly into Shan Mei's eyes, unwavering. "What about Ma Wanlong?" "I told you, the secretary of the principal's office, Ma Wanlong, along with 3 men and a woman, were planning to blow up our bus. Why aren't you investigating Ma Wanlong?" Shin Mei stood up, expressionless, and asked, "You believe that including the bus driver, there were 6 people in total planning to attack your class?" She continued, "But the Xian Bureau just checked on Ma Wanlong. He has an alibi. During the chaos, he was in the Jindao cultivation room in my city. The owner of the cultivation room has vouched for him." Lu Chuan insisted, "I saw him with my own eyes." Shin Mei stood up, opened the door of the interrogation room, and said coldly, "All right, Lu Chuan, people can hallucinate when they're scared. You saw Ma Wanlong preparing to attack the bus, so what about the Ma Wanlong in the training room? Your principal is waiting for you outside. You can go now." Her face was expressionless, clearly indicating the conversation was over. Lu Chuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned and looked Shan Mei up and down. "I'll remember you," he said slowly, then turned and left the interrogation room. Shan Mei stood there, her eyes deeply fixed on Lu Chuan's departing figure. Outside the interrogation room, Principal Xiao Xingxing was anxiously waiting. When he saw Lu Chuan come out, he immediately approached and asked with concern, Lu Chuan, did that person give you a hard time? No, Lu Chuan replied curtly, then followed Xiao Xingxing to the car. Suddenly, he asked, Principal Xiao, does Secretary Ma often go to a place called Jindao Library for training? Xiao Xingxing looked a bit surprised but smiled and answered, yes, his spiritual power has been stuck at around 900 for a long time. He spends most of his salary on training every month. Lu Chuan pressed on, have you ever met the owner of the Jindao training room? What do they look like? I think I met him once, but he didn't leave much of an impression. Just an ordinary middle-aged man you could find anywhere, Xiao Xingxing recalled. Images of Ma Wanlong and his group flashed through Lu Chuan's mind. Ma Wanlong at the back, a young woman in front, two burly men on the left, and on the right, there was an extremely ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Xiao Xingxing continued, Hu Fifan and the others are safely home now. When I heard you were brought in for questioning, I rushed over. Our students at Yizhong shouldn't be bullied by those cultivators from the bureau. Lu Chuan seemed to make a decision and suddenly said, Principal Xiao, can you take me to buy some Lingxiangzi before taking me home? Xiao Xingxing was taken aback, but quickly agreed, sure, no problem. 20 minutes later, the two walked out of the Lingxi trading house. Xiao Xingxing curiously asked, Lu Chuan, why did you buy so much Lingxiangzi? Lu Chuan had just bought 200,000 worth of Lingxiangzi right in front of him. Lu Chuan turned around and looked at Xiao Xingxing with an unusually serious expression. To stay alive, he said simply. Xiao Xingxing was momentarily stunned, then laughed. You do have quite a sense of humor, Lu Chuan. Hop in. Lu Chuan got into the car silently and checked his watch, 3:45 p.m. His parents usually got home after 6:30 p.m. He had 2 hours and 45 minutes. Principal Xiao, can I invite you to my apartment for a bit? Lu Chuan asked from the back seat. Invite me? Do you have something on your mind? Xiao Xingxing sensed something was off. After a moment of silence, Lu Chuan said, I feel like my mental power is about to break through. I hope you can watch over me for a bit. It won't take long, just an hour. Ha ha ha, I thought it was something serious. No problem at all. Xiao Xingxing agreed readily. 15 minutes later, the two entered Lu Chuan's home. Lu Chuan quickly instructed, Principal Xiao, just sit in the living room. I'll be training in the bedroom. If I don't come out in an hour and a half, come in and get me. With that, he closed the bedroom door. Inside the bedroom, Lu Chuan looked at the tin Lingxiangzi in his hand, his thoughts racing. He was sure Ma Wanlong was up to something, but the bureau didn't believe him. Now that he had killed one of their associates, they wouldn't let it go. Xiao Xingxing wouldn't stay long. And once he left, they would likely strike immediately. His parents would be home in 2.5 hours. He had to leave before then. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chuan swallowed all 10 Lingxiangzi. Whether he could survive depended on this 200,000 worth of Lingxiangzi. 40 days ago, after Lu Chuan became familiar with all the features of the Starry Sky menu, he embarked on an intense yet hopeful journey of cultivation. Each day, he consumed a Lingxiangzi pill obtained from Xiao Xingxing, hoping to quickly enhance his mental strength. As Lu Chuan glanced at the few remaining Lingxiangzi pills in his hand, he reflected on his experiences over the past weeks. He had taken 1 pill daily for the first 17 days, totaling 17 pills. Over the next 23 days, he sporadically purchased 13 more pills from Lingxi Trading Company. Though he couldn't manage to take one every day, his cultivation efforts never ceased. His fingers gently brushed against the pocket containing his last 200,000 yuan. This sum was part of the 500,000 yuan he originally had, 200,000 from Director Liu of the Beast Park and 300,000 from Xiao Xingxing. Now, only a fraction remained. He had spent 260,000 yuan on the 13 Lingxiangzi pills and given 40,000 yuan to his parents, claiming it was a scholarship to buy sea spirit shrimp. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chuan recalled his feelings half an hour ago when he bought 10 more Lingxiangzi pills. Those 200,000 yuan were all he had left, yet he had no choice but to spend them. He had considered asking for help, but Lu Guangnian had just informed him yesterday that he was going into seclusion and would have his phone turned off. In the car, faced with Xiao Xingxing's inquiries, Lu Chuan hesitated but ultimately decided not to trust him. After all, even the Immortal Cultivation Bureau didn't trust Xiao Xingxing, and Ma Wanlong had been his secretary for years. Lu Chuan shook his head to clear his thoughts and focused on entering the space of the Starry Sky menu. On the first page, the image of the swan beast appeared. After 40 days of relentless effort, the swan beast image had been restored to 99, with only one more Lingxiangzi pill needed to unveil the final hidden part. He had originally estimated that, at a rate of 1 Lingxiangzi pill per day, it would take another 6 or 7 days to fully restore the swan beast image. But now, he couldn't wait any longer. Staring at the majestic swan beast, he muttered to himself, 10 Lingxiangzi pills should be enough to fully restore you. Let me see what surprises a fully restored swan beast image can bring me. If it can give me a way out. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light rose from the lower right corner of the swan beast image. Lu Chuan's vision blurred. and he was instantly transported to another world. Meanwhile, downstairs from Lu Chuan's apartment, a sleek black business car sat quietly among several private vehicles. Inside were 5 people: Ma Wanlong, a young woman known as Bai Jie, Jin Kongning, the owner of the Golden Path cultivation room, and 2 burly men. They vigilantly observed their surroundings. Jin Kongning frowned and asked, "Why did Xiao Xingxing follow him up there?" Ma Wanlong calmly replied, "He might have something to discuss with Lu Chuan's parents. He won't be long. Should we kill him too?" Jin Kongning suggested. Bai Jie immediately shook her head. "No. Xiao Xingxing may only be in the early stage of foundation establishment, but he's been at that level for over a decade. Who knows what life-saving tricks he has up his sleeve? If he delays us, it would be a disaster. Our target is Lu Chuan. Killing him alone is enough to complete our mission and earn the sect leader's massive reward. We must be cautious." Jin Kongning laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Yes, who would have thought that our plan to attack all the students in the Immortal Cultivation class at Muyi High School would fail? Yet we discover Lu Chuan, who has been hiding his strength all along. With at least 900 spiritual power and around 170 mental strength, he has a great chance of getting into the 4 great immortal universities. Killing him is worth far more than a busload of students." Ma Wanlong chuckled in agreement. "We should also thank our colleagues at the Immortal Cultivation Bureau. If it weren't for their help in covering for us, we might have had to withdraw due to their investigation." Jin Kongning looked at the entrance to Lu Chuan's apartment building, a twisted smile on his face. "Yes, but this time, the plan involves all the members of the divine sect hidden in Muyi City working together. When the time comes, the credit will be shared with them. Now, we just wait for Xiao Xingxing to leave. A genius of this caliber is rare even in Yuanwu Prefecture. I can't wait to see the despair on his parents' faces. They've worked so hard to raise a prodigy, only for him to die at our hands. Hee hee." At the same time, Lu Chuan found himself in an unfamiliar space. He looked around, murmuring in confusion, "What is this place?" At that moment, the scene before Lu Chuan changed dramatically. The thick starry sky menu vanished, replaced by a towering stone mountain that seemed to reach the clouds. The mountain was about 150 meters high, barren on all sides, with only yellow and black hard rocks exposed. The air was mild, and everything was silent. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. A fierce wind followed, whipping up a storm of sand and dust. Lu Chuan's heart nearly stopped as he saw a massive beast through the terrifying whirlwind. The beast stood as tall as the mountain, its fur gleaming like golden sand. A pair of majestic long horns adorned its forehead, and its cold, indifferent eyes looked down upon all. Lu Chuan instantly recognized it as the mythical swan beast depicted in ancient illustrations. At this moment, Lu Chuan stood at the feet of the swan beast, as insignificant as an ant. He held his breath, terrified of disturbing the monstrous creature. The swan beast seemed to notice Lu Chuan, casting a cold glance in his direction before lifting its right paw towards the mountain's peak. Bang! With a deafening crash, the mountain's top, dozens of meters high, was pulverized into dust. Lu Chuan watched in shock. The swan beast glanced down one last time before vanishing into thin air. As the swan beast disappeared, so did the mountain and the desolate landscape. Simultaneously, a vast amount of information flooded into Lu Chuan's mind. The swan beast possessed an innate treasure technique called the mountain art. Mastery of this technique could transform one's body into a mountain, as solid as a rock, immovable, and with divine strength capable of shattering armies. It was divided into 3 stages. The first stage required the 9th level of chi refinement, the second stage required the latter stage of foundation establishment, and the third stage required the golden core stage. Lu Chuan's current cultivation level was perfect for practicing the first stage. Without hesitation, he began to learn the essentials of the first stage of the mountain art. This stage could transform his right arm into a mountain, granting it the strength of 1,000 pounds, with the power to kill mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement. Lu Chuan recalled the swan beast in the swan beast hall, which had used this power to shatter the formation outside the hall with a single paw. In the space where the starry sky menu resided, Lu Chuan's eyes shone brightly. Drawing on the information in his mind, the demonstration in the illusion, and the swan beast performance in the beast garden, he made rapid progress in his learning. An hour later, Lu Chuan took a deep breath and pushed open the door. He looked at Xiao Xingqing, who was dozing on the sofa, and said, "Principal Xiao, wake up. It's time to hit the road." Xiao Xingqing was startled by the sudden appearance of Lu Chuan. He opened his eyes and saw the young man emerging from the room. In a daze, he noticed that Lu Chuan seemed more composed. Yet his youthful vigor remained undiminished, catching his attention. "Lu Chuan, have you made a breakthrough?" Xiao Xingqing asked curiously. "More or less," Lu Chuan replied vaguely, opening the door and leading Xiao Xingqing downstairs. "Principal Xiao, can I get a ride with you? Could you drop me off at Jiangshanyu District on the way?" Jiangshanyu District? Xiao Xingxing followed Lu Chuan, surprised. Isn't that an abandoned building site? Even the workers have left. Yes, that's exactly where I need to go, Lu Chuan said firmly. It was already 5:30 p.m., and the sky was getting dark. Lu Chuan knew his parents would be home in an hour, so he had to leave quickly. The deserted Jiangshanyu construction site was the perfect place to confront Ma Wanlong and his gang. Whatever the outcome, being far from the bustling city would minimize trouble. All right, Lu Chuan, you sure have a lot of secrets, Xiao Xingxing chuckled as he drove towards Jiangshanyu district. Behind them, a black van quietly followed. Inside, Jean Kongning breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he's out. The woman with the surname Bai had a murderous glint in her eyes. If Xiao Xingxing doesn't leave soon, we'll kill him too. The others shuddered and responded in unison. Understood. Soon, Xiao Xingxing's car stopped in front of the dilapidated construction site surrounded by blue iron sheets. Lu Chuan, is this the entrance? Xiao Xingxing pointed at the tall blue iron gate. Lu Chuan glanced at the desolate site and nodded. Yes, we'll go in through this gate. Could you please open the car door? As he opened the door, a breeze carrying the smell of sand blew in. Lu Chuan bid farewell to Xiao Xingxing and stepped into the site. He found a large stone slab to sit on and waited, his mind racing. He thought about how, if he died, he wouldn't get to enjoy the seafood he had planned for dinner. His parents would be the most heartbroken, followed by Hu Fifan, Zhang Wubin, and his classmates. Principal Xiao would be deeply saddened, as Lu Chuan's college entrance exam scores were crucial to his career. Teacher Lu would also be upset, as Lu Chuan was the top student. Perhaps the whole school, especially the girls, would mourn the loss of a handsome student. Lu Chuan began to question his decision. Facing 5 people alone seemed like a long shot. He wondered if he should have caused a scene at the cultivation bureau and called Hu Fifan as a witness. But would the bureau believe him? It was possible that Ma Wanlong had allies there. Ma Wanlong and his group likely belonged to that crazy organization called Shunjiao. After the last incident at the monster park, he should have asked Lu Guangyan more questions, but he didn't. He also considered asking Xiao Xingxing for help but dismissed the idea. After all, he was just a 17-year-old student, while Ma Wanlong had been his secretary for 4 years. Sigh, I guess I have to rely on myself, Lu Chuan muttered, holding his head in his hands. Just then, a female voice suddenly rang out from the front. It looks like you knew we would make a move, so you chose your own burial ground. It was nearly 6 p.m., and the sky was darkening. The abandoned site had no lights, but Lu Chuan could clearly see the 5 people approaching him. They were the same 4 men and 1 woman he had seen at noon, standing a short distance away, watching him coldly. Among the 4 men, Ma Wanlong stood out prominently. He was followed by a plain-looking middle-aged man and 2 burly men dressed in black, who seemed rather inconspicuous. Despite their ordinary appearance, a chilling and sinister expression crept onto their faces. In the center stood a young woman who had just spoken. She was around 30 years old, with fair skin and a smooth chin, exuding a mature charm. However, her eyes lacked any softness and instead were filled with a wolf-like ferocity and malice. Lu Chuan stood up from the shattered stone slab and sneered. Yeah, I've known for a while that you were coming for me. I thought about asking the Immortal Cultivation Bureau for help to get rid of you, but those idiots didn't believe me. His tone was dripping with disdain. So, I came here directly. The woman showed a hint of surprise at Lu Chuan's reaction and questioned, Boy, what do you mean? What do I mean? Just what I said. Lu Chuan tilted his head slightly and repeated. I'm disappointed in the Immortal Cultivation Bureau. Even when I'm on the brink of death, those idiots can't see the situation clearly. Heh. The woman laughed lightly, her eyes narrowing. Boy, you'd better not be playing any tricks. She turned to the men beside her and instructed, check the surroundings for any communication monitoring arrays. Yes. Ma Wanlong responded immediately, pulling out a talisman from his pocket and chanting an incantation. The talisman disintegrated in midair, with part of its power sweeping over Lu Chuan. After a few seconds, Ma Wanlong confirmed, Chief Bai, there's been no communication array here in the past day. It rules out the possibility that this kid is stalling for time to contact the Immortal Cultivation Bureau. The woman, known as Chief Bai, took 2 steps closer to Lu Chuan, a half-smile on her face. No tricks, huh? If you were playing any, you'd be a corpse in 3 seconds. But since you're being honest, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you can satisfy me, I might spare your life and accept you. She had clearly picked up on Lu Chuan's underlying message, his disappointment with the Immortal Cultivation Bureau and his willingness to join them. 3 minutes. Lu Chuan chuckled, taking 2 steps forward. 3 seconds are enough. I only need to give you one reason. Sifang Xianda. Chief Bai's body trembled slightly at his words. Are you saying you're willing to be our pawn and infiltrate Sifang Xianda? Her voice remained steady, but the faces of the 4 men beside her lit up with excitement. Clearly, recruiting a prodigy from Sifang Xianda was far more valuable than killing one. Yes. Seeing their reaction, Lu Chuan knew his plan was halfway to success. He smiled and said, "But first, you need to tell me what exactly are you guys up to?" At this, the five of them exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Chief Bai sneered and took 2 more steps towards Lu Chuan, her fierce demeanor replaced by a seductive look. "Kid, do you really think you're in a position to negotiate terms with us? Whether you live or die is up to me. Does knowing what I do really matter?" Lu Chuan was momentarily dazed, staring blankly at Chief Bai. He took a deep breath and said, "You smell really nice, sis." As he spoke, he moved closer to her. Chief Bai was taken aback, not expecting this move from Lu Chuan. Despite her ferocity, she was still a woman, and Lu Chuan's handsome appearance and compliment caught her off guard, causing her to lower her defenses. In that split second, a murderous intent flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. "Attack!" he shouted. His right arm instantly covered in golden scales as thick as a mountain, smashing towards Chief Bai's head. A ruthless strike, directly aiming for the head. The description of the first stage of the mountain peak technique hung over Lu Chuan like a sword. The force of 1,000 pounds, enough to kill a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This thought shadowed him as he stepped into the abandoned construction site. Every step Lu Chuan took was cautious, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for that crucial moment. He knew that if he could just get close to the woman named Bai, he would have a chance for a fatal strike. This plan had taken shape before he left home, and this desolate construction site was the stage he had carefully chosen. In his mind, the bustling city might offer a slim chance of help from passers-by, but the greater risk was being instantly eliminated by the members of the cult. In contrast, this deserted site became his advantage. The quiet environment would make the enemy lower their guard, giving him an opportunity. The moment finally arrived. Under the unsuspecting gaze of 4 men, Lu Chuan lunged like a predator, closing in on the woman named Bai in an instant. His face twisted with tension, his arm muscles tensed to the limit. Bang! A loud crash followed by a sickening crack. The woman's body flew like a puppet with its strings cut, smashing into the unfinished concrete wall. The beauty who had just been smiling moments ago was now a twisted, bloody mess, with blood slowly trickling down the rough wall, creating a gruesome scene. The sight was so shocking that Lu Chuan momentarily lost his composure. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. Is this the true nature of the cultivation world? Were all those descriptions of otherworldly immortals just lies? The real cultivation world is this bloody and brutal? Reality, however, gave him no time for contemplation. A sudden sharp pain from his right arm yanked him back to the harsh present. Ma Wanlong had taken advantage of his distraction and kicked his right arm hard. "Ah!" Lu Chuan cried out in pain, instinctively retreating several steps to widen the distance. Ma Wanlong wasn't unscathed either, clutching his right leg and groaning in pain. At this moment, Jin Kongning and the other 2 snapped out of their daze, drawing their weapons and charging at Lu Chuan with red eyes. Seeing this, waves of regret surged in Lu Chuan's heart. His mental fortitude was still lacking for a first-time killer. He shouldn't have hesitated. He should have continued the attack, killing more to increase his chances of survival. With this in mind, Lu Chuan forced himself to endure the pain in his right arm, stepped forward, and shouted, "You dare come closer? You're courting death." His fierce expression and the power he had just displayed made the 4 men hesitate. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Chuan turned abruptly and ran. At this moment, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Fight? No way. The first stage of the mountain peak technique is only good for sneak attacks. It's useless in a real fight. Worse yet, aside from this one move, he knew no other techniques and had 0 combat experience. His earlier success was purely beginner's luck. With his spiritual power now over 900, Lu Chuan estimated that with his body nurtured by spiritual energy and his youthful vigor, he could run 5 kilometers in about 13 minutes. Escaping from these middle-aged men in the chi refining stage shouldn't be an issue. However, just 5 seconds later, he regretted it deeply. The 4 men didn't immediately chase after him, but instead each took out a green talisman from their pockets, chanting under their breath before slapping the talismans onto themselves. In an instant, pale green glows enveloped them, and they chased after him like the wind. "Ah!" Lu Chuan exclaimed, running with all his might. At that moment, he seemed to grasp another aspect of the cultivation world besides its brutality. It was about exploiting others. With talismans, one could act with impunity, and right now, he was the one being exploited. "Kid, prepare to die." Jin Kongning's voice was already close. Lu Chuan's heart raced as he made a sharp turn and leapt into a nearby, unfinished building. Hiding behind a wall, he immediately activated the mountain peak technique, ready for a door-die battle. Running was no longer an option. He roared internally. He had to turn and fight to the death, but he knew all too well that due to his depleted spiritual power and injuries, he could probably only use the mountain peak technique one more time. This was his last chance, the critical moment between life and death. He. Ma Wenlong's voice echoed outside the unfinished building, like the whisper of death. Looks like he can't run anymore. Go in and kill him. His words were laced with cruel pleasure. Even though Sister Bai is dead, the Grand Master's reward won't be any less. We'll have one less person to share it with. Jean Kongning's raspy voice came from the other side. Let's all go in together. I'll take the door. Boss Jean takes the balcony, and you two go through the windows. His tone was filled with vigilance. This kid's close combat move is deadly, but only when he catches you off guard. Stay alert, don't give him any time to react. The moment you see him, kill him. Got it. The others responded in unison. The footsteps of the four men, like predatory beasts, silently approached the four corners of the unfinished building. Inside, Lu Chuan heard everything clearly, and a sense of despair welled up in his heart. At this moment, all he could do was aim for the door, determined to take out Ma Wenlong, this scum, before he died. He was certain that this bastard had sent the people to kill him, and he was resolved to take Ma Wenlong down with him. Click. The sound of the door being pushed open was like the footsteps of death. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy steps followed as the two from the window and Jean Kongning from the balcony entered. The small room was now filled with 4 people who wanted him dead. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, held his breath, and prepared for a desperate fight. But then, Huosha's sharp sound suddenly pierced the air, as if it were being torn apart. Then, whoosh 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 for swift, crisp sounds flashed past Lu Chuan from different directions, like the scythe of death severing the threads of life. Finally, thud. The sound of 4 bodies hitting the floor echoed simultaneously, making Lu Chuan's heart skip a beat. The sky was dark, and the surroundings were utterly silent, with only the lingering echoes of those 2 sounds in Lu Chuan's ears, reverberating for a long time. He had been saved. Moments ago, those 4 men had been killed by some mysterious, powerful swordsman. Lu Chuan stood up, leaning on his knees, his legs still trembling slightly. He stepped out from behind the wall and cast his gaze towards the living room of the unfinished building, wanting to see what his savior looked like. In the dim night, with only faint moonlight streaming through the window without glass, the lighting was poor, but Lu Chuan still recognized the woman standing in the living room. It was her. The woman who had interrogated him at the Cultivation Bureau earlier that day. In that instant, his expression became incredibly complex. There was a moment of realization, a hint of relief, but mostly, there was anger. It turned out that the Cultivation Bureau wasn't incompetent. He had just been used all along. The meaning of cultivation? Perhaps, this was one aspect of it. Lu Chuan smiled bitterly, feeling the harsh and intricate nature of this world. What's this? I saved your life, and you're just going to stand there and not even say thank you? Under the faint moonlight, Shunmei stood in front of Lu Chuan. She was tall, slender, and strikingly beautiful. She looked at Lu Chuan with a half-smile, so captivating that it was hard to look away. Lu Chuan remained silent, turned towards the door, and started to leave this place of trouble. Shinmei quickly stepped in front of him and softly said, I admit I was a bit rude to you before, but that was just an act to fool the spies in the Cultivation Bureau. Lu Chuan was unmoved, sidestepping her to continue on his way out. Watching his retreating back, Shanmei raised her voice. No wonder you're the genius being chased by the cult spies of the entire Mui city. If you turn around and talk to me now, I can recommend you to a nascent soul stage master. Lu Chuan stopped at the doorway, slowly turned around, and coldly spat out 3 words, stupid idiot. With that, he disappeared into the night without looking back, leaving Shanmei standing there, her face flushed with a mix of anger and helplessness. Even after cursing Shanmei, Lu Chuan's anger hadn't completely subsided. He trudged along the broken, muddy ground towards the construction site gate, his mind replaying the perilous situation he had just escaped. If he hadn't managed to kill that Bai Tangzhu, he would likely be a cold corpse by now. A foundation establishment cultivator and a chi refining cultivator are not on the same level. Chi refining cultivators can only use simple talismans and weak spells with minimal destructive power. In the recent battle, Ma Wenlong and his men were merely agile and slightly stronger than ordinary people. If Bai Tangzhu hadn't died, she could have easily killed him from a distance with a minor spell, leaving no chance for escape. The more Lu Chuan thought about it, the angrier he became. If that woman from the Cultivation Bureau truly cared about his life, she would have been protecting him in secret the whole time. Why did she only show up now? After he pointed out Ma Wenlong's suspicious behavior, she deliberately didn't investigate, using him as bait without proper protection. She deserved the curse. If he weren't outmatched, he would have beaten her up. After all, she was playing with his life. The construction site was vast, and after the fierce battle, Lu Chuan's strength was nearly depleted, forcing him to walk slowly. After a while, his anger began to subside, and he started to feel grateful that he had survived. Suddenly, a scream echoed from ahead. There's a dead body here. Then, a familiar voice called out from a distance, Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, where are you? Who dares harm a student from our school? I warn you, if you touch my student, I, Xiao Xingxing, will not let you go. Come out. Hearing Principal Xiao's anxious shouts, Lu Chuan felt a surge of emotion. It seemed the principal had noticed something was wrong and had returned to find him. He quickened his pace, weaving through the scattered stones, and shouted back, Principal Xiao, I'm here, I'm fine. When Xiao Xingxing saw the disheveled and blood-stained Lu Chuan, he rushed over. At that moment, Lu Chuan's gaze fell upon by Tongzhu's mutilated corpse on the concrete wall. Instantly, he felt his stomach churn and bend over to vomit. During the fight, adrenaline had numbed him to Bai Tang's gruesome state. But now, seeing the corpse again after the battle, he couldn't suppress his nausea. No matter how cruel or wicked Bai Tangzhu had been, she was still a living person. And that person had just died at his hands. He had killed someone. Xiao Xingxing stood by, watching Lu Chuan retch, feeling deeply troubled. He had rushed to help Lu Chuan, but hadn't expected this reaction. His clothes got splattered, and he sighed inwardly. Oh great, now my wife's freshly washed clothes are ruined. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chuan, in a new set of clothes, pushed open the door to his home. Dad, Mom, I'm back. In the familiar living room, his parents were watching TV on the sofa. Seeing him return, his mother immediately stood up, concerned. Xiao Chuan, why are you back so late? I was just worrying about you and telling your dad to go look for you. Her nagging was the same as always, but this time, it felt different to Lu Chuan. He lowered his head and forced a light-hearted smile. Oh, there's nothing to worry about, I'm fine. Good to hear. The shrimp is still hot. Go eat. His mother patted his shoulder with a smile. All right. Lu Chuan picked a seat facing away from his parents and began eating. Then his father asked, Xiao Chuan, what were you up to earlier? Why are you back so late? Well, Lu Chuan stammered, struggling to come up with an excuse. Fortunately, his mother intervened. Why ask so much? He's grown up. Can't he have some personal space? I'm just worried about him. It's so late. His father replied. What's there to worry about? It's a peaceful time. Nothing could happen. His mother cut him off and whispered. Didn't you notice he's wearing new clothes? He probably went on a date with a girl from his class. His father was taken aback. Lu Chuan, oblivious to their quiet conversation, stared at the shrimp on his plate. Peaceful times? Really? The next day, at 9 o'clock, Lu Chuan stood in the bathroom, brushing his teeth while examining himself in the mirror. The house was quiet. His parents had already left for work, leaving him alone at home. He recalled the moment he called the school to ask for a leave. On the other end of the line, Lu Zhiyang, upon hearing that he was unwell, immediately expressed understanding and urged his precious student to rest well. With toothpaste foam in his mouth and a slight frown, Lu Chuan began to seriously review the events of the previous day. Two mistakes surfaced in his mind. First, after killing Master Bai, he momentarily lost focus due to inexperience, missing the best opportunity to act further. Second, he underestimated the strength of Ma Wanlong and the others, thinking he could easily escape, but ended up being chased. These errors made Lu Chuan realize that he might face more dangerous battles in the future. He leaned closer to the faucet, rinsing his face with cold water, trying to dispel the unease within him. He used to think, like his mother Song Huiqin, that this was an era of peace, and even the disturbances at the Swan Beast Pavilion were just isolated incidents. But yesterday's encounter completely changed his view. The world was far more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. Lu Chuan dried his face, walked out of the bathroom, and sat on the edge of his bed. He recalled his confusion while studying the history of this world. Why was there such an emphasis on cultivating immortals? When the Huaxia Alliance was founded, they established the Four Corners Spirit Gathering Array and specifically legislated against the random transmission of cultivation methods. Did this intense focus on cultivating immortals imply that, besides the divine cult, there were other unknown threats? As Lu Chuan was lost in thought, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Startled, Lu Chuan quickly shouted, Who is it? It's me, came a cool female voice from outside the door. Lu Chuan immediately recognized the voice. It was the young woman from the Cultivation Bureau he had met yesterday. He quickly rinsed his mouth, wiped his face casually, and walked to the door to open it. Standing outside was indeed the woman. Today, she was wearing a black crop top and tight light-colored jeans that perfectly outlined her impressive figure and long legs. She gave Lu Chuan a slight smile and said, Little brother, why the sour face? Not welcoming me in. Lu Chuan held the door handle, not stepping aside, and said coldly, If you have something to say, just say it here. The woman, with a hint of amusement, replied, All right, I'll say it. But my voice might be loud, and if your neighbors hear it and it gets back to your parents, don't blame me. Reluctantly, Lu Chuan stepped aside. Come in. The woman walked in gracefully and sat on the sofa, speaking to herself. Actually, I'm not from your Muyang Cultivation Bureau. Lu Chuan did not respond. simply sitting quietly on the opposite sofa, staring at her intently. I'm from Yuanwu Immortal University, the woman said seriously, looking at Lu Chuan as if awaiting his reaction. But Lu Chuan only raised an eyebrow slightly, without much surprise on his face. He was no longer the inexperienced high school student from a small town 2 months ago. He had interacted with many assistants from Yuanwu Immortal University, like Lu Guangyan, and was not easily impressed by such identities anymore. Seeing Lu Chuan's calm reaction, the woman stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "My name is Shun Mei, and I'm a student at Yuanwu Immortal University. Recently, some issues arose at your Muyang Cultivation Bureau, and City Lord Lei Yi, in his anger, replaced most of the staff there, which led to a shortage of personnel. So, our students from Yuanwu Immortal University were sent to help. My presence at the Muyang Cultivation Bureau is just part of a task." Lu Chuan nodded lightly, knowing that the recent issues Shun Mei referred to were the incidents at the Beast Park. Shin Mei continued, "But after we arrived at Muyang, we had a hypothesis. City Lord Lei Yi called us over not just to help. The reason he was so angry and replaced the Cultivation Bureau staff was because he suspected there was a traitor within the Bureau, and this traitor held a high position. Although many students from the Immortal Cultivation Academy had joined the Bureau, they remained clueless about its internal systems. The old members who seemed to have been dismissed were still secretly controlling the operations." Shan Mei sat across from Lu Chuan, her expression serious as she explained, "There must be spies from the divine sect among us, and our mission is to uncover them." She shrugged and continued, "When you reported Ma Wanlong, the Bureau had already confirmed that the driver was a spy from the divine sect. Normally, we could have arrested Ma Wanlong directly for interrogation. But to expose the higher-level spies, I had to pretend to be unaware and seek instructions from my superiors on how to proceed." A hint of pride flashed in Shan Mei's eyes. Soon, a senior official suggested gathering evidence on Ma Wanlong's activities and specifically assigned an old member to the task. I pieced together these clues, and the spies within the Bureau were swiftly uprooted. Even those in other departments of Maicheng were exposed. She looked at Lu Chuan with a touch of admiration in her voice. "This operation was quite extensive, and you, Lu Chuan, were a crucial part of it." Shin Mei smiled as she concluded, "That's my explanation. I hope you understand." Lu Chuan nodded impassively and said coldly, "You've explained. You can leave now." Shin Mei was stunned, her face showing a flash of uncontrollable anger. "I've explained everything to you. What more do you want?" Lu Chuan frowned and retorted, "What makes you think I want anything more? If you came here today just to explain this, then I've understood. You can go." Shin Mei stood there, clearly not expecting such a reaction from Lu Chuan. She had thought that once she explained everything, Lu Chuan would understand her actions, but he still seemed hostile towards her. As the tension hung in the air, the door of Lu Chuan's home suddenly creaked open. His father, Lu Zhanghua, walked in with a smile. "Xiao Chuan, not going to school today? I just came back to grab something." He trailed off as he saw Shan Mei sitting in the living room with Lu Chuan. Lu Zhanghua's expression turned peculiar. Pretending to talk to himself, he said, I just remembered. I don't think the thing I need is at home." With that, he quickly closed the door behind him. As he hurried down the stairs, Lu Zhanghua muttered to himself with wide eyes, "His mother said our son might be dating, and I didn't believe it. This is so sudden. But bringing a girl home directly, that's definitely my boy." Shun Mei immediately saw through Mr. Lu's awkward attempt to say something as he entered the room, only to hurriedly leave. She chuckled to herself, thinking he probably mistook her for his son's girlfriend. While Lu Chuan was indeed handsome and somewhat talented, he was still just a young man in the early stages of cultivation. At 24 or 25, the idea was simply absurd. In contrast, Lu Chuan remained calm. Silently, he mocked his father for being so timid. Just because Shinmei looked a bit stern, did he really need to flee like that? Silence filled the room. After a long pause, Shunmei took a deep breath and decided to get straight to the point. She spoke to Lu Chuan in a serious tone. "Since we're here, let's be frank. The spy within the Cultivation Bureau has been caught, and my mission in my city is nearly complete. However, because I used you in my plan, I need you to sign a written statement of understanding. This will allow me to receive additional rewards for my tasks." Lu Chuan responded with a simple "oh," which made Shan Mei's eye twitch. She hadn't expected this high school student to be so difficult, showing no interest in her explanation and still indifferent when she stated her purpose. He seemed more like a cunning old fox than a teenager. Forcing a smile, Shinmei asked, "So, Lu Chuan, could you help me by writing a statement of understanding?" Lu Chuan laughed. "Help you write a statement? And why should I? Just because you asked? You think you can get something for nothing?" Shinmei quickly clarified, "Lu Chuan, don't make it sound so harsh. The Cultivation Bureau will investigate the grievances and contributions you made during this plan and compensate you accordingly." Heh, Lu Chuan sneered. He recalled the promises made by the Cultivation Bureau after the Beast Park incident, yet he still hadn't received his reward. Trusting the efficiency of the cultivation bureau? That's a joke. Seeing Lu Chuan's disdain, Shunmei's expression darkened. She realized that tricking this young man into signing was impossible. She would have to offer something substantial. All right, name your terms, Shunmei said, dropping her pretense and leaning back on the sofa. Fine, Lu Chuan replied, appreciating her straightforwardness. First, answer a question for me. Sure, Shunmei agreed without hesitation. What is the divine sect? Lu Chuan asked, voicing a long-standing curiosity. The divine sect? Shunmei looked at Lu Chuan in surprise. You didn't know before? Lu Chuan shook his head. I had some guesses but no clear understanding. Choosing her words carefully, Shunmei explained. The divine sect, or the cult of the gods, are a group of fanatics. They believe humanity is doomed and only the descent of the gods can save us. They spread their twisted teachings and incite fear and chaos among the populace. Their presence isn't limited to the Huaxia Alliance. They are a threat across the entire Blue Star, affecting all 5 alliances. Compared to the others, Huaxia's situation is actually the best. Realizing it was indeed a cult, Lu Chuan then narrowed his eyes and asked a crucial question. If they are everywhere and can't be eradicated, who is supporting them? A flicker of unease crossed Shun Mei's eyes as she softly replied, I can't tell you that. Once you get into the Immortal University, you'll understand. Seeing that Shin Mei wasn't lying, Lu Chuan nodded and stopped pressing the issue. He then asked another important question. Besides having a spirit power level of 950 and a mental power level of 200, what other requirements are there to get into the Four Directions Immortal University? With his spirit power level at 935 and his mental power level at 195, Lu Chuan was getting closer to the university standards, making this question particularly significant to him. Four Directions Immortal University? Shun Mei looked at Lu Chuan in surprise, her brows furrowed. She quickly recalled the information in her hands. I've seen your records 40 days ago. Your spiritual power was just over 600, and your mental strength was barely above 40. How could you possibly get into Four Directions Immortal University with those scores? Shin Mei's skepticism was justified. In her understanding, Lu Chuan's talent, while commendable, was only enough to get him into top-tier universities like Shangjiao Immortal University or Shangfu Immortal University. He was considered outstanding in Mai City, but to rank among the true prodigies, he was still lacking. This also puzzled her as to why the divine sect was so fixated on Lu Chuan, even attacking him twice. Lu Chuan couldn't be bothered to explain and simply responded calmly, just tell me what you know. Shinmei collected her thoughts and began to explain in detail. The basic requirements for Four Directions Immortal University are a spiritual power of at least 950 and mental strength of over 200. But that's just the entry threshold. Additionally, you must master a combat-effective spell and possess a certain level of fighting capability. Otherwise, even if you meet the admission criteria, you'll be considered useless, unable to fight, and eventually expelled from the university. Useless? Lu Chuan was slightly taken aback. Isn't that a bit harsh? Shinmei sneered. If you can only absorb spiritual power but can't fight, what are you if not useless? The immortal universities enjoy the resources of the Huaxia Alliance. They don't support freeloaders. Four Directions Immortal University, being the best, is even stricter. Lu Chuan curiously asked, what about those with talents in formations, alchemy, or talisman crafting? Are they also called useless if they can't fight? You're overthinking it. Shinmei shook her head, explaining, students truly gifted in those areas are extremely rare. Once they enroll, they are fiercely competed over by various factions and nurtured like treasures. They don't need to learn combat spells at all. Lu Chuan suddenly understood and softly said, I see. 30 minutes later, Shunmei left Lu Chuan's house, her face filled with humiliation. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, sat on the living room sofa, tightly holding a bank card, a broad smile on his face. He had set 3 conditions for Shunmei. First, to explain the divine sect. Second, to describe the immortal universities. And third, to give him 1 million yuan. After some bargaining, Shinmei ended up giving him 600,000 yuan. Lu Chuan didn't feel he was taking advantage. Since Shinmei was willing to give that amount, it meant the reward she stood to gain from the letter of understanding far exceeded 600,000. It was a fair deal. Besides, he had already spent all his money dealing with the divine sect crisis. At this moment, the first page of the Celestial Beast Manual had fully restored the image of the Swan Beast, and the second page was now partially accessible. This was a critical time for funding. Lu Chuan picked up the phone and dialed the number of Director Lu from the Beast Garden. Hello? Director Lu, it's me. I'd like to buy some beast meat, preferably high grade. Yes, it's for cultivation. Foundation establishment stage? Even without bloodline power is fine. You'll deliver it personally? Thank you so much. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chuan's face was full of anticipation. Yesterday, after the Swan Beast image on the first page fully restored, he had glimpsed the second page of the manual, but it was obscured by a mysterious force, revealing nothing. He planned to directly consume high-grade beast meat, hoping to restore a part of the second page and deduce the type of mythical creature it depicted. Lu Chuan fell into deep thought. The first page featured a high-grade swan beast imbued with the power of mountains. What mysterious creature would be on the second page? 2 hours later, Lu Chuan hurriedly ran down the stairs from his home. Coincidentally, Director Lu's specially modified car slowly pulled up outside. Lu Chuan, long time no see. Director Lu got out of the car, his eyes lighting up. As expected from one of the top students at Yizhong, your spiritual power is quite impressive. Director Lu, let's skip the pleasantries. Did you bring what I asked for? Lu Chuan asked eagerly. Director Lu chuckled. Huh, hold on, let me get it for you. He retrieved a paper bag from the passenger seat and handed it to Lu Chuan. Here you go. Lu Chuan took the paper bag, looking a bit puzzled. This? Yeah. Is this the meat of a Foundation establishment stage beast? Director Lu gave a mysterious smile and shoved the bag into Lu Chuan's hands. Haha, it's even better than meat. Do you think I'd charge you 50,000 yuan otherwise? Take it. Do you think I'd cheat you? Then he pulled out a book and handed it to Lu Chuan. I noticed you seem interested in spirit beasts. This book, The Spiritual Power Transformation of Beast Bloodlines, is for you. Thank you, Director Lu. Lu Chuan accepted the book, feeling a surge of joy. It was exactly what he needed. Director Lu smiled. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I need to go. Just transfer the 50,000 yuan to me later. With that, he hurriedly got back into his car and drove away. Lu Chuan turned and headed back home, curiously inspecting the paper bag in his hand. He had expected the meat of a Foundation establishment stage beast to be as large as the legs of previous beasts he had received, but the bag was much smaller and surprisingly light. Upon opening the bag, Lu Chuan realized the truth. It was filled with soft, shock-absorbing cotton, and in the center lay a white egg about the size of his palm. A beast egg. This is worth way more than 50,000 yuan. Lu Chuan murmured to himself. The egg of a Foundation establishment stage beast was incredibly valuable, as it could hatch into a young beast of the same stage. With proper nurturing, it could grow into a formidable cultivator. But then, Lu Chuan noticed something unusual. It's a dead egg. He sensed no life force, only strong spiritual power. This significantly reduced its value, but it was still a bargain at 50,000 yuan. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chuan walked into the kitchen. He carefully washed the beast egg and boiled it. Given its size, he extended the boiling time to 15 minutes. Once the time was up, Lu Chuan took the egg out and cooled it under cold water, then carefully cracked open the shell. Instantly, a unique aroma filled the room. The egg white was crystal clear, the yolk a tempting golden yellow, with a slightly runny center that made his mouth water. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Chuan devoured the entire beast egg. He let out a satisfied burp, feeling a warm current flow through his body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Staggering back to his room, Lu Chuan collapsed onto his bed. In the next moment, his consciousness appeared in his mind, where a heavy starry food manual floated before him. The manual automatically flipped to the second page, with a hazy power flickering over it. Soon, the flickering stopped, revealing an image of a hoof beneath the illustration. A hoof. Lu Chuan wondered aloud. Is it a horse? Just as he was about to examine it more closely, he felt a surge of heat in his head, and his spiritual power became restless. Is my spiritual power about to break through? Lu Chuan quickly assessed the situation. His spiritual power had previously reached 195, just 5 points shy of the 200 required for the telekinesis stage. The power from the beast egg had evidently given his spiritual power a significant boost, pushing him to the brink of a breakthrough. With this, I should meet the admission standards of the 4 great immortal universities, Lu Chuan thought excitedly, sitting cross-legged and beginning to cultivate. As he started his practice, this thought echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, as he was breaking through, in the Huaxia Alliance in the capital city, at the 4 great immortal universities, at the central position of the 4 Directions Immortal Academy, the largest spirit-gathering array of the entire Huaxia Alliance stood tall. At this moment, an awe-inspiring and beautiful cascade of spiritual energy poured down from the sky. The array was heavily guarded, with palpable auras of powerful beings hidden within the surroundings, creating an atmosphere of tension. Suddenly, an elderly guard let out a soft gasp, his eyes scanning the array's core with vigilance. Frowning, he muttered to himself, strange, the spirit-gathering array is once again increasing its energy supply to Yunwu Academy, and this time, it's even more than before? Meanwhile, in the archive hall on the west side of the Huaxia Star Mark Hall, the gray-robed Elder Xia, reappeared. His hands moved swiftly through the records, his excitement evident. 50%, 50%, 50%. The spirit-gathering array has increased its energy supply to Yunwu Academy by another 50%. This can't be a coincidence. A Dao source-level expert must have emerged, and an exceptional one at that. As he continued searching, Elder Xia chuckled to himself. Huh, I'm really lucky. Every time the spirit gathering array acts up, it's always my shift in the archive room. However, moments later, his smile froze. Elder Xia's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "What? Still not found? Not Ruan Yuchuan? Not Wang Hong? Not Li Shichen either." He grabbed his hair in frustration. "This is absurd, truly absurd. I've never seen anything like this in my life." Muttering curses under his breath, he left the archive room. At the same time, outside the desolate outskirts of Muyang City, a 10-member team was swiftly heading towards the city. Leading the team was a man in blood-red attire, exuding a chilling aura. His cultivation had reached the peak of the golden core stage. As they moved, the man in blood-red explained the mission to his team. "This mission is simple. Kill a genius named Lu Chuan in Muyang City." City Lord Lei Yi and Yuanwu Immortal Academy united yesterday, almost wiping out all our comrades in the city. This vengeance must be exacted. Lu Chuan is one of the culprits behind our comrade's demise. They failed to kill him, so we'll finish the job and dampen Lei Yi's spirit. A team member immediately responded with a sinister laugh. "Haha, I heard about it. Such a pity about Hall Master Bai. She was so beautiful." Another team member confidently said, "Don't worry, Captain. Isn't this kind of job a routine for our Blood Eagle squad? We've completed countless missions like this over the years. Lei Yi won't expect us to strike so soon. This mission should be a breeze." "Exactly. Kill Lu Chuan and leave. No lingering around." Other team members echoed, their pace unrelenting. Just then, the blood-red man's communicator suddenly flashed. He halted instantly, his face changing dramatically, brows furrowing. "Just received intel from the main headquarters. A minute ago, the spirit gathering array increased its energy supply to Yuanwu by another 50%. Another powerful being has emerged in Yuanwu Academy. Captain, what do we do now?" the burly man in the second position asked, frowning. The blood-red man's face showed frustration as he gritted his teeth. "We have no choice but to lay low again. Retreat." Yuanwu Immortal University, Principal's office. The silence of the night was broken by the rustling of papers. Principal Li Shichen sat at his desk, intently reviewing a document. It was a list of magical artifacts and elixirs to be procured for the disciples who were about to enter the Star Path. His thoughts drifted back to 3 months ago. Professor Han from Sifong Immortal University had sent a message predicting a possible spatial disturbance above Yuanwu Mansion. Governor Wan Yuchuan personally went to the Immortal Path to verify, and the conclusion was shocking. The Star Path guarded by Yuanwu Mansion had expanded several times in a short period, leaping from a general level to a king level. This meant a massive transformation was imminent. Most students of Yuanwu Immortal University would have to step onto the battlefield, risking their young lives to fend off unknown enemies. Li Shichen furrowed his brows, signed the document solemnly, and added a fierce directive. "Supply magical artifacts and elixirs for students entering the Star Path at 30 times the usual amount. Any mistakes will be punished by death." He placed the document into the teleportation array in front of him and watched it vanish instantly. Just as he was about to resume his work, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. "This is Li Shichen," he answered steadily. "Principal Li, it's Jiang Xinghe," came a calm voice from the other end. Li Shichen stood up abruptly, his voice filled with surprise and respect. "Principal Jiang, why are you calling me?" Jiang Xinghe, as the vice principal of Sifong Immortal University, held a position far above Li Shichen. "Have you noticed the changes in the Sifong Spirit Gathering Array?" Jiang Xinghe asked directly. Upon hearing this, Li Shichen immediately released his spiritual power to sense his surroundings. His expression froze, rendered speechless by shock. Jiang Xinghe continued, "It seems you're unaware. I just reviewed the records of all Yuanwu Mansion experts above the soul formation stage, and found that no one had a breakthrough. Yet the Sifong Spirit Gathering Array has indeed provided Yuanwu Mansion with 50% more spiritual energy, just like last time," Li Shichen murmured. "Exactly." Jiang Xinghe paused. "The key point is, the spiritual energy concentration in Yuanwu Mansion has now reached the level of a top-tier mansion, qualifying you to establish a branch of Sifong Immortal University." "A branch?" Li Shichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan was sound asleep in his dorm room. After eating the demon beast egg given by Director Lu, he slept until 7:30 the next morning. Upon waking, Lu Chuan immediately sat up and raised his right hand, focusing his spiritual power on the book Beast Bloodline on his desk. Miraculously, the heavy book began to float and flew towards him. A joyful smile appeared on Lu Chuan's face. "I've reached the object control stage." However, his joy was short-lived. The book suddenly wobbled in midair and fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, Lu Chuan felt a wave of dizziness and almost passed out again. "Damn, am I really this weak?" he muttered, stumbling out of bed and taking a while to recover. He then tried with his left hand but found he couldn't even make the book float. Right hand works? Left hand doesn't? Lu Chuan scratched his head in confusion. But I'm usually left-hand. Unable to figure it out, he decided to ask Lu Guangyan when he finished his seclusion. Since he had reached the object control stage, other details could be resolved later. Lu Chuan began to pack his things, preparing to head to school. He had taken a leave of absence yesterday, and skipping another day would be unacceptable. As a diligent and exemplary student, Lu Chuan has meticulously planned his study schedule for the day. His agenda reads: in the morning, delve into the Master's Guide to Reading Beasts' Palmistry, aiming to identify the owner of the mysterious hoof. In the afternoon, study the quantification of spiritual power in beast bloodlines to discover which beast can best help restore the images on the celestial menu. Just as Lu Chuan steps out of his residential complex, he sees Hu Fifan waiting for him. The moment Hu Fifan spots Lu Chuan, he excitedly waves and shouts, "Chuan! Chuan! Over here!" Lu Chuan teases with a smile, "Wow? You missed me that much after just one day?" Hu Fifan doesn't reply immediately but instead stares at Lu Chuan with a mischievous grin before asking mysteriously, "Chuan, take a good look at me. Notice anything different?" Lu Chuan scrutinizes Hu Fifan with suspicion, and suddenly his eyes light up. "Has your spiritual power increased significantly?" Given how closely they interact, Lu Chuan wouldn't have noticed a slight increase. But now, the spiritual energy radiating from Hu Fifan is so intense that he seems like a completely different person compared to a few days ago. Hu Fifan's grin widens. "Hee. It's obvious you haven't been keeping up with the news, Chuan. Last night, a powerful individual in our Yuanwu prefecture broke through, causing the spiritual energy concentration in the entire prefecture to rise by 50%. Lu Chuan asks, puzzled. "And how does that relate to your increased spiritual power?" Hu Fifan explains proudly, "You don't get it, Chuan. When a powerful individual breaks through, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth undergoes a profound change. If someone happens to be cultivating near that individual at the time, the profound spiritual energy will also favor those diligently training nearby." He continues to boast, "Last night, I was just consuming a chi condensation pill and practicing the spirit vortex cultivation technique to absorb the pill's power when I suddenly sensed that profound energy. As a result, I broke through. My spiritual power value skyrocketed to over 500, and even my mental power value is close to reaching the micro realm." Hu Fifan adds excitedly, "This morning, I saw on the forum that at least a few hundred people in Plain City felt that profound spiritual energy, but fewer than 10 actually broke through. Hee, and I'm one of them." Hearing this, Lu Chuan's eyes filled with envy. "What a pity. I fell asleep yesterday afternoon and slept through the whole event. I missed the golden opportunity." Hu Fifan pats Lu Chuan's shoulder and reassures him earnestly, "Don't worry, Chuan. Although such breakthroughs are rare, it's not impossible to encounter them again. If you keep cultivating diligently like me, one day you'll also be favored by a powerful individual." He then gazes expectantly at the sky and says wistfully, "It's said that those who receive the favor of a powerful individual must, according to tradition, kneel and bow in respect when they meet that benefactor, calling them master. Becoming the disciple of someone who can influence the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be a tremendous blessing for me." Watching Hu Fifan's overly dramatic display, Lu Chuan feels an indescribable, peculiar sensation. When practicing the circulation of spiritual energy and absorbing spiritual power, students must prioritize precision and solidity. After all, the accumulation of spiritual power in the dantian and the formation of spiritual rings is the foundation of cultivation, and it must not be taken lightly. Standing at the podium, Lu Zhiyong scanned the students of the cultivation class with a steady and powerful voice. "You must not get careless just because you want to compete with your classmates over the number of spiritual rings. Now, let me explain the key points to pay attention to when forming your fourth spiritual ring." In the classroom, most students sat upright, listening attentively. However, in the back row, Lu Chuan was engrossed in a book titled Master's Guide to Reading Beast Palms, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His gaze lingered on a passage, "Savage bull, a type of bovine beast." Ancient texts from thousands of years ago speculate that this beast might be related to the legendary Qiu, carrying its bloodline. However, the existence of Qiu has become a myth, and its bloodline has thinned over the long years. Lu Chuan muttered to himself, "Indeed. This isn't a hoof, it's a cloven hoof." He carefully examined the pictures in the book, noting that the cloven hoof had 4 hoof nails, unlike a horse's hoof. Turning to the next page, Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow as he found more information about the savage bull. Its strength typically ranged from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, and it possessed the power of a first-tier bloodline. What caught his attention even more was that the major beast-taming departments of various universities in the Huaxia Alliance each kept at least 1,000 savage bulls, with the Xifeng University rumored to have as many as 50,000, including the legendary Hercules bulls. This information instantly excited Lu Chuan, causing his body to tremble slightly as he silently vowed, "I must get into Xifeng University." On the podium, Lu Zhiyong noticed Lu Chuan's unusual expression. He stopped his lecture and walked over with concern. Lu Chuan, are you feeling unwell? Startled, Lu Chuan quickly shook his head. No, no. Are you sure? Lu Zhiyong pressed. Lu Chuan nodded again to confirm. Really, I'm fine. Lu Zhiyong sighed deeply and addressed the class. Do you see this, everyone? Why has Lu Chuan, who barely made it into the cultivation class, risen to the top in less than 2 months? This is why. No matter how tough or exhausting it gets, even when he's not fully recovered from an illness, he still attends class. This spirit of perseverance is something you all should learn from. Let's give him a round of applause. The classroom erupted in thunderous applause, and the students turned to look at Lu Chuan with admiration. Embarrassed, Lu Chuan quickly put away his palmistry book, a sheepish grin on his face. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Lu Zhiyong gathered his teaching materials and said to Lu Chuan, come with me for a moment. He gestured for Lu Chuan to follow him to the office. Sure, Lu Chuan responded promptly, rising to follow. In the privacy of the office, Lu Zhiyong's expression turned serious. Lu Chuan, about that day during the health check, that was my fault. I received a call from Secretary Ma saying the principal needed me urgently, so I left in a hurry. I had no idea what would happen next. If you hadn't injured the driver and stopped what was coming, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Lu Chuan quickly waved his hands. Teacher, don't say that. No one could have predicted such a thing. But Lu Zhiyong shook his head firmly. No, something similar happened at our school before. 10 years ago, the old principal had a student who was believed to have a chance at getting into Sifang University, but later, his house mysteriously caught fire and his entire family perished. He continued, since then, our school has implemented a strict confidentiality plan. From before the class placement exams, we strictly prohibit the leakage of students' spiritual power levels, especially those of top students. Only the principal and the class teacher are privy to such information. The fear is that if a talented student is exposed at this critical time. Lu Zhiyong paused, then asked, the cult situation. Has the Cultivation Bureau explained it to you? Lu Chuan nodded. Yes, they have. Good, good. Lu Zhiyong repeated, his voice laden with complex emotions. Lu Zhiyong let out a deep sigh, his eyes filled with profound self-blame. He slowly began. In any case, the previous incidents were due to mistakes made by me and the principal. After the Bureau of Immortal Cultivation informed me of the entire situation, I was shocked and deeply regretful. Lu Chuan thought to himself, of course, the principal personally witnessed by Tangzhu's corpse, and is one of the few who knows that he killed by Tangzhu himself. His shock must be even greater than Mr. Lu's. Lu Zhiyong patted Lu Chuan's shoulder, his voice low and sincere. You were right to hide your true strength and not disclose your spiritual power and mental power levels to us. Otherwise, their first target wouldn't have been the bus, but you and your family directly. He continued, after suspecting that you might be close to reaching the Sifang Immortal University standard. I called Mr. Zhao Jianping several times for advice. He told me that besides the required spiritual and mental power levels, you also need to master a combat spell. As he spoke, Lu Zhiyong took an envelope from his drawer and handed it to Lu Chuan. I'm a teacher, and my duty is to educate. I'm not well versed in combat techniques. However, a high school classmate of mine now works as a spell instructor at the Bureau of Immortal Cultivation. You can take my recommendation letter and seek his guidance. Lu Chuan accepted the envelope, his mind filled with questions, but he didn't ask any. Lu Zhiyong earnestly said, your spiritual and mental power levels should be close to the standard for Sifang Immortal University. If you can also master a combat spell to perfection, then your admission to Sifang Immortal University is secure. Keep it up. A bright future awaits you. Feeling the encouragement and expectation in Lu Zhiyong's eyes, along with a hint of envy for his youth, Lu Chuan sincerely thanked him. Lu Zhiyong waved his hand with a smile. From now on, focus on cultivating your spells. The school classes aren't really meant for you. Just drop by occasionally so your classmates don't forget you. Off you go now. As Lu Chuan walked out of the office, he glanced back at Lu Zhiyong. This grade director, who he had always thought was just currying favor with the principal to climb the ranks, had shown him genuine sincerity today. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lu Chuan began to plan his dinner for the evening. Before reading Master Teaches You Palmistry, he had already finished studying Principal Lu's gift, spiritual power quantification of beast bloodlines, and had a preliminary understanding of beast bloodlines. He had some initial ideas on how to maximize the restoration of the barbaric bull totem, and decided to try it out at home. Lu Chuan left school at 11:30, but instead of heading straight home, he first went to the Lingxi commercial building. Standing tall in the heart of Mai City, this building is one of the most upscale shopping destinations in this small town, with its glass facade gleaming under the sunlight. Pushing open the heavy glass door, Lu Chuan stepped inside. The cool air immediately dispelled the summer heat. He navigated the lavish lobby with ease and approached a luxurious counter. A beautiful woman in uniform, slim and long-legged, greeted him with a professional smile. Hello, sir. Are you here to buy Lingxiangzi again? Her voice was clear and pleasant. Lu Chuan paused for a moment before recognizing this attractive attendant as the same one who had helped him purchase 20 Lingxiangzi pills 2 days ago. Smiling, he replied, Not this time. I'm looking to buy some beast meat. Do you have any here? The attendant looked momentarily surprised, but quickly regained her professional demeanor. Beast meat? Of course we have that. She led Lu Chuan to another counter, pointing to the neatly packaged products. Which type would you like, sir? Do you have wild bull meat? Lu Chuan inquired. One moment, please. Let me check. The attendant turned to operate a device behind the counter. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Chuan carefully examined the products displayed. Unlike the butcher stalls he had imagined, the beast meat here was neatly sealed in packaging, each labeled with superior, inferior, and a rare few marked tier 1. Lu Chuan recalled the contents of the book, The Spiritual Power of Beast Bloodlines. Like humans, beasts also cultivate spiritual power, but their innate talent is determined by their bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the easier their cultivation and the greater their combat strength. Conversely, beasts with weaker bloodlines struggle to cultivate and may even become prey for stronger beasts. Tier 1 bloodline beasts could at least reach the foundation establishment stage in their cultivation, with a significant chance of advancing to the golden core stage. Tier 2 bloodline beasts could easily reach the golden core stage, greatly increasing their chances of becoming a great beast. The beasts Lu Chuan encountered daily were mostly non-tiered, such as the lowest level sea spirit shrimp, barely qualifying as beasts with an inferior bloodline. On the other hand, the large, high spiritual power beasts like the giant-toothed tiger and the golden-patterned lion he saw in the beast garden were superior non-tiered beasts. Superior beast meat contained 2 to 3 times the energy of inferior meat, while Tier 1 bloodline beast meat had about 10 times the energy of inferior meat. Sir, I found it. The attendant's voice interrupted Lu Chuan's thoughts. Really? How much is it per pound? Lu Chuan asked curiously. The attendant maintained her professional smile. Would you like Foundation Establishment Stage Wild Bull Meat or Golden Core Stage Wild Bull Meat? Lu Chuan was pleasantly surprised. You have Golden Core Stage meat too? Could you please tell me the prices of both? Certainly, the attendant replied. Sir, Foundation Establishment Stage Wild Bull Meat is priced at 200 Huaxia coins per ounce, which is 2,000 Huaxia coins per pound. The Golden Core Stage is 2,000 Huaxia coins per ounce, or 20,000 Huaxia coins per pound. Lu Chuan stood at the counter of the Lingxi Commerce Building, his heart pounding when he heard the clerk's quote. He struggled to keep his shock from showing on his face, but inside, he was fuming. By weight? Are you kidding me? Lu Chuan raged inwardly. A fully grown wild ox stands 4 to 5 meters tall, stretches about 10 meters long, and weighs around 15 tons. 15 tons, that's 15,000 kilograms, 30,000 gene. At 2,000 per gene, a single foundation stage wild ox would cost 60 million Huaxia coins, and a golden core stage wild ox would be even larger, worth 800 million? A billion? How much profit is this greedy business making? The clerk, seemingly oblivious to Lu Chuan's inner turmoil, continued to smile professionally. I should inform you, sir, that because Mayan City is small, the demand for wild beast meat isn't very high. If you need it, we'll have to order it from Pingyuan City, which will take about 3 days. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up as he seized on this excuse to avoid spending a fortune. 3 days? That's too slow. Forget it. Understood, the clerk replied, still smiling. Is there anything else you need? After a brief moment of thought, Lu Chuan said, Show me some higher-grade beast meat, related to wild ox bloodlines. Certainly. The clerk nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, Lu Chuan left the Lingxi Commerce Building, clutching a shopping bag and wincing at the expense. In the end, he had bought 10 gene of high-grade beast meat from a blue ox, priced at 250 per gene, totaling 2,500. He had a reason for choosing ox-type beast meat. Based on his experience unlocking the swan beast diagram, the closer the food was to the depicted beast's bloodline, the better the restoration effect. Naturally, as the recipes in the Starry Sky food list progressed, the required beasts grew stronger, and the restoration became more challenging. When unlocking the swan beast diagram, a meal of spirit shrimp would restore a claw or an arm. However, for the wild ox diagram, even after consuming a rare beast egg yesterday, he had only restored a hoof. So, he didn't have high hopes for the 10 gene of blue ox meat. If it could restore a single toe on the hoof, he would be satisfied. Unlocking the swan beast diagram took 70 days, and the wild ox diagram was proving even more difficult. Lu Chuan decided to set a 95-day plan to complete the wild ox diagram. The reason for 95 days was that in 30 days, he would take the college entrance exam to get into Sifang Immortal University. After 90 days, following a 60-day break, he would start his studies at Sifang Immortal University. He then planned to spend 5 days infiltrating the university's beast taming department, which housed a ranch with 50,000 wild oxen. Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on Lu Chuan's face. His plan was just beginning. How to grill beef for 20 people. Standing on his balcony, Lu Chuan looked at the 10-pound premium demonic beast beef in front of him and embarked on his culinary adventure. First, he cleaned the beef and cut it into appropriately sized slices according to his preference. Then, he brought out the barbecue grill from the balcony and meticulously wiped it clean until it shone like new. The preparations were well organized, with minced ginger, chopped green onions, garlic paste, white sugar, black pepper, and roasted sesame seeds all laid out. Mushrooms, green peppers, onions, and carrots were neatly arranged as well. Lu Chuan fetched a clean large bowl and poured in soy sauce, water, and various seasonings, skillfully mixing them together. He carefully placed the sliced beef into the marinade, ensuring each piece was evenly coated with the spices. Just as he was about to place charcoal in the grill, Lu Chuan suddenly changed his mind. With a flourish of his hands, flames burst forth from his palms. These weren't ordinary flames. They were from a high-level spell known as Great Blazing Flame Technique. This powerful spell had once severely injured a Jindan-level demonic beast. Today, it would be used to grill meat. The yellow-red flames wrapped around the demonic beast beef like living creatures, and the air was immediately filled with a rich aroma of roasting meat. Under the intense heat, the beef quickly changed color, developing enticing grill marks. In just 3 minutes, the flames dissipated, leaving behind mouth-watering grilled beef. Eagerly, Lu Chuan grabbed a palm-sized piece of meat, ignoring the scorching heat, and took a hearty bite. Instantly, the juicy meat exploded in his mouth, the rich flavor lingering on his lips and tongue, wildly stimulating his taste buds. Delicious, he couldn't help but exclaim. The high temperature of the Great Blazing Flame Technique had perfectly sealed in the meat's juices, making every bite full of flavor. Lu Chuan began to devour the meat voraciously, his mouth covered with seasoning and meat juices, thoroughly enjoying the hearty eating experience. Before he knew it, the 20 servings of grilled beef had vanished under his ravenous appetite. Feeling warm and satisfied, Lu Chuan noticed a faint stream of spiritual energy gathering in his dantian. He raised his wrist and used his spiritual energy bracelet to test it. The reading showed spiritual energy level 955. This was 10 points higher than the 945 he had achieved after consuming a demonic beast egg the previous day. Seeing this number, Lu Chuan was elated. He had finally surpassed the admission threshold for Sifong Immortal University. This meant that even if he stopped cultivating now, he was confident he could get accepted. The sense of accomplishment from this breakthrough filled him with motivation. After a brief rest, Lu Chuan cleaned up and decided to immediately head to the Cultivation Bureau to seek advice on spell cultivation from an old classmate introduced by Lu Zhiyong. He knew that when the future looked promising, it was time to seize the momentum. Meanwhile, in an elegant office at Yuanwu Immortal University, LV Guangyan looked puzzledly at teacher Lu Jingxian and asked, "Establishing a branch campus? Why have I never heard of this before?" Lu Jingxian smiled gracefully and explained, "Because Sifong Immortal University has never established a branch campus before, so naturally, you haven't heard of it. Actually, 180 years ago, the then president proposed the idea of establishing branch campuses in various prefectures of the Huaxia Alliance, which caused quite a stir. Unfortunately, it was shelved for some reason and never brought up again. I thought the plan had died, but a few days ago, Vice President Jiang Xinghe brought it up again. This time, it seems Sifong Immortal University is serious, and the first branch campus will be established right here in Yuanwu Prefecture." Lu Guangyan's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he murmured to himself, "Teacher, does this mean our Yuanwu Palace finally has a chance?" Lu Jingxian, however, gently shook his head and sighed deeply. "Indeed, an opportunity has arrived, but it comes with great risk. The Huaxia Alliance consists of 72 palaces, with 27 being top tier. Our Yuanwu Palace was selected for the Four Regions Immortal Academy not just because of the recent frequent fluctuations in spiritual energy and its concentration reaching top tier levels. More importantly, we don't have a single Dao source level expert and don't belong to any faction within the alliance. This makes us easier to control." Lu Guangyan's eyes flickered with understanding. He recalled the proposal for branch academies put forward by the Four Regions Immortal Academy's headmaster 180 years ago, and the reasons for its failure. Clearly, powerful forces within the alliance opposed it. If Yuanwu Palace took on this first branch academy, it would be akin to declaring allegiance within the entire alliance. Without a true powerhouse to back them, it would undoubtedly be a difficult path. Despite recognizing the pros and cons, Lu Guangyan gritted his teeth and said, "But we have no other choice now. The star path has widened, and if we can't fend off incoming enemies, Yuanwu Palace's situation will only worsen. We might as well take on the branch academy and strive for a breakthrough." Lu Jingxian looked at him approvingly. "Exactly. After discussions with the governor, deputy governor, and headmaster, We've decided to join forces with the Four Regions Immortal Academy and take over the Branch Academy. Admissions are expected to start this year. Lu Guangyan's eyes lit up, but then his expression turned serious. Teacher, with the current turbulent times and unpredictable circumstances, I feel the time has come. Yesterday, I submitted my application to enter the Star Path to the Battle Hall. Lu Jingxian was pleasantly surprised. Are you ready? Yes, I am ready. Lu Guangyan stood up, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply. The departure date is set for 3 days from now. I came today to bid you farewell. Lu Jingxian gazed at the young Lu Guangyan before him, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Finally, he simply nodded firmly. Very well. Lu Chuan stepped into the cultivation bureau, holding a recommendation letter which he presented to the on-duty staff. Before he could get a good look at the place, a burly middle-aged man enthusiastically ushered him into an office. The middle-aged man, dressed in a black, short-sleeved shirt, appeared to be in his 30s. He had a strong build and broad shoulders. He eagerly shook Lu Chuan's hand and even gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder, which made Lu Chuan a bit uncomfortable. Perplexed, Lu Chuan looked at the overly enthusiastic stranger and tentatively asked, "Do you know me?" The man burst into hearty laughter. "Of course I know you. I was involved in the incidents with the Beast Garden and the cult spies, thanks to you. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. I have great respect for you." Taken aback by the sudden warmth, Lu Chuan quickly asked, Sir, how should I address you?" "Haha, I'm an old classmate of your teacher, Lu Zhiyong. Just call me Li Lianxiang." The middle-aged man finally let go of Lu Chuan's hand. Lu Chuan responded politely, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Li Lianxiang. Please guide me in the future." Li Lianxiang looked puzzled. "Guide you? What do you mean?" Lu Chuan blinked and suggested, "Mr. Li Lianxiang, perhaps you should take a look at the recommendation letter first." Li Lianxiang opened the letter, and his expression turned peculiar. "Your teacher, Lu Zhiyong, hopes I can teach you combat spells?" Lu Chuan nodded in confirmation, explaining that Lu Zhiyong had been focused on education for many years and had limited knowledge of combat spells. Li Lianxiang, being the spell instructor at the Cultivation Bureau, was more suitable for the task. Li Lianxiang muttered thoughtfully, "But there's no precedent for this. Besides, didn't Bai Jia die at your hands? Do you still need to learn combat spells?" Bai Jia? Lu Chuan was momentarily confused. "The hall master of the cult," Li Lianxiang clarified, studying Lu Chuan with curiosity. "Why do you look so surprised?" Lu Chuan tried to control his expression and explained that he was merely surprised by the hall master's name. He admitted that killing her was a stroke of luck and that he didn't really know any effective combat spells. After a moment of contemplation, Li Lianxiang said seriously, "Lu Chuan, normally, if Lu Zhiyong had asked me directly, I would have refused. But since he provided a recommendation letter from the school, and considering the help you've given the Cultivation Bureau, I'm willing to help you out." Overjoyed, Lu Chuan thanked him repeatedly. Li Lianxiang corrected him with a smile, asking Lu Chuan to call him instructor, like the other team members. Li Lianxiang directed Lu Chuan to wait at the training ground in the back while he made a call to the leadership to secure resources for Lu Chuan. Learning that the costs of practicing spells would be covered by both the school and the Cultivation Bureau, Lu Chuan was even more thrilled. As Lu Chuan walked through the corridors of the Cultivation Bureau, he was stopped by 3 staff members, but after explaining his purpose, he was allowed to pass. The last staff member was a beautiful young woman around 25 years old, who personally escorted Lu Chuan to the training ground. Before parting, Lu Chuan sweetly thanked her, saying, "Thank you, sister. My mom always says that beautiful people have kind hearts. Goodbye, sister." After watching her leave, Lu Chuan began to seriously inspect the spacious training ground. This place resembles a sports field, surrounded by a standard running track and scattered with various physical training equipment. However, instead of the usual soccer field in the center of the track, there is a unique shooting range. Dozens of dummy targets stand motionless, each labeled with different words: Basic Offensive Spell Dummy, Basic Defensive Spell Dummy, Intermediate Fire Spell Dummy, Intermediate Water Spell Dummy, Advanced Metal Spell Dummy, Advanced Earth Spell Dummy. Lu Chuan walked slowly into the range, carefully examining these dummies. They were made of special materials, their surfaces gleaming with a hard sheen, but still showing some dents and signs of damage. He estimated that the cost of these dozens of dummies in this training ground must be in the tens of millions. Clearly, the Bureau of Immortal Cultivation had invested a huge amount of money to enhance combat capabilities. Just as Lu Chuan was deep in thought, Li Lianxiang arrived on the scene, carrying a bag and wearing his usual polite smile. "Here, Lu Chuan. These are your training protective gear. Put them on and give them a try." "Got it, coach." Lu Chuan responded excitedly, thinking that Coach Li was really considerate. He wondered if the gear was to prevent him from getting hurt while hitting the dummies. He began to look forward to his upcoming spell combat training. However, 15 minutes later, a piercing scream echoed through the training ground. Lu Chuan, clad in heavy protective gear, was blown out of the field by a fireball. Gritting his teeth and preparing to get up, he heard Li Lianxiang's angry shout. You can't even dodge such a simple spell. Get back and keep practicing. Before Lu Chuan could stand up, Li Lianxiang kicked him back into the training ground, barking, Get back and keep fighting. You can't come out until you've lasted 30 minutes. As soon as Lu Chuan landed, the white dummy automatically pursued him, quickly forming a new fireball in its hand. With a boom, Lu Chuan was blown away again. Get back. Li Lianxiang kicked him once more. This cycle repeated, with Lu Chuan being blown away and kicked back amidst his screams, until he finally endured the full 30 minutes. Only then did Li Lianxiang pull him out of the training ground, helping him remove the heavy protective gear, and asked with a gentle smile, Lu Chuan, how does your first spell combat experience feel? Although the protective gear had spared him from any substantial injuries, Lu Chuan's mind and body were thoroughly shaken. He didn't answer, just stared blankly at the sky, his earlier thoughts echoing in his mind. Dummies getting hit, a gentle coach? Huh. What nonsense. After giving Lu Chuan a good thrashing, Li Lianxiang began to seriously teach him the essentials of spellcasting. He explained in detail the essence of combat spells. Their sole purpose is to kill the enemy, and they can be categorized into 3 main types: offensive, defensive, and mobility. Li Lianxiang pointed out Lu Chuan's fatal flaws in the previous simulated battles. He lacked mobility, had no defense, and couldn't quickly defeat his opponents, resulting in 45 defeats in just 30 minutes. Spells should be learned progressively, Li Lianxiang advised. Start with mobility, then defense, and finally offense. Lu Chuan deeply agreed, realizing that self-preservation was the immediate priority. He secretly calculated that by combining his mountain technique and great blazing flame technique with advanced mobility skills, he might be able to launch surprise attacks. Li Lianxiang then introduced the basic spells recommended by the Huaxia Alliance: Fireball, Ice Spike, Water Shield, Earth Shift, Wind Walk, and Golden Light. He took out a spiritual tablet from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chuan, which displayed the training essentials for Wind Walk. Taking the tablet, Lu Chuan couldn't help but gripe inwardly. Is this the legendary spell tome? Why isn't it a thick, ancient book, but a modern technological device? His fantasy of immortal cultivation was once again ruthlessly shattered. The essentials of Wind Walk emphasized feeling the flow of spiritual energy in the world, using the spiritual core to drive the body forward, achieving short bursts of high-speed movement. It has 4 levels of mastery. At the entry level, one can move as smoothly as flowing water, and at the master level, one can dodge most attacks. Coach, what is the spiritual core? Lu Chuan asked curiously. Li Lianxiang looked puzzled. Your teachers never taught you this? It's not on the college entrance exams, so they hardly ever mention it, Lu Chuan replied honestly. Li Lianxiang smiled wryly and then explained in detail. The spiritual core is like the energy center within a cultivator, similar to the power array of a spiritual energy vehicle. The stronger it is, the higher the spiritual energy value, and the greater the power it can exert. The stages of cultivation chi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core are essentially about strengthening the spiritual core. He further elaborated on the spiritual rings in the chi refining stage, the spiritual vortex in the foundation establishment stage, and the golden core in the golden core stage, emphasizing their significant differences in bearing spiritual energy and harnessing power, which directly affect the techniques that can be practiced at each stage. Lu Chuan suddenly understood. Li Lianxiang's clear explanation enabled him to quickly grasp the intricacies. He realized that spiritual energy is like gasoline, needing a combustion engine, the spiritual corrido converted into actual power. Various spells are specific methods of harnessing spiritual energy, transforming it into powerful fireballs or dazzling golden light. Li Lianxiang concluded, the spiritual core is the foundation of spell cultivation, and understanding and mastering spells are equally crucial. This is why high-level chi refining cultivators in our Immortal Cultivation Bureau can take on 3, even 5 opponents, and still have the upper hand against your school teachers. Just because the members of our Cultivation Bureau have more advanced combat spells, Li Lianxiang explained to Lu Chuan, his eyes gleaming with confidence. A single spell, with about a year of practice, can reach the beginner level. In 3 to 5 years, it can achieve moderate proficiency. All our combat personnel at the Cultivation Bureau have achieved at least moderate proficiency in their spells, and some senior members have mastered 2 or more spells to a high degree. Lu Chuan frowned deeply. A year just to reach the beginner level? Li Lianxiang nodded with a smile, of course. Otherwise, why do you think your school's teachers don't learn them? Combat spells require long-term practice and are extremely energy-consuming. They are busy with their teaching duties every day and have no time to practice combat spells. At most, they might achieve the beginner level in 1 spell, and even reaching moderate proficiency is quite rare. Seeing the worried expression on Lu Chuan's face, Li Lianxiang reassured him, but don't worry too much. It is said that the students of Sifang Immortal University learn combat spells much faster than ordinary people. If you start practicing diligently with me from today, you might have a chance to reach the beginner level in 3 months. Lu Chuan was secretly troubled. The college entrance exam did not test the mastery of spells, but after enrollment, Sifang Immortal University would conduct a combat assessment, which was exactly 3 months away. He couldn't help but worry whether a beginner-level wind movement spell would be enough to pass the combat assessment at the university, which was teeming with prodigies. Li Lianxiang interrupted Lu Chuan's thoughts. All right, try to practice the key points of the wind movement spell now. I'll guide you in 10 minutes. Remember, I will only guide you 3 times today. Lu Chuan was taken aback. 3 times? What happens after 3 times? Li Lianxiang smiled meaningfully and turned to look at the training dummies. Of course, you'll be sparring with the dummies. Following Li Lianxiang's gaze to the dummies in the middle of the training ground, Lu Chuan couldn't help but shiver. 2 hours later, Lu Chuan dragged his exhausted body back home. He had practiced spells at the Cultivation Bureau's training ground for a total of 3 hours, 2 of which were spent being beaten up by the training dummies. Although he wore thick protective gear and wasn't injured, the frequent experience of being blasted away by the dummies left him sore all over. Li Lianxiang's words echoed in his mind. Only after reaching the beginner level of the wind movement spell can you dodge the fireball spell of the fire attribute dummy beginner. At moderate proficiency, you can avoid attacks from the intermediate dummies. Mastery is even more impressive. It's said that at that level, no dummy in the training ground can touch you, even if they all attack at once. Lying in bed, Lu Chuan pondered how he could quickly improve his spell proficiency. With this question in mind, he fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, in a hazy dream, Lu Chuan found himself transformed into a gigantic mythical beast, towering dozens of times his usual height, covered in golden fur, with enormous hands. Behind him stood 70 to 80 people dressed in white robes, silently watching him. Just as Lu Chuan wondered what these people intended to do, the elder in the center suddenly shouted, "Gather!" In an instant, 70 to 80 enormous fireballs appeared out of thin air, hurtling toward Lu Chuan. Almost instinctively, Lu Chuan's hair stood on end, and he turned to run, screaming internally, "Oh crap! This is even worse than daytime." The next day, Lu Chuan lay on the training ground of the Cultivation Bureau once again, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. Li Lianxiang approached with a smile, a hint of approval in his eyes. "Not bad. This time you only got defeated 13 times in 30 minutes, 6 fewer than last time. That's quite an improvement. Keep it up." Gritting his teeth, Lu Chuan forced himself up from the ground and charged at the dummy without hesitation. Startled, Li Lianxiang exclaimed, "Take a 10-minute break before starting again. You've only rested for a minute." 30 minutes later, Lu Chuan collapsed on the ground once more. Swallowing hard, Li Lianxiang asked with concern, "Lu Chuan, are you sure you're okay?" Struggling to speak, Lu Chuan managed to utter. This time it was 33 times, 3 fewer than before. Before he could finish his sentence, he was already on his feet again, stumbling towards the dummy. Li Lianxiang stared at Lu Chuan's retreating figure in a daze, muttering to himself, "He's really tough on himself." Soon, his eyes were filled with deep admiration. No wonder Lu Chuan was a promising candidate for the prestigious Sifang Immortal University. Even though they wore specialized protective gear, making it hard to get injured while fighting the dummies, the frequent falls were a tremendous test of willpower. To push through without rest, without fear, and to endure the relentless beatings required extreme determination. This level of tenacity was something many combatants in the Cultivation Bureau lacked, but was essential for true strength. In fact, Lu Chuan was even tougher than Li Lianxiang imagined. Being tormented by the dummies during the day wasn't enough. At night, he faced torment in his dreams. In his dreams, he was relentlessly hunted by dozens of people using fireball spells. These nightmares stemmed from the memories of a mythical beast, the swan and eye, depicted in the swan and eye diagram. The pain and despair of being hit by fireballs felt terrifyingly real, forcing Lu Chuan to desperately use windwalking technique to evade. This grueling routine of daytime beatings by dummies and nighttime torments by dreams continued for 5 days. On the 5th day, in the Cultivation Bureau's training ground, Li Lianxiang watched in astonishment. Lu Chuan was surrounded by a blue aura, deftly dodging the dummy's attacks with varying speeds. When the dummy attacked, he swiftly evaded. When it was still, he observed its movements closely. Unbelievable! Mastering windwalking technique in 5 days, Li Lianxiang couldn't help but mutter in his hometown dialect. "Who would believe this if I told them?" After 30 minutes, Lu Chuan, clad in protective gear, jumped out of the training ground without a single hit. "Coach, I've finally mastered windwalking technique." "Ha ha ha. Yes, yes," Li Lianxiang quickly responded with a smile. "Not bad, not bad. The speed of your progress is quite something, but your foundation still needs work. Keep at it." "Foundation needs work?" Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then his expression turned serious. "Thank you for the guidance, coach. My foundation in windwalking technique is indeed not solid. I'll work harder." With that, He switched his target and charged at the intermediate dummy. Uh, uh, uh. The training ground echoed with cries of pain once again. Li Lianxiang watched Lu Chuan with a complex expression, silently musing. Sigh, I really can't see any flaws in his technique. But if I don't say something, I'll lose face as a coach. I had to say his foundation needs work. Another 8 days passed. Boom, boom, boom. The training ground was filled with the sounds of fireball explosions. Lu Chuan's figure moved nimbly around the dummy, even creating afterimages with his steps. After 30 minutes, Lu Chuan walked out of the training ground. Before he could speak, Li Lianxiang stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Not bad. Your cultivation speed is quite impressive, but there's still some room for improvement in your foundation. Keep pushing. All right. Lu Chuan nodded solemnly and charged at the advanced dummy. Uh, uh, uh. The cries of pain rang out once more. Li Lianxiang watched Lu Chuan's back and sighed deeply. He quickly took out his spiritual tablet to review the key points of mastering windwalking technique and how to advance it to a higher level. He had to prepare in advance, fearing that Lu Chuan might ask him a question he couldn't answer one day. Time flew by as Lu Chuan immersed himself in his daily spell practice. Before he knew it, another 10 days had passed, leaving just 3 days until the entrance exams. On this particular day, Lu Chuan ended his magical practice early. After leaving the Bureau of Immortal Cultivation, he headed straight to a nearby cafe. His eyes quickly scanned the interior and soon locked onto a figure by the window, waving at him. It was a tall, slender young man with short, neat hair and piercing eyes. Lu Chuan, over here, the man called out. Brother Lu. Lu Chuan's face lit up with a smile as he walked over briskly. The young man was Lu Guangyan, an old friend who had been out of touch for a while. Since Lu Guangyan mentioned going into seclusion last time, Lu Chuan had been unable to reach him until he received a call yesterday, arranging this meeting. No sooner had Lu Chuan sat down than he raised an eyebrow. He sensed something and exclaimed in surprise, Brother Lu, you broke through? Lu Guangyan raised an eyebrow and smiled, handing the menu to Lu Chuan. You noticed that? Your spiritual perception has improved. Go ahead and order. It's on me? Ha ha ha, then I won't be shy. Lu Chuan took the menu, quickly browsed it, and ordered a fancy-looking coffee. First time having a drink bought by a golden core stage cultivator. It has to be something expensive. After placing his order, Lu Chuan eagerly asked, So, Brother Lu, did you go into seclusion just to break through? Not entirely, Lu Guangyan explained. I did spend a few days in seclusion to break through, but after that, I took on a mission for about a month. I see. Lu Chuan mused. So, you're now a golden core stage cultivator. Like the Lord of My City? Lu Guangyan shook his head with a smile. I'm not at the initial golden core stage. After breaking through, I completed a dangerous mission and reached the mid-golden core stage. However, the Lord of My City, Lei Yi, is at the peak of the golden core stage, and his core is quite unique, different from mine. Lu Chuan nodded, thinking that while Lu Guangyan was strong, he still had some way to go compared to someone like Lei Yi. However, Lu Guangyan's next words left Lu Chuan stunned. With a half smile, he said, Once I reach the late golden core stage, I should be stronger than him. Lu Chuan was momentarily speechless and could only manage an awkward laugh. Lu Guangyan shook his head slightly and said seriously, But I didn't come to show off my cultivation. I have something important to tell you. What is it? Lu Chuan asked, puzzled. Lu Guangyan took a deep breath and looked at Lu Chuan intently. Do you know about the 4 Directions Immortal Academy? 4 Immortal Academies? Branch schools? Lu Chuan asked, frowning in confusion, his eyes reflecting his bewilderment. With a knowing smile, Lu Guangyan replied, It looks like you really haven't been on the Cultivators Forum. The discussions there have been going crazy this past month. Cultivators Forum? Lu Chuan looked puzzled. Hu Fifan mentioned it a few times, so I have a rough idea of what it is, but I've never actually visited it. Lu Guangyan chuckled. It seems Hu Fifan didn't tell you about the 4 Immortal Academies branch schools either. He paused, then added, By the way, with the college entrance exams coming up, his dad probably confiscated his phone, right? Lu Chuan nodded and smiled, but then his brow furrowed again. Wait a minute, how can Hu Fifan access the Cultivators Forum and find all this bizarre information and gossip? I can't find this forum when I search online. The Cultivators Forum has strict user qualification checks, Lu Guangyan explained. Usually, only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or higher can use it. Hu Fifan's father is a formation master, which is a special case. He's probably using his dad's account. Understanding dawned on Lu Chuan, but he pressed on, Brother Lu. Tell me more about the 4 Immortal Academies branch schools. Lu Guangyan waved his hand dismissively. No rush, there's too much to cover in one go. You can check out the forum for yourself. Seeing Lu Chuan's lingering doubts, he added, Non-foundation establishment cultivators can also get in if recommended by someone at the golden core stage or higher. Ah, so that's the catch, Lu Chuan remarked with a smile. With Lu Guangyan's guidance, Lu Chuan soon received a recommendation and accessed the cultivator's forum on his phone. Just then, the cafe waiter brought over 2 cups of coffee. Lu Guangyan elegantly picked up his cup, leaned back in his chair and said, "Take a look at the forum and get familiar with the branch schools. We can talk more after that." "Got it." Lu Chuan immediately began browsing the forum posts. The forum content was varied, but the topic of the 4 Immortal Academy's branch schools was the hottest. Discussions ranged from the announcement of the branch schools to their locations and the completion of their construction. Some posts even jumped on the bandwagon, involving magical artifact trades, team adventures, and even novel recommendations. Lu Chuan quickly skimmed past these posts, focusing on the information about the 4 Immortal Academy's branch schools. Half an hour later, he finally understood. It turned out that a mysterious expert in Yuanwu Prefecture had recently made a breakthrough, raising the spiritual energy concentration from level 5 to level 3, meeting the standards for establishing a branch of the 4 Immortal Academies. Compared to other top-tier prefectures, Yuanwu Prefecture had the weakest foundation and no experts above the Dao Source stage, making it an ideal location for the first branch school. What was even more astonishing was that the 4 Immortal Academies had completed the campus construction behind Yuanwu City in just 30 days and announced their enrollment plans. Some posts discussed potential resistance to the cooperation between Yuanwu Prefecture and the 4 Immortal Academies, but they were vague about the specific opposing factions and individuals. Lu Chuan was deeply engrossed in this information, feeling the grand and turbulent waves of the cultivation world. The forum discussions about the Sifang Immortal Academy's branch campus were bustling with diverse opinions. After meticulously reading all the comments, Lu Chuan put away his phone and looked up at Lu Guangyan, who was resting with his eyes closed across from him. At that moment, Lu Guangyan opened his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. "Finished reading?" Lu Chuan nodded. "Yes, I've read them all." Lu Guangyan crossed his hands on the table, his expression serious. "I wanted you to read the different viewpoints on the forum first so that you could form your own judgment and not be swayed by my words." Lu Chuan smiled. "You're quite honest, Brother Lu." Lu Guangyan replied candidly. "Indeed. If I were to introduce it, I might be biased. After all, once the branch campus is established, they'll be teaching there, and naturally, I hope you'll join us." Lu Chuan was taken aback by Lu Guangyan's straightforwardness. "Brother Lu, are you here to persuade me to apply to the branch campus? But with my current abilities, I can easily get into the main campus." Lu Guangyan calmly explained. "The faculty at the branch campus is just as capable as those at the main campus. Moreover, the new campus has attracted many young teachers with a strong drive." "Drive?" Lu Chuan questioned. Lu Guangyan went on to describe the deeply entrenched power structures of Sifang City and the reformist spirit of the branch campus teachers. His words conveyed a dissatisfaction with the conservative forces and a hope for new, dynamic energy. Lu Chuan pondered, moved by what he heard. He had always preferred environments full of vitality and ambition. Sensing Lu Chuan's thoughts, Lu Guangyan shifted his tone. "However, that's just my perspective as a future assistant lecturer. Now, let me give you some advice as a friend." Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Please, go ahead, Brother Lu." With a gleam of cunning in his eye, Lu Guangyan said, "I suggest you focus all your efforts on preparing for the college entrance exams and aim for outstanding results. By then, whether it's the Sifang Immortal Academy headquarters, the Yuanwu branch campus, or the prestigious Xiangjiao Immortal University and Xiangfu Immortal University in Magic City, they will all compete to recruit you. You'll just need to compare their offers and choose the one that suits you best." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but applaud. "Brother Lu, that's a brilliant strategy, brilliant indeed." The two exchanged smiles, as if already envisioning the day when Lu Chuan would be courted by all the top universities. In the office of the director of the My City Education Bureau, Xiao Xingxing sat nervously on the guest sofa, rubbing his sweaty hands on his thighs. He was anxiously awaiting the arrival of Director Imo Siming. Before long, a tall, thin, middle-aged man with a balding head pushed the door open. Xiao Xingxing immediately stood up, forcing a dry smile onto his face. "Director Imo, you're here." Imo Siming gestured for him to sit down and then took a seat in his office chair, holding a thermos cup. His face looked pale, and his tone was heavy. "Principal Xiao, I just got back from a meeting at the City Lord's office. I have some bad news to share." Xiao Xingxing swallowed hard, trying to maintain his composure. "Please go ahead." Imo Siming fixed his gaze on Xiao Xingxing and slowly said, "Remember how I called you last time and mentioned that my first high school must produce 3 top-tier Shinda University students this year?" "Of course, I remember." Xiao Xingxing quickly responded. "We are confident that we can not only meet the target but even aim for 4 top-tier Shinda students this year." Imo Siming, however, shook his head with a cold smile. For would indeed be a significant achievement, and in previous years, it might have earned us a commendation from the City Lord's office. But this year, things have changed. Seeing the confusion in Xiao Xingxing's eyes, Imo Siming elaborated, "The Yuanwu Prefecture Education Department issued a new directive yesterday, reportedly under the instruction of Deputy Governor Wang Hong. With the establishment of the Yuanwu Xinda University branch in our prefecture, the educational landscape has entered a new phase. They are planning a comprehensive overhaul of the educational system in Yuanwu Prefecture. Imo Siming's tone grew even more somber. This year, cities that fail to meet the required college entrance exam scores will see both their education bureau directors and school principals replaced. For my city, the target is 20 top-tier Xinda University students. This number hit Xiao Xingxing like a bolt from the blue, causing him to collapse onto the sofa. He let out a bitter laugh. My first high school can, at most, produce 4. Even if we add up my second high, my third high, and experimental high, we might not even get one. 20? This is practically a purge of the Yuanwu Prefecture's educational system. Imo Siming sighed helplessly. It looks like after working together for 4 years, we might both be ousted this year. The scene shifts to a cafe, where Lu Chuan curiously asks Lu Guangyan, "So, what kind of scores are considered outstanding in the college entrance exams?" Lu Guangyan doesn't answer directly but instead explains, "Xifang Xianda University recruits about 25 students from Yuanwu Prefecture each year. Shangfu Xianda University and Shangjiao Xianda University accept around 200 students each, and the top 100 students are usually visited by their representatives. In previous years, Xifang Xianda University wouldn't even bother recruiting the top 25 students. Why?" Lu Chuan inquires. Lu Guangyan smiles meaningfully. Because they have enough confidence. If a student's spiritual power and mental strength meet Xifang Xianda University's standards, the likelihood of them not applying is extremely low. After all, Xifang Xianda University is the most prestigious Xianda University in the Huaxia Alliance and the dream school for all high school students pursuing immortality. He continues, "But this year is different. If you meet Xifang Xianda's admission criteria, both the Yuanwu campus and the Xifang City campus might compete to recruit you. If you rank in the top 5 in Yuanwu Prefecture's comprehensive scores, both schools will offer you generous conditions to choose from." Lu Chuan furrowed his brows, deep in thought. After a long pause, he looked up and directly asked Lu Guangyan, "How much money are we talking about?" Lu Guangyan let out a hearty laugh, a gleam of approval in his eyes. "I like how straightforward you are," he replied, his tone turning serious. "Based on my estimates, it should be between 3 to 5 million. The higher your ranking, the more you get." 5 million. Lu Chuan's eyes widened with excitement, but his expression quickly turned skeptical. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Lu Guangyan. "Wait a minute, Brother Lu. I haven't even told you my spirit power and mental strength values. How can you be so sure that both campuses will compete for me?" Lu Guangyan rolled his eyes dismissively. "I'm at the golden core stage now, while you haven't even reached the foundation establishment stage. Figuring out your stats is a piece of cake." Lu Chuan pursed his lips, accepting the explanation. In fact, his spirit power had already reached 999, just a step away from the foundation establishment stage. He had hit this number over half a month ago, and despite continuous cultivation, his spirit power wristband still displayed 999. He realized that once he broke through this value, he would immediately enter the foundation establishment stage. Simultaneously, his mental strength was also steadily increasing, now at 285, which was 85 points higher than the admission threshold for Xifang Immortal University. According to previous year's data, securing a top 3 spot in Yuanwu Mansion was almost guaranteed, with a strong chance of even clinching the first place. Suddenly, Lu Chuan remembered something important. "Brother Lu, there's one more thing," he said, his expression serious. "If I do really well in the college entrance exam, won't those cult guys come after me again?" Lu Guangyan didn't ask how Lu Chuan knew about the cult, but instead smiled slightly. "What? Are you going to skip Xifang Immortal University just because they might try to assassinate you?" Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but then responded firmly, "No, I won't." Lu Guangyan's expression turned grave. "Don't worry," he said solemnly. "You might still be concerned about the cult now, but once you enter Immortal University, you'll understand. Immortal University is not a place filled with weak scholars." His voice grew low and powerful. "Every student there endures trials of fire and blood, facing countless life and death situations. Once you emerge from Immortal University, that bunch of cult scum who only know how to bully ordinary people will be terrified of you." 4 Directions Immortal University? Principal Xiao, you must be joking. Director Imo Siming of the Education Bureau sprang from his office chair, his hands pressing on the wide mahogany desk, eyes glinting with disbelief. Xiao Xingxing hesitated slightly before responding. "It should be about right." "About right?" Imo Siming quickly circled around the desk, approaching Xiao Xingxing with urgency. "Principal Xiao, this matter concerns our futures. You must be certain. You know very well that one student from 4 Directions Immortal University is worth far more than 20 from top-tier Immortal Universities." Xiao Xingxing sighed deeply, his expression serious as he explained, "Director Imo, to be honest, We do have an exceptionally promising student at our school who has a good chance of getting into Four Directions Immortal University, but his situation is unstable. He comes from a poor family and can't afford the necessary elixirs. Initially, I allocated $500,000 from our school's budget to support him, and his spiritual and mental powers grew significantly. But $500,000 is far from enough to cultivate a student for Four Directions Immortal University. Now that the funds are exhausted, his progress has noticeably slowed. With only 3 days left until the entrance exam, his mental power is still hovering around 198, 2 points short of the university's threshold. What? Emos Siming exclaimed, his voice filled with frustration and dissatisfaction. Principal Xiao, how could you be so careless? With such a promising student, why didn't you report this to the Bureau earlier? If your school lacks funds, the Bureau can support you. You. Xiao Xingxing lowered his head, explaining sincerely, Director, you might not know, this student was once hunted by a cult. To protect him, I've kept his situation confidential, hoping to surprise you with his exam results. I didn't anticipate the funding issue, and that's my oversight. Emo Siming anxiously paced around the office before stopping abruptly. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, Principal Sun? This is Emo Siming. He tried to sound calm and casual. I'm not calling to visit your school this time, but to ask for advice. A relative of mine has a child who's taking the entrance exam in 3 days. His spiritual power has met the threshold for Four Directions Immortal University, but his mental power is still 2 points short. Do you have any suggestions? As he listened to the response, Emo Siming's expression brightened. 8,000 miles horn? Are you sure it works? Great, great. Thank you so much, Principal Sunday. You've really helped me out this time. I'll treat you to a meal soon. Hanging up the phone, Emo Siming took a deep breath, his voice trembling with excitement. We have a solution. The 8,000 miles horn has no side effects, but cultivators below the foundation establishment stage can only use it once in their lifetime. It's expensive, typically only affordable for wealthy families. Buy it for that student at your school. Xiao Xingxing nodded heavily. Got it. Leave it to me, Director. Emo Siming stepped forward, firmly patting Xiao Xingxing on the shoulder, speaking meaningfully, Principal Xiao, it seems we're in this together. Leaving the director's office, Xiao Xingxing took the note approved by Emo Siming and hurried to the finance office of the Immortal Cultivation Bureau to collect 3 million in funds before quickly departing. It wasn't until he sat in his car that he exhaled deeply, a knowing smile on his lips. As the prize principal of the school, Xiao Xingxing knew all about Lu Chuan's situation and was well aware that he was certain to get into Four Directions Immortal University. But if he had told the truth, securing those 3 million in funds would have been much harder. Lu Chuan, you really are my lucky star. Xiao Xingxing glanced around cautiously to ensure no one was watching before humming a tune and driving away from the Immortal Cultivation Bureau. Meanwhile, inside the bureau, Emo Siming slumped into his reclining chair, covering his face with his hands. Though he appeared to be napping, he was silently laughing. The latest policy from Yuanwu Prefecture not only included measures to punish officials who failed in their duties, but also rewards for those who excelled. This potential student for Four Directions Immortal University would undoubtedly bring him substantial rewards. Given the performance of Mai City High School in previous years, if they could send a student to Sifang Immortal University this year, well, Principal Xiao Xingxing would surely have a bright future ahead. Sitting in his office, Xiao couldn't hide the joy on his face. He burst into laughter, recalling how not long ago he thought he might lose his position. Now, not only had he secured his job, but he also had the prospect of a promotion. This great news, Xiao Xingxing decided to keep to himself for now. He knew that if he revealed it, Xiao Xingxing would undoubtedly believe he played a significant role and might even demand to be promoted alongside him. Such a precedent could not be set. As for the 3 million yuan in funding, it was already spent and couldn't compare to his career prospects. In the afternoon, Lu Chuan finished his conversation with Lu Guangyan. They discussed the intricacies of the material control realm and the foundation establishment stage, gaining valuable insights. Lu Guangyan then left for the nearby Yintian city to handle some affairs. Lu Chuan, deep in thought about their discussion, slowly walked home. Now, Lu Chuan's choice was Sifang Immortal University. However, due to recent changes, the university was divided into Sifang City Campus and Yuanwu Campus, and he had to choose between the two. Lu Guangyan suggested that if the conditions were similar, it might be better to choose Yuanwu Campus. Lu Chuan valued the opinion of this senior who had shared the crisis in the Beast Garden with him, but he didn't want to make a hasty decision, as this was a major life choice. At present, Lu Chuan's primary task was to fully prepare for the college entrance exam, to face the challenge in his best state and strive for top scores. Without making it into the top 3 in Yuanwu Prefecture, what conditions could he negotiate? Thinking of this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel worried. Over the past month, he had been practicing spells diligently at the Immortal Cultivation Bureau every day and continuing his training in dreams at home, which consumed a great deal of the Starry Sky food manual. To enter the memory of the swan beast, the dream where he was chased by countless fireballs required even more energy. Moreover, to unlock the second page of the Starry Sky food manual featuring the barbarian bull, his appetite had become insatiable, increasing drastically every day. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Chuan started buying Foundation establishment stage barbarian bull meat. However, the 60,000 yuan he had was completely spent as of yesterday. The situation had become clear but also a deadlock. To secure a good offer after the college entrance exam, he needed to train hard in these 3 days and ideally buy some high-quality supplements to boost his state. But buying supplements required money, and the 60,000 yuan was gone. He needed to earn money, but as a student, he couldn't work. It was indeed a deadlock. Lu Chuan trudged home dejectedly. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Principal Xiao Xingsheng. Principal Zhao's phone call interrupted Lu Chuan's thoughts. Standing at the entrance of the residential area, he answered the call while curiously observing the scene before him. 7 or 8 workers in uniforms were busy with a machine emitting a strange red glow, from which runes occasionally shot skyward. Lu Chuan, the college entrance exam is approaching. How's your preparation going? Any difficulties in life? Principal Xiao Xingsheng's warm voice came from the other end of the line. Although Lu Chuan found the timing of the call odd, he didn't dwell on it and got straight to the point. No major difficulties, just a bit tight on money. Principal, could you grant me some more scholarship funds? Principal Xiao laughed heartily. Haha, Lu Chuan, you're joking, right? Didn't the school just award you 300,000 yuan? How could you spend it all so quickly? It's long gone, Lu Chuan replied somewhat awkwardly, then changed the subject. But principal, why did you call today? Principal Xiao cautiously inquired. With the college entrance exam coming up, have you decided which major you'll apply for at the Four Directions Immortal University? Lu Chuan chuckled and replied, I haven't even decided which school to attend yet, let alone the major. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The machine ahead emitted a blinding light, and Lu Chuan's phone instantly lost signal. What the? Lu Chuan exclaimed, staring at his phone that had automatically disconnected. He turned to a worker and asked, Sir, what kind of machine is that? Why did it block my phone signal? One of the workers apologized. Sorry about that, student. With the college entrance exam coming up, regulations require us to block spiritual signals within a 3-kilometer radius of the exam site, prohibiting communications. This area falls within 3 kilometers of the affiliated high school, and we're setting up the signal blocking array. We were just testing it, and the signal should be back in about 5 minutes. Understanding dawned on Lu Chuan. No problem. Thanks for your hard work. He thought to himself that he'd have to call Principal Xiao back later. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Mui High School, Principal Xiao Xingsheng listened to the busy tone on the phone, deep in thought. Lu Chuan's sudden disconnection puzzled him. Did Lu Chuan sense something? Why did he hang up right after saying he hadn't decided on a school yet? Was he hinting that he might not attend Four Directions Immortal University? Furrowing his brows, Principal Xiao recalled Lu Chuan mentioning the scholarship. The 3 million yuan approved by Director Mo was meant to buy the 8,000-mile horn, to help Lu Chuan break through his spiritual power and meet the admission standards of Four Directions Immortal University. But in reality, Lu Chuan didn't need the money to get accepted. Initially, Principal Xiao had planned to embezzle the money. But now, he hesitated. If Lu Chuan got into Four Directions Immortal University, Xiao would surely be rewarded and might even get a promotion. If the embezzlement was exposed, his career would be ruined. Reflecting on Lu Chuan's past behavior, Principal Xiao grew increasingly wary. Outwardly polite and honest, Lu Chuan was actually very shrewd. He had even managed to outsmart and kill a Foundation establishment expert from the divine sect. Such a person should not be underestimated. Xiao Xingsheng's mind was suddenly thrown into turmoil. Could he really know something? Or has he guessed something? This thought pierced his conscience like a sharp knife. Already feeling guilty over the 3 million, the principal was now even more flustered. He sat in his office chair, his hands clenching and unclenching involuntarily, his gaze wandering as an internal battle raged within him. Finally, a long sigh broke the silence of the office. Forget it, let everything follow its original course. Only by being true to my conscience can I have a bright future. With trembling hands, Xiao Xingsheng picked up his phone, sweat dripping from his forehead. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and began composing a text message. Lu Chuan, it seems I can't keep this from you. The school is planning to reward you with a pair of Bawanli horns to help you consolidate your mental strength. When would be a good time for you? After sending the message, Xiao Xingsheng slumped in his chair, utterly exhausted. 3 million just like that, he muttered, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Years later, whenever Xiao Xingsheng recalled the decision he made that day, a sense of relief would wash over him. This action, born out of guilt and fear, unexpectedly earned him the favor of an unparalleled powerhouse. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan had just returned home and was about to call Xiao Xingsheng back. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, and a text message popped up. A school reward? Ba Wanli horns? Consolidate mental strength? Lu Chuan was overjoyed. Principal Xiao really knows how to play the game. First, he says there's no scholarship, and then he sends a message about a reward. He's trying to surprise me. Lu Chuan grinned from ear to ear but was puzzled by the term, Ba Wanli horns. He quickly logged onto a cultivator forum to search for information. A moment later, Lu Chuan gasped, his eyes widening in shock. Wow, the school is really going all out this time. It turned out that Ba Wanli horns were the horns of a peak-stage golden core realm barbarian bull. Known for its ability to transport goods, the bull's nickname was based on its endurance. 6,000 li at the foundation establishment stage, 10,000 li at the early golden core stage, 30,000 li at the mid-stage, 50,000 li at the late stage, and 80,000 li at the peak. The barbarian bull was docile and easy to tame, and its horns, weathered by the elements, were the hardest part of its body. Ground into powder and ingested, they greatly benefited mental strength. Lu Chuan immediately replied to the message, Principal Xiao, I'm available right now. He thought to himself, a pair of horns worth nearly 3 million, just to help me consolidate my mental strength. Principal Xiao is truly a good man. 100 kilometers north of Yuanwu City stands the majestic Sifang Immortal University Yuanwu campus. The campus is a blend of classical and modern architecture, with some exotic styles adding to its charm, making it a visual feast. This campus, which rose from the ground in just 30 days, showcases the extraordinary prowess of Sifang Immortal University's architecture department. At this moment, in an ordinary meeting room within the campus, 17 young individuals are sitting upright, waiting for the meeting to begin. The meeting is chaired by an elderly man with slightly curly white hair and black-rimmed glasses, who is currently seated at the head of the table, talking on the phone. Hello, Laoli, the elderly man said kindly. Admissions? Haha, we can't let Sifang Immortal University lose face. Rushing to the exam venues as soon as the exams start to wait for results? That's too hasty. He chuckled softly. Don't worry. I'll handle the admissions for the Yuanwu campus. My decision is that no one is allowed to go early. How about on your end? As expected, you old folks are even more conservative. That's right. We must uphold the reputation of Sifang Immortal University. Going for admissions within a month after the exams end is foolish. Freshmen aren't worth all the fuss. All right, that's it. Goodbye. The elderly man hung up the phone, cleared his throat and said, the meeting begins. He tapped the table lightly, and the large screen behind him displayed the meeting topic. Yuanwu Campus First-Year Admissions Mobilization Meeting. The lists for each province are finalized, and U17 will stay in Yuanwu Province. The elderly man tapped the table again, and a detailed list appeared on the screen, with each name corresponding to a city in Yuanwu Province. Soon, a female student in a black jacket raised a question. Professor Kong, Yuanwu Province is just an average province, with only about 25 freshmen each year, mostly from Yuanwu City. Is it necessary to visit every city? Professor Kong smiled and explained, Students, this is the purpose of our meeting. Coming from Sifang City, you should understand how much attention we attract. The first round of admissions is crucial, and we can't miss any qualified candidates. While we have also sent people to major provinces like Sifang City and Magic City, competition there is fierce, and candidates may not choose us. On the other hand, average provinces like Yuanwu Province hold more potential. So, set aside your concerns for now. The school won't shortchange you. After the admissions process, each of you will receive 50 merit points. Upon hearing about the 50 merit points, the students in the meeting room immediately perked up. They had assumed this kind of work would earn them at most 10 merit points, so they were pleasantly surprised by the school's generosity. Kong Chun surveyed the conference room, giving a slight nod as a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He began to speak slowly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Everyone, once you arrive in the 17 cities of Yuanwu Prefecture, your task is not just to monitor the main city exam venues. The smaller towns under each main city's jurisdiction should not be overlooked either. If you find any examinees with spiritual power reaching the object control level, step forward immediately and convey the intentions of our Yuanwu campus to them. He paused, his gaze becoming sharper. If you encounter examinees with spiritual power exceeding 250, report to me at once. But if their spiritual power surpasses 300, don't hesitate, knock them out and swiftly remove them from the exam site. As his words hung in the air, the students below exchanged puzzled glances. One student, gathering her courage, asked cautiously, Mr. Kong, why do we need to knock them out? Kong Chin frowned, sweeping his gaze over the students, and sighed deeply. You all have been studying at Sifang University for so many years, and yet you still don't get it? His tone was tinged with exasperation. According to past data from Yuanwu Prefecture, a spiritual power of around 270 can place someone in the top 3. A score of 300 is guaranteed to be at the top. At that point, the people from Sifang City campus will definitely come to compete. So, You must act first, knock them out, and bring them back to our school. Then, I will personally negotiate with them." The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, and everyone stared at Kong Chun in stunned silence. The girl who had asked the question earlier spoke again, with a hint of doubt in her voice. "But Mr. Kong, didn't you just call the teacher from Sifang City and agree not to recruit students early?" Upon hearing this, Kong Chun rolled his eyes openly, his tone full of disdain. "I also said that those who recruit early are idiots. The real idiots are those who don't act ahead of time." Meanwhile, in Muyang City, Lu Chuan was struggling to carry a box half his height, staggering up the stairs to his home. He carefully placed the box on the dining table and eagerly lifted the lid. Inside, a layer of vibrant red cloth covered a brown savage bull horn, which gleamed with a jade-like luster under the light. Next to the horn was a simple device labeled high-power spirit grinder, clearly intended for pulverizing the horn. Lu Chuan's gaze lingered on the grinder for just a moment before he eagerly picked up the massive savage bull horn with both hands, examining it with fascination. "No wonder it's the horn of a peak golden core stage savage bull," Lu Chuan murmured, his fingers gently tracing the horn's surface, feeling its hardness and smoothness. "The texture is so solid, and the luster is so captivating. I wonder how much it can boost my spiritual power. Could it help me break the 300 barrier?" 3 days later, at 8 a.m. At Lu Chuan's home, steam rose from the breakfast table. "Xiao Chuan, have you packed everything? Don't forget your exam admission ticket," Lu's mother reminded him while tidying up the dishes. With a mouthful of bun, Lu Chuan mumbled, "I've got everything, don't worry. Eat slowly. The exam starts at 9. You still have an hour. It only takes about 10 minutes to get to the affiliated school from home," his father said from the sofa, watching his son with concern. Lu Chuan stuffed the last bite of the bun into his mouth, picked up his bowl, and downed the thick, golden millet porridge in one gulp. He scraped up the remaining grains with his spoon and swallowed them. "Delicious. I'm full," he said, patting his stomach contentedly and grabbing his backpack, ready to rush out. "Xiao Chuan, are you sure you don't need us to take you?" his father asked, standing up, hesitant. "No need, really. It's so close, I can walk there in no time. You and Mom should go to work, don't worry about me," Lu Chuan replied with a hint of exasperation. "All right," his father conceded, stepping forward to give Lu Chuan a firm pat on the shoulder. "Son, good luck." Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "Dad, you sound like you're in a movie. It's a bit awkward." With that, he dashed out the door. Lu's father watched his son leave, blinking, then turned to his wife, who was trying to stifle her laughter. Was it really that awkward? The high school entrance exam center in Mai City was at the affiliated school, just 2 kilometers from Lu Chuan's home. In the sky, a faint red net was visible, a barrier set up 3 days ago. Now fully operational, it blocked all communications within a 3-kilometer radius of the exam center, except for the invigilators. Lu Chuan guessed that this was not only to prevent cheating, but also to guard against any disruptions from the religious cult. Soon, Lu Chuan arrived at the school gate. With 50 minutes to go before the exam, a crowd had already gathered. Most students were accompanied by their parents, who carried bags and offered comforting words. Some students, in turn, had to reassure their more anxious parents. "Lu Chuan." Teacher Lu Zhiyong waved at him from the gate. Lu Chuan walked over with a smile. "Teacher Lu." He noticed several familiar faces next to Lu Zhiyong. Li Yi, Jiang Yi, Hu Mingyan, and Hu Fifan, who was deliberately standing close to Li Yi. The parents of the 3 girls were also present, but Hu Fifan's father was notably absent. Lu Chuan understood why Hu Fifan, like him, insisted on coming alone. "Hey Lu Chuan. Long time no see." Hu Mingyan and Jiang Yi greeted him excitedly. As the most handsome boy in the class, Lu Chuan had been busy practicing spells at the cultivation bureau and rarely came back to school. Li Yi just nodded slightly, but her father spoke warmly. "Lu Chuan, I've heard a lot about you from Teacher Lu meeting you today. You indeed have an impressive demeanor." "Oh, Mr. Li, you're too kind." Lu Chuan quickly replied modestly. "I just look a bit fair-skinned. Nothing special. If we're talking about looks, Hu Fifan is the real deal in our class." He pulled Hu Fifan in front of Li's father. "See for yourself." Even the usually thick-skinned Hu Fifan blushed, stammering, Hello, Mr. Li. I'm Hu Fifan, a good friend of Lu Chuan and Yi." Mr. Li laughed heartily. "Haha, I know you too. You're all excellent young people, and since you're classmates with Yi, you should look out for each other at the Immortal University." Of course," Lu Chuan replied casually, knowing it was just polite talk. However, Hu Fifan nodded earnestly. "Of course, Mr. Li. I'll definitely do that." Lu Chuan was taken aback, silently cursing his friend. Hu Fifan, that idiot, did he really mistake polite conversation for a father's request to take care of his daughter? Lu Chuan cursed inwardly, his brow furrowing. Is his brain just a mess of mush? However, just as he was about to open his mouth to mock him, his eyebrows shot up, realizing something was amiss. Hu Fifan stood there, nodding absent-mindedly in front of Li's father, saying nothing. Meanwhile, the usually silent Li suddenly smiled, her eyes full of amusement as she looked at Hu Fifan. Alarm bells rang in Lu Chuan's mind. Good grief. What are you up to, Hu Fifan? There's definitely something going on here. At that moment, Lu Zhiyong approached Lu Chuan with a serious expression. Lu Chuan, I've already briefed the other students, but I'm going to tell you again. When you enter the exam room, each seat will be covered by a 4-spirit gathering array. The array's power will be quite strong to fully test your spiritual energy, but don't be alarmed. Just wait for the invigilators to distribute the papers and focus on your exam. Lu Zhiyong continued. This morning, you'll take 2 exams, cultivation theory and basic array formation. Once you finish the papers, your spiritual energy scores will be calculated. The same goes for the afternoon exams, which include basic alchemy and a comprehensive paper. Your mental power scores will be determined afterward. Lu Chuan smiled and replied, Got it, Mr. Lu. You've explained this many times at school. Don't worry. I'm familiar with the process. As soon as he finished speaking, the security guard at the entrance raised a loudspeaker and announced, Students, you may now enter the exam hall. Please proceed in an orderly manner. He then opened the gate. With a loud clamor, everyone surged forward, eager to get inside. Lu Chuan, who had been standing near the entrance, was pushed forward by the excited crowd. He looked around in bewilderment at his enthusiastic classmates, thinking, does entering early increase your spiritual energy score or something? Why the rush? Meanwhile, he saw Lu Zhiyong jumping up and down in the crowded background, frantically waving and shouting, Remember, don't be nervous. 5 minutes later, Lu Chuan entered the exam room and took his seat, carefully observing his surroundings. It was an ordinary classroom, but it was now filled with the mysterious power of an array. This power flowed like water along the beams above, the bright spirit lamps, the cracks in the floor tiles, and even the graffiti on the walls and the dents on the desks. Despite its strength, it felt incredibly gentle, undoubtedly from the greatest array of the Huaxia Alliance, the 4-spirit gathering array. Instead of looking at the other examinees, Lu Chuan closed his eyes, quietly sensing the array's power while resting. Soon, several unfamiliar invigilators entered the classroom with sealed exam papers. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded from outside the window. The university entrance exam had officially begun. The first subject of the college entrance exam was cultivation theory, and the test paper was a hefty 12 pages long. Lu Chuan quickly wrote his name and filled in his exam number as instructed, then skimmed through the test content. As the whistle to start the exam sounded, he immediately began writing furiously. Meanwhile, in the Education Bureau of Pingyuan City, a grand building enveloped by a powerful formation, Wang Ruyu sat upright, her eyes fixed on the densely packed surveillance images on the wall. These images covered not only the exam centers within Pingyuan City, but also those in 8 surrounding towns. Despite her young age, Wang Ruyu had already reached the golden core stage in her cultivation, possessing immense mental strength. However, monitoring so many exam centers simultaneously was still a daunting task. As a former top student, she was well-versed in the procedures of the college entrance exam. She knew that although the morning's exam appeared to test cultivation theory and basic formations, it was actually assessing the student's spiritual power. Just then, her communicator buzzed. It was her fellow proctor, Su Gaoyang. Wang Ruyu, how's everything on your end? Su Gaoyang's voice was filled with urgency. Everything's normal. The people from Sifang City haven't shown up. It seems they've given up on Pingyuan City, Wang Ruyu replied calmly. They're all at Yuanwu City. Su Gaoyang said anxiously. There are at least 15 people from Sifang City's campus in the Yuanwu City Cultivation Bureau's monitoring room. If you don't have any promising candidates there, you should come over this afternoon. Wang Ruyu responded decisively. Understood. If by the end of the morning exam, there are no students with a spiritual power score above 950 in Pingyuan City, I'll head over to Yuanwu City. But if there are, I'll stay here since this is the task Mr. Kong assigned me. Su Gaoyang acknowledged, once again requesting, if there are no promising candidates, please come to Yuanwu City to help this afternoon. After hanging up, Wang Ruyu glanced at the time, 11:30 a.m. Just 15 minutes remained until the morning exam ended. She knew that out of the approximately 25 students from Yuanwu Prefecture who could get into Sifang Immortal University each year, most were from Yuanwu City. As one of the 16 cities, Pingyuan City might not even have a single student admitted to Sifang Immortal University. Meanwhile, at the exam center in my city, Lu Chuan had just finished the second to last question on the basic formations test. He considered stopping there, but then decided to keep going. He picked up his pen and continued writing vigorously until he filled the answer sheet for the last question with dense characters and chaotic symbols. Fine. If your questions are too confusing for me to understand, then my answers will be just as confusing for you, Lu Chuan thought to himself. At that moment, the whistle signaled the end of the morning exam. The proctors began collecting the test papers and instructed the students to leave the exam room. Outside the exam hall, Students were buzzing with chatter. Some were happy, while others were dejected. Ugh, I couldn't answer so many questions, one student said despondently. Yeah, I didn't expect the cultivation theory exam to be this tough. Another added, frustration evident in their voice. I feel like crying. My short essay on cultivation theory was so brief, I ran out of time. How about you? I didn't do well either. There were too many questions I couldn't answer. What did you choose for question 7? You're so annoying. We just finished the exam, and you're already asking about it. We still have another test this afternoon. Don't mess with my mindset. Lu Chuan ignored the surrounding commotion, quickly making his way out of the exam hall and heading home. His stomach was growling, and he was already imagining the delicious food waiting for him at home. For him, lunchtime was far more important than the exam results. Of course, Lu Chuan had his reasons for being so calm. The Four Directions Immortal Academy, which he aimed to attend, didn't care about academic scores. They only looked at spiritual power and mental strength. Otherwise, with his performance in the exam just now, he probably wouldn't have an appetite. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the Immortal Cultivation Bureau in Pingyuan City, Wang Ryue was watching the screens, reviewing the scores of candidates from the entire Mui city. She picked up her phone and dialed Su Gaoyang's number. Su Gaoyang. Wang Ryue's tone was calm. I can't go. I have 2 promising candidates here, one with a spiritual power score of 957 and another with 999. Reaching the limit of the qi refining stage, Su Gaoyang's voice on the other end was filled with anxiety. Wang Ryue. We already have 7 people confirmed, plus me, making 8. The other side has 16 people. We're completely outnumbered. Aren't there any other students stationed at the school? Get them to help. Wang Ryue asked, frowning. I've already asked. Apart from the gatekeeper, everyone else is out recruiting today. Su Gaoyang's voice grew more urgent. I'm at my wit's end. Is there any way to quickly free up the other 9 students stationed in cities with promising candidates? Wang Ryue pondered for a moment, a spark of inspiration in her eyes. How about this, she suggested. We skip the afternoon's mental strength test and directly use the equipment to measure these candidates' mental strength. The deviation between the spiritual power equipment and the Four Directions spirit gathering array is minimal. This way, the other 9 students can quickly get free to help you. That's a great idea. Su Gaoyang's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. But forcibly testing mental strength, could that cause problems? What if Teacher Kong Chen blames us later? Wang Ryue rolled her eyes. Teacher Kong already told you to knock out geniuses upon discovery. Do you think he'd mind you forcibly testing mental strength? You're right. Su Gaoyang realized. Let's do it. I'll contact the others right away. Good. I'll go find the 2 candidates in Mui City. Wang Ryue hung up the phone. 15 minutes later, Wang Ryue stood in front of Lu Chuan's apartment building, patiently waiting for her target. Shortly, a handsome young man with a cheerful demeanor walked out of the building, humming a tune. Wang Ryue nodded to herself, confirming he matched the photo. Just as she took a couple of steps forward, ready to approach, Lu Chuan suddenly stopped and looked at her in surprise. Their eyes met, and in an instant, Lu Chuan turned and bolted, running for his life while shouting, "Help! Help! The cult's lackeys are here again." Wang Ryue was completely taken aback. She stood frozen, holding the mental strength testing device, staring in shock at Lu Chuan's retreating figure. For a moment, she was at a loss, as if this unexpected turn of events had rooted her to the spot. Lu Chuan was on high alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. The 2 previous ambushes by the divine sect, especially the last one that almost cost him his life, made him particularly sensitive on this crucial exam day. After all, a gathering of all the test takers was an ideal target for the divine sect. From the moment he woke up in the morning, Lu Chuan's nerves were stretched taut. So, when he saw a cultivator at the early stage of the Jindan realm, Wang Ryue standing brazenly at the entrance of his building, staring intently at him, panic quickly overwhelmed his rationality. Help! Lu Chuan shouted as he began to run, his voice hoarse with fear. After just a few steps, a deafening sonic boom echoed above the neighborhood. A streak of blue light shot across the sky like a meteor and crashed to the ground. A slender young man, who looked like a gust of wind could knock him over, appeared before Lu Chuan. Surrounded by a blue aura, he pulled Lu Chuan behind him and shouted, "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Then he turned to face the front and bellowed, "Where are the divine sect cowards? Come out and face your doom." Standing behind this hero, Lu Chuan wore a peculiar expression. Though the man stood 6 feet tall, he was half as wide as Lu Chuan and looked frail, hardly the image of a protector. "I'm not with the divine sect," Wang Ryue said calmly, walking slowly towards them. The slender man puffed out his chest and questioned righteously, "If you're not with the divine sect, how can you prove it?" Wang Ryue chuckled and retorted, "If I were with the divine sect, wouldn't it be easy to kill this guy?" As she spoke, she released a powerful aura characteristic of the Jindan stage. Lu Chuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his toes. Looking down, He realized that the hero in front of him had stepped back in fear and stomped on his foot. Lu Chuan sighed inwardly. This guy is just a paper tiger. The slender man's voice wavered as he stammered. Then who are you? Wang Ryue stopped about 2 meters from them and said coolly, it doesn't matter who I am. I have no intention of harming Lu Chuan. I just need to examine him. Lu Chuan quickly interjected. No way. You need to prove your identity first. Otherwise, this protector of students on their exam day won't let you do anything. The slender man twitched nervously at the corner of his eye, then turned and whispered to Lu Chuan, bro, she really doesn't look like she's with the divine sect. Besides, she's not bad looking, just a bit on the plump side. Why don't you just go along with her? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chuan and the slender man locked eyes, both filled with terror. The air seemed to freeze as a chilling voice came from behind them. Who did you just call plump? Ah, the slender man couldn't hold out any longer. He screamed and ran off. Wang Ryue's figure turned into a terrifying red flash and chased after him. Lu Chuan stood frozen, watching Wang Ryue's retreating figure, and shivered. He thought to himself, women are terrifying. Meanwhile, at the examination monitoring hall of Yuanwu City's education department, a fierce battle over admission quotas was taking place. A young man in a yellow long robe with slightly dark hair, namely Zhengpeng, looked at Su Gaoyang and the 7 students behind him, laughing. Su Gaoyang, only 8 of you from Yuanwu campus showed up. Do you really think you can compete with our 16? Behind him stood 15 others, all wearing identical robes. Su Gaoyang gritted his teeth and said, Li Zhengpeng, don't be so arrogant. The rest of our Yuanwu campus team will be here soon. It's not certain who will win or lose then. In fact, Yuanwu campus had sent a total of 17 people to handle the admissions work for Yuanwu prefecture. Besides Su Gaoyang, the others were spread across different prefectures. However, 9 of them had found candidates with spiritual power levels above 950 in their respective areas and couldn't come immediately. They needed to complete the spiritual power measurements for those prodigies before they could provide support. Li Zhengpeng sneered. Heh, I'll be waiting for you then. Li Zhengpeng stood in the center of the surveillance hall, a smug smile on his face. He glanced at the clock on the wall and said, it's 1 p.m. now. The exam starts at 2, and we'll have the mental strength results by 6. He gave Su Gaoyang a meaningful look. I hope your classmate can get here by 5, so we don't waste any time. He paced forward, continuing to boast. Yuanwu City is impressive. Just this morning, 30 candidates met the admission criteria in the spiritual power test. 2 of them even hit the 999 spiritual power limit. Excitement sparkled in Li Zhengpeng's eyes. I wonder how many more freshmen will meet the standards this afternoon? Suddenly, his tone shifted to one of mockery. Too bad though. No matter how many new students there are, they all end up in our Sifang City campus. Your Yuanwu campus doesn't stand a chance. He drawled out the words, Tisk, TSK, Yuanwu campus, and even the candidates from Yuanwu prefecture are coming to our Sifang City campus. How amusing, truly amusing. Su Gaoyang was about to retort when his classmate quickly pulled him back, whispering, hold on. Li Zhengpeng just wants to provoke you. Don't fall for it. Wait until the others arrive. Su Gaoyang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He glared at Li Zhengpeng before turning away to continue waiting. Just then, his communicator buzzed. It was Wang Ryue calling. He answered immediately. Hello, Wang Ryue, are you here? Wang Ryue's voice was low and urgent. Su Gaoyang. Right now, immediately, send someone to Mai City under the jurisdiction of Pingyuan City. There's a student here with a spiritual power of 999 and a mental strength over 300. But I'm in a bit of trouble and can't knock him out. I need help. Su Gaoyang was stunned by the astonishing scores. This was undoubtedly the top candidate for this year's Yuanwu Prefecture entrance exam. He quickly masked his shock and pretended to be calm, loudly saying, What? You can't find the place? Honestly, I'll come out and guide you. Wait there. Still on the phone, Su Gaoyang hurried out of the surveillance hall. The room fell silent as the Sifang City campus students, including Li Zhengpeng, watched him suspiciously. 5 seconds later, Li Zhengpeng frowned and followed him out. 3 more Sifang City campus students trailed after him. Realizing the situation, the remaining 7 Yuanwu campus students hesitated before rushing out of the hall as well. High above, Li Zhengpeng used a flying spell to pursue Su Gaoyang relentlessly. Su Gaoyang, don't run, he shouted angrily. Su Gaoyang's face changed dramatically. Why are you chasing me? Li Zhengpeng didn't slow down. You have the nerve to ask. What are you up to? Thinking quickly, Su Gaoyang yelled. I'm going to the bathroom. Do you really have to chase me for that? Are all Sifang City campus students this shameless? With that, he suddenly accelerated, trying to shake off his pursuers. Li Zhengpeng sneered. Are you kidding? Weren't you a Sifang City campus student just 3 days ago? Besides, when have the students of Sifang Immortal University ever cared about shame? Castle of Mai. Lu Chuan gazed at the bruised and battered, yet defiant, thin man before him, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. The man was desperately holding up a blue barrier, fiercely resisting the attacks from outside. Today was supposed to be a significant day for Lu Chuan. It was the day of the Gaokao, China's national college entrance exam. However, events had taken an unexpected turn. First, he encountered a powerful woman who seemed to be part of some mysterious sect but insisted on examining him. Then, a thin man descended from the sky, claiming he was there to ensure the security of the exam site. Initially, the man put on a brave front as if he were about to rescue Lu Chuan from a dire situation, but he soon revealed his cowardly nature. The man was evidently intimidated by the woman and tried to persuade Lu Chuan not to resist. In an unfortunate slip of the tongue, he called the woman fat, which infuriated her. Enraged, she beat him up until he was black and blue, leaving him sprawled on the ground. After dealing with the man, the woman took out a device to test spiritual power and approached Lu Chuan. Fearing further consequences, Lu Chuan complied. Just as the device started, the man, who had been beaten to a pulp, suddenly sprang up, interrupting the test and attempting to whisk Lu Chuan away. The woman was not about to let this slide and chased after them to continue teaching the man a lesson. In a moment of desperation, the man pulled out a peculiar scroll and activated it with his spiritual power. The scroll transformed into a blue barrier, protecting both him and Lu Chuan. The standoff continued. The thin man strained to maintain the barrier, while the woman, after making a phone call, began to attack it relentlessly. Lu Chuan stood inside the barrier, utterly bewildered. After a long silence, Lu Chuan cautiously spoke up. "Hey brother, if you can't hold on any longer, maybe we should just surrender. She doesn't seem like a bad person." "No way." The thin man refused firmly, gritting his teeth. "That little vixen. She beat me up. I can't let her win. The more she wants something, the more I won't let her have it." Seeing the sweat on the man's forehead, Lu Chuan worriedly said, "But you look exhausted. Are you sure you can keep this up?" The thin man confidently replied, "Don't worry. This barrier is from a golden core stage defensive formation. She's only at the initial stage of golden core. She can't break it alone." "Oh," Lu Chuan responded, understanding. Then, he seemed to notice something and squinted up at the sky. He nudged the thin man and asked, "What are those things in the sky?" The thin man looked up and his face turned pale. "Damn it, that little vixen can't break it alone, so she's called for backup." A loud whooshing sound filled the air. From dozens of meters high, about 30 beams of light streaked across the sky, rapidly approaching. In no time, a group of young people, each radiating strong spiritual power, landed in front of the barrier. Suppressing his laughter, Lu Chuan rubbed his twitching face and asked, "Brother, are we still resisting?" The thin man sniffled and said helplessly, "What's the point of resisting now? Unless they're here for some other reason." At that moment, a young man named Su Gaoyang landed and quickly ran toward the woman. "Wang Riyue," he asked in a low voice, "what's the situation?" Wang Riyue briefly explained. The spiritual power value wasn't accurately measured because it was interrupted halfway by this thin guy. He's been using a golden core stage defensive formation to protect Lu Chuan. I couldn't break through it, so I called you for help. Afterward, Wang Riyue glanced at the others and asked, "What's with them?" Su Gaoyang smiled wryly and explained, "When you called me, they sensed something was off and followed. But it's fine. The other 8 students have already completed their spiritual power measurements and conveyed Yuanwu University's intentions to those who meet the admission criteria. Including you, we now have 17 people, while they only have 16. Wang Riyue nodded and succinctly replied, "Got it." Lu Chuan stood there, utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation before him. He waved his hand slightly and asked apologetically, "Excuse me, but who are you guys and what do you want?" "I have to continue my college entrance exams this afternoon. Can I leave early?" Just as he finished speaking, 2 men with smiling faces appeared in front of him, extending their hands simultaneously. "Hello, I'm Su Gaoyang." "Hello, I'm Li Zhengpeng." Lu Chuan looked at the 2 outstretched hands in front of him and, feeling helpless, extended both of his hands to shake theirs. "Nice to meet you, I'm Lu Chuan. Pleasure to meet you. I'm from the Yuanqing campus of Sifang Immortal University." "Pleasure to meet you. I'm from the Sifang City campus of Sifang Immortal University." They spoke so quickly and simultaneously that it was dizzying. Lu Chuan, feeling a headache coming on, decided to get straight to the point. "Why don't we cut to the chase? I really need to take my exam this afternoon. I'm not lying. Here's my exam admission ticket." Hee hee. The 2 men chuckled simultaneously. "Don't worry, whether or not you take the exam this afternoon, Sifang Immortal University will admit you." "Stop copying me." Su Gaoyang finally couldn't hold it in any longer and glared at Li Zhengpeng. Li Zhengpeng gritted his teeth and retorted, "You're the one copying me. I'm just following the admissions handbook." "So am I." Su Gaoyang said angrily. Humph. They both snorted simultaneously. Lu Chuan watched this scene speechlessly. Just as he was about to say something, Li Zhengpeng crossed his arms and said to Su Gaoyang, "At Sifang Immortal University, we solve problems with reason." Before he could finish, 15 students from the Sifang City campus quickly lined up behind Li Zhengpeng. Su Gaoyang sneered, "I agree." Wu's 16 students from the Yuancheng campus appeared instantly, standing behind Su Gaoyang, facing off against the Sifang City students. Lu Chuan was dumbfounded by the spectacle before him. He thought, "What is this? Lining up in front of me so neatly? Are they here to welcome me, or to have a debate?" First speaker, second speaker, third speaker, all the way to the 17th speaker? As Lu Chuan's mind raced with wild thoughts, Li Zhengpeng suddenly cleared his throat. "Since we're both here for Lu Chuan, let's settle this with a competition. The loser must not bother Lu Chuan for a month. Deal." Su Gaoyang responded sternly, his fists glowing with runic light as he lunged at Li Zhengpeng. "You're attacking me!" Li Zhengpeng shouted, charging forward to grapple with Su Gaoyang. The other students were not to be outdone and joined the fray. In the blink of an eye, 33 students from Sifang Immortal University were brawling in front of Lu Chuan. Dust flew, spiritual energy surged, runes flickered, and the air was filled with the sounds of chaos. Lu Chuan stood there, staring blankly at the melee, his mind racing. Are these really students from Sifang Immortal University, the top institution of the Huaxia Alliance? Shouldn't they be exuding a sense of grace and dignity, looking extraordinary and serene? Instead, they start fighting at the drop of a hat? This is so chaotic. Damn, this is exactly my kind of place. 30 minutes later, 33 students from the two campuses of Sifang Xian University were sprawled out on the floor of Lu Chuan's apartment complex, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. The intense battle they had just finished had nearly drained their spiritual energy, leaving them lying on the ground to recover. Students from the Sifang Chang campus proudly discussed their 3 mid-stage golden core fighters, while those from the Yuanwu campus boasted about how they had managed to bridge the power gap with just one extra participant. Although no one had aimed to kill, both sides had used techniques that consumed a lot of spiritual energy, leaving them too exhausted to even stand. "So, who won this time?" a girl with a pink hairpin weakly asked. Li Zhengpeng immediately retorted, "Of course, we from Sifang Chang campus won. We had one fewer person and still managed to draw." Su Gaoyang struggled to his feet and angrily replied, "That's nonsense. We clearly had the upper hand. You barely have any spiritual energy left, and you still claim you had the upper hand? It's obviously a draw." Li Zhengpeng countered, "I'll show you a draw. Take this punch." Su Gaoyang swung his fist. "Ah, my handsome face," Li Zhengpeng screamed. In the blink of an eye, everyone who had been lying on the ground got back up and started fighting again. Fists flew, spiritual energy surged, and the ground of the complex trembled slightly. In the midst of this chaos, Lu Chuan and the thin man who had been trembling earlier had vanished. The scene shifts to the front gate of the Gaokao Examination Center in my city. The thin man looked at Lu Chuan in confusion and asked, "Brother, I don't get it. I understand why I wanted to run, but why did you?" Lu Chuan pointed at the exam hall and replied matter-of-factly, "Because I need to take the Gaokao." "Now I'm even more confused." The thin man scratched his head. "They were all fighting over you. What's the point of you taking the Gaokao?" Lu Chuan smiled and explained, "It's different. If I really listened to them and skipped the exam this afternoon, then after the Gaokao, the only university I could apply to would be Sifang Xian University, and I would owe them a favor. I don't like being indebted to anyone. I might not choose another Xian University, but I still want the freedom to choose." The thin man widened his eyes and said earnestly, "Brother, you've got character. Let's get to know each other. I'm Li Feiyan. I'm currently a student at Yuanwu Xian University, but in a couple of months, I'll be at the Yuanwu campus of Sifang Xian University." He extended his right hand. Lu Chuan shook his hand and was about to speak when he glanced at his watch. "Oh no, only 15 minutes left. We'll talk later." He dashed towards the exam hall. Li Feiyan watched Lu Chuan's retreating figure and waved, wanting to say more. "Hey, at least leave a contact." An hour later, back at Lu Chuan's apartment complex. By this time, the 33 students were utterly spent. Not only had they exhausted their spiritual energy, but their mental strength was also drained. They lay on the ground, pale-faced, too tired to even speak, just wanting to close their eyes and sleep. The feeling of complete mental exhaustion was tens of times worse than the fatigue after a long run for ordinary people. Su Gaoyang, barely managing to lie on top of Li Zhengpeng, weakly raised his fist and gasped, "Do you yield?" Li Zhengpeng, half opening his eyes, wrapped his arms around Su Gaoyang's neck to stop him from punching. "I don't." A curly-haired boy from Sifang campus mumbled, "A thrilling fight. Haven't had one like this since the Indofterm exams in our first year." "Yeah, thrilling. Right, no doubt. Miss those first-year days. Soon, This topic gained everyone's approval. However, their reminiscing was abruptly interrupted by a loud shout. Thrilling? This is a residential area. Who allowed you to fight here? Suddenly, a powerful yet cool spiritual force descended from the sky. Su Gaoyang and the others felt this force and immediately snapped out of their exhausted state, quickly sitting up and looking towards the sky. Suddenly, an elderly man wearing black-framed glasses descended from the sky. He had an elegant demeanor, but his face was filled with anger, clearly in a rage. This was none other than Kong Chun. Su Gaoyang, looking flustered, quickly spoke up, "Professor Kong Chun, please let me explain." "Explain what?" Kong Chun roared, his voice echoing in the air. "Look at what you've done to the students from the Sifang campus. Their spiritual power is depleted. Their mental strength is down by 95%. Kong Chun immediately stepped forward to help Li Zhengpeng up, asking with concern, "Are you okay, student?" Li Zhengpeng weakly responded, "Professor Kong, don't blame them. Their spiritual power and mental strength are also—" He suddenly fell silent. To his surprise, Su Gaoyang and the 17 other students from the Yuanwu campus were standing up again. Though they looked pale, their spiritual power and mental strength had significantly recovered. "Something's not right," Kong Chun said sharply. "It's all their fault. Fighting in a residential area and injuring the Sifang Xian University students." He turned to Li Zhengpeng and said righteously, "When I get back, I will severely punish these rascals. Students, I will now take you to the best healing array in our Yuanwu campus to treat your injuries." Li Zhengpeng wanted to say something, but Kong Chen interrupted him. "No need to be so tough, student. With such serious injuries, you need professional, advanced healing arrays. Come, Professor Kong has the most advanced flying treasure here." Before he finished speaking, Kong Chun waved his hand and summoned a massive white flying boat. With a gentle shake, the boat instantly absorbed Li Zhengpeng and the other students from the Sifang campus. Su Gaoyang and his group stood there, dumbfounded, their faces blank. Kong Chen impatiently shouted, "What are you looking at? Get lost." Su Gaoyang snapped out of it and quickly responded, "Yes, yes, we're leaving right away." He turned to his group, shouting excitedly, "Hurry, hurry, let's go." Back to Yuanwu City. After ensuring the other 16 students were flying towards Yuanwu City, Su Gaoyang turned back, looking at Kong Chun with a flattering smile. "Professor Kong, there's still one more in my city." Kong Chun waved his hand impatiently, cutting him off. "I know. You don't need to worry about Lu Chuan. Now get lost. 17 couldn't beat 16, and you still have the nerve to talk to me." "Yes, yes. We're leaving now." Su Gaoyang, despite being scolded, was overjoyed and quickly used his flying spell to head back to Yuanwu City. Meanwhile, inside Kong Chin's flying boat, Li Zhengpeng and his companions lay sprawled out, staring blankly at the sky, eyes filled with despair. They realized they had fallen into a meticulously designed trap, yet at this moment, they were powerless to resist. At 6 p.m., the piercing sound of the Indo-Fexum whistle broke the silence of the examination hall. "The exam is over. Please stop writing," the invigilator announced with a sigh of relief, then instructed all students to stand up and prepare to hand in their papers. The students stood by their seats, turning their heads in unison to look out the window. The evening sky was slightly dim, with a few streaks of twilight appearing on the distant horizon. The world outside was unusually quiet, with only the rustling of leaves and the gentle breeze breaking the silence. The college entrance exam was finally over. A complex mix of emotions filled the students. There was a sense of relief, yet also confusion about the future. They had spent the first 17 years of their lives preparing for this moment, and now that their goal was achieved, they were unsure of what to do next. Lu Chuan curiously observed his classmates, puzzled as to why they were all staring out the window. He looked around and saw nothing special, shook his head, and then left the examination hall after handing in his paper. Unlike the others, Lu Chuan did not feel anxious or lost because he didn't have to worry about his future. 2 campuses of Sifang Xian University had been fiercely competing for him, and he only needed to choose the one offering the best deal. Lu Chuan jogged out of the exam center and saw Lu Zhiyong and others waiting outside. "Lu Chuan, how did it go?" Lu Zhiyong asked with a smile. "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. Everything went smoothly. I filled up the entire exam paper," Lu Chuan replied confidently. As they chatted and laughed, Li's father approached and asked, "Lu Chuan, have you seen Yi? Why hasn't she come out yet?" Only then did Lu Chuan realize that Jiang Yi and Hu Mingyin had already left the exam hall before him, but Li Yi and Hu Fifan were nowhere to be seen. He turned to look at the exam hall entrance and saw something that left him stunned. Among the bustling crowd of students, Li Yi and Hu Fifan were walking hand in hand. Lu Chuan's eyes widened, and his jaw nearly dropped. However, the intimate gesture lasted only a moment before the two quickly let go of each other's hands. Li Yi nodded gently to Hu Fifan and then jogged towards the waiting group. Lu Chuan quickly turned back, and saw that Li Yi's father was engrossed in a conversation with Jiang Yi's father and hadn't noticed the scene. Everyone else seemed calm, except for Lu Zhiyong, who had also witnessed the moment and looked surprised. Mr. Lu, I just remembered that my mom asked me to take the meat out of the freezer to defrost. I need to go now. Goodbye, Mr. Lu, goodbye. Uncle Li, goodbye. Uncle Jiang, goodbye. Aunt Hu, goodbye. Jiang Yi, goodbye. Hu Mingyin. Lu Chuan hurriedly said his goodbyes and turned to chase after Hu Fifan. He thought to himself, walking out of the exam hall hand in hand with the school beauty right after the college entrance exam? Isn't that something only a protagonist would experience? He was eager to ask Hu Fifan how he managed it. However, after running a few steps, Lu Chuan collided with someone around a corner. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? He quickly apologized and looked up, only to be surprised. In front of him stood an elderly man with graying hair. Despite his age, he was dressed impeccably, with slightly curly hair and black-rimmed glasses, giving him a dignified and spirited appearance. What astonished Lu Chuan was that although the old man appeared ordinary, he didn't exhibit any noticeable spiritual energy, yet the collision felt like hitting a wall. I'm fine, young man. Do you have something urgent? The old man asked with a smile. This was none other than Kong Chun, who had come specifically to find Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan shook his head. No, I'm okay. Glad to hear that, but I have something to discuss with you, Kong Chun said with a twinkle in his eye. Lu Chuan was puzzled. What do you need to discuss with me? I have other things to do right now. Don't worry, Kong Chun said mysteriously. I believe once you hear what I have to say, you won't be in a hurry to do anything else. Kong Chun smiled as he took a golden badge from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chuan. This is my identification. Lu Chuan's eyes were immediately drawn to the badge, which shimmered with a strange light. He focused on it, noticing the intricate and mysterious patterns etched on its surface, far beyond his understanding. After just 2 or 3 seconds of staring, he felt dizzy and nauseous. Ha ha ha, young people like you shouldn't look at this for too long, Kong Chun said, quickly putting the badge away with a laugh. Anyway, this badge is specially made by the Huaxia Alliance, and no one on Blue Planet dares to counterfeit it. My name is Kong Chun, and I'm an associate professor at Sifang Immortal University's Martial Arts campus. I'm here to talk about admissions. Associate professor at Sifang Immortal University's Martial Arts campus. Here for admissions. Lu Chuan was stunned by the news, instantly forgetting about Hu Fifan, who had been trying to escape. He immediately put on a compliant expression and grinned. Professor Kong, it must have been a long journey for you. Would you like to come to my house for a cup of tea? Seeing Lu Chuan's sudden change in demeanor, Kong Chin's lips curled into a slight smile. Sure, I'll take you up on that, Lu Chuan. Before Lu Chuan could react, he felt a sudden lightness in his body, and the scene around him shifted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were standing at the entrance to his house. Lu Chuan swallowed hard, trying to calm the storm in his heart while maintaining a composed exterior. Ahem, Professor Kong. Your abilities are truly remarkable, he said as he opened the door, inviting. Please, come in. The two of them sat down on the sofa, and Lu Chuan stood up. Professor Kong, please wait here. I'll get you a glass of water. No need for that, Lu Chuan. Time is precious, and we should make the most of it. Kong Chun politely declined with a smile. Oh, Professor Kong, don't be so polite. It's only right for me to serve you a glass of water in my home. If my mom comes back and finds out, she'd scold me for not being a good host, Lu Chuan insisted, quickly heading to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lu Chuan grabbed the spirit-powered kettle and poured out the remaining hot water into the sink, loudly muttering, Oh no, the kettle's out of water. I'll have to boil some more. Professor Kong, it might take 7 or 8 minutes. Back in the living room, Kong Chun couldn't help but laugh. Lu Chuan, no one else from Sifang City campus is coming today. Your stalling won't work. A couple of seconds later, Lu Chuan scratched his head as he walked out of the kitchen, grinning sheepishly. Hee hee. I just remembered, the kettle's broken and can't boil water. I'm really sorry, Professor Kong, for not being a good host. With that, he plopped down on the sofa opposite Kong Chun, smiling foolishly. Hee hee. Kong Chun looked at Lu Chuan, his eye twitching uncontrollably. He thought to himself, this kid is already this shameless before even entering Sifang Immortal University? What will he be like once he's there? In a private room of a restaurant in Yuanwu City, Su Gaoyang and the students from Yuanwu campus were gathered around a dining table, their faces beaming with joy. Su Gaoyang held a form in his hand, cleared his throat, and began to report on this year's admission situation. Everyone, listen up. Su Gaoyang's voice drew everyone's attention. This year, Yuanwu City has 20 candidates who met the admission criteria. We have already communicated our offer to each of them. He paused before continuing. Here's the situation. 3 outright rejected us, stating they wouldn't consider our campus. 4 said they had never heard of Yuanwu campus and needed time to learn more. 10 need to discuss it with their parents, and 3 are ready to apply after hearing about us. Su Gaoyang allowed himself a slight smile of satisfaction. The Sifang City campus lost the competition in Yuanwu City, so they probably won't be causing us any trouble in the coming days. Therefore, we need to focus on winning over those 10 candidates who are still considering. He went on to report, before the Lu Chuan incident, 9 of you found promising students in 9 different cities. Except for Lu Chuan, the others were very enthusiastic about applying. Once they heard about Sifang Immortal University's early invitations, suddenly, Wang Ruyue, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. What about Lu Chuan? As the person responsible for admissions in Pingyuan City, she had only found 2 candidates with qualifying spiritual power levels this morning, and one of them didn't meet the mental power requirement. In reality, she was only responsible for Lu Chuan, so she was particularly concerned. Su Gaoyang scratched his head. Lu Chuan. I reviewed his scores. Spiritual power, 999, mental power 319, ranked first in Yuanwu Prefecture. Teacher Kong Chun went to see him personally, so we don't need to worry about him. The scene shifts to the sofa in Lu Chuan's home in Mui City. Kong Chun, looking earnest, said to Lu Chuan, I've reviewed your scores. Among all the candidates in Yuanwu Prefecture, you rank in the top 5. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. Top 5? That's pretty good. Which position exactly? Kong Chun smiled. You're joking? The exact rankings are confidential. I can only tell you a rough estimate. I see. Lu Chuan seemed deep in thought. Kong Chen continued, Yuanwu Prefecture is a mid-level prefecture. With a student of your caliber, our Yuanwu campus is very eager to have you. By the way, are you familiar with our campus? Lu Chuan nodded. I've read about it on the Cultivators Forum. That's great, Kong Chun said with a smile. In short, we're a newly established, dynamic campus. We hope to attract more outstanding students, which is why I came to see you so quickly. Lu Chuan nodded in understanding. Indeed, having an associate professor visit in person shows your school's sincerity. Hearing this, Kong Chen thought to himself, are you kidding? An associate professor is not dispatched so easily. Under normal circumstances, a lecturer would be good enough for the top 5 in Yuanwu Prefecture, and a guidance-level teacher for the first place at most. If I hadn't checked your file and seen your high spiritual and mental power levels, I wouldn't have come myself. He recalled the astonishing details in Lu Chuan's file, assisting in eliminating a golden core-level beast 2 months ago. A month ago, in an assassination attempt by the Cult of the Gods, he killed a mid-foundation establishment hall master in one strike while still in the Qi refining stage, and held off 5 high-level Qi refining cultivators until reinforcements arrived. Such combat talent was extremely rare in Kong Chen's experience. At this moment, Lu Chuan was also scrutinizing Kong Chen, his mind racing with thoughts. Both were silently calculating, each with their own agenda. He could naturally tell that Kong Chen was probing him when he mentioned being in the top 5. Lu Chuan knew that after taking the 8,000-mile horn, which Xiao Xingxing had spent nearly 3 million to procure, his mental power had shot up to 318. Even if there were some discrepancies between the 4 directions spirit gathering array test results and the spirit power bracelet, his actual score should be above 315. This score could very well be the highest at Yuanwu Academy. Lu Chuan understood Kong Chen's intention. After all, 5th place is still within the top 5, and so is 1st place. Kong Chen was just concerned about asking for too high a price, and thus deliberately lowered his value. Recently, Lu Chuan had browsed a lot of content on the Cultivator Forum and had a preliminary understanding of the ranking system for teachers at the Immortal University. This ranking system originated from the Huaxia Alliance government and, from lowest to highest, included assistant instructor, lecturer, guide, associate professor, and professor. The Huaxia Alliance's standards were extremely strict, not only requiring certain cultivation levels, but also imposing numerous other restrictions. Therefore, professors in this world had much higher prestige compared to his previous life, with each one being a strategic asset of the Huaxia Alliance. As an associate professor, Kong Chun was already a highly ranked figure within 4 Directions Immortal University. His visit to personally recruit a prospective student demonstrated his sincere intentions. Realizing this, Lu Chuan decided to be candid. After thinking for a moment, he said, Professor Kong, may I speak frankly? Kong Chun raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and honestly said, Professor Kong, you've seen my family's situation. We're from a small town, and while we can manage our daily expenses, we don't have the money to support my cultivation. So, I hope to receive some support from the university when I enroll, like scholarships or rewards. Additionally, I'll compare the offers from both Yuanwu campus and Sifang City campus to see which one is better. Kong Chun was momentarily surprised, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you kid, you're straightforward. But I like it. In that case, I'll be direct too. With that, he pulled out a notebook and pen from his pocket, quickly wrote down a few lines, and tore off a page, placing it in front of Lu Chuan. Take a look. This is the best offer I can make. You can wait for Sifang City campus's offer to compare, but I'm confident that mine is the most sincere. After saying this, Kong Chun turned and floated away. leaving behind a parting remark, Lu Chuan. I hope our next meeting will be on the Yuanwu campus. Lu Chuan stood up and waved goodbye at Kong Chin's retreating figure. Ah, goodbye. He then picked up the note Kong Chun had left and began to examine it carefully. High above, Kong Chin swiftly flew towards Yuanwu campus, a broad smile on his face and a sense of immense satisfaction. His confidence stemmed from the fact that after reviewing Lu Chuan's dossier, he had taken it with him. The people at Sifang City campus couldn't see Lu Chuan's past achievements and, therefore, wouldn't be able to offer particularly generous terms. Lu Chuan held the list left by Kong Chun, his eyes scanning over the contents while he still envied Kong Chin's ability to fly at will. Now that's true mastery of flight, he thought to himself. But he quickly calmed his mind and focused on the list of benefits. The enrollment perks promised by Yuanwu campus were as follows. 1. 500 contribution points to Sifang Xian University, worth over 5 million Huaxia currency. 2. Coverage of all weapon forging costs until reaching the Gene Dance stage. 3. Mentorship by a senior instructor. 4. Free access to visualization diagrams below the Yuanying stage at the Cangjing Pavilion. 5. 100 hours of free usage of the Spirit Gathering Room and the Divine Sense Tower. Lu Chuan couldn't help but internally complain. If you're going to leave a list, why number it? Makes it sound like 6 benefits. He carefully analyzed the 5 perks. The 5 million contribution points were undoubtedly the most straightforward benefit. The full coverage of weapon forging costs reminded him of the posts on the Cultivators Forum, where magical artifacts often sold for hundreds of thousands, or even millions. The mentorship by a senior instructor surprised him a bit. Why not an associate professor? Guess I'm not that exceptional after all. As for the visualization diagrams, they were the least useful to him since the beast images on the Starry Sky dining menu were already top-notch. Just as Lu Chuan was weighing the value of these perks, his phone rang. It was a call from Hu Fifan, reminding him of their plan to go out and have fun tonight. Lu Chuan cautiously asked, "Is Li Yi going?" Learning it was an all-guys outing, he immediately perked up. An all-nighter? Indulgence? Count me in. 2 hours later, Lu Chuan stood in an internet cafe, facing a massive spiritual power display and brand new keyboard and mouse, his face full of disappointment. Hu Fifan, this is your idea of an all-nighter? Living it up? Hu Fifan and Zhang Wubin looked innocent, explaining that staying out all night and using these high-end machines at 20 yuan an hour was plenty indulgent. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and pretended to be righteous. You guys have let me down, coming to such a depraved place. I feel dirty, ashamed, and sullied. I need to find a place to wash off this filth. With that, he turned and walked away. Hearing the word wash, Hu Fifan and Zhang Wubin's eyes lit up, and they quickly followed him. 20 minutes later, the 3 young men stood outside a foot massage parlor, pushing and shoving, none daring to go in first. After another 15 minutes, they realized they were just bluffing and sheepishly left the scene. Half an hour later, they were back at the internet cafe as if nothing had happened. The 3 of them finally arrived at a roadside barbecue stand. The skewers on the grill sizzled, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan and his friends ordered a huge pile of barbecue and 3 large cases of beer. They threw their heads back and shouted excitedly, "Damn it, we finally graduated. Now we can drink legally. We're adults now. Yeah, I'm going to college, and am going to date girls openly. Tonight, 1 case each. Whoever can't finish is a loser. I can drink all this beer by myself." As time passed, their shouts gradually grew quieter. The night deepened, and the magical streetlights shone as bright as day. Under the lights, the once spirited high school graduates had turned into drunken messes, clinging to the lamp posts and vomiting. Of the 3 cases of beer, 2.5 were still untouched. Meanwhile, similar scenes were unfolding all over Mai City. Students who had just finished their college entrance exams were celebrating in various ways. It was a farewell to their high school years, a cry against the uncertainties of the future, and a justified release of their youthful energy now freed from academic burdens. As Lu Chuan and his friends reveled in their youthful exuberance, a different scene was unfolding in Yuanwu City at Yuanwu Immortal Academy. With a curved blade in hand, Lu Guangyan resolutely walked towards a gigantic portal of light. He was accompanied by many others, all prepared to step into the unknown dangers. An older teacher stood in front of the portal, his voice booming as he addressed the crowd. An hour ago, the stellar path expanded significantly again, and the enemy's forces have increased by 30%. The governor's office is already drafting reinforcements. Now, all disciples and teachers at the Golden Core stage or above, please enter to assist. His gaze suddenly fixed on 2 students trying to sneak in. You 2 in black over there, do you think I can't tell you're only at the late foundation establishment stage? Get back and keep cultivating. Come back when you reach the Golden Core stage. Beside Lu Guangyan, a square-faced teacher in his 30s smiled and asked, Xiao Lu, didn't you just enter the stellar path last time? You don't have to go this time. Lu Guangyan returned the smile. I need the money. Plus, you went in last time too. Why are you here again? The square-faced teacher sighed. I need the money too. The two exchanged a knowing look and chuckled. One by one, dozens of people entered the portal. With a thunderous rumble, the massive portal slowly closed. The campus of Yuanwu Immortal Academy was once again engulfed in darkness and silence, as if nothing had happened. The next morning, Lu Chuan woke up in his bedroom, feeling a bit groggy. The memories of last night's drinking session were still fresh. He had planned to down 3 crates of beer with Hu Fifin and Zhang Wubin, but the two of them were hugging a lamppost and throwing up after barely finishing 1.5 bottles. Lu Chuan could have kept drinking, but seeing them in such a sorry state made him start dry heaving as well. He recalled hearing about the relationship between alcohol tolerance and mental strength. Zhang Wubin's mental strength was only around 40, and although Hu Fifin had made significant progress before the exams, he barely reached 100 during the college entrance exam, far below Lu Chuan's 319. No wonder they almost lost consciousness last night, and it was Lu Chuan who had to hail cabs to get them home one by one. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from his stomach, and Lu Chuan looked down at his abdomen helplessly. The barbecue from the street vendor last night was made from ordinary farm-raised beast meat, lacking bloodline power and spiritual energy, and it couldn't satisfy his energy needs at all. Closing his eyes, Lu Chuan focused on the starry food list in his mind. He muttered, "Still no growth?" The parts of the barbarian bull diagram that were unlocked still only included 4 hooves and 1 horn, distributed across 5 small areas. Despite working hard for over a month, spending more than 600,000 on meat and nearly 3 million on a barbarian bull horn, 99 of the image remained shrouded. This is just a bottomless pit, Lu Chuan sighed as he started getting dressed. At that moment, his mother's voice came from outside the door. "Xiao Chuan, are you up?" "Yes, I'm up," Lu Chuan quickly responded, hastily finishing getting dressed before stepping out. "What's up, Mom?" His mother smiled and explained, "Your phone has been ringing for a while. I answered it for you because I didn't want it to wake you. It was instructor Li Lianxiang from the Cultivation Bureau, asking if you were still interested in training in combat spells after the exams. If you are, he wants you to meet him this afternoon." "Of course, I'm going," Lu Chuan replied without hesitation. "Then come have breakfast. You'll need to head out after you eat," his mother said, pointing to the dining table. Lu Chuan exclaimed, "Wow, this looks amazing." His mother explained, "Your uncle Kue sent this meat over to celebrate the end of your exams. He also mentioned it was from the zoo director. Xiao Chuan, do you know the director of the beast zoo?" "Huh. No, I don't. Maybe they're just good friends," Lu Chuan replied vaguely as he hurried to freshen up. After washing up, mother and son sat down to enjoy breakfast. As they ate, his mother asked, "Xiao Chuan, have you decided which Immortal University you want to apply to?" Aunt Lu mentioned that the cutoff score for Yuanwu Immortal University has dropped a lot this year. Her son is planning to apply there. "Huh. Mom, which Aunt Lu? I don't remember you knowing anyone with a kid who could get into an Immortal University," Lu Chuan asked, puzzled. His mother chuckled and scolded, "Silly boy. She's my colleague's sister. Last month, I told my colleague you might get into an Immortal University, but we don't know much about them, so I wanted to find someone to consult." She introduced her sister, whose child is also applying to an Immortal University this year, so we could exchange information. After all, not many people get into Immortal Universities. At this point, a hint of pride flashed in his mother's eyes. Lu Chuan nodded silently, focusing on the delicious food in front of him. Ever since his promotion, Lu Tiankue had indeed treated him well. This time, the meat sent by Director Lu was from high bloodline beasts, rich and plentiful, quickly alleviating his accumulated hunger. He vaguely noticed a pattern. Every time he unlocked a part of the beast diagram corresponding to the beast's body, his appetite would increase significantly. At the same time, the accumulation speed of his spiritual energy would also accelerate. If his spiritual energy value wasn't capped at the Qi refining limit of 999, it would probably already be around 1150. Take it slow, take it slow." Lu Chuan's mother watched with a beaming smile as her son devoured his meal, the food disappearing from his bowl at a visible speed. She gently patted his shoulder and asked softly, "You haven't told me yet, which Immortal University are you planning to apply to?" "Before the college entrance exams, your father and I didn't want to pressure you, so we never asked. Now that the exams are over, you should tell us." She added with a hint of anticipation, "Do you think you have a good chance of getting into Yuanwu Immortal University?" Lu Chuan froze, his chopsticks suspended in midair. He realized that his parents had refrained from asking about his situation to avoid putting pressure on him. A wave of guilt washed over him. Swallowing his food, he hesitated for a moment before deciding not to reveal too much to his parents just yet. If he were to tell them the truth that he could be the top candidate for Yuanwu Prefecture, they might think he was crazy. He mumbled, "Well, I'm not really sure, but I think I have a decent chance." "Really?" Lu Chuan's mother exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy. "I heard that last year, 3 students from your school got into Yuanwu Immortal University, and the rest went to less prestigious ones." You're amazing, son. Hee hee. Lu Chuan chuckled awkwardly. Actually, a lot of students from our school did well this year, and UNWU Immortal University lowered their admission scores. Even Zhang Wubin is planning to apply. Zhang Wubin? Is he that dark-skinned boy? His mother tried to recall. Yes, Lu Chuan nodded. What about Hu Fifan? His mother wasn't too familiar with Zhang Wubin, but had a strong impression of Hu Fifan, so she immediately asked about him. Hu Fifan is planning to apply to Shangjiao Immortal University, Lu Chuan answered truthfully. Oh, Shangjiao Immortal University? Isn't that in the Demon City? That's so far from home. His mother muttered, frowning. Yes, Lu Chuan replied, standing up. I'm done, Mom. Sit down. His mother glared at him, playfully scolding. Tell me honestly, which immortal university are you planning to apply to, or you can't leave? Lu Chuan reluctantly sat back down, his escape attempt foiled. Mom, the exam results will be out in 3 days. After that, we have 7 days to fill out our applications. Why are you in such a rush? Well, his mother explained awkwardly, it's mainly because your Aunt Lu has been bragging non-stop about her son, definitely getting into UNWU Immortal University. Lu Chuan's eye twitched as he thought, so you're just eager to brag to others. Meanwhile, in a high-end residential area of UNWU City, a significant meeting was taking place. Su Gaoyang walked briskly ahead, leading a middle-aged man in a black suit. As they walked, Su Gaoyang introduced, Mr. Zhang, up ahead is Feng Huan's home. Feng Huan graduated from UNWU City High School. Based on his past performance, he was a strong contender for the top spot in UNWU Prefecture, but then Lu Chuan came out of nowhere. Now, he's ranked second in UNWU Prefecture. However, his spiritual power score of 999 and mental strength score of 298 are still quite impressive. The middle-aged man smiled at Su Gaoyang. Thank you, Su. I'll carefully consider what level of preferential treatment to offer him. With that, his expression turned serious as he reached out to ring the doorbell of the villa in front of them. Student Feng Huan. Mr. Feng, let me introduce myself first. I am the guidance counselor at the UNWU campus of Sifang Xian University. My surname is Li. Li Xiujie sat in the luxurious living room of Feng Huan's villa, his gaze sweeping over the father and son seated closely on the leather sofa. The father was tall, with a square face and straight nose, exuding an air of authority. The son, Feng Huan, still had a youthful appearance, but a barely noticeable coldness and resentment flickered in his eyes. Mr. Li. Hello. Feng Huan's father stood up immediately, greeting him warmly. I didn't expect a counselor of your caliber to visit us in person. It's truly an honor. Mr. Feng, you're too kind, Li Xiujie replied with a smile, deftly steering the conversation toward Feng Huan. You have raised your son well. If it weren't for Feng Huan's excellent performance in the college entrance exam, the university wouldn't have sent me here. Feng Huan's father laughed heartily, patting his son's shoulder. You're right, son. If you have any thoughts, feel free to discuss them with Mr. Li. Yes, Feng Huan. Li Xiujie chimed in, taking a document from his briefcase. Sifang Xian University has prepared special privileges for outstanding students like you. Here's the list. Please take a look. However, Feng Huan didn't even glance at the document. He stared directly at Li Xiujie, his tone icy. Mr. Li, these conditions don't matter because our family isn't short on money. I have one condition. If you agree to it, I'll immediately apply to the UNWU campus. Li Xiujie's smile stiffened slightly. Oh, what condition? Let's hear it. Feng Huan looked Li Xiujie straight in the eye and said, my father used his connections to check my college entrance exam results. He found out I was second, but he couldn't find out who was first because that information is protected. If you can tell me who took my place as the top scorer for UNWU campus, I'll agree to apply. Li Xiujie's smile froze. Meanwhile, at the training ground behind the cultivation bureau, a flash of green light flickered. Lu Chuan moved swiftly across the field, pursued by a 2-meter-tall dummy that spat out 3 or 4 fireballs every 5 seconds. Yet, Lu Chuan always managed to dodge the fiery projectiles at the last moment, displaying incredible agility. Outside the field, Li Lianxiang watched with a satisfied smile. In just over a month, he's mastered the wind technique. Excellent. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan burst out of the training ground, exhilarated. Instructor Li, I've mastered the wind technique. Li Lianxiang stepped forward, giving Lu Chuan a hearty pat on the shoulder. Congratulations. To break through right after the college entrance exam is impressive. From the time you started practicing the wind technique until now, it's been less than 2 months. Among all the people I've trained, you have the best talent. And of course, you work the hardest. Lu Chuan looked up at Li Lianxiang, puzzled. Instructor Li, why do you sound so sentimental? Shouldn't you be explaining how to achieve the perfect realm of the wind technique? Li Lianxiang was momentarily at a loss for words and tried to change the subject. Well, Lu Chuan, mastering combat techniques isn't just about movement skills. How about learning fireball technique? I can teach you. Lu Chuan eyed Li Lianxiang suspiciously. Instructor Li, why are you changing the subject? The wind technique has 4 stages: beginner, proficient, mastered, and perfect. I'm only at the mastered stage. I haven't even started on perfect yet. Li Lianxiang coughed awkwardly and tried to divert the conversation again. Well, Lu Chuan, isn't it almost time for dinner? How about having a meal at our cultivation bureau? Let me tell you, our cafeteria's food is top-notch. Instructor, Lu Chuan interrupted, showing Li Lianxiang the time on his phone screen. It's 3 in the afternoon. Do you guys eat dinner this early at the cultivation bureau? Are you going to teach me the secrets of reaching the perfect realm of the wind technique or not? Li Lianxiang's eye twitched, and he sighed in resignation. Don't ask, don't ask. Lu Chuan fell silent for a moment, then said thoughtfully, I get it. Quickly changing the subject, Lu Chuan feigned curiosity and asked, Instructor Li, I'm really interested in the golden light technique. What exactly is this obstacle-type spell like? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Li Lianxiang's eyes, but he soon gave a reassuring smile. Clearing his throat, he began to explain in detail. As his clear voice echoed through the training ground, Lu Chuan listened intently while inwardly grumbling. These middle-aged men, they just can't admit when they don't know something. They always have to beat around the bush. After the college entrance exams, Lu Chuan's life didn't change much. He still didn't need to attend classes. During the day, he would go to the cultivation bureau to practice spells with Li Lianxiang, and at night, he would try to cultivate using the Ling Vortex technique. Just like that, 3 days flew by, and the day for the exam results to be announced finally arrived. At 11:59 p.m. on the 3rd night, Lu Chuan sat in front of his computer, his fingers hovering over the mouse, ready to refresh the page and check his results. However, he knew in his heart that he wasn't really waiting for the scores themselves, but for something else. Midnight, the webpage crashed. 001, the webpage crashed. 002, the webpage crashed. 003, the webpage continued to crash. 004, the webpage was still down. At 005, the class group chat suddenly exploded. Lu Zhiyong sent a message. Classmates, the website seems to have crashed. I just received a score list for Pingyuan City. It only shows rankings, not specific scores. I've posted it in the group, so check it out yourselves. A few seconds later, Lu Chuan's phone rang loudly. As soon as he picked up, he heard Hu Fifin's voice, almost breaking with excitement. Chuan, you're incredible. Immediately, Lu Chuan's phone started buzzing non-stop, with countless congratulatory messages flooding in. Lu Chuan, did you see? You're first in Pingyuan City. Oh my god. Lu Chuan, you're unbeatable. Lu Chuan, Li Yi is only 5th, and you're first. However, Lu Chuan frowned as he stared at the message Lu Zhiyong had posted in the group, feeling quite displeased. He thought to himself, what is teacher Lu doing? Scores are supposed to be private. Why did he post the entire Pingyuan City ranking in the group? Now everyone knows him first in Pingyuan City. The more Lu Chuan thought about it, the angrier he got, muttering to himself, if that's the case, why not just post the entire Yuanwu Prefecture ranking too? Let everyone know I'm first in Yuanwu Prefecture as well. Seriously. Humph. The next morning, Lu Chuan's mother, Song Huiqin, wearing an apron, had just finished making breakfast and was about to wake him up. Suddenly, Lu Chuan's door opened on its own, and he walked out with his head held high, dressed in formal attire. Song Huiqin looked at her son in surprise. Xiao Chuan, why are you up so early today? And why are you dressed so formally? Clearing his throat and looking quite proud, Lu Chuan replied, Ms. Song, I officially inform you that our family may have a very distinguished guest visiting today. Please be prepared. A distinguished guest? Song Huiqin rolled her eyes at Lu Chuan as she set the table. How distinguished? More important than the lord of my city? Lu Chuan blinked confidently. Definitely much more distinguished than Lord Lei. Last time, Vice Professor Kong Chan mentioned that on the day the college entrance exam results are released, representatives from Sifang Immortal University, Sifang City campus, would visit. The Yuanwu campus sent a vice professor, so at least a senior advisor should come from Sifang City campus, right? Song Huiqin laughed. Stop bragging and come eat before it gets cold. She pointed to the dining table, and Lu Chuan had no choice but to sit down and start eating. As they began to eat, Song Huiqin asked, Xiao Chuan, the college entrance exam results came out last night, right? How did you do? Which immortal university are you planning to apply to? Lu Chuan sighed. I told you, guests will be visiting soon, and they're all top university professors. Song Huiqin interrupted. Stop joking around. Your parents aren't grand cultivators. How could they have a son who can get into a top immortal university? I'd be happy if you could just get into Yuanwu Immortal University. Just tell me if you can get into Yuanwu Immortal University. Lu Chuan simply replied, yes. Song Huiqin breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. My son is amazing. Lu Chuan wanted to explain further, but Song Huiqin had already picked up her phone, excitedly sending a voice message to her friend. Xiao Lu, my son said he could get into a better immortal university than Yuanwu, but to take care of me, he'll stay at Yuanwu. Your son and mine will be schoolmates. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Is this the home of Lu Chuan? Song Huiqin patted Lu Chuan on the shoulder. Xiao Chuan, is that your classmate? Go answer the door. Lu Chuan looked hesitant. Mom, should I really go? Go on, go on. Song Huiqin continued messaging, waving him off absent-mindedly. Lu Chuan sighed, thinking, before the exams, I was the family's treasure. After the exams, I'm just extra. He opened the door and saw two people standing there. Behind was a young man, one of the university students who had a fight in the neighborhood on the day of the exams. In front stood a woman in her 30s, wearing high-heeled boots and a blazer, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. The woman extended her hand to Lu Chuan. You must be Lu Chuan. I'm advisor you from the Sifang Immortal University's Sifang City campus. The young man behind her also greeted with a smile. Hello, Lu Chuan. It's good to see you again. I'm Li Zhangpeng. Lu Chuan responded enthusiastically. Advisor you, hello? Brotherly, hello? Please come in. He thought to himself. As expected, an advisor. Although it's not as impressive as Yuanwu campus sending a vice professor, the level of importance is adequate. Are you teachers from Xianda University? Mrs. Lu quickly put down her work and hurried to the door when she realized it wasn't Lu Chuan. Her face lit up with a warm smile as she greeted them enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Lu Chuan's mother. Still wearing her apron, Mrs. Lu shook hands with Instructor Yu and then turned to Lu Chuan with a playful scolding. This child? He knew you were coming today but didn't tell me in advance. Now I'm meeting guests looking all shabby. Lu Chuan shrugged helplessly and defended himself. Mom, I've told you so many times, but you just wouldn't believe me. The group moved to the living room. Lu Chuan sat on the couch, his legs tightly together and his hands nervously clasped between them, looking shy and tense. Instructor Yu sat across from him, while Li Zhangpeng stood beside the couch. The two exchanged a glance, a hint of satisfaction in their eyes. From their experience, the more shy and well-behaved the candidate, the less likely they were to refuse and the easier they were to persuade. With a smile, Instructor Yu began, Lu Chuan, you should be quite aware of our purpose. We want to invite you to apply to the Sifang City campus of Xianda University. Given your excellent exam results, we've prepared some special benefits for you. Hearing this, Lu Chuan felt a surge of joy and thought to himself that this teacher was straightforward and to the point. He immediately asked, so, what kind of conditions can the Sifang City campus offer me? Instructor Yu signaled, Shaoli, show Lu Chuan the list. Li Zhangpeng promptly took out a piece of paper and respectfully handed it to Lu Chuan. He took it and began to read carefully. The list detailed the Sifang City campus's enrollment promises. 1. A total of 20 million Huaxia currency for elixir funds, magical artifact funds, and spiritual food funds. 2. Free use of visualization diagrams below the Golden Core stage in the Sutra Pavilion. 3. 50 hours of free use of the Spirit Gathering Room and the Divine Sense Tower. As Lu Chuan looked at the list, he fell into deep thought. He weighed the conditions. Kong Chen's offer included covering all weapon forging costs before reaching the Golden Core stage, apprenticeship under a guiding teacher, an additional 50 hours of Spirit Gathering Room and Divine Sense Tower usage, and visualization diagrams from the Golden Core to Nascent Soul stages. How did these conditions compare to the additional 15 million Huaxia currency offered by the Sifang City campus? To provide some context, Xianda University originally only recruited in Sifang City, the capital of the Huaxia Alliance, and later opened a branch in Yuanwu Prefecture, known as the Yuanwu campus of Xianda University. The original Sifang City campus is now referred to as the Sifang City campus or the Capital campus. Both campuses are part of Xianda University, the top university in the Huaxia Alliance. Yuanwu Prefecture also had its own university, Yuanwu Xianda, where Lu Guangyan originally studied. This Yuanwu Xianda is akin to a provincial university and is not as prestigious. To avoid confusion, it will be referred to as Yuanwu Prefecture State University in the future. Goodbye, Coach Yu. Goodbye, Li Ge. Lu Chuan stood at the entrance of his home, waving with a smile to the two teachers from the Sifang City campus. He watched as Coach Yu and Li Zhangpeng took off into the sky, their figures disappearing into the horizon. Flying is so cool. Lu Chuan sighed enviously before turning to go back inside. He hadn't made a decision yet. Both campuses had their pros and cons, and he needed more information to make an informed choice. The Sifang City campus had a deep heritage, but as Lu Guangyan had mentioned, its factions were deeply entrenched. As a student from a small place, integrating and receiving focused attention might be challenging. On the other hand, the newly established Yuanwu campus, though lacking in heritage, was more progressive. The young teachers there were innovative and daring, and as a local, Lu Chuan was less likely to face exclusion. Back home, Lu Chuan immediately picked up the phone to consult Lu Guangyan. However, the message said, the spirit energy phone you dialed is currently off. Shaking his head, Lu Chuan decided not to bother Lu Guangyan, who seemed to be quite busy lately. Instead, he turned to the cultivator forums for information. Due to access restrictions, Lu Chuan could only browse the local forum of Pingyuan City. After 10 minutes of browsing, he was disappointed to find that most discussions centered on the impact of the Yuanwu campus's establishment, rather than specifics about the campus itself. One recent post caught Lu Chuan's attention. Xifangxian University. I saw several powerful streaks of light flying in the sky today. They look like teachers from Xifang University. It's that time of the year again, the annual student recruitment frenzy. The comment section was buzzing with discussions, mostly speculating about the teachers' prowess and recruitment tactics, but none provided the critical campus information Lu Chuan needed. Just as Lu Chuan was feeling frustrated with the lack of information, there was a knock on the door. Is this Lu Chuan's residence? Unfamiliar voice called out. Curious, Lu Chuan opened the door to find a man and a woman standing outside. The man, in his 30s, had a medium build and wore a loose yellow shirt, his round face beaming with a warm smile. The woman, younger and of average appearance, also looked at Lu Chuan with enthusiasm. Here for recruitment again, Lu Chuan thought, recalling the forum post he had just read. He realized that this kind of enthusiasm might just be a recruitment tactic. Nevertheless, Lu Chuan politely said, hello. Please come in. He stepped aside to let the two visitors enter his home, already planning how to extract more useful information from them. Madame Lu's eyes sparkled with joy when she saw more visitors arriving at their home. She quickly stepped forward, replaced the guest's tea with fresh hot tea, and then found an excuse to retreat to her bedroom. Watching his mother's retreating figure, Lu Chuan felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Though Madame Lu had a strong personality, she never interfered in her son's major life decisions. Lu Chuan, the middle-aged man on the sofa, began directly. I am Zhang Lin, a senior advisor from Shangjiao Xinda University. You probably know why I'm here today. We sincerely invite you to join Shangjiao Xinda. He turned slightly to introduce the young woman next to him. This is Liang Danjing, a graduate student and teaching assistant at our university. She graduated from Pingyuan City High School 3 years ago. Liang Danjing gave Lu Chuan a friendly smile and waved lightly. Hi, Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan immediately responded. Hello, Professor Zhang. Hello, Sister Jing. Zhang Lin glanced around the room thoughtfully before saying, I noticed that teachers from Xifang Xinda have already visited. So, Lu Chuan, let's get straight to the point. With that, he took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket and laid it open in front of Lu Chuan. These are the admission benefits we at Shangjiao Xinda are offering. Please take a look. Lu Chuan took the sheet and began to read carefully. As each line of text came into view, his expression gradually froze, and he was eventually left completely stunned. Admission benefits offered by Shangjiao Xinda to Lu Chuan. 1. 300 contribution points at Shangjiao Xinda, valued at over 10 million Chinese yuan. 2. Financial support for elixirs, magical artifacts, and spiritual food totaling 50 million Chinese yuan. 3. Full coverage of weapon forging costs until the nascent soul stage. 4. Mentorship from senior-level instructors. 5. Free access to visualization diagrams below the heavenly human stage in the Sutra Pavilion. 6. 1 year of free use of the Spirit Gathering Room and the Divine Sense Tower. 50 million. This figure echoed in Lu Chuan's mind. The offer from Shangjiao Xinda exceeded that of Xifang Xinda's Xifang City campus by a full 30 million. No wonder it's one of the top universities in the Magic City, with such astonishing financial resources. Just as Lu Chuan was still reeling from the shock, a knock came from the door. Is this Lu Chuan's home? A stranger's voice called from outside. Lu Chuan snapped back to reality and looked apologetically at Zhang Lin and Liang Danjing. Professor Zhang, I need to answer the door. Zhang Lin smiled and nodded in understanding. Lu Chuan got up and walked to the door. When he opened it, he was stunned once again. Standing outside was another pair of visitors, this time a female teacher and a male student. The female teacher spoke first. Hello, Lu Chuan. I'm Professor Hu from Shangfu Xinda University in Magic City. I would like to have a chat with you. Lu Chuan suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness, as if he had been caught in the act. He stammered, Professor Hu, you came at just the right time. Professor Jiang from Shangjiao Xinda is also here. Maybe you know each other. How about we all talk together? Here, I need to make a serious clarification. Ahem, this plot is not entirely fictional. It is actually based on my real-life experience after I topped the provincial college entrance exam and was courted by top universities like Tsinghua, Peking University, Jiaotong University, and Fudan University. That's the story. Professor Jiang, I didn't expect Shanghai Jiaoxin University to send you this time. It's been so long since we last met. In the living room, Zhang Lin from Shanghai Jiaoxin University and Professor Hu from Shanghai Fuxin University greeted each other warmly. Standing to the side, Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that the awkward atmosphere he had feared didn't materialize. Yes, indeed, Professor Hu. Long time no see. Please, have a seat. We just arrived 5 minutes before you. Jiang Lin replied with a smile, gesturing for Professor Hu to sit. The two professors quickly became engrossed in conversation. Lu Chuan observed quietly, thinking to himself, it's no wonder these distinguished professors know each other well, given that Shanghai, the most economically developed city in the Huaxia Alliance, boasts two top-tier immortal universities. After some small talk, Professor Hu turned to Lu Chuan and said kindly, Lu Chuan, I see Professor Jiang has already shown you the preferential terms. Here are the terms from Shanghai Fuxin University, which are quite similar. He handed Lu Chuan a brand new sheet of paper. Lu Chuan skimmed through it quickly and smiled. It's not just similar. It's exactly the same. Professor Hu laughed heartily. Huh. Our two universities are still so in sync. He then added, however, we at Shanghai Fuxin University are more flexible. The 50 million funding can be negotiated to 60 million or even 70 million. Jiang Lin immediately shook his head with a wry smile. Professor Hu, you can't do that. That's not fair play. Professor Hu shrugged and laughed. What can I say, Professor Jiang? This is how we recruit every year at Shanghai Fuxin University. Your rules at Shanghai Jiaoxin University are just too rigid. Jiang Lin explained helplessly. I can't help it either. Shanghai Jiaoxin University specializes in formation arts, and the academic atmosphere is very rigorous. Many things have to be strictly according to the rules. But it's different at Shanghai Fuxin University, which focuses on alchemy and talisman arts. The overall atmosphere is more relaxed, and there's some flexibility within the rules. Listening to the professor's conversation, Lu Chuan became even more certain of what he had read earlier. Shanghai Jiaoxin University is known for training formation masters and has a rigorous, engineering-like atmosphere, while Shanghai Fuxin University has a strong humanistic atmosphere and is more open-minded. Lu Chuan, Professor Hu suddenly turned to him with a sincere tone. I'm not one to waste words. The terms offered by Shanghai Fuxin University or Shanghai Jiaoxin University are definitely better than those from Xifang Immortal University. Although you are the top student from Yuanwu Prefecture, it's only a medium-level prefecture. In the top-level prefectures, there are many talents from prestigious families who have been receiving the best training in the entire Huaxia Alliance since childhood. Their spiritual power and mental strength are much higher than yours. These are the talents Xifang Immortal University focuses on. If you go there, you might only rank slightly above average and struggle to get special attention. But if you come to Shanghai Fuxin University, we will do our utmost to provide you with the best resources we can offer. Jiang Lin quickly echoed. The same goes for Shanghai Jiaoxin University. Moved by the professor's sincerity, Lu Chuan hesitated but finally said, Thank you both for your trust in me. I will consider it carefully. Both professors, being astute, understood the underlying meaning in Lu Chuan's words and smiled. In that case, we won't pressure you any further. If you change your mind in the next few days, feel free to contact us at any time. With that, they bade farewell to Lu Chuan and left without further persuasion. They are all highly esteemed cultivators at the level of senior mentors, holding significant status and would never pester Lu Chuan after being refused. Goodbye, professors. Lu Chuan waved as he saw the four teachers off downstairs. Watching their figures recede into the distance, he felt a twinge of guilt. I'm really sorry. My 70 million. Although Shangjiao Xianda and Shangfu Xianda are also excellent and exceptionally generous, they still fall short compared to Xifang Xianda. Even though Lu Chuan now only had a few hundred yuan left and his pockets were empty, he firmly believed that the difference between them couldn't be made up by just a few million. Back at home, Lu Chuan took out the documents from Xifang Xianda's Yuanwu campus and Shangjiao Xianda, carefully placing them on the table. He furrowed his brows and began to scrutinize them seriously. Ever since Professor Jiang from Shangjiao Xianda showed him the documents, he had been puzzled by two very suspicious points. Shangjiao Xianda contribution points, 300, valued at over 10 million yuan. Xifang Xianda contribution points, 500, valued at over 5 million yuan. Could it be that Shangjiao Xianda's contribution points are worth more than those of Xifang Xianda? Meanwhile, as Lu Chuan's doorstep was being worn out by Xianda professors vying for the top spot in the Huaxia Alliance's #1 Xianda campus, something else was brewing. In the Education Bureau of Mai City, in the conference room, Principal Xiao Xingxing of Mai Immortal Cultivation High School and Director Imo Siming of the Education Bureau sat tensely at the front of the room, palms sweating and legs trembling slightly. In front of them was a powerful projection array, projecting a meeting from the Yuanwu City Education Headquarters. On the screen, an elderly man with a stern expression and graying hair solemnly announced, Now we will announce the list of those who, due to poor educational performance, will be stripped of their positions as Education Bureau directors or principals and sent to Xinglu. Upon hearing the words, sent to Xinglu, Imo Siming and Xiao Xingxing's faces turned even paler, their knuckles whitening as they clenched their hands. From Luocheng, Li Hong, Song Ning, Li Dixian, Zhou Luan, Lin Jia. From Zhengcheng, Li Tianhao, Zhao Wintao. The two listened intently, faces pale and ears perked up. Finally, the elder announced the list for Mai City. From my city. Hu Lingtin, Xiao Luwen, Gong Xiangyang, Lei Xingyan. That's it. Not us. Imo Siming breathed a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing. Xiao Xingxing also let out a long breath. Yes, not us. We don't have to go to Xinglu. In the projection array, the elder looked coldly at each person, his voice commanding. The Xinglu guarded by Yuanwu Prefecture has been continuously expanding over the past month, increasing the pressure on the front lines. Those whose names were just read, say goodbye to your families within 7 days and head to the front lines. Any absence will be considered desertion. Immediate execution. Anyone leaking Xinglu secrets to the public, causing panic, will be executed immediately. With the final words, the projection array abruptly shut off. As the array closed, Imo Siming and Xiao Xingxing could no longer hold on and collapsed into their chairs, their lips trembling. If it weren't for Lu Chuan, we old bones would probably be dead on Xinglu now. In a modest yet tidy home in Yuanwu Immortal University, Lu Jingxian, a middle-aged woman with slightly graying hair and silver-framed glasses, sat gracefully on a chair. Her elegant demeanor starkly contrasted with the simplicity of the room. As a senior mentor and high-ranking advisor at Yuanwu Immortal University, Lu Jingxian seemed to be waiting for something. In one corner of the room, a half-backed suitcase lay quietly, as if narrating a story of an interrupted farewell. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone broke the silence. Lu Jingxian quickly answered it, and a deep male voice came through. Hello, Advisor Lu? This is Li Shurchen. Principal Li, please go ahead. Lu Jingxian responded calmly. Li Shurchen's voice carried a hint of tension. You probably know what I'm about to say. Following the abnormal expansion of the Star Path 3 days ago, there was an even more intense expansion yesterday. An enemy commander has already entered the Star Path. We urgently need more personnel, so your plan to go to Sifang Immortal University will have to be postponed. I hope you understand. Before he could finish, Lu Jingxian firmly replied, Principal Li, I have no objections. I've already prepared and can enter the Star Path to fight at any time. Li Shurchen was clearly taken aback. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. Thank you, Advisor Lu. Lu Jingxian replied with a light-hearted laugh. No need to thank me, Principal Li. My student, Lu Guangyan, has entered the Star Path twice since the emergency. As his teacher, I can't let him outdo me. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jingxian stood up and put the half-backed suitcase back in the wardrobe, her expression noticeably more relaxed. She then seemed to remember something and picked up her phone to scroll through her chat history with Lu Guangyan. One message read, Teacher, I plan to go for Star Path support again. But I have a friend who just finished his college entrance exams and is facing some decisions. I'd like you to help him with some questions. His name is Lu Chuan, and his contact number is 963676951. Smiling, Lu Jingxian dialed Lu Chuan's number. Hello, is this Lu Chuan? I'm Lu Jingxian, an advisor at Yuanwu Immortal University. However, Lu Chuan interrupted her anxiously. I'm sorry, Advisor Lu, but I'm not considering applying to Yuanwu Immortal University at the moment. Lu Jingxian paused but quickly explained gently, Don't misunderstand, Lu Chuan. I'm not here to persuade you to apply to Yuanwu Immortal University. I'm here at Lu Guangnian's request to help answer some questions you have about the Immortal Universities. Realizing his mistake, Lu Chuan quickly apologized. Oh, I'm sorry, Advisor Lu. I misunderstood. I've just had so many people coming to my door and calling me about admissions today. I understand, Lu Jingxian said patiently. So, Lu Chuan, after learning about the various immortal universities today, do you have any questions? Actually, I do, Advisor Lu. Lu Chuan immediately asked, I want to know, what's the difference between the contribution points at Sifang Immortal University and Shangjiao Immortal University? Are they of equal value? Lu Jingxian smiled and explained, Lu Chuan, the value of contribution points at all immortal universities is the same. This is because the contribution points students earn are not distributed by the universities themselves, but by the Huaxia Military Hall. Really? Lu Chuan asked, puzzled. Then why does Sifang Immortal University's Yuanwu campus promise me 500 contribution points, noting they are worth over 5 million, while Shangjiao Immortal University offers me 300 contribution points but notes they are worth over 10 million? Hearing Lu Chuan's question, Lu Jingxian explained patiently, it's quite simple. The correct term for contribution points is merit points, which cannot be bought with Huaxia currency. They can only be earned by completing tasks for the immortal universities or through military achievements. Officially, 1 merit point can be exchanged for about 10,000 Huaxia currency. However, when using merit points to purchase resources through official channels, 1 merit point is roughly equivalent to 40,000 Huaxia currency in purchasing power. So, saying 500 merit points are worth 5 million and saying 300 merit points are worth over 10 million are both correct? I see. Lu Chuan finally understood the complex system of contribution points. Lu Chuan silently grumbled to himself, with such a huge difference in value. Only a fool would use merit points to exchange for money. He had other questions, but his intuition told him that even if he asked, Lu Jingxian wouldn't answer. So, he switched his inquiry. Mr. Lu, can you tell me what Brother Lu has been up to lately? I haven't been able to reach him. Lu Jingshuan's voice softened. That's Lu's secret. When he comes back, you can ask him yourself. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. As expected, Lu Guangyan's whereabouts were also confidential. He politely ended the call. That's all I needed, Mr. Lu. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Lu Chuan. If you encounter any problems you can't solve before Lu Guangyan returns, feel free to call me. Lu Jingshuan's tone was gentle, warming Lu Chuan's heart. Lu Chuan quickly declined. I already appreciate your help, Mr. Lu. I wouldn't want to trouble you further. Goodbye. Alright, goodbye, Lu Chuan. After the call ended, Lu Chuan took a deep breath and spread out the enrollment incentive lists from Yuanwu campus and Sifang campus on the coffee table, carefully comparing them. Yuanwu campus offered 500 Sifang Immortal University contribution points worth over 5 million Huaxia currency, free weapon forging before reaching the golden core stage, mentorship by a guiding level teacher, free access to visualization diagrams below the nascent soul stage in the scripture pavilion, and 100 hours of free use of the spirit gathering room and divine sense tower. Sifang campus, on the other hand, provided 20 million Huaxia currency for elixirs, magical implements, and spiritual food, free access to visualization diagrams below the golden core stage in the scripture pavilion, and 50 hours of free use of the spirit gathering room and divine sense tower. Originally, Lu Chuan was torn between the first items on both lists, but after Lu Jingshuan's explanation, he understood that the 500 contribution points were exactly worth 20 million. Sifang campus had just phrased it differently. As for the other conditions, Yuanwu campus clearly outshone Sifang campus in every aspect. He let out a long sigh, folded the Sifang campus incentive list, and put it in the drawer along with the lists from Shangjiao Immortal University and Shangfu Immortal University. He then closed the drawer. Carefully, he tucked the Yuanwu campus list into his inner pocket. Standing up, Lu Chuan gazed at the sunlight outside the window and, somewhat whimsically, smiled to himself. Although this decision feels a bit hasty for such an important matter, I've made up my mind. After all, I do have a preference for Yuanwu campus. Sifang Immortal University's Yuanwu campus. See you at the start of the semester. That afternoon, the Lu family held a very formal dinner meeting. The table was filled with the aroma of 4 dishes and a soup, meticulously prepared by Mrs. Song Huiqin, who was in high spirits. Mr. Lu Zhonghua, Lu Chuan's father, sat at the head of the table, with Lu Chuan and his mother, Song Huiqin, on either side. Excitedly, Song Huiqin recounted the astonishing events of the day to her husband. Lu Zhengwa. Numerous prestigious professors from Xinda University had visited their home, all vying to recruit Lu Chuan. After hearing this, Lu Zhonghua furrowed his brow, shock evident on his face. He turned to his son, his voice trembling slightly. Son, is it true? What rank did you achieve in the college entrance exam? This question piqued Song Huiqin's interest as well, and she looked at Lu Chuan with eager eyes. Yes, son. What rank did you achieve in the exam? Why are so many universities like Xinda coming to our home? What about Sifang Xinda, Shangjiao Xinda, and Shangfu Xinda? Are these universities better than Yuanwu Xinda? Despite the existence of smartphones and a spiritual internet in this era, information about cultivation was scarce online. Ordinary people like Lu Chuan's parents had never heard of universities like Sifang Xinda. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Mom, Dad, let me put it this way. In this college entrance exam, I ranked first in our entire school. Upon hearing this, his parents' eyes lit up with joy. Really? Ha ha ha. That's my boy. I'm so proud of you. Mr. Lu laughed heartily. I also ranked first in Muyue City. Lu Chuan continued. The first in our school is naturally the first in Muyue City. Mr. Lu said proudly, glancing at his wife. See, my decision to send Xiaochuan to our school was right, wasn't it? The quality of teaching there is good. All right, you were right, Mrs. Lu said, laughing as she handed her husband a pair of chopsticks. Let's eat. Here, son, have some food. And also first in Pingyuan City, Lu Chuan added. Mr. Lu was stunned. First in Pingyuan City? Really? Lu Chuan took a bite of the cumin beef his mother had made, swallowed, and said softly, and also first in Yumu Prefecture. Clatter. 2 pairs of chopsticks fell onto the table simultaneously. For the next hour, Mr. and Mrs. Lu struggled to come to terms with the fact that their son was the top scorer in the entire Yuanwu Prefecture. During this time, Mr. Lu repeatedly scrutinized Lu Chuan, even asking Mrs. Lu about Lu Chuan's spiritual identification number at birth, worried they might have the wrong child. Mrs. Lu, on the other hand, was torn, wondering how to boast about this to her colleagues and relatives. In the end, she decided to only mention that Lu Chuan had been accepted into Yuanwu Xinda, without revealing that he was the top scorer, to avoid causing any trouble for him. However, Lu Chuan himself was lost in thought. He looked at the empty plates on the table and remembered that tonight's beef was the last batch sent by Lu Tiankue and the head of the beast garden, Lu Yuan. Although they had sent a large amount, his large appetite had consumed it all in just 3 days. What worried him even more was that his savings were down to 500 yuan, not enough to buy even a pound of beast meat. His family had no extra money either. His parents had spent all their savings to support his college entrance exam preparations. Despite achieving the top rank in Yuanwu Prefecture, the words of Professor Hu from Shangfu Xinda earlier that day still echoed in his ears. Yuanwu Prefecture was only a mid-tier region. There were many higher-tier regions within the Huaxia Alliance with better spiritual environments. In those places, ancient cultivation families had been cultivating for generations. Their children received the best education in the entire alliance from birth and possessed exceptional talent. Many of them had higher spiritual and mental power levels than Lu Chuan, with some even reaching the foundational stage before the college entrance exam. Lu Chuan sat in his bedroom, his brows furrowed. His spiritual power had been stuck at 999 for nearly a month, and the path to building his foundation remained unclear. Although Lu Guangyan had suggested waiting until he entered Xinda University to start building his foundation, Lu Chuan knew that even if he could wait, he needed to understand the principles behind it first. He glanced at his phone screen, which displayed a mental power value of 325, and sighed inwardly. Without the top-tier spiritual food from Bon Ligio, improvement had become difficult. While the stellar cuisine could increase spiritual power through its beast ingredients, it offered limited help for mental power. Only the plant-based ingredients could provide a significant boost. Lu Chuan knew that entering Xinda University was not the end goal. There would be even more formidable geniuses waiting for him there. Right now, he urgently needed money and resources to enhance himself. With 2 months left until the semester started and the Yuwu campus rewards still not arrived, he had to find a way to solve his immediate problems. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Lu Chuan searched on his phone for top scorer in college entrance exam, prize money. However, the screen displayed a cold message. Sorry, the content you searched for cannot be displayed according to the regulations of the Huaxia Alliance. Just as he was sinking into despair, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Xiao Xingxing. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly answered the call, and Xiao Xingxing's warm voice came through. Hello, Lu Chuan. I hope I'm not disturbing you too late at night. Lu Chuan immediately put on a troubled expression and exaggeratedly sighed. Rest? What rest? I'm really worried right now. Worried about what, Lu Chuan? Xiao Xingxing asked curiously. What could possibly trouble the top student of Yuanwu Mansion? Lu Chuan continued to play the pitiful card. I've been looking at job ads all afternoon, but couldn't find a single part-time job that suits me. Part-time job? Why would you need a part-time job? Xiao Xingxing asked in surprise. Even though the college entrance exam is over, you shouldn't stop cultivating, Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan seized the opportunity to complain. Principal Xiao, you don't understand the struggles of a poor family's child. The college entrance exam may be over, but our family's savings have been drained by my spiritual food and supplements. I just want to take on some part-time jobs during the break to help out at home. On the other end of the line, Xiao Xingxing's eye twitched wildly, thinking to himself how exaggerated Lu Chuan's acting was. Clearing his throat, he said, Well, Lu Chuan, don't worry. You scored the top spot in Yuanwu Mansion, so there are definitely rewards for that. The rewards from your school and the Lord of my city have already come through. The reason I'm calling so late is that I've been busy these past few days helping you apply for rewards from Pingyuan City and Yuanwu Mansion, as well as various subsidies you are eligible for. How about you put the part-time job ads aside and listen to what I have to say about the rewards? When Lu Chuan received a call from Xiao Xingshang, he was sitting at his desk, lost in thought. The news on the other end left him bewildered. A joint declaration of intent by the cultivator class of the Huaxia Alliance? What's that? Lu Chuan asked, puzzled, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. Xiao Xingshang's laughter came through the receiver. Haha, Lu Chuan, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. This declaration is usually only accessible to those in the cultivator class. The cultivator class? Lu Chuan frowned, even more confused. Xiao Xingsheng patiently explained. The cultivator class includes practitioners in the foundation establishment stage and above, high-level chi refiners with special abilities, and exceptionally talented young cultivators. These individuals possess extraordinary powers and are key targets for the Huaxia Alliance. He continued, your reward comes from the government, and the government's funds come from the citizens. Since you've gained power and benefits, you must shoulder corresponding responsibilities. You can only claim your reward after signing the declaration. It's the rule. Lu Chuan suddenly understood. I get it. Consuming the Alliance's resources to become stronger means I have to serve the Alliance. So, how do I sign this declaration? If you're free tomorrow morning, I can pick you up at your neighborhood entrance, and we can go to the city lord's mansion together, Xiao Xingsheng suggested. Sure, no problem, Lu Chuan agreed. After hanging up, Lu Chuan habitually reached for his textbook. but quickly realized the college entrance exams were over, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. Just as he was about to get up, his phone rang again. It was a group video call from Hu Fifan. Lu Chuan and Zhang Wubin quickly joined the video call. Hu Fifan excitedly announced, "Hey Lu Chuan, Zhang Wubin, I have great news. I've been accepted into Shangjiao Immortal University." Lu Chuan congratulated him with surprise. "Really? Congratulations." Zhang Wubin, however, looked a bit puzzled. "The exam results just came out today. How did you get accepted already? Isn't it too early to start applying?" Hu Fifan explained proudly, "A teacher from Shangjiao Immortal University came to my house today. Although my scores were average 750 in spirit power and 103 in mental strength, just meeting the cutoff for a top-tier Immortal University, they found I have a good affinity for formations during the physical exam. So, I got priority admission into the formation department." Both Lu Chuan and Zhang Wubin exclaimed, "Wow." After boasting, Hu Fifan asked, "What about you two? How are things going?" Lu Chuan was about to share his good news when he noticed the hesitant look on Zhang Wubin's face. He asked, "Zhang Wubin, what do you want to say?" Zhang Wubin sighed. "Hu Fifan inherited his dad's talent for formations, but I'm not so lucky. Yuanwu Immortal University lowered its admission score by 30 points this year, and my score is just on the line. I heard many people applied to Yuanwu Immortal University this year, so those near the cutoff might get eliminated. I'm worried." Hearing this, both Lu Chuan and Hu Fifan showed concern. Despite their usual carefree attitudes, they could empathize with such a significant life event. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Wubin forced a smile. Whatever. If I don't get in, I'll just go to Pingyuan Immortal University. It's the lowest ranked Immortal University, but at least it's close to home, right?" Lu Chuan firmly said, "You should still try for Yuanwu Immortal University. Yuanwu Immortal University may not be top tier, but it's the best in Yuanwu Prefecture and ranks above average in the Huaxiao Alliance. Getting into Yuanwu Immortal University at least ensures you'll reach the foundation establishment stage after graduation," Lu Chuan added, his tone full of encouragement. At Pingyuan Immortal University, one of the lowest-tier Immortal Universities, only a handful of graduates managed to reach the foundation establishment stage. Zhang Wubin nodded resolutely, indicating his understanding. After that, the three of them ended the video call. Lu Chuan lay on his bed, focusing on practicing the Ling Vortex cultivation method for a while. Soon, fatigue washed over him, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Lu Chuan got up, washed, dressed neatly, and stepped out of his house. Xiao Xingxing's car was already waiting at the door. Lu Chuan got into the backseat, and the car headed towards the central district of Moi City, the location of the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was grand and imposing, exuding an air of majesty. The guard at the gate, with a serious expression and an air of arrogance, stopped Xiao Xingxing's car. In a loud voice he said, "Stop. Which unit are you from? Why don't you have a pass?" Xiao Xingxing quickly got out of the car, adopting a respectful tone. "Hello, Master Wang. I am the principal of number 1 high school, bringing a student here for some business." The guard remained unmoved. "No pass, no entry. Even if you're the principal, not even the director of the Education Bureau can get in. Move along." Thinking quickly, Xiao Xingxing added, "The student in my car is this year's top scorer in Moi City's college entrance exams." The guard's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up, excitedly asking, "The one who got directly admitted to Yunwu Academy?" "Yes," Xiao Xingsheng confirmed with a nod. "You should have said so earlier. Don't waste time." The guard gave Xiao Xingxing a reproachful look as he quickly raised the barrier. "Hurry up and go in. Don't delay our top scorer's important matters." With a wry smile, Xiao Xingxing returned to the car and drove in. He sighed inwardly, surprised that his position as principal carried less weight than that of a student. Soon, they stopped in front of a relatively low building on the outskirts of the City Lord's mansion. Turning to Lu Chuan, Xiao Xingxing explained, "Lu Chuan, the letter of intent is a special document, usually signed in this archive building. Since you scored first place for Yuanwu Academy, the signing ceremony would normally be hosted by City Lord Lei himself, but he's been quite busy lately, so his secretary will be handling it instead." Lu Chuan's eyes were sharp as he looked directly at Xiao Xingxing. "Is the signing ceremony really that formal? After the ceremony, will I be privy to some previously unknown secrets? Like, where exactly has City Lord Lei gone?" Lu Chuan's question made Xiao Xingxing turn his head away awkwardly. Forcing a smile, he deflected, "Lu Chuan, what are you talking about? The whereabouts of the City Lord are classified information. How could I possibly tell you that?" Hastily, he opened the car door to change the subject. "It looks like Secretary Zhang from the City Lord's office is almost here. We should get out of the car." Lu Chuan smirked inwardly. Xiao Xingxing's obviously uneasy expression was enough to let anyone know something was up, but wisely, he didn't press further. He got out of the car, following Xiao Xingxing to wait for Secretary Zhang. Before long, a young man in formal attire appeared in the distance. Seeing the two of them, he quickened his pace and jogged over. Principal Xiao. Lu Chuan. Sorry to keep you waiting. Secretary Zhang wore a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a scholarly and polite appearance. He waved enthusiastically at them, even offering a warm smile specifically to Lu Chuan. Secretary Zhang, no need to be so formal. We just arrived ourselves, Xiao Xingxing replied, extending his hand for a friendly handshake. Secretary Zhang then turned to Lu Chuan, offering his right hand as well. Lu Chuan felt a bit disoriented. Wasn't shaking hands more of a middle-aged formality? Why was he doing it too? He extended his hand somewhat stiffly, shaking hands with Secretary Zhang. Haha, no wonder you're the top scorer in the Yuanwu Prefecture entrance exam, Secretary Zhang noted, clearly aware of Lu Chuan's discomfort. Your spiritual energy is quite strong. Even though you haven't broken through to the foundation establishment stage, it feels almost as powerful as mine. Quickly shifting the topic, he added, please, come in. We need to conduct a very simple ceremony. With that, he led them into the massive archive building ahead. As soon as they entered, Lu Chuan was captivated by the surroundings. The overall decor was dark, evoking a solemn and dignified atmosphere, quite different from the celebratory vibe he had imagined. According to Xiao Xingxing's earlier description, this archive building was usually frequented by cultivators who had spent years training and finally advanced to the foundation establishment stage, like his former homeroom teacher, Mr. Hu Yin. Logically, such a milestone should be cause for celebration, but the severe atmosphere here was unexpected. Soon, the three arrived in a grand hall. Secretary Zhang's expression turned serious as he quietly said to them, this is the archive hall. The simple ceremony will take place here. Please wait for a moment. I need to make some preparations. All right, Xiao Xingxing responded softly. Lu Chuan continued to take in the grandeur of the archive hall. The center of the hall had only a small open space with a table that seemed suited for signing documents. Surrounding this space were towering bookshelves filled with countless scrolls, resembling those made from some kind of beast hide. The shelves were arranged in a tiered fashion, with the ones closer to the signing table being shorter and those farther away being taller, giving an overall impression of being encircled by towering mountains. Thanks to his cultivation, Lu Chuan's eyesight had greatly improved. He could clearly read the text on the shelves. Archives of the cultivators of my city, after the year 2000 of the Immortal Era. Each scroll bore names he didn't recognize, and they came in various colors. Most were grayish-white, with more of these older scrolls and fewer as the years approached the present. On the shelves labeled for the years after 2000 of the Immortal Era, grayish-white scrolls were sparse, with most scrolls appearing in the normal yellowish color of beast hide. In addition to the grayish-white and yellow scrolls, there were a few marked in striking red. These red scrolls started appearing on shelves labeled from the year 500 of the Immortal Era and continued through to 2000. Lu Chuan pondered. The grayish-white scrolls likely indicated that the cultivator was deceased, while the yellow scrolls signified that they were still alive. Secretary Zhang carefully took out a heavy scroll and placed it on the signing table. She nodded at Lu Chuan, signaling him, Lu Chuan, everything is ready. Please step up to the table. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan strode forward, his eyes falling on the densely written text of the scroll. The content of the scroll was solemn and formal. This certifies that Mr. Lu Chuan, though not yet at the foundation establishment stage, is an exceptionally talented individual. By signing this document today, he pledges his commitment as a cultivator. Should our nation, China, face a formidable enemy invasion and fall into crisis, the citizens of this vast land would be in dire straits. It is the duty of the cultivator class to rise to the occasion, stand firm, and, under the unified command of the China Alliance Army Hall, collectively resist foreign invaders. Secretary Zhang gently reminded Lu Chuan, once I say begin, the power of the 4-point spirit gathering array will descend. You only need to remain calm and look at the scroll. It will be over in no more than 30 seconds. Then you can sign the scroll, and the ceremony will be complete. Understood, Lu Chuan replied briefly, his mind racing with thoughts. Stepping forward, Secretary Zhang held an array seal exuding an enigmatic power and solemnly declared, contract activated. Array, descend. In an instant, the entire hall trembled. A colossal force gathered from the dome and descended upon Lu Chuan. He froze on the spot, his consciousness seemingly detached as he stared blankly at the scrolls on the massive bookshelves around him. A profound sense of solemnity surged within him, rendering him speechless. In the blink of an eye, the array's power abruptly withdrew. Secretary Zhang softly said, Lu Chuan, you may sign now. Snapping back to reality, Lu Chuan picked up a pen and solemnly signed his name. Lu Chuan. As Secretary Zhang rolled up the scroll, a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. The 4-point spirit gathering array usually required 30 seconds to verify the signer's loyalty, but Lu Chuan had passed the verification in less than a second. This indicated that, in the eyes of the array, Lu Chuan could never be an enemy of the China Alliance. Lu Chuan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he gazed intently at Secretary Zhang and asked, Secretary Zhang, now that I've signed this pledge, can you tell me some of the secrets I wasn't aware of before? Faced with Lu Chuan's question, Secretary Zhang let out a wry smile. He sighed and explained, Lu Chuan, if you were a foundation-building cultivator who had advanced in society, we would indeed share some secrets with you before the ceremony. But your situation is quite unique. You're not a societal cultivator, and thus fall outside our jurisdiction. Hearing this, Lu Chuan frowned and asked in confusion, not under your jurisdiction? Isn't this the mayor's office of Mai City? I'm a resident of Mai City, so how can you not have authority over me? Secretary Zhang chuckled, stepping forward to pat Lu Chuan on the shoulder with a hint of envy in his voice. You are the top scorer in this year's Yuanwu Prefecture College entrance exam and are destined to enter the prestigious Sifang Immortal University. Even though you haven't enrolled yet, the small jurisdiction of Mai City no longer holds authority over you. Lu Chuan was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Is it really that significant? Secretary Zhang nodded solemnly, offering a detailed explanation. Absolutely. The Immortal Universities are directly managed by the Military Hall, which ranks far above Mai City. For example, Yuanwu Immortal University in Yuanwu Prefecture is just half a rank below the Yuanwu Governor's office. The president of Yuanwu Immortal University, Li Shichen, holds the same rank as the deputy governor. As for Sifang Immortal University, it's even more extraordinary. The president is the second hall master of the Military Hall, one of the highest-ranking officials in the entire Huaxia Alliance. At this point, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Secretary Zhang's eyes as he asked, Lu Chuan, have you already been visited by a professor from Sifang Immortal University? It's such an amazing institution. It was my dream back in high school too. Unfortunately, my spiritual power was too weak, so I only got into Yuanwu Immortal University. Hearing Secretary Zhang's lament, Xiao Xingsheng, who was standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to console him. Oh, come on, Secretary Zhang. You've already reached the late stage of foundation building at such a young age, and even become the secretary to the mayor of Leye City. Your future is boundless. If you feel regretful, we ordinary folks would feel utterly ashamed. Upon hearing this, Secretary Zhang quickly adjusted his mood and smiled at Xiao Xingsheng. Haha, Principal Xiao, you jest. Let's not dwell on this. The rewards prepared for Lu Chuan by the Mai City Mayor's office in Pingyuan City are ready. Once you sign the letter of intent, you can receive them. Lu Chuan, initially disappointed at not learning the secrets, immediately lit up at the mention of rewards. Rewards? Where can I get them? Secretary Zhang smiled. The reward list is in my office. Please, follow me. 5 minutes later, the three of them arrived at Secretary Zhang's spacious and bright office. Despite his excitement, Lu Chuan tried to remain calm and sat steadily on the sofa to wait. Secretary Zhang walked to his desk and began searching through a drawer, explaining, please wait a moment while I fetch the reward list. According to the procedure, we need Lu Chuan's signature since these are official rewards. I hope you understand. Lu Chuan quickly responded, I understand. Take your time. Xiao Xingxing glanced at Lu Chuan, secretly amused. This kid, no matter how composed he tries to be, he's still a young boy who can't resist temptation. Compared to a mature and steady man like me, he's still far behind. At that moment, Secretary Zhang added, the reward list is quite extensive. There are also some rewards for Mai High School that Principal Xiao will need to sign for. I hope you don't mind. Xiao Xingxing's body stiffened, his face turning red as he stammered. There are rewards for me too? Of course, I don't mind. Secretary Zhang, take your time, just don't miss anything. Lu Chuan silently glanced at Xiao Xingxing and shook his head inwardly. 3 minutes later, Secretary Zhang placed a thick stack of 40 pages in front of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, this is the reward list from 20 different units, including the Mayor's Office of Pingyuan City, the Education Bureau, the Cultivators Union, the Female Cultivators Union, the Aid Society for Poor Cultivators, and the Mayor's Office of Mai City. Lu Chuan's eyes gleamed as he eagerly scanned the list of rewards. Secretary Zhang then produced a thin sheet of yellow paper and placed it in front of Xiao Xingsheng. Principal Xiao, this is the commendation from the Mayor's Office for Mai High School. Xiao Xingxing stared at the thin paper, momentarily speechless. That afternoon, outside the gates of the most upscale community in Mai City, Danyun residents, Lu Chuan and his parents made their appearance. Xiao Chuan, is this where the teacher you mentioned lives? Mrs. Lu asked, her eyes scanning the upscale neighborhood. Lu Chuan smiled mysteriously. Yes, that's right. Mr. Lu frowned and interjected with displeasure. What kind of teacher is this, with such a bad temper? Insisting that we all come here in person to meet? Oh, stop it. Mrs. Lu gently scolded. Do you know how hard it is to find a teacher familiar with Xinda in our small town? Our son has been searching for a long time. She turned to Lu Chuan, her tone filled with concern. Son, you're going to a place you know nothing about. Are you sure you're okay with it? I'm not. Mr. Liu sighed. All right, it's fine to complain now, but when we meet the teacher, don't show it. Got it. Got it. Let's go, Mrs. Liu replied. The family of three walked through the gates of Dan Yun residence. Surprisingly, the usually strict security didn't stop them and let them pass directly. Even more curiously, the guard exchanged a glance with Lu Chuan and nodded slightly. As they walked inside, Mrs. Liu couldn't help but marvel. Look at these villas, they're so grand. Mr. Liu's eyes also flashed with a hint of envy. Seeing his parents' reactions, Lu Chuan asked, Mom, Dad, would you like to have a house here? Of course, Mrs. Liu blurted out, then quickly realized her slip and patted Lu Chuan's shoulder with a smile. But I believe my son will be able to buy a house like this in the future. Mr. Liu immediately corrected. What's so good about living in a villa? It's such a big house. The three of us can't possibly use all that space. Son, don't listen to your mom. If you have money, spend it on yourself and your cultivation. Don't waste it on some fancy villa. He shot a stern look at Mrs. Liu. Realizing she might be putting pressure on her son, Mrs. Liu quickly changed her tune. Yes, your dad is right. It's not necessary. Unless you become someone as important as the lord of my city, there's no need to spend that money. Listening to his parents' banter, Lu Chuan felt a warm sensation in his heart. He suddenly stopped. Xiao Chuan, why did you stop? Mr. Liu asked in confusion. Are we there? Yes, we're here. Lu Chuan nodded with a smile. To his parents' astonishment, Lu Chuan walked straight to the door of a villa, took out a key from his pocket, and effortlessly unlocked the door. Mr. Lu Zhonghua, Mrs. Song Hui Qin. Lu Chuan turned to face his stunned parents, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Welcome to your new home. After a full 30 minutes, Mr. and Mrs. Liu had meticulously inspected the villa twice, yet they still couldn't accept the reality before them. This luxurious 3-story villa, exquisitely decorated and worth nearly 10 million, was actually a reward from the government to their son? They sat on the spacious living room sofa, looking around at the elegant chandelier and high-end furniture, feeling as if they were in a dream. Mrs. Liu couldn't help but speak again, her voice tinged with doubt. Xiao Chuan, are you playing a prank on your dad and me? This house? Just because you did well on your college entrance exams, they gave it to you? Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly and pulled out a small booklet from his backpack, handing it over. Look, it's the property deed. Mr. and Mrs. Liu immediately leaned in to examine it closely. After 3 minutes, Mrs. Liu finally confirmed the deed's authenticity. It's real. No reality show would dare forge a government seal. She excitedly took out her phone. This is great, I need to record a video to show off. Stop that. Mr. Liu frowned and stopped her, then turned to Lu Chuan. Xiao Chuan, before the government gave you this villa, did they make you sign any agreement? Lu Chuan hesitated for a moment, thinking about the confidentiality clause, and then answered, No, Dad. Mr. Liu stepped forward and spoke earnestly. Son, you're still young, and I'm worried you might be tricked by those government officials. If they really made you sign something, you should return the property deed. It's not worth risking your future for a house. Lu Chuan explained. Don't worry, Dad. I did sign an agreement, but I've read it thoroughly. They just hope I can lend a hand if my city faces any difficulties in the future. Hearing this, Mr. Liu was momentarily stunned, then patted Lu Chuan's shoulder, feeling emotional. Yes, my son has grown up and is the top scholar of Yuanwu Academy. You will make the right decisions. I was worrying for nothing. With that, he ran over to Mrs. Liu, who was recording a video. Dear, help me record a video too. But don't use those weird filters. Mrs. Liu, still recording, playfully scolded. You're worrying for nothing. Remember when you were young? You were as sharp as a tack. Our son will only be smarter than you. Yes. Mr. Liu stopped arguing. If our son becomes successful in the future and helps out in that would be the right thing to do. Exactly. Mrs. Liu said proudly. He's the top of Yuanwu Academy. He might even become a nascent soul cultivator. Even Lord Lei would think twice before trying to trick Xiao Chuan. Yes. This angle is perfect. Keep recording. Lu Chuan watched his parents bicker while recording videos, a smile spreading across his face. He quietly went upstairs to his study and began organizing the reward list from the city lord's mansion. The rewards came from 20 different units. The most substantial contribution was from the city lord's mansion of Pingyuan City, totaling 10 million huaxia currency. My city's city lord's mansion followed with 5 million. Pingyuan City's cultivation bureau gave 2 million, and my city's cultivation bureau gave 1 million. Other units, such as the Cultivators Association, Women's Cultivators Association, and the Aid Association for Needy Cultivators, contributed smaller amounts, totaling 5.3 million. The grand total was 23.3 million huaxia currency. Looking at the number, Lu Chuan was a bit stunned. Had he just become a millionaire? But then, remembering that a pound of foundation establishment ox meat cost 2,000, and a whole ox cost 60 million, he felt a twitch in his eye. A millionaire who couldn't afford an ox money in this world seemed almost worthless. Despite this, over 20 million was still the most wealth he had ever possessed. At least he wouldn't go hungry before school started. Lu Chuan sighed, picked up his phone, and called the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce to order some Foundation establishment ox meat. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion of Yuanwu City, three immensely powerful cultivators were sitting in a large council hall, discussing something with serious expressions. In the Yuanwu mansion, three prominent figures had gathered: Deputy Governor Wang Hong, Principal Li Shurchen of Yuanwu Immortal Academy, and Director Chen Kongxing of the Yuanwu Education Department. Their faces were solemn, indicating the gravity of the matter at hand. Wang Hong spoke in a deep, weary voice. The expansion speed of the star path has far exceeded our expectations. It has now fully transformed into a Marshall-level star path as of yesterday. Worse still, our Yuan Shun realm experts failed to arrive in time, resulting in significant casualties. He paused, his brow furrowed. Besides nearly 1,000 station troops, 15 students from Yuanwu Immortal Academy have also perished. Upon hearing this, Li Shurchen's face turned pale, and his hands clenched involuntarily. Chen Kongxing showed a look of regret and gently shook his head. Wang Hong surveyed the two before continuing. With the star path expanding so rapidly, we must accelerate the execution of our original plan. Lao Shi, Lao Chun, have you implemented the city lord's last resolution? Li Shurchen nodded, his voice slightly hoarse. 3 days ago, the second batch of support students from Yuanwu Immortal Academy passed through the Sifang Star Gate and entered the star path. Chen Kongxing promptly reported. All the derelict cultivators in the Yuanwu education system are making their final preparations. They are expected to be in position within 4 days. Good. Wang Hong sighed deeply and turned to Li Shurchen, his tone tinged with apology. Principal Li, the battlefield situation is unpredictable, and the students of the Immortal Academy are its backbone. I'm afraid there will be many more sacrifices in the future. Li Shurchen nodded heavily, forcing a strained smile. I understand Deputy Governor Wang's point, but the admission standards of Yuanwu Immortal Academy have already been lowered once. If we reduce them further, won't it raise suspicions? Wang Hong's expression was grave. At this point, we can't worry about that. In just 2 months, the general level star path has become martial level. According to the professor from Sifang Immortal Academy, this is not the end. It might further expand to marquee level, even king level. His voice grew somber. We can handle a marquee level star path, but if it reaches king level and we don't have a Dao source level expert, we'll be in grave danger. External experts can't enter the Yuanwu star path. At that point, we'll have to rely on the foundational power of the Sifang Gathering Spirit Array's main hub. But that power is the cornerstone of the Huaxia Alliance, suppressing the eternal star path above Sifang City. Every bit we use depletes it. Wang Hong looked directly into Li Shurchen's eyes. Principal Li, I understand your dedication to Yuanwu Immortal Academy, but we both know the severity of the situation. We have no other choice. After a moment of silence, Li Shurchen gritted his teeth and finally said, all right, we'll lower the standards further. Seeing Li Shurchen's furious expression, Wang Hong couldn't help but smirk and shake his head slightly. Old Li, you really are something. His gaze then shifted to Chen Kongxing from the education department, and his tone became more formal. Old Chun, I've already submitted a request to the military hall. All the immortal universities within Yuanwu City, including the Yuanwu campus of Sifang Immortal University, will start the academic year 1 month earlier. This means that students who just took the college entrance exams will begin their studies in 35 days. Please make sure the notifications and support are properly arranged. Chen Kongxing immediately straightened up and respectfully replied, yes, Deputy Governor Wang. His attitude towards Wang Hong was noticeably more cautious compared to Li Shurchen. After all, Li Shurchen, as the president of Yuanwu Immortal University with the cultivation level of a prefecture lord, was on equal footing with Deputy Governor Wang. Chen Kongxing, on the other hand, was only at the Yuanshan stage, both in cultivation and position, a level below Wang Hong, so he naturally didn't dare to be too casual. The notice for the early start has already been prepared by the department and will be officially issued today, Chen Kongxing added. The finance department has also prepared the subsidy funds, so everything is in order. Good. Wang Hong nodded in satisfaction and stood up. Let's conclude this brief meeting for today. Chen Kongxing also stood up, hesitated for a moment, and then cautiously asked, Deputy Governor Wang, what has Governor Wan Yuchuan been busy with lately? I have nearly completed the tasks he assigned to me regarding the reconstruction plan and would like to report. The reconstruction plan? Wang Hong raised an eyebrow. You mean the plan to gather the late bloomers who show their talents after entering or graduating from the immortal universities and send them to the Yuanwu campus of Sifang Immortal University for advanced training? Yes, Li Shurchen interjected. Our Yuanwu Immortal University has also sent some outstanding students there. Wang Hong nodded thoughtfully. I see. However, Governor Wan is currently in seclusion, and all his duties are temporarily under my management. You can report to me. Understood, Chen Kongxing replied. Though his heart was in turmoil seclusion, Could it be that Governor Wan Yuchuan was attempting to break through to the Daoyuan stage? The scene shifts to the study room of Lu Chuan's new villa in Mai City. Lu Chuan had just placed an order for wild ox meat from the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce and specifically inquired about spiritual foods suitable for his parents. The representatives from the Lingxi Chamber learned that Lu Chuan was a valuable customer and took the time to understand his parents' situation. They regretfully informed Lu Chuan that since his parents had stopped cultivating years ago and their spiritual energy levels had not progressed, the power of the Sifang Gathering Spirit Array could only sustain their daily use of minimal spiritual energy. Re-establishing their spiritual energy growth was nearly impossible unless a nascent soul level or higher expert intervened to help them reconnect with the array. Lu Chuan felt a deep sense of regret, but understood that this was an unchangeable reality. The Sifang Gathering Spirit Array, while remarkable and transformative for the spiritual environment of the Huaxia Alliance, followed the rules of reality, prioritizing the strong and abandoning the weak. Ordinary people like his parents had been forsaken by the array, with the saved power redirected to young students or accomplished cultivators. Only by reaching the nascent soul level or higher, thus having significant contributions to the Huaxia Alliance, would the array allow one's relatives to reconnect, serving as a reward. It seems I can only keep cultivating and aim to reach the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, Lu Chuan murmured to himself as he left the room to chat with his parents. To his surprise, he found them packing their bags, ready to leave. Mom, Dad, what are you doing? Are you moving back? Lu Chuan quickly walked to the living room, puzzled. His mother smiled and replied, No, we're not moving back. Your father and I have decided not to live here. Lu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise, and he anxiously asked, Why? Don't you like it? Weren't you just taking videos with your phones? What's wrong with it? His mother shook her head, her tone gentle but firm. It's not that we don't like it. Your father and I have discussed it, and we've decided to leave this house for you to use as a wedding home. Lu Chuan had just said, I'm only 17, implying that thinking about marriage was premature. His mother immediately widened her eyes and sternly retorted, What? You dare to bring a girlfriend home before even getting into Xianda University? If you get into Xianda, getting married right away wouldn't be out of the question. Lu Chuan was flustered and quickly defended himself. When did I bring a girlfriend home? Don't play dumb, his mother persisted. Your dad saw her that day. Instinctively, Lu Chuan looked to his father for clarification. To his dismay, his father nodded firmly. Yes, I saw everything. Lu Chuan blinked, a light bulb going off in his head. Are you talking about Xinmei? His father clapped his hands, as if he'd caught him red-handed. See, you even know her name. Lu Chuan was at a loss for words and could only helplessly explain. After a full half-hour of explanation, his parents were finally half convinced that Shan Mei and Lu Chuan were not a couple and might even be enemies. To completely dispel his parents' doubts, Lu Chuan had a sudden inspiration and blurted out, I'm not even 18 and I can earn enough for a villa. By the time I get married, they'll have 100 of them. You can relax, Mom and Dad, and start picking a good day to move. This bold declaration seemed to work, and Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, ready to go back to his training. Just then, his phone rang with a video call from Zhang Wubin. Lu Chuan answered, and Zhang Wubin excitedly shouted, Lu Chuan, Fifan, I have great news. I just got notified. Yuanwu Xianda University has lowered its admission score again. This time, I'm definitely in. Really? Congratulations, Zhang Wubin. Hu Fifan and Lu Chuan exclaimed in unison, genuinely happy for their friend. Zhang Wubin's laughter filled the screen, his joy evident. Given his spiritual power level, getting into Yuanwu Xianda University was quite an achievement. As the laughter died down, Hu Fifan suddenly said to Lu Chuan with a meaningful look, Brother Chuan, guess what? A teacher from Shangjiao Xianda University called me again today. What? They called you twice? Lu Chuan was astonished, impressed by Shangjiao Xianda's diligence. Hu Fifan boasted, they told me 3 things. First, Li Yi also got into Shangjiao Xianda. Oh, Lu Chuan and Zhang Wubin teasingly chimed in unison. The second thing, Hu Fifan continued, is that this year, the universities in Yuanwu Prefecture will start a month earlier, which means they'll start in 35 days. Starting early? Zhang Wubin was shocked. Why didn't I get notified? But you did? Hu Fifan explained. Shangjiao Xianda is in the Magic City, so they get the news faster. Lu Chuan frowned and asked, if Yuanwu Prefecture universities are starting early, why would a teacher from Shangjiao Xianda tell you that? Hu Fifan said mysteriously. This is related to the third thing. The teacher from Shangjiao Xianda said that when Sifang Xianda University's Yuanwu campus starts, they'll have their usual freshman combat assessment a month later. Any freshmen who fail the assessment will be kicked out. Lu Chuan blinked and pressed, and then? Hu Fifan could barely contain his laughter as he revealed the final piece of news. The teacher from Shangjiao Xianda said that if you fail the Sifang Xianda combat assessment, Shangjiao Xianda would welcome you with open arms. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan's face darkened instantly, and he couldn't help but curse, damn it. Time flies, and before he knew it, a month had passed. From the initial sense of relief, Lu Chuan now felt bored, showcasing the human tendency to tire of the new and crave novelty. This morning, he crawled out of his bedroom in his new home, his hair a mess, and let out a long yawn, resembling a lazy husky. So boring. Lu Chuan muttered to himself as he reflected on the monotonous life he had led for the past month. Apart from practicing the Ling Vortex cultivation method at home, he spent his days at the Cultivation Bureau with Instructor Li, training in combat spells. The routine was repetitive, and to his frustration, his spiritual power remained stuck at 999, with no progress in his cultivation despite an increase in the number of spiritual rings in his dantian. The progress in unlocking the barbaric bull diagram was also excruciatingly slow. Glancing at the calendar, Lu Chuan realized there were only 7 days left until the new school term began. Gritting his teeth, he got out of bed, ready to continue his grind for the day. Just then, his phone rang, and the name on the screen made his eyes light up. It was Lu Guangyan, who had been missing for a month. "Hey, brother Lu." Lu Chuan answered the call with a smile. "Calling me out of the blue. Is everything settled?" "Yeah, things have finally wrapped up here." Lu Guangyan's voice carried a mix of exhaustion and relief. Trying to fish for information, Lu Chuan said, "Brother Lu, I already signed that consent form earlier, so you don't need to hide anything from me. You can tell me everything. Cut it out." Lu Guangyan saw through his ploy immediately. "I also signed that consent form before entering Xinda. Do you think I don't know? School starts in 7 days. Once you're at Xinda, your questions will be answered. For now, just know that things aren't over yet, but the situation has temporarily stabilized." Lu Chuan shrugged helplessly and stopped probing. Lu Guangyan then changed the topic. "I'm calling you today about something else. It's about your foundation building. Remember you asked me about it last time? Foundation building?" Lu Chuan was puzzled. "How do I go about it? Didn't you tell me to wait until Xinda starts before considering it?" Lu Guangyan explained in detail. "Yes, I did. The reason is simple. Foundation building requires a large gathering of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Ordinary cultivators can apply to use a spirit gathering room, but your mental power has already exceeded 200, and your foundation is solid, so you're not considered an ordinary cultivator anymore. You need a Tier 4 or higher spirit gathering room, which only Xinda and the Sifang Xinda Yunwu campus have. Moreover, it's best to have a nascent soul-level expert to guard you during the breakthrough. Recently, my mentor has some free time, and I can ask her to guard you." Sensing the urgency, Lu Chuan quickly asked, "Brother Lu, when do you think Sifang Xinda will be open? And when will you and Instructor Lu be available? I'll come over to meet you." Lu Guangyan's response caught Lu Chuan off guard. "Sifang Xinda is open today?" Despite his earlier complaints of boredom, the prospect of leaving immediately made Lu Chuan hesitate. Sensing this, Lu Guangyan reaffirmed, "Yes, it is." Lu Guangyan explained that the students of Sifang Immortal University come from the 72 prefectures of the Huaxia Alliance. Some of these prefectures are very far from Yuanwu Prefecture, requiring them to traverse beast territories. As a result, many students set off early, with some arriving in Yuanwu City days ago but only being allowed to enter the school today. Coming early allows them to get familiar with the environment. Lu Chuan suddenly understood, but he hesitated in the face of Lu Guangyan's invitation. Just as he was about to politely decline, he remembered something and excitedly asked, "Brother Lu, I heard that Sifang Immortal University has a famous beast mastery department with 50,000 wild oxen. Has that department moved to the Yuanwu campus?" Lu Guangyan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question, and replied honestly, "The beast mastery department, being an important major, moved a long time ago." "Great. I'll pack my things right away." Lu Chuan exclaimed excitedly, "I'll head over today." Lu Guangyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "You rascal. It seems the allure of a herd of wild oxen is greater than helping you build your foundation." The next morning, while having breakfast, Lu Chuan's parents looked at their excited son with confusion. "You're leaving today? In such a hurry?" they asked. "Yes." Lu Chuan explained with a smile. "I booked a spirit train ticket for 2 p.m. It only takes 3 hours to reach Yuanwu City. I've already packed my things." "All right, I'll drive you to the station," his father said with a smile. His mother silently stood up and went into Lu Chuan's room. Lu Chuan's eye twitched, knowing that his luggage was about to multiply significantly. At 1:45 p.m., in the waiting hall of the Mai City Spirit train station, Lu Chuan waved goodbye to his parents at the ticket gate. "Mom, Dad, you can go back now. I'm boarding the train," he said. "Take care." His father waved vigorously. His mother, Song Hui-chin, with teary eyes, reminded him, "Son, remember to come home and visit us when you have time." "Got it," Lu Chuan responded, turning to merge into the bustling crowd. On the train, after settling his luggage, Lu Chuan stared absent-mindedly at the rapidly changing scenery outside. Unlike his previous life, this world had vast wildernesses outside the cities, with few inhabitants and many barren mountains and primeval forests inhabited by unknown beasts. However, the plains had farmlands protected by powerful formations, and the train tracks and highways were also shielded by formations, keeping the beasts at bay. The train itself was an extraordinary magical artifact, capable of unleashing formidable power in times of danger. Lu Chuan realized that while humans in this world had the ability to eliminate the beasts outside the cities, they chose to coexist. These thoughts flashed through his mind, but what lingered more was the anticipation of a significant turning point in his life. He understood his parents' worry and reluctance. This was his first time traveling alone, leaving the protection of his parents and saying goodbye to the remote Mai High School and his small hometown. Ahead of him lay a broader world of cultivation. Xifeng Immortal University. Here I come. Lu Chuan silently shouted in his heart, his gaze firmly set on the distant horizon. Dear passengers, the next stop is Yuanwu City Station, the final destination of this train. Please prepare your luggage and ensure you do not leave any personal belongings behind. The conductor's gentle voice echoed through the carriage, pulling Lu Chuan from his thoughts. He looked around and saw other passengers getting up and hastily gathering their belongings. Lu Chuan, however, remained seated for a moment, his mind replaying the 3-hour journey. The spirit power train had departed from Mui City under the blazing sun. Lu Chuan, feeling a tinge of homesickness, watched familiar landscapes fade away through the window. Yet, as the train traversed between cities and wilderness, his attention was soon captivated by the ever-changing scenery outside. Filled with anticipation, Lu Chuan hoped to witness the thrilling heroics of train adventures described in novels. He imagined a dashing protagonist stepping up in moments of crisis to save helpless passengers and win the admiration of beautiful women. Unfortunately, reality was disappointingly mundane. The 3-hour journey passed without incident, not even a child tripping over. Turns out those cultivation novels are all lies, Lu Chuan muttered to himself with a sigh as he finally stood up. He retrieved his suitcase from the luggage rack and followed the crowd towards the door. Stepping onto the platform, Lu Chuan was stunned by the sight before him. The vast space was lined with a dozen spirit power tracks, with trains hovering above, moving back and forth. Everything here exuded grandeur, a stark contrast to the small station in Mui City. So this is Yuanwu City's core, Yuanwu City itself? Lu Chuan thought as he walked, admiring his surroundings. Soon, he passed through the ticket gate, exited the station, and flagged down a taxi. To Xifeng Immortal University, please, Lu Chuan said, noticing a glint of excitement in the driver's eyes. Sure thing. The driver responded enthusiastically and started the car, heading towards the destination. On the way, the driver struck up a conversation. Are you a student heading to Xifeng Immortal University? Yes, I am. Lu Chuan nodded. Ha ha ha, you have no idea, student. The driver continued in a thick southern accent. Your campus is 200 miles from Yuanwu City. Most drivers wouldn't want to take you there. Really? Why is that? Lu Chuan asked curiously. Because once you're out of the city, without the 4-direction spirit gathering arrays protection, you might get attacked by beasts, the driver explained. But not me. I used to be in the military, so I'm not afraid of such things. Guess I'm lucky then. Lu Chuan chuckled and asked, when did you serve, and where were you stationed? The driver smiled mysteriously. I retired 5 years ago. Can't tell you where I served, but let's just say I'm brave and a skilled driver. Just as he finished speaking, the driver floored the gas pedal, and the taxi sped out of Yuanwu City, racing along a desolate highway to the north. 30 minutes later, an enormous complex appeared on the horizon, like a giant beast crouching at the edge of the sky. The two, who had been chatting inside the car, fell silent, their faces filled with awe as they gazed ahead. The towering structure seemed to touch the clouds, resembling a mountain range stretching across the horizon. It exuded the majesty of mountains and the grandeur of a colossal city, instilling a sense of reverence in anyone who beheld it. Wow. Lu Chuan's eyes widened as he murmured. So this is Xifeng Immortal University. It's magnificent. Wow. The driver echoed, equally stunned, his eyes wide as he repeated Lu Chuan's words. What a grand sight. Lu Chuan's heart was pounding. In all his years, he had never been so awestruck by the grandeur of a building. This new campus was simply astonishing. The driver took a deep breath, his eyes showing a mix of reverence and nostalgia. With a smile, he said, I've heard that Xifeng Immortal University opened a new campus here, but this is my first visit. It's truly a place worthy of its reputation for cultivating strong individuals. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Chuan caught the driver's meaningful expression, feeling a bit puzzled. It took a full 10 minutes for the taxi to finally reach the grand gates of the Yuanwu campus. As Lu Chuan looked at the imposing entrance, his heartbeat quickened, and he was almost too excited to speak. Driver, could you pop the trunk? He quickly said, then jumped out to retrieve his suitcase. Just as Lu Chuan was about to pay, the taxi suddenly roared to life, made a sharp U-turn, and sped off down the deserted road. Stunned, Lu Chuan waved frantically and shouted, "Hey, you haven't taken the fare." But the driver seemed not to hear, and the car vanished in an instant. Baffled, Lu Chuan muttered, "How strange. Didn't even take the money." Shaking his head, he turned and walked toward the majestic gates. Meanwhile, the driver, speeding down the road, wore a satisfied grin. "How could I take money from a student of Sifang Immortal University?" he thought to himself. His mind drifted back to an intense encounter 5 years prior. Back then, he was serving in the Xinglu unit in Guangnan Prefecture. During a mission, they were ambushed by a vampire legion, and the entire squad was nearly wiped out. Just when hope seemed lost, a few prodigious students from Sifang Immortal University descended like divine warriors, fighting off nearly 1,000 vampires and rescuing them. That experience left him deeply grateful to the university, a sentiment he carried with him even after retiring from service due to injuries and becoming a taxi driver in Yuanwu City. This explained his excitement upon hearing Lu Chuan's destination. Perhaps this is fate, he mused. Unaware of the driver's backstory, Lu Chuan stood in awe before the gates, gazing up at the towering structure that seemed to touch the sky. The 4 golden characters spelling Sifang Immortal University gleamed in the sunlight, adding to the grandeur. No wonder it's Sifang Immortal University. Truly magnificent, Lu Chuan murmured, completely absorbed by the spectacular scene. As he stood there, gawking at the gates, a strange sound suddenly came from behind him. "Move in," an elderly voice called out from above. "Young man, step aside. Don't block my wild ox's path." Startled, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned to look behind him. As Lu Chuan turned around, a gasp escaped his lips. Just a few steps away stood a colossal creature. It towered over him, as tall as a 2-story building, with legs as thick as bridge pillars, resembling a small mountain. Its enormous lantern-like eyes stared straight at him. It was the wild bull that Lu Chuan had longed to see. Although Lu Chuan had encountered fierce beasts in the beast park before and even initiated attacks, he had been too caught up in the moment to feel any fear. But now, facing this immense creature up close, his heart raced. Lu Chuan was relieved he didn't buckle at the knees. He suddenly realized why the gates of Sifang Immortal University were built so high. Such gigantic beasts must frequently come and go. Seated on the bull's back was an old man in gray robes, his face adorned with a thick beard and a healthy glow. Seeing Lu Chuan quickly regain his composure after the initial shock, the old man nodded approvingly. Quick on his feet, Lu Chuan pulled out his acceptance letter from Sifang Immortal University and waved it at the old man. "Excuse me, sir. I'm a new student here to register. Could you please show me the way? Maybe even give me a lift?" The old man chuckled heartily. "You've got some nerve, kid. Hop on." With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Lu Chuan found himself floating in midair, landing softly on the broad back of the bull. "Wow, your skills are amazing, sir," Lu Chuan complimented, while taking a closer look at the bull's back, swallowing hard. Noticing Lu Chuan's reaction, the old man looked puzzled. Is the kid hungry? Impossible. Who would drool over a live bull? Must be nerves. "Yeah, that's it. Let's go, kid," the old man said, patting the bull's back. "I'm heading to the beast taming department. I can show you around on the way, but you'll have to get off when we get there." As the old man spoke, Lu Chuan felt his perspective shift forward, and the scenery inside the university gates quickly came into view. Touring the campus on a bull was certainly a unique experience. The old man took a swig from a gourd hanging at his waist and began his tour. "Kid, this Yuanwu campus is newly built, but its structure is similar to the capital campus, designed by the most famous formation masters of the Huaxia Alliance." "Capital campus?" Lu Chuan asked, puzzled. "Do you mean the Sifang City campus? Isn't Sifang City the capital?" Sifang Immortal University Sifang City campus does sound a bit clunky. Maybe capital campus or old campus would be better. "Good idea, Lu Chuan." The old man agreed, then pointed to the ground. "See this road? It's called the Starry Sky Avenue. The ground is reinforced with formations from the stars, so even a beast as heavy as this bull won't leave a mark." Lu Chuan looked back and saw that the ground remained perfectly smooth where the bull had walked, with no dents or impressions. "That grand building on the left is the formation department," the old man continued. "They have a wide network and often receive visitors from Waknoshire, so they built their building closest to the gate." Lu Chuan saw a magnificent structure with the words, "Formation Department," prominently displayed. The building was clearly just the front. Behind it was a vast area for lectures and practice. Lu Chuan estimated that the formation department alone was several times the size of his high school. Despite the bull's quick pace, it took several minutes to pass the formation department. Further ahead, the old man pointed. Those 3 opulent, but somewhat gaudy buildings are the alchemy, talisman, and weapon crafting departments. These are the wealthiest departments, contributing 80% of the university's revenue through the sale of pills, artifacts, and talismans. Following the old man's direction, Lu Chuan saw 3 gilded buildings that looked like golden palaces. He couldn't help but think they were indeed a bit tacky. Further in, the old man continued, that plain-looking building is the combat department. It's the poorest department because they rarely make money and often go out to fight, which is very costly. The elderly man continued to introduce the various aspects of Sifong Immortal University. When Lu Chuan heard that fighting was required, a look of surprise crossed his face. Noticing his reaction, the elderly man paused briefly and gave Lu Chuan a meaningful glance. Well, you'll find out once you pass the freshman assessment. It's not convenient to tell you now, the elderly man said mysteriously. Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly. Even after entering the Immortal University, these people were still so tight-lipped. Pointing into the distance, the elderly man said, "Do you see that towering structure over there?" Following the direction of the elderly man's finger, Lu Chuan saw an ancient, imposing tower standing in the distance. His eyes lit up with anticipation, and he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I see it." The elderly man chuckled. "Heh, you'll have to pass the freshman combat assessment to learn more about that." Lu Chuan was momentarily speechless and could only sigh in resignation. The elderly man continued, "Ahead are the buildings for the beast taming department and other specialized departments. Beast taming, spiritual cuisine, languages, history." He pointed to each building in turn. Lu Chuan's gaze lingered longer on the buildings for the beast taming and spiritual cuisine departments. Finally, the elderly man lightly patted the back of the giant bull, which then came to a stop. Pointing to the most luxurious building on the right among a row of buildings, he said, "Besides the buildings for the alchemy, talisman, and artifact refining departments, the grandest building over there is the student dormitory. Just follow this path and you'll get there." Excited, Lu Chuan thanked the elderly man. "Thank you, sir." He then curiously asked, "I've been listening to you introduce the Immortal University, but I haven't asked your name yet." The elderly man chuckled. "My name is Nyo Bin, and I'm an assistant instructor in the beast taming department. I'm not a full lecturer yet, so I can't take on students. Otherwise, I'd definitely try to recruit you into the beast taming department." Lu Chuan asked in surprise. "What? With your high level of cultivation, you're not a lecturer yet?" Nyo Bin smiled wryly. "You think becoming a lecturer is that easy? But if you're interested in the beast taming department, I can recommend a lecturer for you. Given your talent for not being scared by the giant bull at such close range, you should be fine. I'll give you a contact number." Lu Chuan quickly waved his hands. No, Nyo Bin, just tell me where you usually work. I'll visit you directly." Nyo Bin was momentarily taken aback, then laughed and pointed behind the beast taming department. "I usually work at the bull yard behind the beast taming department. You can find me there." "Got it. Goodbye, Nyo Bin." Lu Chuan responded and leapt off the giant bull, heading towards the dormitory area. On his first day at Sifong Immortal University, he had already met a teacher who specialized in raising giant bulls. Lu Chuan was secretly delighted. This was a good omen. He now had hope of speeding up the progress on the difficult bull diagram. After bidding farewell to Nyo Bin, Lu Chuan embarked on the journey to the dormitory area alone. Only then did the vastness of the campus truly reveal itself to him. The half-hour walk from the teaching area to the dormitory area gave him a profound understanding of the saying, "The mountain seems close, but the journey is long." Along the way, Lu Chuan eagerly observed the diverse crowd. Freshmen accompanied by their parents spoke in various regional accents. The upperclassmen were a distinctive bunch. Some wore crew cuts and immaculate suits. Others donned traditional robes and jade crowns. And there were those with unkempt beards and casual attire, yet walked with pride. Although there were fewer girls, most exhibited a confident, bold, even fierce demeanor, with only a few appearing delicate. This diversity made Lu Chuan feel the inclusiveness and vastness of Huaxia Alliance's top-tier university for cultivators. Following the signs, Lu Chuan navigated through the dormitory buildings, which felt like streets, until he reached the grand, palace-like dormitory building number 3. Before he could hesitate, a middle-aged woman with curly, dyed yellow hair warmly greeted him and ushered him into the dormitory. Through her explanations, Lu Chuan learned that this was a temporary dormitory for a month, until the freshmen's combat ability assessments were completed and permanent dorms were assigned. Eagerly taking the key, Lu Chuan rushed to room 326 in Section B on the 3rd floor. However, the scene on the 3rd floor left him speechless once again. There were not only unattended cafes, fitness equipment, a cinema, an internet cafe, and a game room, but even a small arena. Lu Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This isn't a dormitory, it's paradise." With excitement, Lu Chuan finally stood in front of room 326. As he pushed open the door, the sight that greeted him left him stunned once more. Lu Chuan pushed open the dormitory door and was instantly stunned by what he saw. This wasn't just a dormitory. It was practically a luxurious apartment. He walked in slowly, taking in the spacious and bright surroundings. No bunk beds, no desks under lofted beds, and definitely no sense of being cramped. Lu Chuan muttered to himself as he continued to walk inside. The spacious living room was flooded with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire space. Lu Chuan stepped out onto the balcony, gazing down at the beautiful campus below, marveling at the opulence of the dormitory. Turning back into the bedroom, he saw a massive double bed that looked incredibly soft and comfortable. He couldn't resist pressing his hand against it, and sure enough, it felt just as good as it looked. A fully equipped kitchen, a bathroom with separate wet and dry areas, Lu Chuan narrated to himself as he continued his tour. Is this really meant for just one person? After confirming that there was only one bed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a waste. Just then, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He took it out and saw that it was Lu Guangyan calling. Lu Chuan, have you arrived at the school? Lu Guangyan's voice came through the receiver. Brother Lu, I'm already here and settled into the dorm, Lu Chuan said, walking back to the balcony and looking out into the distance. You wouldn't believe it, but this dormitory is just like me. Just like you? What do you mean? Lu Guangyan asked curiously. It's huge. Absolutely gigantic. Lu Chuan exclaimed excitedly. On the other end of the line, Lu Guangyan's eye twitched in silence. Even though he was quite familiar with Lu Chuan, hearing something like that out of the blue was still a bit awkward. Once you're done settling in, come over to the training area. Coach Lu and I are waiting for you here, Lu Guangyan said, changing the subject. Got it, Lu Chuan replied, ready to hang up. One more thing, Lu Guangyan added suddenly. What is it, Brother Lu? Ahem. You're not the only one who's like the dormitory. I am too. Before he could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly cut off. Lu Chuan stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Snapping out of it, Lu Chuan quickly packed his belongings and left the dormitory. He jogged out of dormitory building number 3, heading towards the northern training area. Despite the day's exciting experiences, he hadn't forgotten his main reason for arriving at the school early to build his foundation. For over a month, his spiritual power had been stuck at 999. While the number of spirit rings within him had increased, he felt no significant change in his spiritual power. The reason was simple. He hadn't yet found the right method to build his foundation. In the realm of cultivation, the stages are chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul. Only by breaking through the chi refinement stage and reaching the foundation establishment stage could his spiritual power truly surpass 999 and exceed 1000. However, in my city, no one could guide him in the method of foundation establishment. Figures like Xiao Xingqing and teacher Hu Yin had all relied on time and resources to brute force their way through foundation establishment with low spiritual power. Such experiences were of no use to Lu Chuan. What he needed was a foundation establishment method that suited him and a higher quality Dao foundation. The only people who understood these were the teachers at Immortal University. For instance, Coach Lu, whom Lu Guangyan had invited today. With anticipation for the unknown, Lu Chuan quickened his pace towards the training area. The cultivation zone is the largest area within the campus of Sifang Immortal University, or rather, it constitutes the main part of the university itself. Lu Chuan walked briskly through it, his eyes scanning the locations mentioned on Kong Chen's list, including the Sutra Pavilion and the Divine Sense Tower. The Sutra Pavilion stood ahead, a square, ancient-looking building, tall and majestic. Lu Chuan imagined the visualizations, combat spells, and various unique cultivation techniques it might house. Not far away, the Divine Sense Tower, resembling a slender, earth-colored pillar, pierced the sky. Its surface appeared to be covered with talismans, exuding a mysterious aura. Lu Chuan's gaze shifted past the Divine Sense Tower to the towering structure at the deepest part of the cultivation zone. He recalled how Niu Bin had cryptically mentioned earlier that only those who passed the freshman combat assessment could uncover the tower's secrets. The tower was adorned with countless strange, sculpted totems, barely visible from a distance. Driven by curiosity, Lu Chuan ran towards the tower. However, 10 minutes later, a conspicuous red warning sign blocked his path. No entry for freshmen. With no one around, Lu Chuan had a mischievous thought and was about to sneak in when a formation's power suddenly rose, blocking his way. A senior student in a black robe appeared out of nowhere, his face stern as he warned, "Junior, this area is off limits to freshmen for now." Lu Chuan immediately feigned shock, apologizing repeatedly. "Oh no, I didn't see the sign. Sorry, senior. They'll leave right away." As he turned to leave, Lu Chuan couldn't help but grumble internally. Setting up a blockade 3 kilometers away from the tower is just too much. When I become a senior next year, I'll definitely bully the freshmen just like this. With no other choice, Lu Chuan changed direction and headed to the intermediate spirit gathering room area that Lu Guangyan had mentioned. From afar, the entire area was shrouded in a massive formation. The basic spirit gathering rooms were as small as toilet stalls, each containing just a meditation cushion. In contrast, the intermediate rooms were spacious, small houses, clearly intended for cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above. As for the advanced spirit gathering rooms, the formation blocking freshman obscured Lu Chuan's view. Finding room number 6 in Area A of the intermediate spirit gathering room section, Lu Chuan was about to call Lu Guangyan when he saw him coming out of the room, waving, "Come on in. Instructor Lu has been waiting for you." Lu Chuan hurriedly followed him into the room. In the small living area, a middle-aged woman with slightly graying hair and silver-framed glasses sat at a table. She had an elegant demeanor and greeted Lu Chuan with a warm smile. "Hello, Lu Chuan." "Hello, Instructor Lu. Sorry to keep you waiting." Lu Chuan responded enthusiastically, filled with respect and gratitude for Lu Guangyan's mentor. Given that Lu Chuan and Lu Guangyan were friends, he didn't have much of a relationship with this mentor. Yet, she was willing to call him before the college entrance exams to address his doubts. Reflecting on Lu's guidance during that critical moment, Lu Chuan felt a deep sense of gratitude. At that time, faced with the admission lists of the Capital Campus and Yuanwu Campus, he felt lost, unable to discern which was better. In the small town of Mai, no one could explain the true value of the contribution points of Sifang Immortal University. If not for Lu's timely advice, he would have wasted even more precious time on his decision. Snapping back to reality, Lu Chuan looked at the grand campus buildings in front of him, scratched his head, and chuckled. The campus is so big. On my first day, I almost got lost, haha. Lu Jingxian smiled warmly and reassured him, "It's okay. It's normal to feel lost the first time you enter Sifang Immortal University. Anyway, Xiao Lu had already booked my time for this afternoon, so I'm not in a hurry. Please have a seat." Thank you, Teacher Lu, and thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Chuan thanked them both and then sat down on a nearby chair. Lu Jingxian got straight to the point, her gaze falling on Lu Chuan. "I heard from Xiao Lu that over a month ago, your spiritual power level reached 999. Are you now preparing to build your foundation?" Lu Chuan nodded to confirm, "Yes, for the past month or so, my spiritual power level has been stuck at 999 and hasn't increased. But following Brother Lu's advice, I've been diligently practicing the spiritual vortex cultivation method every day, and the spiritual rings in my dantian have been accumulating." "Good. Xiao Lu's advice is very useful," Lu Jingxian said approvingly. "If you had stopped practicing the cultivation method after hitting a bottleneck in your spiritual power level, your foundation building would have lagged far behind others." She paused briefly before continuing. "I want to ask, Lu Chuan, how much do you know about foundation building?" Lu Chuan was taken aback by the question and shook his head with a wry smile. "I only called my high school homeroom teacher. He said that during the qi refining stage, the spiritual power center is the spiritual ring formed in the dantian using the spiritual vortex cultivation method. When it comes to the foundation establishment stage, the spiritual rings need to be condensed into a cluster, forming a spiritual vortex. This vortex serves as the spiritual power center within the body, greatly enhancing the rate of spiritual power absorption and mobilization, signifying the achievement of the foundation establishment stage." "That's correct. Your teacher is absolutely right," Lu Jingxian praised, then elaborated. 9 spiritual rings can form one spiritual vortex. Generally, if a cultivator can form one spiritual vortex, they can use it as their foundation and step into the foundation establishment stage. 9 rings form one vortex. This is the minimum requirement for societal cultivators to establish their foundation." She paused, her tone becoming more serious. "But here at Sifang Immortal University, the standards are higher. Students are required to have a minimum of 5 spiritual vortexes to establish their foundation, meaning they must have at least 45 spiritual rings in their dantian before the foundation establishment stage." Lu Jingxian looked intently at Lu Chuan and gently asked, "Lu Chuan, do you have enough spiritual rings in your dantian to form 45 yet?" "Lu Chuan, have you managed to cultivate 45 spirit rings in your dantian yet?" Lu Jingxuan's question caught Lu Chuan off guard. He instinctively closed his eyes and focused his mental energy inward. In his mind's eye, his dantian appeared like a starry sky, with numerous spirit rings twinkling. Some overlapped to form complex patterns, while others floated around aimlessly. After counting carefully, he was astonished to find that he had a total of 83 spirit rings. Reflecting on the class division exam over a month ago, Lu Chuan recalled starting his cultivation with the spirit whirlpool method. Although he began later than children from prominent cultivation families like Li Yi, the assistance of the starry sky diet allowed him to not only store the spiritual energy absorbed during cultivation in his dantian, but also convert the energy from snacks into highly refined power. This enabled him to accumulate spirit rings at an extraordinary rate, reaching 75 rings even before hitting the bottleneck at a spiritual power level of 999. Remarkably, he managed to condense an additional 8 spirit rings even after hitting this bottleneck. To Lu Jingxian, Lu Chuan's contemplation seemed like hesitation. She gently reassured him, "It's okay, Lu Chuan. You might not have had detailed guidance before, so your number of spirit rings might be a bit low. But from now on, you can catch up quickly. Mr. Lu is very knowledgeable in spiritual energy research and will help you." Lu Guangyan chimed in, Yeah, Lu Chuan. He felt a pang of regret because, despite 2 trips to the star path, he hadn't kept in close touch with Lu Chuan. All he knew was that Lu Chuan's spiritual power was stuck at 999, and he hadn't realized the number of spirit rings Lu Chuan had accumulated. He silently berated himself for not sharing more cultivation texts with this fellow student from a similar background. Lu Chuan quickly waved his hands, eager to explain. No, Mr. Lu, brother Lu, please don't misunderstand. I was just lost in thought, not shy or hesitant. I actually have 83 spirit rings, which is more than the 45 you mentioned. 83? Lu Jingxian and Lu Guangyan exclaimed in unison, their faces full of disbelief. Their reaction made Lu Chuan uneasy, and he cautiously asked, is there a problem? Lu Guangyan's eyes widened. Lu Chuan, did you count wrong? No, Lu Chuan replied, even more puzzled. He thought, surely anyone with basic arithmetic skills wouldn't make such an error? Lu Jingxian nodded and explained seriously, spirit rings condensed in the dantian are easy to sense, like counting fingers. It's unlikely you miscounted. However, Lu Guangyan interjected, still incredulous, I've seen cultivators with many spirit rings, but they usually cap at multiples of 9, either 54, 63, or 72. How did you end up with 83? Cap? Lu Chuan blinked. I don't think I've reached my limit yet. What? Lu Guangyan was dumbfounded. Unlike Lu Guangyan's shock, Lu Jingxian remained composed. She slowly explained, according to cultivation theory, once a cultivator's spiritual power hits 999 and they reach the foundational bottleneck, the number of spirit rings should theoretically stop increasing. Further cultivation of the spirit whirlpool method is supposed to enhance the toughness of the existing rings, preparing for the next stage. But you continued to form new rings even after hitting the bottleneck, without reaching your limit. This suggests only one possibility. Lu Jingxian paused and looked intently at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, do you have a special constitution that allows you to absorb spiritual energy from pills or spiritual food very effectively? Lu Chuan nodded, yes. And you've been cultivating the spirit whirlpool method for less than 6 months? Exactly. Lu Chuan nodded enthusiastically. That explains it, Lu Jingxian said softly. Years ago, I encountered a student with a similar constitution. His absorption capacity was exceptionally high. Initially, his meditation didn't yield much spiritual energy, but once he began consuming spiritual food during the early stages, his spiritual power skyrocketed. In just 6 months, his spiritual power surged from 300 to 999. During this time, his spirit rings only reached 36, still far from his body's limit. Lu Chuan's cultivation journey took an unexpected turn. After hitting a bottleneck, the number of his spirit rings didn't cease to grow. Within 20 days, he formed 9 more spirit rings, finally touching his limit and completing the foundation establishment stage. Teacher Lu Jingxuan's analysis left Lu Chuan deeply shaken. The case she described bore an astonishing resemblance to his own experience, with an 80 similarity. In short, it was a case of excessively strong absorption ability, where the spiritual power value reached the qi refinement limit first, but the foundational techniques were not yet fully consolidated, leaving room for further reinforcement. Lu Jingxian further explained that this situation was not uncommon in the Huaxia Alliance, especially in lower and middle prefectures. In these areas, the concentration of spiritual energy was lower, and high school students' meditation efficiency was not high. When they began formal cultivation with spiritual food, they often had less than 4 months left before the college entrance exams. In such a rushed cultivation process, if a student had exceptionally high absorption efficiency of spiritual food, this situation would occur. After hearing this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel profound admiration. The vast knowledge and sharp insight Lu Jingxian displayed were the true marks of a top-tier teacher at Xian University. Her proficient grasp of various cases and logical analysis deeply impressed Lu Chuan. Lu Jingxuan's analysis mirrored Lu Chuan's experiences over the past few months. In the month before the division into the cultivation and professional classes, he had his first taste of sea spirit shrimp. Less than 3 months after entering the cultivation class, he was thrust into the college entrance exam battlefield, making his cultivation process exceptionally rushed. Lu Chuan looked at Lu Jingxian with excitement and admiration in his eyes. Teacher Lu, you're amazing. Everything you said is spot on. If it weren't for meeting you today, who knows how long it would have taken for me to realize my problem. However, Lu Jingxuan's expression turned unusually serious. She gently shook her head, looking directly into Lu Chuan's eyes, and said in a grave tone, what I just explained only accounts for why your number of spirit rings hasn't reached its limit. But that's not the main issue. The real problem is, according to cultivation theory, a qi refinement stage cultivator can form a maximum of 81 spirit rings and condense at most 9 spiritual vortices. You have 83 spirit rings, which is 2 more than the limit. How is this possible? In all my years teaching at Xian University, I've seen countless cases, but I've never encountered a situation like yours. Hearing this, the excitement on Lu Chuan's face froze instantly. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Oh no, has my secret of being a freak been exposed so quickly? Will they send me to a lab for dissection and research? Lu Chuan stood in front of the grand gates of Sifangxian University, looking a bit dazed. Lu Jingxian noticed his expression and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, Lu Chuan. This is Sifangxian University, a gathering place for exceptional talents from the entire Huaxia Alliance. There are many unique individuals here, and no one will trouble you. Lu Chuan scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. Of course, I know no one will trouble me. Actually, I used to be an instructor at Yuanwu Academy's affiliated university, but for some reasons, I was transferred to this new campus of Sifangxian University. Lu Jingxian nodded and began to introduce the features of Sifangxian University. Before today, I also looked up some information about Sifangxian University. There are indeed many people here with unique cultivation methods. For example, some have formed a spirit vortex with just one spirit ring and established their foundation right there. Others reached a spirit power level of 999 before the age of 16 without even practicing meditation, and their bodies automatically formed a spirit vortex. There are even those who have a seemingly normal number of spirit rings, like 45 or 54, but have both spirit vortices and rings coexisting in their dantian. She continued, such situations are quite common here. However, the principle of Sifangxian University is to not interfere with any student's independent cultivation, allowing everyone to have their own secrets. It's best if everyone has a unique secret that aids their cultivation. So, you don't need to worry about these things. Lu Chuan visibly relaxed after hearing this. That's good. That's good, I'm glad I don't have any secrets. Lu Jingxian smiled. No secrets, no problem. As your senior, I have some insights into cultivation theory and can offer you some advice. Based on what you just said, I have two suggestions for you. Realizing that his foundation establishment might be problematic, Lu Chuan respectfully sought guidance. Please, enlighten me, Instructor Lu. Lu Jingxian began slowly. Even in a place like Sifangxian University, where exceptional talents gather, the majority of students have around 54 or 63 spirit rings. After establishing their foundation, they will form 6 or 7 spirit vortices, which already surpasses 99 of the foundation-building cultivators in the Huaxia Alliance. Most cultivators form their spirit vortex at around 9 spirit rings, and then begin their foundation establishment. About 20 of students here have 72 spirit rings and form 8 spirit vortices. There are also those with 81 spirit rings and 9 spirit vortices, making up roughly 5 of the total. She looked at Lu Chuan meaningfully. Lu Chuan, you might have accidentally formed 2 extra spirit rings, but this isn't necessarily a bad thing. The theory of the spirit vortex method clearly states that 81 spirit rings are the limit for qi refining cultivators, and this is not without reason. So, my first suggestion is, ignore the 2 extra spirit rings and establish your foundation with 81 spirit rings. This way, you can successfully form 9 spirit vortices. Even at Sifangxian University, 9 spirit vortices are considered top tier. Lu Chuan asked, what about the 2 extra spirit rings? They will only cause minor imperfections, nothing significant. Lu Jingxian replied nonchalantly. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Chuan asked, what's your second suggestion? Instructor Lu? Lu Jingxian seemed to have anticipated this question and smiled. The second suggestion is to continue cultivating until you find the maximum number of spirit rings your body can handle. Then, abandon the spirit vortex method and switch to an ancient cultivation method. An ancient method? What's that? Lu Chuan looked incredulous. Isn't the spirit vortex method the most advanced cultivation method in the Huaxia Alliance? Why switch to something else? Lu Jingxian corrected him. The spirit vortex method is the most suitable for the general populace. While its cultivation theory is top-notch, it doesn't mean it's suitable for everyone. At Sifangxian University, many people practice the spirit vortex method during the qi refining stage, but switch to other methods after foundation establishment. This is quite common. The best method is the one that suits you and allows you to maximize your combat potential. Lu Chuan trembled upon hearing this. Thank you for your guidance, Instructor Lu. I have learned a lot. Standing nearby, Lu Guangyan also chimed in with a smile. Indeed. While Instructor Lu has mentioned a lot about the number of spirit rings and vortices, in reality, few people at the university focus on that. Here at Sifangxian University, what really matters is your strength. Even if you only have 1 spirit vortex, as long as you can top the freshman combat assessment, Sifang Immortal University will still give you the best treatment, and other freshmen will respect you. On the contrary, even if you have 9 spirit vortices but perform poorly in combat, Sifang Immortal University will not hesitate to expel you. No matter how you cultivate, improving combat power is the fundamental goal. Lu Guangyan's voice echoed powerfully in the spirit gathering room. Lu Chuan listened, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, but he remained silent, clearly pondering the deeper meaning of these words. Seeing this, Lu Jingxian smiled and added, Lu Chuan, each foundational method has its pros and cons, and you need to weigh them carefully. The spirit vortex method is stable and reliable, with no unexpected surprises. Even if the extra 2 spirit rings have some flaws, it won't affect the efficacy of all 9 spirit vortices. However, this means your Tao foundation won't be perfect. No one can predict what impact these small flaws might have in the future. She paused for a moment before continuing. On the other hand, the ancient foundational method has the advantage that if you find one that suits you, your Tao foundation could be stronger than with 9 spirit vortices. But the risks are greater too. Ancient methods are vast and varied, and not everyone will suit you. Choosing the wrong one could have consequences far worse than the flaws in 2 spirit rings. After hearing this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Why can't I just have a smooth foundation building process? Lu Jingxian replied meaningfully, blessings lie in misfortune, and misfortune lurks in blessings. Lu Chuan, think it over carefully. I'll be at the school for a while, so if you're ready to build your foundation, I can still guide you. Lu Chuan looked at Lu Jingxian gratefully and said sincerely, thank you so much, Instructor Lu. Without your guidance, I'd be completely lost. Lu Jingxian responded warmly, it's no trouble at all, Lu Chuan. This is just a small effort on my part. She added with a hint of emotion. For you and Xiao Lu to have come this far, cultivating from places with scarce spiritual energy and without guidance during your middle school years, is truly remarkable. Well, that's all for today. Lu Chuan, if you've made your decision, have Xiao Lu contact me. I'll be going now. With that, Lu Jingxian turned and walked out of the spirit gathering room. Lu Guangyan and Lu Chuan quickly followed, respectfully seeing her off. After sending Lu Jingxian off, Lu Chuan let out a long sigh and muttered, what should I do now? He then seemed to remember something and apologized to Lu Guangyan. Brother Lu, I'm sorry for making you and Instructor Lu wait for me. Just a hassle? Is that all? Lu Guangyan gave Lu Chuan a sideways glance and held out his hand. A 4th-tier spirit gathering room at Xifeng Immortal University's rate is 50,000 yuan an hour. We waited for you for an hour and then talked for another half hour. That's 2 hours in total, 100,000 yuan. Pay up. Lu Chuan was stunned, his face filled with shock and helplessness. Lu Jingxian and Lu Guangyan were there to help, so naturally, Lu Chuan couldn't let them pay for the level 4 spirit gathering room. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly took out 100,000 yuan, feeling the pinch in his heart. Although he was thick-skinned, he still had his principles. Noticing Lu Chuan's troubled expression, Lu Guangyan comforted him. It's okay. As long as you can reach the foundation establishment stage before the freshman combat assessment, you'll be fine. Lu Chuan frowned. He had already heard the term freshman assessment countless times today. Unable to hold back, he asked, Brother Lu, isn't the freshman combat assessment just a test of combat skills? Why do you all take it so seriously? Lu Guangyan was taken aback. Didn't you say you understood the freshman combat assessment? Lu Chuan nodded and explained, yes, I learned about it from Shan Mei at Yuanwu Mansion's Immortal University. She said the assessment mainly tests the combat abilities of new students, and those who fail will be eliminated. I've been rigorously practicing combat spells since before the college entrance exams, exhausting myself. Shan Mei? Lu Guangyan asked, puzzled. How do you know her? Lu Chuan smiled, not wanting to delve into his issues with Shan Mei. It's a long story. Let's not get into it. Lu Guangyan didn't press further and continued explaining, she didn't give you the full picture. The freshman combat assessment isn't just about combat spells. The teachers at Immortal University will be observing the entire process, focusing on overall performance. After the assessment, new students officially enter the ranks of Immortal University and are classified as either apprentice or junior students. Those who perform exceptionally well will receive additional resources from the school. Lu Chuan suddenly understood. So it's quite formal after all. Lu Guangyan smiled meaningfully. You could say it's very formal. You'll see soon enough. He added mischievously. Also, the conditions Immortal University offered you during admissions will only be fulfilled if you pass the freshman combat assessment. Lu Chuan was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Isn't that a ripoff? Lu Guangyan shrugged. How is it a ripoff? If you can't even pass the freshman combat assessment, you're not really a student of Immortal University. Why would they give you all those benefits? Lu Chuan gritted his teeth. Yeah, makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Seeing Lu Chuan's frustration, Lu Guangyan laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. So, use these few days before classes start to solve your foundation establishment problem. If everyone else reaches foundation establishment and you're still at chi refining, how will you fight? Anyway, I have things to do, so I'll be off. With that, Lu Guangyan turned and left, leaving Lu Chuan fuming. He muttered to himself, Kong Chun, that old fox, talks a good game but it's all a trap. Sighing, Lu Chuan knew he had no choice but to find a way to reach foundation establishment. Otherwise, failing the freshman combat assessment would be both humiliating and costly. Determined, Lu Chuan decided to head to the scripture pavilion in the Divine Sense Tower to find some resources, but he hit roadblocks everywhere. Sorry, you're not an official student yet and don't have a student file. You can't enter the scripture pavilion. Sorry, you're not an official student yet and don't have a student file. You can't enter the divine sense tower. Lu Chuan deeply felt the sting of being a newbie. He couldn't get in anywhere. Fortunately, he shamelessly found out that basic cultivation techniques weren't a secret and that new students could access them via the spiritual computer in their dorms, connected to Immortal University's exclusive spiritual network. Without wasting any time, Lu Chuan rushed back to his dorm, opened his spiritual computer, and dove headfirst into the sea of information. Lu Chuan opened the Xianyue Manual, a martial arts guide passed down from the Xianyue sect for 200 years of the Xianyuan era. His eyes quickly scanned the contents, and his brows furrowed unconsciously. Using the power of moonlight to cultivate, reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement in 10 years, the 6th level in 30 years, and for those with exceptional talent, the 9th level in 50 years, Lu Chuan couldn't help but rub his temples, thinking that this cultivation speed was as slow as a snail. He continued to flip through the pages and came across the earthquake technique. This method required accumulating spiritual energy during an earthquake, a condition so stringent that Lu Chuan couldn't help but scoff. One manual after another, he quickly browsed through various cultivation techniques from 500 years ago, growing increasingly disappointed. These ancient methods were worlds apart from the current Ling Vortex cultivation technique. Lu Chuan silently mocked himself for being fooled again by those novels that glorified ancient cultivation civilizations. The truth was, the world of cultivation was constantly advancing, and techniques were evolving. How could older methods be more powerful? Unwilling to give up, he decided to search for the top-notch techniques of that era. Changchun technique, bell sound technique, Guiyuan technique, Southern Dipper record, blue flame scripture. He meticulously studied these so-called top techniques. In the end, Lu Chuan concluded that these ancient foundational techniques focused on constructing a bridge of spiritual energy within the body to serve as a hub after foundation establishment. Compared to the Ling Vortex cultivation method, this approach did offer a slight advantage in sustained combat capability. However, the drawbacks were evident. Both the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy and the flexibility in mobilizing it were far inferior to the Ling Vortex method. Lu Chuan noted this discovery for future reference. As he continued reading, a technique named Flying Tiger Thunder Technique caught his attention after 10 minutes. It was said that a master had derived this method from the bones of a winged demon tiger, possibly the tiger's innate technique. This winged tiger was formidable even during its foundation establishment phase, likely due to a unique circular pattern of spiritual energy within its body, allowing continuous power during battle. This finding piqued Lu Chuan's interest, and he immediately searched the library for materials related to Demon Beast Foundation establishment. Soon, a series of papers and books appeared before him. Spiritual Energy Pathways in Demon Beast Foundation Establishment, the relationship between Demon Beast Foundation Establishment and bloodline levels. Theoretically, the strongest foundation establishment Demon Beast is. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan clicked on the third one. He was eager to find out which Demon Beast was considered the strongest during foundation establishment. However, when the first page appeared on the spiritual energy computer screen, Lu Chuan was utterly dumbfounded. The opening paragraph boldly stated, "Based on my research on thousands of foundation establishment demon beasts, I have concluded that, excluding the influence of bloodline power and focusing solely on innate foundation establishment methods, theoretically, the strongest foundation establishment demon beast should beta Wild Bull." Wild Bull. Lu Chuan was stunned, never expecting the answer to be such an unremarkable creature. How could the barbaric bull be the strongest during the foundation establishment stage? This question lingered in Lu Chuan's mind. He knew that beyond human cities, in the vast regions inhabited by monstrous beasts, countless fierce and powerful creatures roamed. Beasts like the swan should easily be able to defeat a barbaric bull. With this puzzlement, Lu Chuan continued reading the document in his hand. The document detailed the process of foundation establishment for monstrous beasts. Similar to humans, these beasts also needed to compress their spiritual energy into a central core to transition from the qi refining stage to true cultivation. However, due to their low intelligence, lower-level monstrous beasts couldn't actively learn. Their foundation establishment relied entirely on racial memory. Lu Chuan carefully read about the distinct characteristics of foundation establishment among different beasts. The Qingying bird, with its thin and solid spiritual core, gained speed but lacked strength after foundation establishment. Fierce beasts like the swan, red wolf, and blood-striped lion had ring-shaped spiritual cores that provided immense explosive power when contracted. The barbaric bull's spiritual core was similar to that of ancient humans, bridge-shaped, stable, and durable. The document also mentioned that 500 years ago, the spiritual core was referred to as the Tao Foundation. When the Huaxia Alliance created the Spirit Vortex cultivation method, they drew inspiration from the structure of fierce beasts' spiritual cores. However, while this method was widely applicable and powerful, it was not suited for prolonged combat. Lu Chuan's attention was caught by the unique traits of the barbaric bull. Its spiritual core was not only stable but also composed of interlocking ring-shaped spiritual energy, combining explosive power, endurance, and decent cultivation speed, making it nearly perfect. Among all the Foundation establishment stage beasts on Blue Star, the barbaric bull's strength was unrivaled and could even rank among the top in the interstellar realms. Interstellar realms? Lu Chuan frowned, puzzled by the sensitive term in the document. He couldn't help but mutter, could there be a censorship beast even here? As he continued reading, Lu Chuan learned that this evaluation was made by excluding the influence of bloodline power and considering only the ideal structure of the spiritual core. In reality, the barbaric bull was gentle by nature, had weak bloodline power, and lacked combat desire and skills, often becoming prey for other beasts. After finishing the document, Lu Chuan stood up and let out a soft breath. Although some of the content seemed like castles in the air, it helped him clarify his thoughts. There were various methods for Foundation establishment, but the functions of the spiritual core mainly boiled down to three aspects: spiritual energy absorption speed, explosive power, and endurance. The spirit vortex cultivation method excelled in the first two but lacked endurance, whereas the ancient cultivator's spiritual bridge was the opposite. Lu Chuan pondered, why don't humans learn the Foundation establishment method of the barbaric bull? Humans don't have innate combat skills either. They rely on acquired training. With this new question in mind, he continued searching on the spiritual energy computer. Soon, numerous research papers on the barbaric bull's Foundation establishment method appeared. Studies on the feasibility of mimicking the barbaric bull's spiritual core, experiments using interstellar war prisoners as examples, and debates on whether humans could truly imitate the barbaric bull's spiritual core. Looking at the densely packed paper titles on the screen, Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a cultivation university, there are experts researching every possible direction. No one understands the path of immortality better than the scholars of Xianda University. Lu Chuan was deeply engrossed in the towering stack of documents before him, showing no signs of fatigue. These materials could be crucial to his foundational cultivation, and each page held invaluable information. The conclusion of the first book jumped out at him. There might be 11 spiritual centers within the spiritual bridge foundation of the wild bull. Lu Chuan frowned, lost in thought. As he opened the second book, his eyes widened in surprise. It used the example of the Starwan prisoners, but the rest was just a series of asterisks. Shaking his head in exasperation, he thought, what's the point of reading this if it's all censored? The third book made Lu Chuan hold his breath. Historical records noted that a student from Xinda once tried to build a foundation based on the wild bull's spiritual bridge structure. However, achieving this feat required 11 spiritual vortices. For humans, 81 spiritual rings and 9 vortices were already the limit. 11 vortices seemed like a fantasy. Suddenly, Lu Chuan stood up abruptly, his eyes shining with excitement. 11 vortices? 99 rings. His heart raced, and his breathing grew rapid. He currently had 83 rings. If he could unlock more of the wild bull's secrets and gather 16 more rings, he might just achieve this seemingly impossible goal. His face flushed with excitement. Lu Chuan could hardly breathe. He realized that while the wild bull had a perfect spiritual center, it was useless in combat. But he, with his potential and combat skills, could make it work. Just as Lu Chuan was about to rush out to the wild bull training grounds, a rapid knock sounded at his door. Hello? It's your neighbor from 324. The landlady said someone was here, so I thought I'd come over and introduce myself. Lu Chuan paused, took a deep breath to calm himself, and went to open the door. Standing outside was a scholarly-looking young man with neatly parted hair and round black-framed glasses. Hi, my name is Jinqing Xiu. Nice to meet. Jinqing Xiu's words trailed off as he noticed Lu Chuan's flushed face and rapid breathing. He immediately shut his mouth, looking apologetic. I'm so sorry for disturbing you. I'll come back later. With that, he quickly closed the door and hurried away. Inside, Lu Chuan stood there, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He was thrilled by his discovery, yet couldn't help but laugh at the awkward misunderstanding. Wait, hold on. It's not what you think. Lu Chuan shouted anxiously as he hurriedly opened the door and chased after the student. Being new to Sifang Immortal University, he didn't want to leave a bad impression on the first person he met. However, Jinqing Xiu unexpectedly waved off Lu Chuan's explanation with a knowing smile. We're all guys here. No need to explain, I understand. Lu Chuan was left speechless. Desperate to clear up the misunderstanding, he extended his right hand, trying to prove his innocence. I swear, it's not what you think. Look at my right hand if you don't believe me. Jinqing Xiu's face changed dramatically, and he quickly stepped back, shaking his head. Man, I'm not interested in any guy's scent. Lu Chuan's eye twitched uncontrollably. He silently cursed this seemingly refined guy for having such a dirty mind. Taking a deep breath, he decided to restart the conversation. Let's drop it, Lu Chuan said with a smile, extending his hand. Nice to meet you, Jinqing Xiu. I'm Lu Chuan, From my city in Yuanwu Prefecture. Where are you from? Jin Qingshuo shook Lu Chuan's hand with a grin. Nice to meet you too. I didn't expect you to be Lu Chuan. I've heard about you even before coming to Immortal University. Lu Chuan was taken aback. What do you mean? Don't you know? Jin Qingshuo said in surprise. You're one of the 15 freshmen from Yuanwu campus who received a special scholarship this year, and the only one from a non-prestigious prefecture. Special scholarship? Lu Chuan recalled the conditions offered by the university's recruiter. Jin Qingshuo explained excitedly, Sifang Immortal University offers different levels of scholarships to new students. Special, first class, second class, and third class. The special scholarship is the highest, so those who receive it are highly regarded. He added proudly, I'm from Sifang City, and before coming to Yuanwu, I looked into all the students who got the special scholarship this year. That's how I knew about you, Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan thanked him with a smile, but Jin Qingshuo quickly asked a question that caught him off guard. Lu Chuan, I saw your data from the entrance exams. Your spiritual power was already at 999 back then. Why haven't you reached the foundation establishment stage yet? Lu Chuan was momentarily speechless, and Zhan Qingshuo continued. Look, my spiritual power was only 997 during the entrance exams, and I've already reached the foundation establishment stage. Why haven't you? As he spoke, he released a faint trace of spiritual power. Feeling a headache coming on, Lu Chuan remembered he needed to visit the bull arena and decided to change the subject. Qingshuo, do you know much about Sifang Immortal University? Jin Qingshuo modestly replied, I wouldn't say I know a lot, but my siblings went to the old campus, so I might know a bit more than you. Lu Chuan pressed on. I have a question. Are there many freshmen who have reached the foundation establishment stage when school starts? Probably about half. Jin Qingshuo pondered for a moment before answering. Lu Chuan almost choked. Half? How many freshmen are there? Usually around 10,000 each year, Jin Qingshuo explained. But this year, it's split into two campuses, so Yuanwu campus will have about 3,000 freshmen. Lu Chuan was too shocked to speak. He recalled Xiao Xingxing mentioning that only about 25 students from Yuanwu Prefecture get into Sifang Immortal University each year. With 72 prefectures in the Huaxia Alliance, there shouldn't be more than 2,000 students. How could there be 10,000? Jin Qingshuo, oblivious to Lu Chuan's shock, continued. Just Sifang City and Magic City alone account for nearly 4,000 freshmen. With so many prefectures in the Alliance, a total of 10,000 is normal. Lu Chuan felt his mouth go dry. The reality of starting school was hitting him hard. Sifang City and Magic City alone had 4,000 freshmen, while Yuanwu Prefecture only had about 25. This disparity was staggering. 10,000 freshmen meant 5,000 were at the foundation establishment stage. All of them geniuses from across the Huaxia Alliance. This was nothing like high school. Realizing he couldn't wait any longer, Lu Chuan said to Jin Qingshuo, Qingshuo, I just remembered I need to find a teacher in the beast taming department. You're in room 324, right? Let's catch up when I get back. With that, he hurried off, his heart filled with urgency and anticipation for the unknown ahead. The sun has set. The beast taming department has long been off duty. Jin Qing called from behind, but Lu Chuan had already dashed out of the dormitory area. Even if it's dark, I have to go, Lu Chuan thought to himself. Niobin is clearly the one guarding the wild bull field, and he won't leave just because others have clocked out. Today, I must solve the problem with the wild bulls. Panting heavily, Lu Chuan arrived at the beast taming department building and pushed the door open. Inside, he saw a female teacher on duty, engrossed in a magazine. She seemed to sense someone entering but didn't look up. Catching his breath and putting on a friendly smile, Lu Chuan said, Hello, teacher. I'm a freshman this year, and I'm looking for teacher Niobin. The female teacher finally looked up, giving Lu Chuan a once-over. Niobin? Are you related to him? No, Lu Chuan quickly explained. I just happened to meet him when I entered the school today and asked him some questions. The teacher pointed to the back door. Go out through this back door, follow the signs, and you'll find him. Got it. Thank you, teacher. Lu Chuan thanked her and jogged towards the back door. The teacher watched Lu Chuan's retreating figure and muttered, Niobin looks like that, and this young man is so handsome. They don't seem like relatives. Just happened to meet him at school? I don't buy it. Probably related, but too embarrassed to admit it. As soon as Lu Chuan exited through the back door, he was stunned by the sight before him. Countless formations surrounded the area, with runes glowing mysteriously in the night. Each formation created a different ecosystem. Lush forests, endless plains, barren deserts, raging seas. Each environment housed various exotic beasts, most of which Lu Chuan had never seen before. So these are the formations where the beast taming department keeps their beasts? Such high-level magic, so impressive. Lu Chuan marveled, but quickly remembered his purpose. He swiftly navigated through the formations, searching for the area that might be the wild bull field. Soon enough, at the far edge of the first row, Lu Chuan found a formation that looked like it could be the wild bull field. Just as he was pondering how to enter, the formation suddenly flashed with light. A bearded old man, stretching and yawning, emerged from the formation. It was none other than Niu Bin, who had just finished his shift at the wild bull field and was preparing to leave. The moment Lu Chuan saw Niu Bin, his heart tightened. He had come here specifically for the wild cattle. Unlike the owner who raised these cattle for profit, Niu Bin, an assistant instructor at the ranch, might not be willing to help. But since he was here, he had to give it a shot. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chuan rushed forward. Mr. Niu. Niu Bin, who had been yawning, was startled by the sudden shout and instantly became alert. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu Chuan with confusion. You? What brings you here at this hour? Lu Chuan quickly moved behind Niu Bin and started massaging his shoulders with a grin. Mr. Niu, you've had a long day. How can a beast expert like you work so late? What if you wear yourself out? Niu Bin shook his head helplessly. It's only 8 o'clock, not that late. Just get to the point and stop tickling my neck. All right, I'll stop. Lu Chuan immediately withdrew his hands. Hee, you truly are an expert. Wise beyond measure. You knew I had something to ask just by looking at me. Niu Bin, slightly flattered by the compliment, raised his head proudly. You think you can hide your little schemes from me? What do you want? Lu Chuan pointed to the formation behind Niu Bin. Mr. Niu, is that the wild cattle ranch? Yes. Niu Bin nodded and explained. The wild cattle ranch of the Four Directions Immortal Beast Department is responsible for wartime transportation. It's the largest in the Huaxia Alliance. Originally, it had over 50,000 cattle, but after the new campus was built, 20,000 were transferred there. Finishing his explanation, he raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you interested in the wild cattle? Yes. Lu Chuan nodded vigorously. I'm very interested, Mr. Niu. Could you take me inside for a look? Niu Bin stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. It's not impossible, but you have to tell me what you're really after. He looked at Lu Chuan thoughtfully, secretly wondering. Could this kid have a beast affinity? Did seeing that wild cattle today trigger his talent? With that thought, Niu Bin cleared his throat and tentatively asked, Tell me, did you understand something from the cattle's eyes today? Find it cute, and want to be friends with it? Lu Chuan was taken aback. Cute? Want to be friends with it? No. Then what were you thinking at that moment? Niu Bin asked seriously. You must tell the truth. Lu Chuan replied honestly. I just thought it looked incredibly strong and muscular, full of power. Niu Bin nodded slightly at the first half, but then Lu Chuan continued. I thought such a strong and muscular cow would make for great beef. Niu Bin looked exasperated. So, after all this, you just want to eat the wild cattle? Lu Chuan nodded honestly, Mr. Niu. You see right through me? At this moment, he was extremely anxious. His biggest worry was whether beast tamers would form emotional bonds with their trained beasts. If they did, his request might not only be denied but also offend Niu Bin. But Niu Bin seemed to sense Lu Chuan's concern and laughed. Kid, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, beast tamers aren't as sentimental as you think. A true beast tamer treats beasts as tools to maximize their value. Being ruthless towards beasts other than their own spirit beast is a basic quality of a beast tamer. Otherwise, where do you think the beast meat in the Four Directions Immortal University's cafeteria comes from? Why do you think the beast taming department building is right next to the spirit food department? Niu Bin laughed heartily, then suddenly his tone became serious. Kid, those who can cultivate to the nascent soul stage and beyond are not overly sentimental. They only have deep feelings for their friends, family, comrades, and kin. As for other races, never. At these last words, a sudden, fierce killing intent flashed across Niu Bin, making Lu Chuan secretly alarmed. Niu Bin, despite being just a teaching assistant, exuded such a formidable aura that it seemed he could crush Lu Chuan with a single finger. Lu Chuan couldn't help but swallow nervously. However, in the next moment, Niu Bin's killing intent vanished abruptly, replaced by a friendly, approachable smile. Oh, I almost forgot. What's your name again? Niu Bin asked casually. Mr. Niu, my name is Lu Chuan. Please, go ahead, Lu Chuan quickly replied, his heart still racing. Niu Bin nodded and continued, Lu Chuan. I just wanted to let you know that the meat from the beasts in the beast taming department can actually be sold. After all, we're not one of the 3 wealth-spreading departments. We need funding too. Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. He realized that the 3 wealth-spreading departments Niu Bin mentioned referred to the alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman departments. He also caught the underlying message in Niu Bin's words. So, Mr. Niu, Lu Chuan asked cautiously, are you saying that this wild bull meat can be sold to me? Of course, Niu Bin explained with a smile. According to the beast taming department's rules, there are 2 channels for selling beast meat. The first channel is through the Four Directions Immortal University's contribution points or the military hall's merit points, which is the official, fair route. The second channel is internal purchases within the beast taming department. I'll definitely choose the second option, Lu Chuan declared immediately. I just enrolled and don't yet have an official status at the university, so I can't use contribution or merit points. Nyo Bin gave a knowing smile. Heh, I know. But what I mean is, the internal channel isn't open to just anyone. The internal channel, which operates at cost price, is a method we use to build relationships with promising students. Ordinary students don't qualify for this channel. Do you understand, Lu Chuan? First, you need to prove you have the ability and are worth our investment. Lu Chuan nodded emphatically. He understood that to receive benefits, he had to demonstrate his value. He needed to show the beast taming department his capabilities. Otherwise, why would they sell to him at cost price? With so many students at Four Directions Immortal University, they could easily earn more by selling for contribution points. How do I prove myself? Lu Chuan asked seriously, his eyes shining with determination. Nyo Bin replied nonchalantly, it's simple. Since you're not yet at the Foundation Establishment stage, if you can defeat a wild bull at the early Foundation Establishment stage, you'll pass. Before Nyo Bin's words had even fully registered, Lu Chuan felt a flash of light and a dizzying sensation. When he came to his senses, he was already inside the formation of the wild bull arena. Thud, thud, thud. With several earth-shaking thuds, a gigantic creature slowly appeared in front of Lu Chuan. This wild bull stood 4 meters tall, its body the size of a heavy-duty 8-wheel truck from his previous life, exuding a terrifying aura. Standing outside the formation, Nyo Bin pointed at the wild bull, a playful smile on his lips. There, this is an early Foundation Establishment stage wild bull, weighing a mere 25,000 pounds. Lu Chuan nearly choked. He stared in disbelief at the colossal creature before him, his mind screaming. Only 25,000 pounds? Are you even serious? Keep fighting, Lu Chuan. I'll be watching from the sidelines and step in if things get dangerous. Nyo Bin patted Lu Chuan on the shoulder with a mysterious smile on his face. He quickly retreated to a safe distance to observe the battle. Facing the colossal beast alone, Lu Chuan knew his chances of winning were slim. The beast stood over 4 meters tall, stretched more than 10 meters long, and weighed up to 25,000 pounds, while he himself weighed barely 100. With such a size disparity, it was an almost insurmountable challenge for anyone below the Foundation Establishment stage. From afar, Nyo Bin watched the scene unfold, calculating in his mind. The outcome of this fight seemed predetermined, but Lu Chuan's performance was what mattered. If he didn't even have the courage to make a move, he would receive the lowest score. If he decided to give it a try after careful observation, even if he couldn't bring down the beast, he would at least be considered a passing student at Sifong Immortal University. Only by genuinely injuring the beast could he earn true recognition. This kid doesn't look like he's from a prominent family, Nyo Bin muttered under his breath. He must be from a middle or lower district. Getting this far in cultivation isn't easy. Lu Chuan looked up at the massive creature before him. The beast's enormous jaw moved slowly, as if chewing cud. Its huge, indifferent eyes stared at Lu Chuan, as though looking at an insignificant insect. Summoning his courage, Lu Chuan circled the beast. Its light yellow fur was smooth and even, with thick muscles underneath. Lu Chuan knew that even using the mountain technique might not inflict any real damage. He quickly formulated a plank climb onto the beast and aimed for its neck with the mountain technique. It was his only chance at victory. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan sprinted towards a sturdy tree nearby. From his vantage point, Nyo Bin noticed Lu Chuan's actions, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. However, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing rang out. Lu Chuan's pants got caught on a branch, revealing the bright red long johns underneath. The previously calm beast instantly flew into a rage, its eyes filled with madness as it charged at Lu Chuan. Holy crap! The bull's gone mad! Lu Chuan exclaimed. Before he could react, a loud crash echoed. The sturdy tree was shattered by the beast's charge, and Lu Chuan lost his balance, plummeting towards the ground. The situation became even more terrifying. The frenzied bull charged at Lu Chuan, its horns aimed directly at his lower body. Shocked, he realized his life was in grave danger. In that critical moment, Lu Chuan unleashed an unprecedented burst of strength, channeling his spiritual energy to twist his body in midair. With a thud, he narrowly avoided the fatal strike and landed heavily on the bull's back. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lu Chuan thought, that was close. Almost lost my lineage there. However, the danger was far from over. Grasping the bull's hide tightly, he struggled to maintain his balance. The bull, unwilling to let its prey escape, ran wildly and shook violently, trying to throw Lu Chuan off. Lu Chuan's mind raced. This can't go on. I'll be thrown off sooner or later. Either I'll be rescued by Nyo Bin or die on the spot. Will my internal access end like this? Just as despair began to set in, he felt something hard underneath him. Driven by curiosity, he carefully shifted his position and finally saw the object clearly. In that instant, Lu Chuan's mind exploded. His consciousness entered the space of the Starry Sky Food Manual. The image of the bull appeared automatically, with a mysterious force swirling on the diagram. Suddenly, a section at the top revealed itself, displaying 2 lines of text. Technique. Heavy water technique. Method. Infuse the bull's exposed spine with heavy water to peel off its hide. Simultaneously, a flood of information surged into Lu Chuan's mind. He instantly grasped the heavy water technique, which allowed him to condense a palm-sized, 1,000-pound stream of water for attack. Skinning technique. This is a real killer move. Lu Chuan marveled internally. At that moment, the bull let out an earth-shattering roar, completely losing its sanity. It dashed towards a dirt mound at full speed. Damn it! I'm just wearing red thermal pants. Do you have to be so relentless? Lu Chuan cursed in frustration. In desperation, he decisively used the heavy water technique. With a loud bang, a silver stream of heavy water shot from his palm, striking the bull's spine. The snow-white spine, a symbol of the bull's pure bloodline, was said to grow larger with purer blood. Upon impact, the heavy water dispersed into countless small, terrifying particles, seeping rapidly between the spine and the bull's hide. Under the moonlight in the bull arena, a heart-wrenching moo echoed through the night. The massive bull roared in agony, and Lu Chuan, unable to maintain his grip while casting the spell, was thrown off. With a long sigh, Niu Bin's figure suddenly appeared, catching Lu Chuan just before he hit the ground. He placed Lu Chuan down and said regretfully, "Although your combat instincts are impressive, you failed to inflict any effective damage on the bull. I can't grant you internal access." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Chuan, sitting on the ground, smiled mysteriously. "Mr. Niu, why don't you take a look behind you?" "Behind me?" Niu Bin turned around in confusion. In the next moment, his expression froze, transforming into utter shock. The enormous bull stood silently, but its hide had been neatly peeled off, hanging like a giant cloak. From its back to its body, head, legs, and tail, the entire hide had been completely removed, lying at the bull's feet. The gigantic bull, bleeding profusely, shuddered before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Dust flew up, and the ground shook violently for miles around. Outside the bull arena formation, assistant instructor Niu Bin, with his full beard, stroked a tuft of hair on his chin and looked at Lu Chuan with a few traces of approval in his eyes. He spoke formally. "Lu Chuan, your performance was quite satisfactory. Although I'm just an assistant instructor, I do have the authority to allocate some internal slots." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, "Does this mean I can buy bull meat at cost price?" Niu Bin nodded with a smile. "That's right. How much do you want to buy?" Lu Chuan furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment, then asked, "How much for a whole golden core stage bull?" Niu Bin was taken aback, then chuckled and said, "Do you always buy things by the head? Is that not allowed?" Lu Chuan asked, puzzled, while calculating his savings. He had 23.3 million from the reward in Pingyuan City, gave 300,000 to his parents, spent about 2 million on bull meat from the Lingxi Commerce Guild during the holidays, leaving him with 21 million. He recalled the prices at Lingxi Commerce Guild. Foundation Establishment Stage bull meat was 2,000 per pound, Golden Core Stage was 20,000 per pound, and the latter was often out of stock. Niu Bin explained, "I can't sell you a whole bull. I can only sell you different parts of the meat, and it's limited daily. I can't give it to you all at once." Lu Chuan sighed. "All right, then let's buy it by the pound. How about 20 pounds a day?" Niu Bin raised an eyebrow, surprised. 20 pounds? For yourself? Kid, you're only at the chi refining stage, and you dare to eat Golden Core Stage beast meat, 20 pounds at a time? Aren't you afraid of your body exploding? Lu Chuan blinked and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Teacher Niu. I think I'll be fine since I have a big appetite." "All right then." Niu Bin waved his hand. "Wait here, I'll get it for you." A moment later, Niu Bin returned with a uniquely shaped bamboo basket, carefully covered with a layer of cloth. He handed the basket to Lu Chuan. "Here, 20 pounds of Golden Core Stage bull meat." Just as Lu Chuan was about to take it, Niu Bin pulled the basket back, his expression serious. "Lu Chuan, there's a rule in the beast taming department that I haven't told you. In principle, beast meat cannot be sold to those who seek it for mere appetite. You're not buying this bull meat just to satisfy your hunger, are you?" Lu Chuan swallowed as he gazed at the basket, then replied earnestly, "Teacher Niu, I'm not buying this for my appetite. It's for my cultivation." "All right, I'll take your word for it. Here you go." Niu Bin handed the basket to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan took it with both hands and lifted the cloth. Inside were 2 large, neatly cut pieces of beef, beautifully marbled with red and white. He was overjoyed. Golden Core Stage bull meat, finally in his hands. "Don't forget to pay," Niu Bin reminded. "Got it." Lu Chuan replied immediately, preparing to transfer 200,000 to Niu Bin daily. But Niu Bin waved his hand. "No need to pay 5,000 each day. Just come pick up the meat daily and transfer 50,000 every 10 days." Lu Chuan was stunned, quickly calculating. 5,000 for 20 pounds meant 250 per pound? And the Linksy Commerce Guild dared to charge 20,000 per pound? He cursed inwardly. Those heartless merchants. Do they think I'm an idiot? Leaving the beast-taming department building, Lu Chuan, carrying the bamboo basket, hurried back to his dorm. It was already 9 p.m., and he had missed dinner due to his focus on studying Foundation establishment texts and the battle with the bull, leaving him famished. Usually, hunger made Lu Chuan irritable, but today he was exceptionally excited. Having secured a stable, abundant, high-quality, and cheap supply of bull meat meant he could quickly unlock the bull diagram. More importantly, the spiritual power feedback from the bull diagram would help him continue forming spirit rings, moving him closer to his goal of perfect Foundation establishment. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan arrived at dormitory building number 3, section B, room 326. He pushed open the door, walked straight to the kitchen, and began to busy himself. Soon, the stove filled the air with a fragrant aroma, accompanied by the sizzling sound of oil in the pan. Meanwhile, in the beast-taming department building, Professor Niu Bin was sitting in his office. He picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. Hello, Lao Huang. Niu Bin's voice carried an unmistakable excitement. I discovered a promising talent today, perfect for your combat division. You should at least arrange for a lecturer to take him as a disciple. A skeptical voice came from the other end of the line. Niu Bin chuckled dismissively. You ask why? Huh. A kid in the chi refining stage managed to kill an early Foundation establishment wild bull. Is that impressive enough for you? Hearing the reaction from the other side, Niu Bin grew a bit irritated. Bragging? If you don't want him, I'll call Lao Li. The voice on the other end seemed to relent, and Niu Bin's tone softened. That's more like it. But just that good wine of yours isn't enough. I also want to study the spice you snatched from Star Road. His name is Lu Chuan, that's all I know, Niu Bin added. Then his expression changed. What? You say he's already reserved by a mentor? Don't joke with me. There are only 15 special privilege freshmen in the entire Yuanwu campus. How could I just happen to meet one? Niu Bin's voice grew louder. I think you're just making excuses to avoid it. You can't escape this. If Lu Chuan joins your combat division, you owe me that wine and spice. The phone was abruptly hung up, and Niu Bin muttered angrily, at your age. Still dodging responsibilities, shameless. Back in the dormitory, Lu Chuan had already finished eating 20 pounds of exceptionally tender wild bull meat. He could feel his body brimming with warmth. The power of the Golden Core stage wild bull meat far surpassed that of the Foundation establishment stage meat he had previously consumed. Lu Chuan quickly entered the secret room equipped in the dormitory and sat cross-legged. Instead of immediately activating the Ling Vortex cultivation method, he first immersed his consciousness into his mind to observe the changes in the wild bull diagram. A green light flashed, and a miniature wild bull phantom, the size of his palm, roared softly and charged towards the diagram. The hazy energy on the diagram began to flicker. By now, approximately 10 of the wild bull diagram had been unlocked, including 1 foot, 4 hooves, 2 front legs, and the 2 lines of text unlocked earlier at the wild bull arena. With the absorption of the 20 pounds of wild bull meat, 2 more patches of hazy energy dissipated, revealing 2 bridge-like, thick hind legs. Great! Lu Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. The effect of the Golden Core stage wild bull meat was indeed more significant than that of the Foundation establishment stage. The area unlocked today almost matched the progress of the previous month. He immediately withdrew his consciousness from the starry sky foodless space and began focusing on the Ling Vortex cultivation method cycle. A massive amount of spiritual energy flowed from his limbs into his dantian. 2 hours later, a hint of delight appeared on Lu Chuan's lips. With the spiritual energy feedback from the starry sky food list, he had formed 4 more spiritual rings. Now, the number of spiritual rings in his body had reached 87, bringing him closer to the perfect Foundation establishment standard of 99 rings. Lu Chuan calculated silently. At this rate, in just 3 more days, he would reach 99 spiritual rings and step into the threshold of perfect Foundation establishment. On the night when Lu Chuan was cultivating, the lights of Yuanwu Academy's main hall were brightly lit. Principal Li Shurchin and the 2 vice principals sat solemnly on the stage, looking down at the people in the meeting room. Below, 2 rows of neatly arranged seats were occupied by 2 teachers and more than 20 young students. Teacher Lu Jingxian, who Lu Chuan had met before, sat on the left with a serious expression. On the right sat a slightly chubby middle-aged man, who, despite being about the same age as Lu Jingxian, appeared much older due to his puffy eyes. The students, all around 23 or 24 years old, were full of vigor. Familiar-faced Lu Guangyan sat in the first row, while the lanky Li Fixianho had once been chased and beaten by female students from Sifang Academy alongside Lu Chuan shrank into a corner, looking particularly inconspicuous. Li Shurchin cleared his throat, his aged yet powerful voice echoing through the meeting room. You all should have visited the new campus of Sifang Academy today. Any questions? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Feiyan eagerly chimed in. No problems, I. Realizing his abruptness, he quickly glanced at Li Shurchen with a guilty look and lowered his head. Ignoring him, Li Shurchen continued to scan the room. Since there are no questions, the matter of moving to Sifang Academy's new campus is settled. He paused, his tone becoming serious. The reconstruction plan was proposed by the Yuanwu Academy's education department and supported by the governor's office. The application was submitted to the military hall 4 or 5 times before it was finally approved. All of this is a testament to your outstanding performance. Not only did you excel within the academy, but you also achieved remarkable feats on the star path recently. Otherwise, the military hall would never have allowed you to enter Sifang Academy. As Li Shurchen finished speaking, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. Both students and teachers wore expressions of solemnity as they recalled the fierce battles on the star path not long ago. During the first disturbance, 30 students at the Golden Core stage went to support, and only 2 were lucky to escape with minor injuries. The second disturbance was even more intense, with 200 Golden Core stage students sent in, and only 160 returning. 40 outstanding students were forever lost on the star path, a number that hit everyone hard. Even more shocking, Yuanwu's star path had been upgraded from general to martial level due to the disturbance, meaning more powerful enemies could invade. When the upgrade happened, martial level enemies appeared, but Yuanwu's reinforcements were delayed by a few minutes. Those few minutes resulted in the deaths of nearly 1,000 soldiers and the instant sacrifice of 15 academy students. The heavy casualties enraged Yuanwu's garrison and academy students, leading to even fiercer battles, during which thousands more soldiers died and 25 academy students fell. It wasn't until yesterday that the conflict on the star path began to subside. Lu Guangyan, who had been fighting on the star path, and Lu Jingxian, who had gone to support, finally returned to the academy. Most of the students in the meeting room had experienced this brutal battle, and thinking back on it now, their hearts felt heavy. Seeing this, Li Shurchen spoke in a deep voice. You should all understand why Yuanwu Academy is willing to pay such a high price to send you to Sifang Academy for further training. His gaze swept over each face. The star path battles have temporarily ceased, but this is only temporary. The Yuanwu star path is still expanding. It is now at martial level, but it will soon become marquis level, king level. When that time comes, the battles will be even more brutal than today. His voice grew more resolute. Therefore, Yuanwu Academy needs strength. It needs powerful individuals. No one knows when the Yuanwu star path will reach king level. You are the future hope of Yuanwu Academy. Li Shurchen's words struck everyone like a thunderclap. Determination and resolve shone in the students' eyes. After a long silence, Li Shurchen shook his head, his tone softening. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. He offered a tired smile. You've already been through enough on the star path, and now you have to listen to an old man like me ramble on. Let's talk about something happier. Li Shurchen announced some exciting news. During the Four Directions Immortal University's advanced cultivation period, the Yuanwu Governor's Office will provide a monthly subsidy of 30 merit points. His words immediately sparked a reaction in the conference room, with everyone's expressions noticeably softening and many casting appreciative smiles towards Li Shurchen. He continued, additionally, to thank Lu Guangyan for his recent efforts in the Yuanwu Governor's Office, including returning the belongings of fallen classmates and enduring many hardships. I am personally awarding him 50 merit points. Glancing around, he concluded, all right, that's all for now. Teachers and students, you may take a short break before leaving. With that, Li Shurchen exchanged a glance with the 2 vice principals beside him, and the 3 of them suddenly vanished from the conference room without a trace. The next morning, Four Directions Immortal University welcomed a new day. Lu Chuan stretched widely and got out of bed, a joyful smile on his face. Breaking through feels amazing, he thought. After forming 4 spirit rings yesterday, he could clearly sense a qualitative change in his internal spiritual power. Although his spiritual power value was still 999, he knew the quality had improved. After a quick wash, Lu Chuan was about to open his spiritual power computer to review some literature and resolve his remaining questions. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lu Chuan, are you up? It's Zhen Qingshou. A familiar voice came from outside. Lu Chuan immediately got up to open the door and warmly said, Qingshou, come on in. Sorry I had to leave early yesterday. Zhen Qingshou stood at the door, smiling. No need to come in. I'm here to invite you to the activity center in Area B. Yesterday, I explored the 3rd floor and found that besides us, 3 other freshmen have arrived. I thought since we'll all be classmates, we should get to know each other and help each other out. There's already 1 guy and 1 girl there, and 1 more girl hasn't arrived yet. Are you coming? Lu Chuan was taken aback and asked in confusion, girls? There are girls in the dormitory building? Zhen Qingshou blinked and explained. Why not? This isn't a high school dormitory. The single dorm rooms here are almost as big as 3-bedroom apartments. With such a large space, co-ed living isn't a big deal. Plus, this is Immortal University. As long as both parties agree, no one cares if they live together. After hearing this, Lu Chuan gasped, thinking, this kind of life is too terrifying. Living with girls, where would I find the time to cultivate? Lu Chuan and Zhang Qingshou walked side by side into the activity center in Area B on the third floor. As they entered, they saw a pair of students, a boy and a girl, already seated on the sofa, waiting. Zhang Qingshou's eyes lit up, and he called out warmly, Huang Tingyu, Wang Gu. He then turned to Lu Chuan with a smile and introduced, meet Lu Chuan, a local from Yuanwu Prefecture, and one of the 15 students from our new campus who received the top-tier scholarship. Huang Tingyu was a fair-skinned girl, a little over 1.6 meters tall, with slightly yellow hair framing a face dotted with a few red pimples. She greeted Lu Chuan enthusiastically, Hi, Lu Chuan. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement at the sight of the handsome newcomer. Wang Gu, on the other hand, was a boy with a buzz cut and a square face, exuding a clean cut and somewhat boyish charm. He waved excitedly and said, Hello, big guy. I'm Wang Gu, nice to meet you. Lu Chuan responded politely with a faint smile on his face. Hello, Huang Tingyu. Hello, Wang Gu. It's nice to meet you both. His restrained smile was enough to convey friendliness. Once they were all seated, the conversation naturally drifted to their college entrance exam scores. When Lu Chuan mentioned his spiritual power score of 999 and mental power score of 319, both Huang Tingyu and Wang Gu exchanged curious glances. Huang Tingyu asked inquisitively, Lu Chuan, in Guangnan Prefecture, 340 students got into Sifang Immortal University this year, and the one who received the top-tier scholarship had a mental power score of 350. Your 319 is much higher than my 288, but it still only ranks you in the teens in our prefecture, right? Wang Gu chimed in, yeah, in our Tianqi Prefecture, which is a mid-tier prefecture, the top scorer's mental power was about the same as yours. He only got a second-tier scholarship, not even a first-tier one. Lu Chuan was taken aback and asked, what are the conditions for a second-tier scholarship? Wang Gu explained, it's 20 million Huaxia currency, a visualization diagram below the golden core stage, plus 50 hours of free use of the spirit gathering stones and the divine sense tower. Wow, Lu Chuan exclaimed softly, it does seem like my offer is quite generous. Unexpectedly, this comment made both Wang Gu and Huang Tingyu burst into laughter. Huang Tingyu covered her mouth and laughed. Lu Chuan, you have a great sense of humor. Wang Gu's eyes lit up as he guessed, I know. Maybe Lu Chuan has other strengths besides his spiritual and mental power. Huang Tingyu nodded seriously. That makes sense. Lu Chuan looked at the two, speechless, while pondering internally. This really is a generous offer. The conditions Wang Gu mentioned for the second-tier scholarship are exactly what the instructor at the old campus offered me. By all rights, my scores would only qualify me for a second-tier scholarship at Sifang Immortal University. The instructor was just following the rules. However, Professor Kong Chun gave me a special top-tier scholarship for some unknown reason. Why? As Lu Chuan was deep in thought, Zhang Qingshou suddenly stood up and waved excitedly toward the distance, shouting, Jiang Ro, we're over here. All three immediately looked up to see a tall girl walking towards them. She was about 168 centimeters tall, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing a simple light yellow dress and a white headband, holding a few books in her arms. She exuded a quiet and gentle demeanor. Seeing Zhang Qingshou's wave, she gave a slightly shy smile to the group, nodded politely, and quickened her pace to the sofa, sitting down gently next to Huang Tingyu, opposite Lu Chuan. Zhang Qingshou introduced her with a smile. Everyone, this is Jiang Ro from the Magic City. Like Lu Chuan, she's also one of the top-tier scholarship recipients. Wow, Jiang Ro, you're amazing. Huang Tingyu exclaimed, rushing forward to grab Jiang Ro's hand. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked, what's your spiritual power level and mental strength? Jiang Ro was startled by Huang Tingyu's enthusiasm, leaning back slightly with a hint of discomfort on her face. She replied softly, please don't say that. I just have some affinity with formations. My spiritual power and mental strength levels are quite average. Wang Gu, who had been listening, showed a trace of envy in his eyes. He smiled and introduced himself. So you're a genius in formations. I'm envious. My name is Wang Gu, and I'm from Tianxi Prefecture. Lu Chuan gave a brief nod of acknowledgement. Lu Chuan? Jiang Ro politely nodded back at Lu Chuan and Wang Gu, without saying much. After the introductions, Zhang Qingshou stepped forward, his expression serious as he looked around at the group. Since everyone is here, I have something important to discuss besides just getting to know each other. Hearing this, the four immediately focused their attention on Zhang Qingshou, their expressions turning solemn. Zhang Qingshou pointed to a direction behind the dormitory building and said in a low voice, you all arrived at the school yesterday. Did you notice that there's an area on the north side of the campus that's off-limits to us? Yes. Wang Gu responded immediately. On the north side of the training area, starting from the mid-level spirit gathering rooms, There's a formation that restricts new students from entering. Huang Tingyu nodded in agreement. I noticed that too. I wanted to see the tallest tower on campus, but before I could get close, I was stopped by a formation. There was also a senior in a black robe who warned me not to enter. Zhang Ro softly added. Yes, yesterday when my dad and I were touring the campus, he sensed the formation barrier and advised me not to go near it. After listening to everyone's responses, Jin Qingshou paced for a moment before asking seriously, it seems like we've all had similar experiences. Let me ask you something. Have you ever felt that, throughout your 17 or 18 years, whether at school or at home, there are always some things being kept from you? When certain topics come up, people become evasive and vague? Yes. The four answered in unison, their eyes meeting with a shared sense of understanding. Wangu excitedly shared, in high school, I was attacked by some unknown cultivators, and it was only thanks to the Cultivation Bureau that I was saved. But when I asked why they wanted to kill me, the answer was always vague, saying it was just some crazy cult members. When I pressed for more details, they told me I'd understand once I got to the Immortal University. Talking to my high school friends, I found out I was the only one with these suspicions, making me feel like I was overthinking. Huang Tingyu continued, I had a similar experience. My cousin, who I grew up with, suddenly disappeared. Every time I asked my dad about him, the answer was always, you'll understand when you get to the Immortal University. But now that I'm here, I'm still in the dark. Jin Qingshou nodded in agreement. Same here. My family elders and older siblings act normally, but when it comes to certain topics, they all clam up and are unusually consistent in their secrecy. It's like the area blocked by the formation in the training zone, as if all cultivators in the world are hiding a secret. It's really frustrating. As they shared their experiences, they realized how similar their situations were, feeling a newfound sense of camaraderie. Despite the lively discussion, they couldn't come to a definite conclusion. In the end, they agreed that only by becoming official students of the Immortal University would they be privy to the secret. And to achieve that, they must pass the freshman combat assessment a month from now. After a while, the conversation shifted to the freshman combat assessment. However, when asked about it, everyone seemed clueless and had no understanding of the assessment. Lu Chuan noticed that regardless of their background, origin, or cultivation level, as long as they were not official members of Xian University, everyone was equally ignorant about the assessment. An hour later, the initial meeting concluded, and everyone went their separate ways. Lu Chuan returned to his dorm, deep in thought, marveling at how well the Huaxia Alliance kept its secrets. It felt like facing an enticing yet unattainable goal, both exciting and frustrating. Back in his dorm, Lu Chuan calmed himself and opened his spiritual computer to focus on researching literature about foundation building, hoping to resolve his minor doubts. In the evening, he visited Niu Bin from the beast taming department and brought back 20 pounds of Jindan wild ox meat. After roasting it with the great blazing flame technique, Lu Chuan savored the meat and then continued practicing the spirit vortex cultivation method. That night, he added 4 more spirit rings, bringing the total to 91. In the following days, Lu Chuan maintained the same routine. However, the rate at which his spirit rings increased began to slow down. On the second night, he gained 3 more, on the third night 2, and on the fourth and fifth nights, 1 each. By the 6th day, his spirit rings finally reached 99, meeting the minimum standard for a perfect foundation. Late that night, Lu Chuan sat in the dorm's cultivation room, deep in thought. According to recent literature he had read, 99 spirit rings combined with 11 spirit vortexes would form a spirit bridge, allowing him to attempt foundation building based on the wild ox's Dao foundation structure. However, Lu Chuan felt that his body could still handle more spirit rings, leaving him torn about whether to proceed with foundation building now. Ultimately, Lu Chuan decided not to worry about it. He got up from the cultivation room and went to bed, falling into a deep sleep. After all, tomorrow was the official start of the school year, and all freshmen had to attend the meeting. Plus, the freshman combat assessment was still a whole month away, so there was no rush. The timing was definitely right, as everyone had said the same thing. The following morning, Jin Qingshou's knocking echoed through Lu Chuan's dorm room. Lu Chuan, wake up. The freshman orientation is at 8:30. Don't be late. Lu Chuan, rubbing his sleepy eyes, opened the door and looked at Jin Qingshou with a puzzled expression. The meeting is at 8:30. Why are you waking me up at 6:15? Jin Qingshou explained with a resigned look. I had no choice. I'm a light sleeper, and Wang Gu's alarm woke me up at 6. Turning his head, Lu Chuan glanced at Wang Gu, who smiled sheepishly. Well, I set my alarm for 6 because I wanted to get there early and grab a front row seat. I heard some top-tier professors will be attending. Looking exasperated, Lu Chuan thought to himself, this guy must be the ultimate overachiever. Fine, let's head out early then, Lu Chuan conceded. Great, Wang Gu exclaimed, grabbing Lu Chuan with one hand and Jin Qingshou with the other as they headed out. Over the past few days, more and more freshmen had arrived, making the dormitory building quite lively. Although Lu Chuan had met other new students, he felt closest to Jinqingxiu and Wang Gu, having met them first. The trio usually did everything together. Moments later, they arrived at the training ground. This area was much larger than a typical sports field, with a special central area where large glowing characters formed by spiritual energy floated, spelling out freshman orientation venue. The place was packed, with nearly 80 of the seats filled. Lu Chuan looked around at the crowd and then at Wang Gu, feeling conflicted. He thought Wang Gu was the ultimate overachiever, but it seemed the entire school was full of them. Following the principle of, if you can't get the front row, take the last row, the three of them obediently sat in the audience, gazing at the grand stage at the front, waiting for the orientation to begin. 2 hours later, a powerful glow of spiritual energy suddenly flashed from the stage. In the next moment, 7 figures appeared out of thin air. In the center stood an elderly man with a dark complexion, deep wrinkles, and a stern expression, dressed in formal attire. A nameplate in front of him read, Xiong Shan. On either side of him sat 3 older professors, including Kong Chen, who was seated at the far right. Silence. The meeting is now starting, Xiong Shan said calmly, his voice amplified by spiritual energy to fill every corner of the venue. Instantly, the venue fell silent. Not a whisper could be heard. Lu Chuan was quite surprised. Is it starting just like that? Such an important meeting, and it begins without any formalities? No introductions, no welcoming speeches? Is this really Sifang Immortal University? So straightforward? I love it. Xiong Shan continued. There are 3 main items on the agenda for this freshman orientation. First, welcome to all new students from all corners of the Huaxia Alliance. Second, let's go over the course arrangements at Sifang Immortal University. He briefly explained the course arrangement principles. The course arrangement is straightforward. Following the principle of tailored education, today we will distribute the basic techniques and textbooks for the 6 main disciplines: combat, formation, alchemy, talisman, beast control, and language. All students can read through these materials before the combat assessment to see which discipline suits them best. After the assessment, you can make your choice. Xiong Shan emphasized sternly. Of course, you must understand that your talent in a particular discipline will determine the treatment you receive. Choose wisely and don't let family opinions sway you. As students of Sifang Immortal University, this is the least you should accomplish. After finishing, Xiong Shan tapped the table lightly. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. A loud whooshing sound came from above the vast venue, prompting everyone to look up. A black dot suddenly descended from the sky, growing rapidly in size. By the time it reached 100 meters above the ground, it had transformed into a massive object resembling a giant boulder. The moment it seemed like it would crash down, chaos erupted in the venue. Some students instinctively screamed. Others quickly activated defensive spells, while a few simply bent down and covered their heads. Just as the situation seemed dire, the enormous object in the sky abruptly shattered into over 3,000 packages. These packages slowed their descent dramatically and landed precisely in the arms of each student. Naturally, those who had bent down were unfortunately hit on the head. From the podium, teacher Xiong Shan spoke calmly. No need to panic. The first lesson you should learn after entering Sifang Immortal University is that as long as a teacher is present, no student will be harmed. He continued, these packages contain the fundamental techniques and textbooks for the 6 main disciplines. You may take them back and study at your leisure. Then, shifting the topic, Xiong Shan announced, now, let's discuss the third matter, the freshman combat assessment. The fundamental techniques and textbooks for the 6 disciplines have been distributed. Each set contains roughly a year's worth of material for a typical Immortal University. I believe 1 day per discipline will be sufficient for you to learn. The announcement caused an uproar in the venue. Before the students could fully react, Xiong Shan dropped another bombshell. Therefore, the school has decided that the freshman combat assessment will commence in 6 days. Boom, the entire hall exploded in chatter. Everyone was stunned, their discussions filling the air. 6 days? Wasn't it supposed to be a month later? Yeah, I've heard at least 5 times that the assessment is a month after the start of school. I'm even worse off. I've heard it over 10 times, always a month later. Why is it suddenly 6 days now? Lu Chuan and his friends, Jinqingxiu and Wang Gu, exchanged bewildered looks. Seeing the commotion, Xiong Shan remained unperturbed and continued. I know you're all shocked, wondering why it's 6 days instead of a month. Don't worry, you'll soon find out. With that, he tapped the table lightly. Instantly, thousands of parchment scrolls descended from the sky, landing in each freshman's arms once again. Open them, Xiong Shan said nonchalantly. Lu Chuan unfurled his scroll, revealing the text. Sifang's Spirit Gathering Array Oath Contract. I, Lu Chuan, pledge not to disclose any information regarding the Sifang Immortal University's freshman combat assessment, including the time and location. If asked, I must state that it begins a month after the start of school, with an unspecified location. Violation of this oath will result in permanent severance from the Sifang spirit gathering array and immediate execution. The hall fell into a stunned silence, every student staring in shock at their scrolls, faces filled with disbelief and awe. Xiong voice echoed once more, explaining, during the freshman assessment, all new students of Sifang Immortal University will gather in one place for the test. These students are not only the fresh blood of Sifang Immortal University, but also the future backbone of the Huaxiao Alliance. Some may even become supreme powerhouses. Therefore, their protection must be excessively stringent. His tone grew stern. Everyone, please bite your finger and establish the contract on the scroll. Of course, you may choose not to sign. He paused, his eyes glinting coldly, but you will be considered a spy, and I have the authority to execute you on the spot. As soon as Xiong finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Almost all the new students simultaneously raised their fingers, quickly biting their fingertips and pressing bloody fingerprints onto the scrolls in front of them. Some even pressed their fingers 3 or 4 times, fearing the marks wouldn't be clear enough. Xiong fierce expression and recent warning still echoed in their minds. Anyone who refuses to sign will be executed immediately. No one dared to take it as a joke. Moreover, signing the contract wasn't just about protecting the new students. It was also about protecting themselves. Those unwilling to sign seemed suspicious at this point. The moment Lu Chuan pressed his fingerprint, he felt a mysterious force surge from the scroll, linking him to some unknown existence. In the next second, the scroll vanished into thin air, and the contract took effect. Lu Chuan thought to himself that if he ever leaked information about the Sifang Immortal University's freshman combat assessment, the Sifang Spirit Gathering formation covering the entire Huaxia Alliance would immediately detect it. At that point, either a powerful figure would eliminate him, or, even more terrifyingly, the formation would kill him the moment he conceived the idea of leaking information. It truly is excessively strict, Lu Chuan muttered, puzzled. Could the cult of the gods really have the power to attack Sifang Immortal University? Or was there an even stronger enemy out there? Standing on the podium, Xiong tone softened slightly. Students, there's no need to be overly tense. After enrollment, you can discuss this topic with any member within Sifang Immortal University because all school staff, including dorm aunties and cafeteria workers, have signed this agreement. Just ensure you don't mention it to outsiders or new freshmen each year. He paused and then added, of course, about 20% of you will be eliminated after the combat assessment. But don't worry, Shangjiao Immortal University and Shangfu Immortal University are always open to receiving you. However, if you transfer there, you must keep this matter a secret. With that, Xiong nodded lightly. That's all. Dismissed. Before he finished speaking, a powerful aura of spiritual energy flashed on the podium, and Xiong and his 6 companions disappeared instantly. The hall was immediately filled with buzzing discussions as the new students walked out, their faces showing shock and contemplation. 6 days. Wang Gu beside Lu Chuan wailed. Looks like I need to rearrange my cultivation plan. Yeah, Jin Qingshou replied helplessly. I originally prepared a 30-day plan, but now I have to adjust it urgently. Lu Chuan silently mocked. You two already reached the foundation establishment stage. What's with the pretense? Jin Qingshou had reached foundation establishment before the semester started, and Wang Gu completed it in the school's 4th-tier spirit gathering room a few days ago with the help of an assistant instructor. Both had 63 spirit rings before foundation establishment, and now have 7 spiritual vortices, placing them in the upper middle tier even in a place as elite as Sifang Immortal University. But then, Lu Chuan smiled wryly. Even students who barely met the entry standard had likely reached foundation establishment after a month of holiday cultivation. Reflecting on the situation he observed in the hall earlier, it was indeed as Zhang Qingshou said, about 50% of the freshmen had completed foundation establishment, and the rest had spirit power values close to 999, clearly preparing for foundation establishment. Qingshou, Wang Gu. Lu Chuan mused as he asked, do you think all the freshmen will have reached foundation establishment by the time of the assessment? Zhang Qingshou and Wang Gu both looked into the distance, dumbfounded, and said, it's not just possible. It's inevitable. Following their gaze, Lu Chuan saw a large group of new students heading straight to the cultivation area, where the spirit gathering rooms were located. It's starting already, Lu Chuan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Looks like I can't delay any longer. I need to reach foundation establishment soon. Jin Qingshou was taken aback by this and looked at him strangely. Reach what? Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. Since you're so eager to know, I'll tell you. Foundation establishment. The 3 goofy students suddenly burst into laughter, their voices echoing through the empty classroom. In the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled patterns along the corridor of the beast-taming department building. Lu Chuan walked through the light and shadows, having made up his mind after careful consideration. Although he already had 99 spirit rings, Lu Chuan knew he hadn't reached his limit. However, Continuing to consume the same intensity of spirit food, which only added 1 ring per day, clearly wouldn't allow him to achieve foundation establishment before the combat assessment. Frowning, an idea flashed in Lu Chuan's mind. There was only one way. He had to consume meat from stronger demonic beasts. Previously, he had eaten early-stage core formation bull meat. Now, he needed to try latest-stage or even peak core formation bull meat. Clenching his fist, he resolved to push his spirit rings to the limit and achieve foundation establishment before the combat assessment. Competing with foundation establishment cultivation was his only option. Otherwise, when all the new students were scrambling to reach foundation establishment to avoid elimination, he'd be the one left behind in the chi refinement stage, destined to be eliminated. Lu Chuan felt an unprecedented pressure to compete. Students admitted to 4 Directions Immortal University came from the 72 provinces of the Huaxia Alliance. They were either exceptionally talented, disciples of top-tier cultivation families, or relentless practitioners. This morning, the lecture hall was 80% full by 6:30, and as soon as class ended, everyone rushed to achieve foundation establishment. This clearly showed how hard his peers were working. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chuan reminded himself. Any slack on his part would result in being surpassed and left behind. Standing before the formation at the bull arena, Lu Chuan put on a bright smile and called out loudly, "Teacher Niu, are you there?" The formation trembled slightly, emitting a humming sound. Niu Bin emerged from it, looking at Lu Chuan with suspicion. "Why are you here so early today?" Scratching his head, Lu Chuan chuckled. "I missed you." Niu Bin rolled his eyes at Lu Chuan and said bluntly, "You must be nervous about the combat assessment date, right? Planning to break through to foundation establishment? Want me to protect you?" Shaking his head, Lu Chuan's smile turned sly. "Hee, you got it half right. I'm nervous, but I'm not planning to break through just yet. I'm here to ask if you have any higher grade bull meat for sale." Niu Bin looked at Lu Chuan with a complex expression, frowning slightly. "Higher grade? You're still in the chi refinement stage. How high grade do you want?" "I have nascent soul stage bull meat. Do you dare to eat it?" Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he excitedly asked, "Really? Is it free?" Hearing this, Niu Bin's face instantly darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Get lost. You really want nascent soul stage wild bull meat? Huh?" In the wild bull pasture, Lu Chuan and Niu Bin were sitting on a vast grassland, their eyes scanning the herd of wild bulls before them. A gentle breeze brought the fresh scent of grass. Niu Bin turned to look at Lu Chuan, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Yes." Lu Chuan nodded firmly, his eyes sparkling with determination. "It's crucial for my foundation establishment." Niu Bin frowned, a hint of difficulty in his voice. "Nascent soul stage. That's tough to get. How much would it cost?" Lu Chuan asked urgently, leaning forward slightly. Niu Bin shook his head and explained, "It's not about the money. Golden core stage wild bull meat is doable, but nascent soul stage is beyond my authority. You need at least a lecturer-level teacher to approve it." Lu Chuan's face fell, his shoulders slumping slightly. "What should I do then? I don't know any other beast-taming teachers besides you, Mr. Niu." After pondering for a moment, he asked, "If I were to buy it directly, without using internal channels, how much would it cost per pound?" Niu Bin gave Lu Chuan a meaningful look. "The market price is at least 10 times the cost price. Are you sure you can afford it? Nascent soul stage wild bulls are extremely rare because their bloodline power is very weak, only first tier. It's incredibly rare for a beast to cultivate to the nascent soul stage with just a first-tier bloodline. Even though there are many wild bulls in the 4 Directions Immortal University and the spiritual energy concentration is high, there are very few nascent soul stage wild bulls." He paused and continued, "If you go through official channels, you can't use standard currency. You'd need merit points. It costs 20 merit points per pound, and that's just for the cheapest parts of the meat. For beasts above the nascent soul stage, the spiritual energy concentrates in key parts, making many rare sections of the meat much more powerful and expensive. Some parts are priced by the ounce, not by the pound." 20 merit points per pound? Lu Chuan quickly calculated. 1 merit point is 40,000 yuan, so that's 800,000 yuan per pound. That's really expensive. He suddenly realized a more serious problem, his expression turning even more grim. "But that's not the main issue. The main issue is that I can't even use merit points. Because I didn't pass the combat assessment, I'm not a formal student, so I can't spend merit points even if I wanted to." Seeing Lu Chuan's troubled expression, Niu Bin suggested, "How about I get you some peak golden core stage wild bull meat to try? It's actually pretty good, even though it doesn't have as much spiritual energy as nascent soul stage meat. It's much stronger than early golden core stage meat. Plus, I can give it to you at cost price." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "How much per pound?" Niu Bin's eyelid twitched, and he said helplessly, "Lu Chuan, do you know? Your expression just now was like an old lady waiting for market vendors to close so she could buy vegetables." Lu Chuan smiled wryly. I'm just too poor. 3,000 yuan per pound, Niobin said. There's only 10 pounds left in the warehouse. Do you want it all? Deal. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan returned to his dormitory with a basket full of wild bull meat. He skillfully used the grand blaze technique to roast the meat. For the past 7 days, he had been eating barbecue every day. Although delicious, he was starting to get tired of it. If someone asked why he didn't try a different cooking method, the answer was simple. He didn't know any. The Starry Sky recipe had only taught him how to barbecue so far. After finishing the cooking, Lu Chuan quickly devoured the meat. The juicy and tender peak golden core stage, wild bull meat, disappeared into his stomach. He then sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state and immersing his consciousness into the space where the Starry Sky recipe resided. The wild bull diagram changed again, unlocking more images. Now, in addition to 4 complete bull legs and 1 bull horn, the bull's head was fully revealed. The peak golden core stage wild bull meat had 10 times the image unlocking effect of early golden core stage meat. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and began practicing the spirit vortex cultivation method. After 2 hours, he completed a full cycle. Using his inner sight, he found that the number of spirit rings had reached 100. Although the energy of the peak golden core stage wild bull meat was 10 times that of the early stage, it only condensed into 1 spirit ring. This indicated that after reaching 99 spirit rings, the spiritual energy needed to form another ring was at least 10 times more than before. And this was just the 100th ring. The 101st would likely be even harder. Damn it, it's too late to turn back now, Lu Chuan thought, feeling extremely frustrated as he walked out of the cultivation room. With the 100th spirit ring already formed, it was too late to revert to merging 99 spirit rings into 11 spirit vortexes, as it would leave an extra ring, marring his Tao foundation. To achieve perfection, he would have to reach 108 spirit rings. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. I'll just keep going down this path. I'll figure something out tomorrow. With that, Lu Chuan collapsed onto his bed and instantly fell asleep. His snores soon echoed throughout the room. The next day, Lu Chuan noticed changes around him. A unique atmosphere filled the air, and he realized that a large number of his classmates had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. Roughly estimating, about 75% had already achieved it. To keep up, he decided to intensify his training. Ignoring the puzzled looks from passers-by, he carried 30 pounds of peak golden core stage wild ox meat back from the beast taming department building. That night, his efforts paid off as he gained another spiritual ring. On the 3rd day, the situation became even more urgent. The proportion of classmates at the foundation establishment stage had reached 80%, and Lu Chuan felt the pressure mounting. He made 2 trips to the beast taming department building, hauling a total of 60 pounds of wild ox meat. By nightfall, he had gained another spiritual ring, but it was far from enough. Early on the 4th day, Lu Chuan woke with a start, realizing he was the last person in the entire dormitory who hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage. Panic washed over him, and he knew he had to take more drastic measures. That night, he headed straight to the wild ox farm. Under the astonished gaze of Niu Bin, he roasted and devoured 200 pounds of wild ox meat on the spot. Niu Bin's shocked expression made it seem like he was witnessing a monster. After gulping down the meat, Lu Chuan rushed back to his dormitory's training room and fully engaged in the spirit vortex cultivation method. However, despite his efforts, his spiritual ring count remained at 103. By the 5th day, the countdown to the freshman combat assessment had entered its final stage, and Lu Chuan's anxiety peaked. With no progress in his spiritual ring count from the night before and the assessment set to begin at 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow, he felt desperate. Taking a deep breath, he decided to borrow money for one last attempt. He picked up his phone and, with trembling hands, dialed Lu Guangyan's number. Hello. Hehehe, Lu Chuan began with a nervous laugh. Brother Lu, are you busy right now? On the other end, Lu Guangyan cut to the chase. Cut the crap and get to the point. Clearing his throat, Lu Chuan continued. Ahem, I'll be straightforward. I need you to use some merit points to buy something for me. What do you need? Lu Guangyan asked. Nascent soul stage wild ox meat, Lu Chuan replied, counting on his fingers about 20 pounds. All right, 400 merit points. I'll get it for you. You can pick it up at the beast taming department later, Lu Guangyan responded, seemingly placing the order while sitting at a spiritual power computer. He then casually asked, by the way, when are you planning to reach foundation establishment? The freshman assessment is tomorrow. Are you planning to fight with Qi refining cultivation against foundation establishment? Lu Chuan sniffed and replied bitterly, Brother Lu, if 20 pounds isn't enough, I might need to borrow more from you tomorrow. As for reaching foundation establishment, I'll try to achieve it by tomorrow. After ending the call with Lu Guangyan, Lu Chuan breathed a slight sigh of relief and headed towards the beast taming department. Originally, he had planned to break through to the foundation establishment stage on his own. However, after consuming 200 pounds of peak golden core stage wild ox meat yesterday with no progress, he was forced to borrow money from Lu Guangyan to buy even stronger beast meat. Inside the beast taming department building, at the resource allocation window, a middle-aged lady greeted him warmly. Here to collect resources, student? Lu Chuan nodded. Yes, a senior helped me exchange for some wild ox meat, so I'm here to pick it up. He instinctively reached for his pocket, but his face suddenly changed. Damn, I forgot my student ID. The lady waved her hand with a smile. No need. You're the only freshman buying wild ox meat. I've seen your photo, so it must be you. She quickly processed his request and handed him a numbered slip. Take this and pick it up from the back. Lu Chuan felt immensely grateful. Thank you, ma'am. You're very kind. He recalled the hassle of dealing with various proofs during high school, which made him even more appreciative. The lady proudly said, it's what we should do. At Sifong Immortal University, efficiency is always the priority. Go on, the warehouse teacher is waiting for you. 5 minutes later, Lu Chuan left the resource allocation office carrying a large bamboo basket containing 2 big chunks of fresh wild ox meat and a red wooden box. The warehouse teacher had explained that for golden core stage cultivators, low-level pills were not very useful and were generally given to less advanced students. Back at his dorm, Lu Chuan immediately opened the pill box to check its contents. He carefully counted 10 gray foundation establishment pills, 3 white qi condensation pills, and 2 unknown pills with a golden sheen that emitted a special fragrance. These golden pills, they're not listed in the basic pill compendium. Could they be something special? Lu Chuan muttered to himself, never mind. Eating the meat is more urgent. He put away the pill box and placed the wild ox meat on the kitchen counter. True to its reputation, even when cut into pieces, the nascent soul stage wild ox meat still retained a slight tremor of life. The warehouse teacher had told him that this trembling would last for about 7 days, highlighting the incredible vitality of the nascent soul stage wild ox. Lu Chuan let out a gasp of admiration, his throat moving as he swallowed hard. He stared at the piece of beef in front of him, still slightly wriggling, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. The more resilient it is, the fresher the ingredient stays, he muttered to himself, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Great blaze technique. In an instant, a scorching flame appeared out of thin air, enveloping the beef evenly. The high temperature roasted the meat inside and out, soon filling the air with a rich aroma. A few minutes later, Lu Chuan couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed a large chunk of the roasted beef and took a big bite. Instantly, the savory juices burst in his mouth, the rich flavor stimulating his taste buds. The taste of this Yuan Ing stage wild ox beef was far more intense than regular beef, elevating its unique aroma to the extreme. So delicious. Lu Chuan closed his eyes, savoring the bliss brought by the food. 5 minutes later, he had devoured 20 pounds of wild ox beef, patted his slightly bulging stomach, and turned towards the training room. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Chuan took a deep breath and began to meditate. However, his heart was filled with unease. Despite consuming such precious Yuan Ing stage wild ox beef, he didn't feel any special changes, not even the heat he experienced after eating the Jindan stage wild ox beef. Could it be ineffective? Lu Chuan frowned in thought. This meat is equivalent to that of a city lord level figure. If it doesn't work, it's a huge loss. A few minutes later, he managed to calm his emotions and focused his consciousness on the space where the starry sky food list resided. In the next moment, he was astonished to find the originally calm, hazy power on the wild ox diagram suddenly surging violently. In an instant, a vortex formed from the hazy power appeared in front of the wild ox diagram, spinning wildly. As the vortex rotated, Lu Chuan felt the blood and spiritual energy in his entire body losing control. Damn, the medicinal power is kicking in. Lu Chuan's face turned red, veins bulging. A faint, buzzing sound emanated from within him, whether from the rushing blood in his veins or the agitation of his spiritual energy, he couldn't tell. He felt his heart and dantian working beyond their limits. This violent surge of internal power was extremely dangerous. A single misstep could lead to his body exploding. Any ordinary cultivator would have stopped training and sought help from a stronger individual. But Lu Chuan was no ordinary person. He was a reckless adventurer. Spiritual energy surge? Isn't this just the accelerated cycle of the Zhoutian circulation? Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, a mad glint in his eyes. Let's do this. Clenching his teeth, he seized the moment of the internal power surge to begin practicing the Ling vortex cultivation method. In this perilous state, Lu Chuan was actually attempting to condense a spiritual ring. Newborn calves are unafraid of tigers, and Lu Chuan had no idea how dangerous it was to cultivate during a spiritual power upheaval. He only felt an astonishing surge of power after the nascent soul stage, wild ox, meat within him lay dormant for several minutes. The barbarian ox diagram greedily absorbed this power, converting it into an uncontrollable violent energy that surged through his entire body. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Despite the intense upheaval of spiritual power, he saw it all as precious resources. He thought to himself, if I don't absorb it quickly, wouldn't it be a waste of all this spiritual power? That would be like eating all that meat and wasting all that money for nothing. With this thought, Lu Chuan's face set with determination. He gritted his teeth and focused entirely on operating the spiritual vortex cultivation method, striving to guide the violent spiritual power within him along the correct meridian routes, bit by bit, directing this energy into his dantian. Time ticked by. Half an hour later, the 104th spiritual ring took shape within him. Another half hour passed, and as the 105th ring formed, Lu Chuan felt the spiritual power upheaval slightly calm down. After another hour, the 106th ring formed, and by then, the upheaval had significantly reduced. Although the spiritual power was still circulating rapidly, it had entered a relatively stable state. Lu Chuan continued to focus on his cultivation. After a full 8 hours, it was already 9 a.m. the next day. Suddenly, Lu Chuan's body jolted, and he opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled with a dazzling light, as if containing boundless power. He stood up and strode out of the cultivation room. After these long hours of cultivation, the number of spiritual rings within him had reached an astonishing 107. Lu Chuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart, knowing he was just one step away from 108 spiritual rings and forming 12 spiritual vortices. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the box of pills from yesterday and quickly walked back into the cultivation room. Just one more, let's go for it. Lu Chuan encouraged himself. He swiftly took out 3 qi condensation pills and swallowed them all in one go. Instantly, he felt the spiritual power within him surge again, its circulation speed suddenly accelerating. However, this power came and went quickly, dissipating after just 10 seconds. Lu Chuan frowned, realizing that the qi condensation pills were no longer effective for him. Without hesitation, he took out the foundation establishment pills. These precious pills were specifically designed to help cultivators break through bottlenecks during the foundation establishment stage and had extremely potent effects. Typically, a cultivator could greatly increase their chances of forming a spiritual vortex by taking 1 foundation establishment pill after forming 9 spiritual rings. Even top students like Zhenqingshou and Wang Gu at Four Directions Immortal Academy only used 3 foundation establishment pills to complete their breakthroughs. But Lu Chuan intended to use the power of these foundation establishment pills to form his final spiritual ring. He knew that as the number of spiritual rings increased, the spiritual power required for each new ring multiplied. This final ring might need 5 times, or even more spiritual power than the 107th ring. With this in mind, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and swallowed 10 foundation establishment pills at once. Boom! The moment the pills entered his stomach, Lu Chuan felt a thunderous roar in his mind. Immediately, a spiritual power upheaval, more terrifying than the 20 pounds of nascent soul wild ox meat from the previous night, erupted within him. His dantian frantically absorbed the power, and the spiritual power from his limbs surged towards his dantian like a tidal wave. The final spiritual ring began to form. Lu Chuan's eyes turned red with excitement, and he kept shouting in his heart, "It's happening! It's happening! It's happening!" However, his joy was short-lived. He soon discovered that the power of the 10 foundation establishment pills was rapidly diminishing as the spiritual ring began to form. Lu Chuan nearly went mad. Roaring in his heart, "It's still not enough. This is a bottomless pit." But he quickly firmed his resolve. "No, I must break through today, no matter what." Lu Chuan's gaze locked onto the last 2 golden pills in the box, and without hesitation, he swallowed them. The moment these 2 pills entered his stomach, Lu Chuan's body suddenly stiffened. The madness in his eyes gradually subsided, and then he closed his eyes and collapsed onto the floor of the cultivation room. Meanwhile, in the teaching assistant dormitory area of Four Directions Immortal Academy, Lu Guangyan hurriedly walked out of his dormitory with a green backpack, heading towards the meeting room. Suddenly, he paused and muttered to himself, "There are still 2 golden core pills left in the pill box I gave to Lu Chuan. Should I remind him?" Lu Guangyan hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Well, they're golden core pills after all. He wouldn't dare to consume them recklessly. Better to focus on the meeting and coordinate the freshman combat assessment. With that thought, Lu Guangyan quickened his pace towards the meeting room. The next day marked the beginning of the freshman combat assessment. By noon, the training grounds were bustling with activity. Dozens of dark-colored spiritual power trucks were lined up neatly on the wide road, their engines humming softly as if anticipating the upcoming journey. A young female teacher wearing a sun hat stood beside the convoy, holding a spiritual power megaphone, her voice resonating clearly around. "All students, please quickly board the spiritual power trucks. We will depart from the school in half an hour to the destination for this combat assessment. Please hurry and get on board." Faces filled with excitement and nervousness, the freshmen scrambled into the trucks. At that moment, Zhenqingshou and Wang Gu, panting heavily, ran over from outside the training grounds, anxiously reporting to the female teacher. Teacher, can we wait a little longer for our dorm mate Lu Chuan? He might have overslept. We knocked on his door for half an hour, but no one answered. The teacher's expression turned serious upon hearing this. She quickly asked, which dorm building? Building 3, room 326, Zhang Qingshou responded after a brief hesitation. The teacher nodded and immediately took out a spiritual communication device from her waist. Teacher son, building 3, room 326. It seems a student might be attempting to evade the assessment. Please investigate. A male voice quickly responded from the device. Understood. Zhen Qingshou's face turned pale. Teacher, he probably just overslept, not trying to evade. We've known him for half a month and can assure you he's not that kind of person. Enough, the teacher interrupted. Whether there is a problem or not, the investigating teacher will determine. Now, do you two want to get on the truck or wait here for him? Of course, we'll wait for him. Zhen Qingshou and Wang Gu muttered, standing aside to wait. Meanwhile, outside Lu Chuan's dorm room, a man dressed in a black robe with a deep scar across his face stood before the door. His aura was menacing, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He gently turned the door lock with his right hand, and with a soft click, the door opened. The scarred man stepped into the dorm, his brows furrowing as he scanned the room. He then gently pushed open the door to the cultivation room. As soon as he stepped in, he froze. The murderous intent on his face vanished, replaced by a broad smile. Interesting. Inside the cultivation room, a tall, handsome boy was sleeping soundly, hugging a meditation cushion and facing the wall. His arms, neck, and even the exposed skin on his waist were covered in a noticeable layer of grime. This was what the scarred man found amusing. Such a condition only occurred when a cultivator broke through a major realm, their body being purified by a massive influx of spiritual power. In other words, this freshman had unwittingly broken through to the foundation establishment stage in his sleep. Even more surprising was the fact that a bamboo basket capable of holding 20 pounds of meat in the living room was completely empty. With only half an hour left until the freshman assessment, this boy, who could both eat and sleep, was still in deep slumber. Looking at Lu Chuan's handsome face, the scarred man couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. What a waste of such a good-looking face. Hey, classmate, wake up. In a daze, Lu Chuan heard someone calling him. He instinctively turned over and mumbled, "Why should I get up? I haven't slept enough yet." In half an hour, the freshman strength assessment starts. Are you sure you don't want to get up? The voice persisted. Lu Chuan, eyes still closed, replied dismissively, "Ha, nice try. The assessment is tomorrow. I'm not falling for that." The scar-faced man observed Lu Chuan's reaction and thought, looks like he's just confused from sleep. At least he's not deliberately avoiding the assessment or trying to escape. He pulled out his phone and said, Shall we? Here, the phone responded. What's the time? The current time is Xianyuan Era 2022, September 18th, 12:35 p.m. Boom. Lu Chuan shot up from the ground as if electrocuted, eyes wide open as he stared at the scar-faced man, exclaiming, "It really is the assessment day. Only 25 minutes left." At the training ground, Zhen Qingshou and Wang Gu were anxiously standing by the spirit-powered truck. Most freshmen were already inside, leaving only a few young assistants and scattered students outside maintaining order. Why isn't Lu Chuan here yet? Wang Gu muttered nervously. Do you think he might have been mistaken for a deserter and gotten into trouble? Shush. Don't jinx it. Zhen Qingshou snapped at Wang Gu. The teacher who went to fetch him will definitely break down his door if needed. Wang Gu regretted. We should have just broken down his door ourselves to wake him up. Now he's definitely going to get scolded by the teacher. A young female teacher looked over at them and reminded, the bus leaves in 10 minutes. Why don't you get on first? Wang Gu looked conflicted and remained silent. Zhen Qingshou shook his head. We'll wait a bit longer. We can get on right before it leaves. Huh, he's here. Zhen Qingshou suddenly pointed excitedly towards the entrance of the training ground. In the distance, a young man in the standard Four Directions Academy training uniform was running towards them. He was tall and handsome, looking freshly showered and exuding a refreshing charm that even caught the eye of the female assistant. Lu Chuan, you finally made it. We've been waiting forever. Zhen Qingshou immediately went up to greet him. Come on, get on the bus. It's about to leave. Yeah, you almost missed it, Wang Gu chimed in. Lu Chuan chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, I overslept. With that, the three of them jumped onto the spirit-powered truck. The interior was spacious, with rows of seats accommodating about 100 people. Since they were the last aboard, they had to sit in the back corner. Zhen Qingshou immediately leaned over to Lu Chuan, excitedly asking, Lu Chuan, we didn't see you all day yesterday. Did you finally break through to the foundation establishment stage? Wang Gu also chimed in enthusiastically. Yeah, you finally broke through. I was worried you might be eliminated if you didn't, since everyone else has already advanced. Their conversation caught the attention of the surrounding students. Some turned to look at Lu Chuan, curious about the freshman who was one of the 15 specially favored students in the new campus, and why he had only just broken through. Others, who didn't know him, were impressed by his last-minute breakthrough. Lu Chuan nodded. Yeah, I managed to break through, but I was so exhausted that I overslept and almost missed the assessment. Jin Qingshuo chuckled. You're really something. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage usually requires a high-level spirit gathering chamber and a strong protector. You didn't have either, and you still made it. That's pure luck. Yeah, I guess so, Lu Chuan agreed. Wang Gu sighed, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. He spoke slowly. The presence of strong cultivators is mainly to prevent any incidents, but the spiritual energy in the gathering spirit chamber can affect the quality of one's Dao foundation. Lu Chuan built his foundation in the dormitory. It might have had some impact on his Dao foundation. Before Wang Gu could finish his sentence to comfort Lu Chuan, he suddenly stopped, his face showing pain. It turned out that Jin Qingshuo, standing silently beside him, had pinched his thigh hard. A warning flashed in Jin Qingshuo's eyes, as if silently saying, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Noticing this, Lu Chuan burst into laughter. He waved his hand dismissively and said in a relaxed tone, it's all right, it's all right. Wang Gu is just a bit too honest. I know he means well, but my Dao foundation wasn't affected by the environment of the breakthrough. It's actually quite good. Wang Gu's interest was piqued upon hearing this. He leaned in curiously and lowered his voice. Really? Can you tell me how many spiritual vortices you have now? A mysterious smile appeared on Lu Chuan's face at the mention of spiritual vortices. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his body to inspect his dantian. Inside, the quantity and quality of his spiritual energy had made a tremendous leap compared to 2 days ago. 2 days ago, during the qi refining stage, the spiritual energy circulating in his meridians was white. Now, all his spiritual energy had turned a rich green. This green spiritual energy flowed through his limbs and bones, eventually converging in his dantian. At the center of his dantian, a powerful spiritual energy hub had formed a green bridge made of condensed spiritual energy, spanning the middle of his dantian. All the energy from his limbs passed through this bridge, becoming exceptionally stable. However, the bridge's purpose extended beyond mere stability. At various points on the bridge, there were 16 rapidly spinning spiritual vortices. Yes, 16 in total. Lu Chuan recalled the foundation building process. After consuming those 2 golden pills, he had fainted from the overwhelming power. But in that instant, the 108th spirit ring had formed. The breakthrough power from the foundation building pill and the 2 golden pills surged, and his cultivation could no longer be suppressed, leading directly to foundation building. He knew that 108 spirit rings were not only his body's limit, but also his financial limit. Even if his body could handle forming 117 spirit rings, he didn't have the resources to continue cultivating. So, he decided to start building his foundation right away. The first 81 spirit rings formed normally, creating 9 spiritual vortices. The 82nd to 99th rings, although difficult, eventually formed 2 larger vortices. These new vortices were more potent than the first 9, as expected. However, the formation of the last 9 vortices brought unexpected changes. The 100th to 108th spirit rings split into 5 groups during condensation. The first 8 rings paired up to form 4 vortices, and the 108th ring elongated and curled up to form a single, massive vortex. This final vortex was over twice the size of the previous ones. Thus, Lu Chuan ended up with 9 normal vortices, 6 slightly larger ones, and 1 massive vortex, totaling 16 vortices. Wang Gu, seeing Lu Chuan remain silent for a long time, mistook it for sadness. He patted Lu Chuan's shoulder and sincerely comforted him. Lu Chuan, I understand if you don't want to talk. Maybe you didn't form many vortices, and you're feeling down. As the top scorer in the Yuanwu Prefecture entrance exam, you have high expectations for yourself. But even if you didn't reach 7 vortices like me, and only have 5 or 6, that's still much better than most foundation-building cultivators. Don't be discouraged. Even ordinary cultivators can live brilliant lives, and so can we, students of the Immortal University. Jin Qingshuo's eye twitched as he watched Wang Gu's earnest attempt to comfort Lu Chuan, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. However, Lu Chuan nodded heavily, his eyes full of agreement. He responded earnestly, Wang Gu, you're absolutely right. I admire those with average talent who, through hard work and determination, achieve great strength and excel among their peers. Unlike me. Lu Chuan's tone suddenly turned helpless. I don't need to work hard or struggle. Just having 16 spiritual vortices is enough. It's so troublesome. Lu Chuan and his companions had just exchanged a few casual words in the truck when the clock struck 1. With the roar of a mystical array, the large truck rumbled to life and began its journey. Curious, Lu Chuan glanced around the compartment and noticed there wasn't a single window. He couldn't help but marvel at the thoroughness of their secrecy. Sensing Lu Chuan's curiosity, Zhen Qingshou smiled and explained, "It's not just that. Before we boarded, I observed that there's a special camouflage array set up around this truck. Once we hit the road, it might change appearance and could even turn invisible in remote areas." As he spoke, Zhen Qingshou suddenly remembered something and pulled a small booklet from his pocket, handing it to Lu Chuan. "Here, take this." "What's this?" Lu Chuan asked, flipping through the booklet with interest. "It's the top new student's introduction, put together by some senior students," Zhang Qingshou explained. "It's been the talk of the campus these past few days, but since you've been busy with your foundation building, I didn't show it to you earlier." Lu Chuan quickly skimmed through the booklet. Introduction to top new students of Sifang Immortal University, top 10 only. 1. Chu Sun, entrance exam, spiritual power. 1800, mid-stage foundation building, mental power. 500, from the Chu family of the capital. 9. Spirit vortex foundation. Current estimated spiritual power, 2500, latest stage foundation building. 2. Zhong Huang, entrance exam, spiritual power. 1900, mental power. 495, from the Zhong family of the capital. 9. Spirit vortex foundation. Current estimated spiritual power, 2400. Note: this list is sorted by spiritual power and does not reflect actual combat strength. 3. Tan Zhenghao, entrance exam, spiritual power, 1500, mental power, 450, from the Tan family of the Magic City. 9. Spirit vortex foundation. Current estimated spiritual power, 2000. 4. Lu Ruyan, entrance exam, spiritual power, 1450, mental power, 500, from a prestigious array family in the capital. 9. Spirit vortex foundation. Taken as an apprentice by senior array instructor Sun Bofu. Current estimated spiritual power, 1900. 5. Lu Chuan continued reading until he reached the last name, raising an eyebrow. 10. Zhang Rou, entrance exam, spiritual power, 1350, from Magic City, family background unknown. 9. Spirit vortex foundation. Current spiritual power unknown. Taken as an apprentice by senior array instructor Zhang Jingchu. Zhen Qingshou leaned in with a gossipy tone. Surprised? Zhang Rou ranked 10th. I always thought she was something special, but I didn't expect her to be this formidable. Lu Chuan, showing no interest in the topic of girls, ignored Zhang Qingshou's comment and pointed to the top names on the list. How did these people cultivate? They already have over 2,000 spiritual power at the start of the term? Zhen Qingshou paused for a moment, then explained, they come from prominent families, so their circumstances are different. They've had specialized tutors since they were young, with carefully planned diets of spiritual food and precise schedules for taking elixirs. By the time of the entrance exam, they had already built a strong foundation and reached mid-stage foundation building. That's impressive, Lu Chuan remarked. Seeing this, Wang Gu felt compelled to comfort Lu Chuan. He stepped forward and spoke earnestly. Lu Chuan, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I've been wanting to talk to you for a while, but you were always busy. I've been thinking a lot lately. Wang Gu continued. Both of us come from small places. You were the top student in Yuanwu Prefecture, and I was 5th in Tianqi Prefecture. In high school, we were the pride of our hometowns, with a bit of arrogance because we rarely met peers who could match us. But here at Sifang Immortal University, the top institution in the Huaxia Alliance, we're surrounded by prodigies from all over, including those from prominent families in the capital and Magic City. Their spiritual power is high, and they all have 9 spirit vortex foundations. Looking sincerely at Lu Chuan, Wang Gu said, we need to adjust our mindset, let go of that sense of superiority, and accept that we're just ordinary members of Sifang Immortal University. Then, we need to put in even more effort than before to catch up. I've noticed you've been quite stressed about your foundation building lately, which shows you have high ambitions and expectations for yourself. But sometimes, you need to approach things with a calmer mindset. As soon as Wang Gu finished speaking, Zhen Qingshou, for once, didn't interrupt him but instead nodded approvingly. Lu Chuan turned to Wang Gu with a smile, his eyes reflecting understanding. Wang Gu, don't worry. I can feel your sincerity, Lu Chuan said gently. However, the kind of misplaced expectations you mentioned, I don't really have those. Wang Gu blinked, a bit puzzled. Why not? Lu Chuan chuckled softly and explained. What you said makes a lot of sense, but you can't assume I'm just like you. Our situations are actually quite different. He then patted Wang Gu on the shoulder meaningfully and added, Thank you, Wang Gu. Lu Chuan could sense the genuine, albeit somewhat clumsy, enthusiasm in Wang Gu. He sincerely wanted to comfort him. However, the reality was that they were indeed different. First of all, Lu Chuan had never been an academic prodigy, so there was no arrogance to speak of, and thus no sense of disparity. Secondly, he had an unusually good attitude and didn't envy those from prominent families, nor did he ever think of comparing himself to them. At this moment, all Lu Chuan cared about was enjoying his meals, unlocking more starry sky recipes, working hard to improve his cultivation and enhancing his strength. Then he could savor even more delicious dishes and explore the vast world of celestial cuisine. Meanwhile, in the campus meeting room of Sifang Xianda, a tense monitoring session was underway. At the front of the meeting room, a massive screen occupied an entire wall, displaying real-time footage from the interiors of various large trucks. In the first row sat 6 department heads, including Xiong Shan, as well as Kong Chun, all intently watching the screen. Behind them was a group of young teaching assistants, like Lu Guangyan, who were either graduates of Sifang Xianda or talents transferred from other celestial universities. With the exception of Lu Guangyan, these teaching assistants were all at the nascent soul stage. Kong Chun stared at the screen without blinking and commented lightly, "Not bad." So far, all the new students seem relatively calm, without any signs of panic. A white-haired old woman, Professor Shi, murmured softly, "This is the first time the new campus is conducting the freshman combat power assessment. I wonder if the results will meet expectations now that we're separated from the old campus." Xiong Shan turned to Professor Shi with a mysterious smile. "Don't worry, Professor Shi. Everything is in place," he assured confidently. "It will be just like before, and in a few days, these youngsters will be completely transformed." At 4 p.m., inside the large truck, the atmosphere grew heavier with each passing moment. Everyone felt the distance from the school increasing, and their faces were tense. Wang Gu, who had just comforted Lu Chuan, now appeared among the most anxious. Seeing this, Jin Qingshou gently reassured, "Don't worry, Wang Gu. As long as we perform normally, we won't be eliminated. Besides, the new campus isn't being assessed with freshmen from the old campus. Of the top 10 in the booklet, we only have Zhong Huang and Jiang Rou. We won't face anyone too strong." Lu Chuan chimed in, "Yeah, you have 7 spirit vortices. Your combat power is decent. Don't worry." Jin Qingshou continued, "I've only mastered 4 Qi refinement spells and 1 foundation establishment spell, and I'm not worried." "What are you afraid of?" To everyone's surprise, Wang Gu's face turned even paler. I've only mastered 3 Qi refinement spells and haven't started on any foundation establishment spells yet." Lu Chuan was taken aback. "I only know 2. Jin Qingshou was momentarily speechless. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." As they conversed, the truck suddenly screeched to a halt. The female teacher with the spirit-powered loudspeaker announced, "Students, we have arrived at the combat assessment site. Please disembark." With the clang of metal, the doors of dozens of large trucks swung open simultaneously. The freshmen, cooped up for 3 hours, eagerly jumped out and let out gasps of amazement. Lu Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. The dozens of large trucks from Sifangxian University were parked in a vast wilderness, with a broad road wide enough for 7 or 8 trucks to drive side by side. On either side of the road stretched endless fields of spirit crops, planted with a type of plant Lu Chuan had never seen before. These plants resembled wheat but were taller, with corn-like fruits covered in spiky husks, and their golden hue made the fields look like a world paved with gold. At the end of the road was a cluster of low buildings, suggesting habitation. Lu Chuan guessed this must be where the workers who tended and guarded the spirit fields lived. Behind the buildings lay a dense forest, exuding an air of mystery. The other students, like Lu Chuan, quietly took in their surroundings. The young female assistant instructor then called out loudly, "Students, please pay attention as I announce the details of the combat assessment." As soon as she spoke, the eyes of all 3,000 students locked onto her. The long-awaited details of the freshman combat assessment were finally about to be revealed. Clearing her throat, the assistant instructor pulled out a sheet of white paper and began to read aloud. The freshman combat assessment is as follows. The Linshin outpost is responsible for protecting 30,000 acres of spirit wheat, with 20 staff members, 3 of whom are foundation establishment cultivators. Normally, the area is protected by a formation, deterring any beast attacks. However, 3 days ago, the formation was damaged and can no longer protect the fields and outpost. Behind the outpost is a forest inhabited by unknown numbers and levels of beasts, which may attack the Linshin outpost soon. The 3,000 students of Sifangxian University are to assist in guarding the fields and protecting the 20 staff members at the Linshin outpost for 7 days. As she finished, a loud thud echoed, and a large backpack appeared in front of each student, clearly thrown by the instructor. She continued, "Inside each backpack, you'll find a sleeping bag, a randomly assigned weapon, and enough food for 1 day. The trucks are leaving now. Your 7-day mission starts from this moment. We will return to pick you up in 7 days." With that, the instructor hopped onto a truck. As the engines roared to life, dozens of trucks departed in a cloud of dust, leaving 3,000 freshmen standing there, bewildered. "Is this the freshman combat assessment?" Voices of surprise rippled through the crowd of new students. They had expected their combat assessment to involve sparring among themselves or battling against training dummies. However, reality far exceeded their expectations. Without any protective formations, they had to guard a station and protect 30,000 acres of spiritual fields from beast attacks, holding out for a full 7 days. To make matters worse, they were only given enough food for 1 day. Jin Qingshu frowned and muttered, "This is bad. For the sake of convenience, I didn't bring any food." Wang Gu echoed his sentiment with a worried expression. "Same here. Who would have thought the assessment would be like this? I thought it would be over in an afternoon at most." Lu Chuan analyzed sharply. "The school's intention is clear. By giving us just 1 day's worth of food, they're forcing us to enter the forest and hunt beasts. They want us to take the initiative." Jin Qingshu nodded heavily, his expression serious. "It's probably more than that. These barracks only accommodate 20 people, but there are 3,000 of us. This means we'll have to camp out and sleep in sleeping bags. We'll need to establish a night watch rotation. This requires unified organization and planning. The school wants us to work together." As the three of them delved into the school's intentions, the surrounding freshmen began opening their backpacks. Cries of weapon exchanges filled the air. "I've got a short knife, but don't know how to use it. Anyone want to trade? Here's a bow. Looking to swap for a long knife. Anyone interested? I got a formation disc. Any formation masters here? Come and take it. I have a spear." Since the weapons in each backpack were randomly distributed, a frenzy of weapon swapping quickly ensued. Jin Qingshu found a spear in his backpack. Wang Gu had a bow, but only around 20 or 30 arrows. Lu Chuan's weapon was the most unique. He struggled to pull out a half-human-hate broad-bladed machete from his backpack. The blade gleamed white, reflecting a chilling light under the sun. While a machete might not offer the same reach as a spear or halberd when fighting beasts, Lu Chuan felt it provided the most satisfying combat experience. As everyone equipped their weapons and chatted, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from behind. A girl's sharp scream pierced the sky. "Look over there." Everyone turned in unison, eyes fixed on the direction of the road. What they saw next was a scene of utter despair. The dozens of trucks that had already left, carrying several assistant instructors back, were now driving in the distance. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual energy explosion descended from the sky, and the resulting shockwave swept across thousands of feet in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the trucks that had brought them here were engulfed in a raging inferno. Before Lin Xion's base, the highway was nearly 100 meters wide. But now, terrifying flames engulfed the entire road. The roaring fire consumed everything in sight, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of burning. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames, their minds blank. What is happening?" Someone murmured in disbelief. Suddenly, a boy snapped out of it, his face flushed, eyes wide open, and he let out an angry roar. "What are you standing around for? Go save them." His shout shattered the silence like a thunderclap, jolting everyone awake. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the inferno, his figure quickly swallowed by the flames. His action seemed to open the floodgates, and more people snapped back to reality, dashing towards the fire. "Save them!" they shouted, their voices rising above the chaos as hundreds surged towards the blaze. They had only one thought in mind. There were still dozens of assistant teachers in the truck. However, not everyone joined the rescue. Some students stood rooted to the spot, faces full of fear. Others were paralyzed with indecision, unsure of what to do, and a few, like Lu Chuan and Jin Qingshu, seemed to be questioning something. Jin Qingshu grabbed Wang Gu, who was about to run forward, and whispered urgently, "Wait, let's see. The assistant teachers are all at the nascent soul stage. They don't need us to rescue them. Besides, this might be staged, not real." Before he could finish, Lu Chuan's face suddenly changed, a look of terror flashing in his eyes. He grabbed Jin Qingshu and Wang Gu's arms and screamed, "Run!" With that shout, the bright sky instantly darkened, as if an invisible hand had blotted out the sun. A massive whooshing sound came from the distant sky, followed by dozens of dark red streaks hurtling towards the 3,000 freshmen. Each streak radiated a suffocating killing intent, like messengers from the depths of hell. "Run!" The other students snapped out of their daze and began to flee in panic. Fear spread like a tidal wave, as everyone realized these people were here to kill them. But the freshmen, being only at the Foundation establishment stage, had no chance of escaping the pursuit of these dozens of attackers. In an instant, the dark red streaks closed the distance, bypassing the flames. Lu Chuan looked back and could clearly see the figures within the streaks. They were definitely nascent soul-level experts. At that moment, a thunderous boom came from the flames. Dozens of beams of light shot out from the truck, like arrows aimed at the attackers. Seeing this, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up with hope. It's the assistant teachers. They aren't dead. They've been hiding in the flames, waiting for this moment to strike. Boom! The nascent soul-level spells clashed with the dark streaks, some hitting their targets, some dodged, and others deflected. They're still alive. In the center of the dark streaks, A middle-aged man with long black hair and a pale face turned around. He wore a string of skull earrings and looked at the assistant teachers in surprise. The female assistant teacher at the center, her clothes charred and tattered, glared back with burning anger in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "So it's you? Scum from the cult. How dare you attack Sifang Xian University? You're courting death." The cultist leader sneered, his tone full of disdain. "Heh, I think it's you who are courting death. For a freshman trial, you transported them outside the city, even destroying the formation that connects to the Sifang Spirit Gathering Array here? This place is 300 miles from the nearest city. Without the protection of the Sifang Array, you can't draw on its power or contact your elders at the school. What makes you think it's us who are courting death?" As he spoke, he released a blood-red and black aura around him. The other cult members, recovering from the surprise attack, stared at the assistant teachers with murderous intent. Now, with the cult's 40 members facing the 30 assistant teachers from Sifang Xian University, the atmosphere was tense, ready to explode at any moment. The freshmen stopped in their tracks, holding their breath as they watched. Lu Chuan was no exception, but after observing for a few seconds, his heart sank. Although the initial attack on the truck hadn't killed the assistant teachers, their spiritual power was clearly depleted, and some were even injured. The cultists, on the other hand, were at peak strength, especially the leader, whose power far surpassed that of the teachers. So, this was the assistant teacher's plan. Wang Gu began to say something, but Lu Chuan quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Lu Chuan nodded slightly at Zhen Qingshou beside him. The three of them turned in unison and cautiously maneuvered through the gaps in the crowd, inching backward. Internally, Lu Chuan sighed at the tedium of stalling for time, frowning slightly as he vigilantly observed his surroundings. At that moment, the middle-aged leader of the cult noticed his subordinates were ready for battle. A cold smile appeared on his lips. He glanced contemptuously at the assistant instructors ahead and spoke with a voice as chilling as ice. "All of you, attack the instructors and hold them off. They'll go kill those brats." Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man spun around and shot toward the freshmen like a black lightning bolt. The assistant instructors' faces changed drastically, fear and anger flashing in their eyes. They attempted to intercept him, but were immediately surrounded by the remaining 13 cult members. "Run!" The freshmen cried out in panic, scattering in all directions as fear overwhelmed their reason. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chuan grabbed Wang Gu with one hand and Zhan Qingshou with the other, leading the charge at the front of the group. As a foundation establishment cultivator, the 16 spiritual vortexes within him formed a spirit bridge that granted him incredible speed, even while carrying his two companions. Lu Chuan's gaze was fixed on the demonic beast forest ahead, understanding it might be their only chance for survival. From behind, he heard the middle-aged man's furious roars, suggesting that an assistant instructor had managed to intercept him. However, Lu Chuan knew this was only temporary and dared not relax for a moment, continuing to sprint forward. The sounds of battle and screams intertwined behind them, piercing the ears of every fleeing person. Suddenly, a shrill cry of "Die!" reverberated through the sky, followed by a dull thud. Without looking back, Lu Chuan knew another assistant instructor had fallen. The female assistant instructor wearing a sun hat crashed heavily onto the road, her chest stained with blood. Struggling, she reached for the black spiritual instrument at her waist, but lost strength just as she was about to touch it. The instrument fell in front of her, emitting a piercing noise as its switch was accidentally triggered. A slight smile of relief appeared on her face. Using the last of her strength, she spoke into the amplifier. "Run. Don't look back, the forest. They won't dare to enter." In the vast and ominous beast forest, 3,000 new students were pouring in from various directions. At this moment, silence was etched on everyone's faces. The air was thick with a heavy atmosphere, and the aftermath of a fierce battle could be felt by all. 30 teaching assistants had fought nearly to the death to thwart the powerful members of the divine sect. Lu Chuan, one of the first freshmen to arrive at the beast forest, stood at the edge and witnessed part of the battle. In mere seconds, he saw at least 3 teaching assistants fall to the long blade of the divine sect's leader. A female assistant wearing a sun hat was kicked to death, and the scarred assistant who had woken him up earlier was impaled through the chest. The bloody scene was too much for Lu Chuan to bear, and he quickly retreated deeper into the forest with Wang Gu and Zhan Qingshou. An hour slipped by, and it was now 6 in the evening, with the sky growing darker. The trio moved silently through the forest, none of them speaking. The divine sect members hadn't pursued them, and the teaching assistants had not reappeared. This confirmed the female assistant's judgment that the divine sect's forces dared not enter the beast forest, and hinted that the 30 teaching assistants might have all perished. Suddenly, Zhen Qingshou, who had been silent, snapped at Wang Gu. "Stop pressing it. Stop pressing it. You've been pressing it the whole way." Wang Gu froze and put away his phone. Realizing his tone was harsh, Zhen Qingshou sighed and apologized. "I'm sorry, Wang Gu. I'm just too anxious. I've mentioned before, without the 4 spirit gathering array covering the area, phone calls won't go through. There used to be a small array here that connected to the 4 spirit gathering array, but it was dismantled recently. Wangu lowered his head and replied, I know all that, but I still wanted to try. We're wandering aimlessly. What if it worked? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan immediately searched his backpack, but soon sighed in disappointment. No map? If we had a map, we might know which direction the nearest city is and how far it is. Maybe we could call for help from the school. Jin Qingshuo looked around with a grave expression. It's getting dark soon. We don't know if this direction leads to a city, but it definitely leads deeper into the forest. If we encounter beasts, we're in trouble. Just as Lu Chuan was about to suggest waiting to contact other classmates, he felt his temporary student card grow warm in his pocket. Jin Qingshuo and Wangu also took out their student cards, exclaiming in surprise, could the school be contacting us? Suddenly, Jiang Ro's voice came through the student card. Hello, everyone. This is Jiang Ro. I just met some staff from the Lin Xian base. They have a damaged power array that maintains the base's operations. I'm trying to use this array to activate the communication power within the student cards to reach you. If you can hear this, please head to a small hill 20 miles north of the Lin Xian base. The staff and I are there. Her voice was abruptly cut off by a burst of static noise. Wangu asked warily. Jiang Ro repaired the communication power. Then why didn't she contact the school directly? Could they have been captured by the divine sect and are trying to lure us in? Jin Qingshuo explained. If she could contact the school, she wouldn't go through the trouble of reaching us like this. Bases usually have backup power arrays. Jiang Ro, being a genius in array formations, likely used some method to connect the communication array within the student cards. He pointed in a direction. A small hill 20 miles north of the base. It should be this way, not far. Should we go over? Lu Chuan nodded, a hint of caution in his eyes. Yes, but we need to slow down a bit, he whispered. Wang Gu's concerns are not without reason. With confirmation, the 3 of them synchronously activated their spiritual energy, moving stealthily towards the small hill. Tall trees rushed past them, the rustling leaves masking their movements. 15 minutes later, after navigating through the dense forest, a small hill, about 30 meters high, appeared before them. The trio paused, holding their breath. Amidst the towering trees, the hill was inconspicuous, and it had taken considerable effort to locate it. Lu Chuan hid behind a thick tree trunk, his eyes scanning the hill warily. It looks clear, he muttered, frowning slightly. Shall we go up? Jin Qingshuo asked quietly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wangu still seemed uneasy. Are we sure it's safe? Lu Chuan raised his hand, signaling for calm. Hold on. Let's wait a bit longer to see if anyone else goes up. At that moment, their student cards suddenly lit up, and a familiar voice came through. Dear students, I have just sensed your locations through a temporary communication array I set up. Jiang Ro's voice echoed through the array. Although most students haven't climbed the hill, they are within a 10-mile radius, observing. I understand your hesitation, so there's no need to go up the hill now. The communication array's range covers this area, ensuring stable transmission. Lu Chuan was startled. 3,000 students hidden nearby? He instinctively glanced around, as if he could see their classmates through the dense foliage. Jiang Ro's voice came again. Lin Xian, you take over. The voice from the array changed to that of a slightly trembling, but exceptionally calm female. Fellow students, Lin Xian took a deep breath. I'll keep it brief. I am deeply saddened by the unexpected turn of events during your assessment. However, since it has happened, we must rally and find a way to survive. Her voice grew resolute. I've worked at this outpost for 20 years and have extensive knowledge of this demon beast forest. After discussing with Zhong Huang and Jiang Ro, we've identified 2 viable options. Lin Xian detailed the 2 plans, staying put or trekking northwest through the forest. She analyzed the pros and cons of each, including potential threats from demon beasts and opportunities for rescue. Finally, she gave clear instructions. Those willing to stay in the forest, move towards the hill. Those who choose to traverse the forest for help, remain where you are and activate your student cards with your spiritual energy. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.